The story opens in the childhood of the narrator, Woojin Lee. He hates the world because he was abandoned and treated like an animal since the day he was born. He had no reason to like this cruel world and people. That's why he never trusted anyone. As he grew up, he started to stand up for himself. No matter what he did, he was always alone. So, he learned to live that way. But on January 1st, 2020, the world changed like a game due to the dungeons worldwide and the monsters coming out of them. They attacked the cities and killed thousands of people. But with the appearance of the demons, divine beings called the Nimbus also made an appearance. They granted a minority of people an extraordinary power called the Authority. Those who received the Authority could awaken as players who could destroy the dungeons. People believed those with special forces could save the world. But the players took advantage of the chaos and used it to fulfill their desires. In a situation like this, people thought that the end had come. However, to Woojin, it was the same world as before, with no single person to trust. At least until he met Sejun Lee. He was the first to become a player among 7 people. He was a knight selected by the executioner of the Holy Light, the world's strongest player. He protected the weak from monsters at no cost. He unsheathed his sword to save the world. Sejun once told his crew that he would kill the final boss of this game and would put an end to this game. This way, he would save the world. He formed the Messiah Guild. One by one, heroes gathered around him to save the world. It was the first time he met comrades he could trust and follow. He thought he could change the world in a good place with them. Time passed, and they won all the battles. Now only the final battle was left. He was going with Sejun and talking to him about the last fight. Sejun said it might be the last battle but only for Woojin. Then he stabbed his blade in his stomach. He told him that Woojin had done well till now. Sujin could not have come up here if it were not for him. Woojin had fallen under Bomung's curse. His resistance and defensive power decreased by 90%. He asked Sujin if he was planning this from the start. Shinhai Park came there and asked if Woojin had not understood till now. She said everything would disappear when the game ended. All the authority items, dungeons, monsters, and what they have accumulated would end. There would be no reason for the people to obey them anymore. She leaned on him and told him in his ear that they would not be able to rule the world. The viper's poison started spreading through his blood, and he started coughing. She told Sujin she had also killed the others with the viper's venom. Woojin was shocked to hear that. He said they all trusted them, and they just wanted to save the world. But they got rid of them because they got in their way. She said yes, but he noticed that pretty late. She told him that Woojin dealt with most of the monsters and killed them. Now they would control the world by their will. Then Sejun and Shinhai left him here to die. He died there thinking that, in the end, there was no one to trust. The comrades sitting in the truck complain about the too often appearing of monsters. One of them tells him not to complain about it as they earn money due to those monsters. One of those comrades is Woojin Kim. He wonders what he is doing here as he is sure he was stabbed by Bomung and died. He does not know what this place is. Suddenly, the truck driver sees something in front and applies the brakes. He tells the others that a herd of orcs is before them. He tells them to take weapons and come out. All the men come out carrying their guns. Orcs run towards them to attack. The chief tells the others they lack ammo, so they should pull the trigger when they are sure. Suddenly, they hear the gunshots. It is Woojin who has killed one of the orcs. He keeps shooting and does not miss a single aim. Soon he kills all of those orcs alone. The chief and the other comrades are in an unbelievable state, seeing a man killing all those orcs alone. Woojin looks at his hands. This feeling is like a dream, but it is too vivid. He walks towards the chief. The chief yells at him for going there alone, but he does not reply. He ignores him and walks away. He realizes that this is not his dream. It is reality. He has come back to the past. The chief asks him to come back to him and answer him as he is talking to him. But Woojin does not pay attention. He sits on a box holding his head in his hands, and becomes furious at Sujin and Shinhai for what they did to him. Suddenly, a notification appears before him that he is a player now. He is given 3 roles to choose from. He remembers today in his past life when he became a player, but in the past, he was not given 3 choices. He looks at the Dark World Surrogates option. He knows this role. The Dark World Surrogates can control various poisons and curses using the undead as resources. An Oriole gives the possibility to create an evil army. Unlike the other Oriole, they have an omnipotence power. Only one player in the past started to monopolize all the different abilities. His name was Johann Jork, or a man called Immortal King. He was the most influential player, who got the Dark World Surrogate's favor and all the abilities. If Sejun was the hero, Johann was the monster. Woojin analyzed and researched his Oriole to hunt that monster. But now, he will be that monster and hunt Sejun down. A guild is a profit group for the players. Out of all, the Phoenix Guild has all kinds of corruption to get power and money. That's how it became the second guild in Korea. Through the corruption of the Phoenix Guild, the Mesaha Guild's idealistic ideas shine more brightly. Woojin visits the headquarters of Phoenix Guild. The manager there gives him the contract. He tells him there will be additional expenses every time he clears a dungeon. Woojin looks at the agreement and says it is little to buy an item, but there is nothing he can do. He asks him how he proves his credibility as a player. There is no way to show his status window to anyone else. The manager puts 5 pages on the table and tells him it is the Dark World Surrogate's exclusive skill page. He just has to choose one and rip it. The manager will check it with his eyes if he is a player. Woojin looks at one of the pages. The details of hemotoxin are mentioned in it. He wonders how this is available here. Outside the dungeon, a bald man is bragging about his skills. He tells the other 3 that it is already his 4th target, so they can trust and follow him. They all are waiting for the last member to arrive. Suddenly, they see an old wrecked car coming there. Woojin came out of it. One of those 4 complaints is that this newbie needs discipline. The girl says he should be thankful they let him join them. They mock his old car and say he could not get the guild supply. It seems like in his first target, he has to focus on surviving. They leave him behind and walk away. The bald one thinks that they lack a member. He tells others that he has bought a new weapon. Before they enter, a person gives them the dungeon briefing. He asks them to remember the target conditions. That man instructs them to check their inventory before going inside the dungeon. Woojin does not know anyone here, and he does not care about it either. After a while, they all enter the dungeon. Surprised to see a dungeon from inside, the girl says it is an entirely different world. The gut with the bow feels like he has entered a game. That bald guy tells them it is reality and not a game. He asks the others to stay alert as they have only 1 life. Woojin walks away and looks at the traces. He guesses that there are a large number of goblins here. The bald guy asks Woojin to search around the proximity while making the base camp. Woojin goes for it. The bald one invites the others to prepare for the hunt. Now all the items will be theirs. Woojin was expecting that they would be using him as bait. At the Messiah Guild headquarters, Sinhai addresses the members of the guild. She introduces a new member that will participate in this mission. A man enters the meeting room. He greets everyone and tells them his name. He is Suzuki Aikai. He says he sees many familiar faces so that he will skip his self-introduction. Sejun welcomes him to the team. Suzuki asks what his future tasks will be. Jihu does not like his tone of voice and gets furious. He warns him not to talk to the master like this again. Suzuki asks him why he is mad. He asks if he finds his intonation annoying or because of last time. Jihu gets ready to fight with him here, but Sejun asks him to stop. Sinhai asks Suzuki how much time it will take to complete the work they recommended. He replies it is about just finding the location of the material. It will take 3 days. On the other side, inside the dungeon, Woojin follows the traces. He thinks the rumors he heard about the dungeons are true. He thinks about the moment in his past life and says it looks funny now. This kind of investigation and combat styles were taught to him by Suzuki Aikai. He used to say that every trace becomes a clue to help one survive the dungeon. Woojin replied that information was necessary, but to increase survivability, getting stronger was better. Suzuki said no matter how strong one is, he will always have a weakness. Looking back at that moment, Woojin realizes that he thought that was a lesson for him, but it instead was for Messiah. He jumps down the tree. He remembers that Suzuki has killed for Messiah and has become a loyal hunting dog for them. But now Woojin will use these techniques as a blade to stab Sejun's back. A goblin throws a rock at him when he is busy thinking about this. He dodges that attack. 3 goblins run towards him to kill him. Woojin opens his inventory and brings out a dagger from it. He cuts his hand to put blood on the dagger. He says it is funny that he was hiding away from goblins on the 7th floor dungeon a short while ago, but now they are just targets for him to try his hemotoxin. As the first one approaches him, he cuts his arm through his poison dagger. Goblins get affected by it, but it is still attacking him. Woojin thinks he poisoned him, but he is still so ambitious. It means it is not very potent. Woojin dodges its attacks and creates a distance between them. Then, he aims for his head and throws a dagger at him. The goblin gets killed. The other goblins get scared seeing one of them dying. Woojin thinks goblins' attack pattern is too easy to read, so these low-lives will not be hard to deal with. If he dragged this fight on, they would keep on gathering. He brings out the Goblin Lord's wipe from his inventory. As he uses it, it creates fear in the goblins. Woojin thinks it is good that he prepares for this beforehand. The other 4 guys are wandering in that place. Suddenly, they hear noise coming from their behind. They look behind and find that goblins have attacked them. That girl gets scared and cannot defend herself against the attack. But Joseph saves her by killing that goblin. He tells them not to be scared of mere goblins. He smirks and says it is a good thing he prepares a long sword. He thinks goblins are just sacks of meat. But suddenly, a goblin attacks him and hits his head with his stick. Joseph falls to the ground. His scared fellows just stand there and do not help him. Goblins approach him and hit him again. Joseph asks them to save him. Those boys gather some courage and run to attack. On the other hand, Woojin keeps killing the goblins with his whip and his level ups after that. He walks away, thinking they are weaker than he thought. Only the stupid ones are wielding heavy swords. The Goblin Lord's whip is enough for them. It is silly to waste time in this place. The other four are sitting there after getting beaten up by those goblins. They wonder what happened to Woojin. Joseph thinks he probably has died since they have not received any updates about his situation. They quarrel as Joseph asks them to believe in him, but he is the first to get down. Suddenly, they get attacked by another herd of goblins. Woojin has also killed more of them. His level is increasing continuously. He achieved a new skill called Skeleton Disease. He picks the catalog and wonders how he can get this skill already. Yoan Jork, the immortal king, used to control an army of corpses with his hand. It was one of the most potent skills he used. However, on the other hand, it was also a flawed skill. That flaw was lethal and allowed the others to attack him. There were fatal restrictions. Only monsters killed directly by the caster's hand could be sacrificed. He is happy as he will be saving some time using this. He acquires the skill. It will be easier to distract an anime's eyes and hunt it. He goes back to where the dead bodies of the goblins are. He casts the spell. The skeleton of the goblin gets up from the ground and stands in front of him. Woojin likes his shining eyes. Woojin trains it to hunt, but it is below his expectations. He wonders if it is because his magic stats are low. It could be more vital to use as his primary attack. He looks around and sees a lot of dead bodies hanging on trees. He wonders if they are the remains of the players. From goblins to dragons, one thing they all have in common is they exist to inflict harm on people. There is no way they would go easy on a beginner. That's why he does not need to be merciful towards the monsters. He reaches the cave of goblins. It is night. The four players are tired and sitting around the fire. The arrow guy asks Joseph what they should do now. He replies he cannot die at the goblins' hands. He stands up and yells he will not die here. He cheers the others and says they have struggled but can do it and get out of there. The arrow guy stands up and asks Joseph to look above his head. Their level has been updated, and they are surprised to find that. They are not fighting now, so they wonder how this is happening. The only case when the level ups, even though one is idle, is when a party member is still in combat. It means that the newcomer is still alive. Woojin lights a torch. He has closed the mouth of the cave with the logs of wood. In his experience, burning the goblins is the most effective way to kill them. He throws the torch on the woods, and they start burning. The cave fills with the smoke of the burning woods. The goblins feel suffocated and run toward the exit. They start to push the wood to get out of the cave. Some draw their heads out, but the fire starts burning them. Soon they all become ashes. Woojin looks at the shelter and says it is weird. He thought he could at least see his face after doing this. He starts walking away as it is getting bothersome. He wonders if he has a separate hiding place. Suddenly, the ground shakes and a colossal goblin appears out of the ground. Woojin grabbed his wipe and said it was a relief as he started to tire of this place. It is a goblin champion. Woojin tells his skeleton soldier that many rookies died in this dungeon before the Messiah Guild could intervene. It all was because of this big guy. He thinks that for a starter goblin dungeon to have a hidden creature like the goblin champion would be the same as meeting a grim reaper. He brings out his sword. He says there will be no more victims from now onwards. His skeleton soldier looks at his sword. Then he steps forward like he is giving a sign that he wants a chance to fight that goblin champion. His eyes start shining again. Woojin looks at his small friend, whose expression has changed. He gives him his sword and stands under a tree to watch the fight. The skeleton runs towards him to attack. He targets his feet and ankles. This was surprising for Woojin. He remembers that he and his crew once had to fight a giant monster. All of his fellows were worried about how to kill that monster. Woojin suggested they focus their attacks on his leg and lower its stability, increasing their chances of winning. He attacked his feet alone. Woojin looks at the movements of his skeleton soldier. He is sure that skeleton's combat style is the same as his. He knew his magic skill point would affect the skeleton soldier's combat power, but he did not know they could also copy his combat style. This is an exciting discovery. Before returning to the past, he had used all kinds of weapons existing in this world. Even in the Messiah Guild, no one could go against him one-on-one. He looks at his soldier and thinks if it is like this, he will have to change his plans. On this achievement, he gets a legendary skill as a gift. The man outside the dungeon sees that the dungeon has been cleared. Everyone is shocked to see that. The owner cannot believe the players cleared the dungeon in one day. He runs towards the players who are getting first aid. He asks them why Woojin is away from the rest of the four. They do not have an answer because they do not know where he is. Suddenly, Woojin comes out of the dungeon. He is safe and sound and has no injuries like others have. He does not stop to see anyone and walks away. The owner runs behind him to stop him. Joseph is shocked that Woojin is alive and clears the dungeon alone. He wonders who he is. All the newspapers and TV channels show the news about the players' demands. The desires of the players are continuously growing worldwide. This is the result of granting privileges to players since they are the only ones who can close the dungeon's doors. However, in a moment like this, Korea's Messiah Guild has not requested any reward for the 5th floor dungeon. The news anchor reads the news that Sejun Lee has saved the world again by being the first to clear the 5th floor dungeon. Following the success of clearing the 5th floor dungeon, the stock price of the sponsor, Hansen Group, has skyrocketed. Joseph is having drinks in the bar with a friend. He tells him that they will seem like trash who only care about money after all the news on the TV about Messiah Guild. His friend tells him not to pay attention to this news. He asks if this is the first time something like that happened to him. He asks him what happened in the dungeon this time. Joseph says they all almost died due to Woojin. He shows him his bandage on the head and says it is because of Woojin. His friend asks him if the rumor about Woojin is true. Joseph grabs his head and says yes, even though he is just a newbie. He rushes into a herd of goblins to get an item. Joseph jumped in to save him, so he ended up like that. His friend is shocked to hear that and says he should ask the guild to punish him. Joseph says it is okay. He will just think he was unlucky. Woojin must have been desperate for money. His friend says he cannot let this be. He better spread this around so Woojin cannot go somewhere else and act the same again. Woojin looks at the pictures of Sejun and thinks he cannot be in close contact with him, unlike in the past. He has to be strong enough before Sejun places his interest in him. For that, he better start from the very end point of the connection that reaches him. He goes to another guild and says he wants to clear an orc dungeon. The manager asks if he is trying to redeem himself because of the rumor that is going around. Woojin says he does not know about any rumors. He is doing this because he needs money. The owner of the guild tells him that life is something precious. Money is also good, but he should worry about his life first. He says if Woojin is in such a hurry, he can make a loan to him. Woojin stops him there and says he just wants a date. He will clear the dungeon by himself. It seems to him that a lousy rumor is spreading about him, which is a good thing since it is a pretext for him to do things on his own. After he leaves, the manager says it appears that the rumor surrounding Wooji is true. The owner says rumors are rumors, but he is someone who does not know his place. He asks the manager what is the status of the dungeon Woojin is trying to enter. The manager replies that Yongjiu Jion's party has been wholly eradicated, and since then, there has been no request to conquer the dungeon. The owner asks who was Yongjiu. The manager tells him that he is the rising star of Yongwon Park's faction. The owner says that to enter a dungeon that the rising star of Yongwon Park's faction could not even handle, this newbie will not be able to die a natural death. But they never know that they will support him enough. Woojin is happy. He says that to kill a hero, he has to grab hands with the villain. At night, he goes to the dungeon site. The worker there receives him. He asks him if he is really on his own. Woojin does not reply and gives an offensive look. That worker thinks that people say that Woojin is a Scrooge with a dirty personality. Of course, he could not find anyone. He shows him the way to enter the dungeon. Woojin enters the dungeon and reads the stats of it. He thinks this could be too much for him to handle at his level. However, the situation would change if only he could use the orc as a sacrifice to summon a skeleton soldier. Suddenly, an orc attacks him from behind. He escapes the attacks by sliding beneath him. He turns back and attacks his leg with his sword. He thinks even though it is an average orc, the hide is too thick for him to make any marks on the body. He looks at the ground where the orc attacked and thinks that, with that amount of force, he would die instantly, even if he got hit once. But if he can kill this guy and summon a skeleton soldier, it won't be impossible to clear the dungeon alone. He again dodges his attack, but a small sharp stone gives him a cut on his face. He becomes angry and gives multiple lacerations to his lower limbs. His legs start bleeding, and he falls to the ground. Woojin says a beast that has lost its legs is no longer a dirty creature. He pierces his sword through his head and kills him. Then he summons a skeleton soldier out of that dead body. Two brothers are having a meeting in their office. The eldest one looks at a report and finds it interesting. The younger brother asks what he has been looking at since earlier and if he is trying to pick up some weird item for his business again. He slides the document towards him and tells him to see himself if he is curious. It is a report on Woojin. He reads about a newbie who has not awakened for long and cleared a dungeon himself. The elder one says it seems that he just entered his second dungeon, and he is alone right from the start. He asks if he is not quite cheeky for someone who just had his ability awakened. The younger boy is shocked as it does not make sense to him. He says even he struggled a lot at first. He asks his brother not to tell him that he trusts this tabloid that does not have a clear source. At the same time, a girl enters the office. She asks if there is any problem with her report. This voice makes the younger boy scared. He did not know that Secretary Lee had made this report. He thought it was too perfect. He startles and asks her where she got such high-quality information from. She slams the coffee tray on the table and says this is her work. The bald guy takes a sip from his cup and says the report is 100% trustworthy because it has information that Secretary Lee collected. He asks if they need to trust their Secretary Lee. Who would? Suddenly, he sees the wrappers of instant coffee in the tray. He yells at her that he already has told her not to buy instant coffee because he does not like it. She does not pay attention to him and drinks her coffee with calm. He asks her what her excuse is this time. She says she bought this instant coffee when they met with the Phoenix Guild, and this report is made with reusable paper. The bald guy understands what she implies and changes his tone to sweet. He starts drinking that coffee again and says instant coffee is the best. Of course, in this world, if he does not trust his secretary Lee, who could he trust? His younger brother does not like his attitude. The bald guy asks her about the purchase of the dungeons. She says there are a few good dungeons, but they are too expensive, so she is looking into that. The young guy asks him about the dungeon he saved before. His eyes start sparkling, and he replies that there would not be enough if he enters that one. The young boy says he just came out of a dungeon yesterday. He should be allowed to rest for a bit. The bald guy says if a person is too rested, it is easy to become lazy. For a person who has always worked hard, they are prone to be sick. He is doing all this for him. The orcs destroy Woojin's skeleton soldier. Woojin is sitting on the dead bodies of the orcs and says the durability of the skeleton soldiers is low since his skill level is low. However, John Jorg, the king of the undead, whom he went against in his previous life, taught him something. He summons another skeleton soldier. As long as his magic power allows, the skeleton soldiers given to him are the same number as the collected sacrifices on the battlefield. The orcs are shocked to see what happened next. His level and all his ability points increase. After killing all the orcs, he checks his stat and finds that it will be ineffective to level up in this dungeon. He should stop going against normal orcs and look for the orc hunter instead. As a creature who hunts down his own, Woojin thought he would reign the pack as the leader, but he does not seem to hang out in a group. He draws a map to see which places are left to search. Suddenly, he notices the skeleton soldier taking an interest in his map. Woojin wonders if he is behaving like this because he knows something. According to him, that is not possible. Then he starts paying attention back to his plan. He marks the place where the orc hunter can be. But if it is that place, there will be no useful monster he could use as a sacrifice. The only useful skeleton soldier would be the one he has now. They start walking in that direction, but he has to think of a plan. On the other side, the orc hunter is dragging his prey. Woojin is keeping an eye on him. He thinks that a dungeon's boss monster possesses a physical ability that exceeds other normal creatures. It would be stupid to fight him without a plan. However, if he can only pierce his body with an arrow stained with poisonous blood, he can kill him. He points the skeleton soldier to move forward, so he goes into the field. The orc hunter senses his presence and runs towards him to attack. The skeleton soldier also runs forward and gives him a hit on his arm. The orc hunter bites at the collarbone of the skeleton. Woojin is standing at a distance, aiming for the orc hunter. He looks at his bloody red eyes, which are evident in the fact that he is the orc hunter who hunts down his own. He has to avoid his thick skin and aim at his only weakness, the eyes. He shoots the arrow by seeking his eyes. The target is hit successfully, and he falls to his knees. He pulls the arrow out and throws it away, but he has been affected by the poisonous blood. The weaker the area, the faster the poison spreads. His health starts decreasing continuously. He feels dizzy and falls to the ground. So, the skeleton soldier kills him quickly using his sword. He has been notified that the dungeon has been cleared, and he can return after 1 hour. Woojin looks inside the orc hunter. He ate everything that was in his way. Woojin wonders if that guy who was part of Yongwon Park's faction will be inside. Suddenly, he looks at a skeleton with an injury not given by the orc. Judging by the appearance, he was attacked from behind. It is the action of someone who is used to murder. Whether it was an intentional murder is not certain, but if they are part of Yongwon Park's faction of the Phoenix Guild, then it is not a far-fetched claim. He sighs because there is not enough time left in this dungeon. He wonders how he will be able to find that guy's traces. It would be nice if it is something that he could use to get closer to Yongwon Park. Suddenly, the moon appears, making something shine in a cave. The light is dazzling and causes problems for him to see anything. He walks towards the cave. The entrance is big enough to let only one person pass through it. There is a dead player inside the cave. The weapon is oddly clean, and the corpse is not damaged like the other. While his comrades were getting eaten, he escaped and counted the days until his death. It is an action worthy of the Phoenix Guild, especially if it was the rising star of Yongwon Park's faction. Woojin thinks there is no place more suitable for this person than here. Suddenly, a diary falls out of his clothes. He picks it up and flips the pages. He finds the blacklist of Yongwon Park's faction. He smirks because it is his good luck to see something like that. He will be able to make good use of this. He receives another gift from the agent of the Dark World. The power of Anubis's eye allows him to glimpse the memories of the dead. He is happy because whatever luck he did not have in his previous life is finally following him. People say that the dead cannot speak. However, that is now in the past. He makes a connection with him and looks at his past. The eye of Anubis opens. He sees how his friend is asking for help, but he runs away and hides in the cave. The second memory is about human hunting. He knew it was a crime, but he was right because he had someone behind him, someone who would be the owner of the Phoenix Gills one day. He was Youngwon Park. After that, the connection ends. Woojin feels pain and says looking at a dead man's memories is unpleasant. His magic powers consumed more than he thought, but his preparation is now over. If he uses the information he got from this guy's memories with the list he just found and approaches him, no matter how careful of a guy he may be, he will get him. Youngwon is getting his employee beaten and asks how he allowed another payer to conquer the dungeon. That guy apologizes and says he will take care of that person. Youngwon says that a newbie conquered the dungeon he could not do anything about by himself and asks how he will take care of him. Then he asks Secretary Kim if she needs more words. She apologizes to him and says she shall act right away. That man is dragged out to execute. He begs for another chance, but all in vain. Youngwon says a newbie who conquered a dungeon by himself seems fairly competent. He asks her if that newbie does not have a good reputation within the guild. She says yes. He left his party members alone in the first dungeon, and there is also a rumor that he kept all the rewards to himself, although it is not confirmed. He says whether it is true or not, the problem is his reputation in the guild. It would be difficult to grow more from here since he cannot always go around alone. Suddenly, he is informed that Woojin wants to meet him. Youngwon smirks and says Woojin is alone walking in the lion's den. He finds him an interesting guy. The manager tells the team leader that the result of bidding for the A+ rank 1 floor dungeon has come. 20 slots are assigned to their Phoenix Guild. Even though the slots were well assigned this time, 3 factions, including Youngwon's faction, fiercely competed over 20 empty slots. The biggest problem is that even if they divided into 6 slots each, the question of who would take the extra 2 slots remains. The team leader says there are 3 fractions, but why are only 2 slots left? It is a difficult situation. The manager says that is why they still have not reached an agreement. Since it is an A+ dungeon, there is a higher chance for a rare item to appear. Furthermore, the efficacy is also good because it is a 1-story dungeon. The team leader says they probably won't yield to each other. Everyone is overflowing with confidence. He wonders if they know what can happen if they enter a dungeon. This situation is consuming him. He loosened his tie knot to relax. He asks if there is anyone who is not part of a faction applying for the remaining 2 slots. The manager says there is no one yet. The team leader says that is understandable. One does not know what might happen to him if he enters without a faction. At the same time, his phone starts ringing. It is a call from Youngwon. The team leader takes the call. He is shocked to hear what he says and asks why he is suddenly saying that. When he puts the receiver down, the manager asks what is happening. The team leader replies that Woojin is asking to be put into one of the remaining 2 slots without the other factions knowing. If it is Woojin, the rumors are bad anyway, and since he is the type to go around alone, the other factions would not care too much. The manager asks if the team leader says Woojin has become part of Youngwon's faction. He says they do not know about that. He may be being used as a card that will be thrown away after only being used in this dungeon. The manager asks what about the remaining slot? Wouldn't the other factions fight over that position if it is like that? He replies that Youngwon will yield to the other factions if they put Woojin in. So, they would just have to mediate things between 2 factions. He says Youngwon is an amazing strategist. To think that he would prepare a card called Woojin behind everyone's back. He could pretend to give up this time to benefit from it next time. But he wonders how Woojin managed to meet Youngwon. Secretary Kim asks Youngwon why he accepted Woojin's proposal. He replies that it was fun to see him push his way through by bringing in something like that. And it so happened because there were no useful guys left. In addition, he is someone he can manipulate as he wants and get rid of once he is not useful anymore. He asks her if it is not easier to throw away a guy like that after using him if they do not need him anymore. 1 hour ago, in the meeting, Youngwon asked if he knew what was in this diary. Woojin replies he knows as he ends up looking at the contents. Youngwon asks him if he knows why he has come here. He asks if he is using it as a blackmail for money. Youngwon smirks and asks if he thinks that blackmail could affect him with something like that. Woojin replies he is here with a proposal. The A+1-story dungeon is an issue, and he would like to enter it. That was shocking for Youngwon. He starts laughing aloud, thinking Woojin is kidding with him. Then he becomes serious and asks if he knows what kind of dungeon he is talking about. Woojin says he knows very well. It is a dungeon that guilds like the Messiah and the Phonics are fighting over because there are limited slots. Youngwon says he is insane as he knows that and still wants to enter that battlefield. He says he will do what he wants but with one condition. At Jeongbu University, all the players are given a lecture about the A+ dungeon. The speaker says everyone would know by looking at the dungeon report, but this dungeon contains at least over 1,000 orcs. Woojin is standing in the middle of the hall and thinks he is not certain. But in the past, the survivors of this attack were around 70 people. Almost half of the participants had died. He notices that only elite players from each guild have gathered here, considering that there is no way nearly half of the deaths that had occurred were caused just by fighting monsters. He had no choice but to turn a blind eye to what had happened because there was a lack of evidence. There is a high likelihood that murder happened amongst the players, because it would have been a good chance to reduce competition and steal items. He walks towards the exit and thinks that in this dungeon, the reward for killing the Orc Champion was the Orc Rod's Fang. In the end, the reward was given to the Messiah Guild for their huge contribution. Woojin did not know anything, but thinking about it now, it was extremely unnatural. He thinks that Guy maybe was already corrupted at that time. Woojin leaves the hall and thinks even if Sejun is behind the incident, there was a possibility that the Messiah Guild had not directly made a move but planted a spy in other guilds instead if you were to predict their next action based on his memories. The day comes, and the guilds start entering the dungeon. He is alone at first entering the dungeon. He thinks he better snatch the Orc Rod's Fang from Sejun that should be in his hands. After entering the dungeon, all the players are scattered and not with their guild. The leader of the Messiah Guild orders his crew to line up at the front. All the other guilds are surprised to see them making a formation quickly, but they were expecting this from the Messiah Guild. One man says they are not praised like that, just for nothing. The leader of the Phonics Guild says things will not change just because they are moving first since there are at least 1,000 orcs. Suddenly, an orc is spotted. A Messiah Guild member says they will get rid of him. He activates his power fighter of a tenacious life, and a shield appears in his hands. The orc throws a punch at him, but the shield defends him. The player holds him back and asks if he can't do more than that. Another Messiah Guild member, a magician, casts a spell of Controller of the Spring of Wisdom. That orc screams, and suddenly they all feel the earthquake. All the players get terrified. A guild master tells them that it is not an earthquake. There is something at the back of that forest. After a few seconds, hundreds of orcs attack them. The players start fighting back. The magicians hold them back, and the sword soldiers attack them afterward. Woojin is watching this fight by hiding in a tree. He was expecting that no one would notice if he disappeared. It is time for him to move on. He is sure this force of orcs cannot wipe out these players. He has to find the location of the Orc Champion in the meantime. This dungeon's clearing condition is to kill the Orc Champion and 1,000 orcs. The guild will try to decrease the number of orcs to minimize their casualties. After killing 1,000 orcs, they will aim for the Orc Champion. Meanwhile, he needs to use this limited time span to get the Orc Champion's Fang. He reaches where the Orc Champion and his force are. He is wearing the fan on his neck. An executioner is about to kill an orc who seems to be running out of the field. He cuts his head from his shoulder. All the orcs standing there are terrified. The Orc Champion stands up from his seat and orders his underlings to go to the battlefield. His army starts marching. Woojin is watching this while hiding on a cliff. He looks at the Orc Champion, who is stronger than he expected. Fortunately for Woojin, he is sending his underlings into battle. The Orc Champion will be alone while the rest is having an all-out war. He will take this chance to kill him. Those players have defeated the orcs. The guild master of the Messiah Guild thinks that there are fewer orcs than expected. He thinks that the main force is stationed somewhere else. A spy comes to him and tells his master that many orcs are coming this way. The master asks approximately, how many are there? He replies that there are 900 to 1,000 orcs. He thinks it is the whole army. The master announces to retreat for today. To fight the main force, they have to reorganize. The master of the Lion Guild asks whom he thinks he is ordering. They are not Messiah's underlings. He says his Lion Guild will keep on moving. The master of the Messiah Guild warns them that many orcs are marching towards them. Competition between guilds is healthy, but inside dungeons, it could mean destruction if they do not cooperate. The Lion Guild master replies that he can back off if he is scared that easily. They should not have been entered right from the start. After that, he takes his guild into the woods. The Messiah Guild's master says they would retreat for now, reorganize, and rest. Woojin calls 2 skeleton soldiers to fight the Orc Champion. He sees them and starts walking towards them. The skeleton soldiers also run towards him to fight while Woojin stands behind, holding his arrow and bow to find a chance and attack. The Orc Champion activates his Orc Lord's Fang and kills one of the skeleton soldiers in one strike. Woojin says it is impossible to have that much power. The Orc Champion is chasing the second skeleton to kill him, but he dodges his attacks. The skeleton soldier tries to attack his foot, but his boots prevent him. Woojin knows that his soldier will not endure any longer. He has only one chance. At the same time, his last skeleton soldier is taking the anger. He shoots his arrow, but the Orc Champion senses it and dodges his attack. Woojin realizes that this one is a strong monster. The orc smashes the ass skeleton soldier. Woojin thinks he has to change his plans if this goes south anymore. Woojin jumps over the Orc Champion and cuts the string of the Lord's Fang. It falls, and Woojin catches it. Now, he has obtained the Fang. The Orc Champion's strength, attack power, and defense have weakened. He attacks Woojin, but he dodges it. His skeleton soldiers shoot arrows at the orc. Blood toxins have poisoned the orc champion. Now that Woojin has the fang, his attacks are working on the orc. Now, there is only one thing left to do for him. He has to get the hold of a weapon that can cut his head off. The skeleton soldiers are shooting arrows at him continuously to keep him distracted. Woojin climbs his arm and pierces through his forearm. The orc champion throws his axe away. Woojin thinks that the orc champion's axe can be used to cut his head. One of his skeletons grabs the axe. A spy hears a scream from the distance. He wondered what that was. It is not a roar that an ordinary orc can let out. He thinks someone nearby is fighting against the orc champion, so he checks in that direction. He has to report to the guild as quickly as possible after he makes sense of the situation. He reaches on the cliffs and sees a man and two skeletons fighting the orc champion. He cannot feel the presence of any other players at all. He wonders how one player alone may be fighting a huge orc. He runs back to report to the guild about this. As he moves back, some stones from the cliff fall. It gets the attention of Woojin. When that spy runs away, someone shoots an arrow at his back. He falls to the ground. He looks around to find that who attacked him. He thinks the attacker is that guy and is trying to silence him about who hunted down the orc champion. Suddenly, someone appears from behind. It is a guy from the Skull Guild, and he kills that spy with his sword. He marks the victim's picture and says only 5 people are left now. At least he does not need to go through the trouble to fight an orc. It is better to kill one more player during that time. A senior player of that guy is sitting on the branch of a tree. He tells the newbie that half of the items taken from that guy belong to the guild, so he should divide them up. He replies to the senior not to worry about that. He asks him if he will kill the guy from earlier. The senior replies that he is not on the list but will get rid of him and steal the reward if an opportunity arises. The junior tells him the guy is a monster who went against the orc champion alone, so it would be dangerous. His senior says that guy will be tired from fighting the orc champion. Getting rid of him will be like taking candy from a baby. Then he says he will leave the rest to him and instructs him to follow him afterward. He leaves the place. The junior drags the victim's dead body to throw him to the orcs. Woojin heard them talking while hiding in the woods. The guilds have defeated the army of the orcs. The Phonics guild master thinks that things are progressing faster than he thought. His subordinates say they can complete the dungeon in no time if it goes on like this. The master replies that is right. But starting from now, they will take it easy and move towards the rare when they get the chance. He says that the small fries are almost done with hunting, so by tomorrow, everyone will be getting ready to target the orc champion. They should also start preparing for the main event now. But suddenly, the notification screens appear in front of everyone. They all are informed that the orc champion has been defeated. That is a shocking news. Everyone starts whispering about it. The Messiah Guild Master is also worried. He thinks that the main parties of each guild should have been occupied with fighting against the orcs, though. His subordinate asks him what is happening. Does this news mean the missing guys from the Lion Guild were still alive then? The master replies that he is not sure. He thought that people from the Lion Guild were bluffing. After killing the orc champion, Woojin's level has been increased. He is given another catalog as a reward. The catalog gives him the power of the Book of the Grim Reaper. This book contains the power of Deepening and can store 5 undead monsters. On top of that, it increases his abilities if he stores the undead monsters. He decides to try it and stores his skeleton soldier in the book. It works surprisingly. Now, he does not need to defeat monsters by hand anymore. Instead, he will summon soldiers as soon as he enters a dungeon. With this, the biggest weakness of the skeleton soldier's summoning skill is gone. The Phonics Guild Master runs towards the jungle after being informed about the orc champion's killing. His subordinates ask him where he is going. He says he needs to see at least the situation to make an excuse. His subordinate asks what he will tell Youngwon once they are out. The men of the Skull Guild are shocked, as the orc champion was defeated faster than they thought. They change their plans. They will leave the guy who beat the orc champion alone and get rid of the remaining targets first. They wonder what happened to the newbie who went to clean things up. That senior guy says he told him to follow him right afterward. He says he will properly educate him again after this is over. The crew leader says the higher-ups will be very troubled if their identities are discovered here. They need to stop that from happening, no matter what. In the worst-case scenario, they should be prepared to commit suicide. He tells everyone to move as stealthily as possible, as they have little time left. Suddenly, they hear the voice of someone coming there. It is the newbie. They wonder why he is running towards them that noisily. The skeleton soldiers are chasing that newbie. His senior wonders if the newbie went and provoked that guy. He yells at him and asks what they are supposed to do if he leads them here. Their master wonders if that guy knows something about them because he attacked them. If they fight with these soldiers and it lasts longer, the other guild's attention will be directed towards them. If that happens, it is over for them. Even if he has to give up the rest of his mission, he must eliminate this guy and erase all traces. Their crew gets ready to fight. But all of a sudden, all his subordinates get killed. The master is shocked to see what just happened. He wonders if the newbie betrayed them. But when the cloak is removed, Woojin comes out of it. Woojin killed that newbie and looked into his past. He found that it is because of these guys that there were only half of the people left alive in the past. But in the memories of the newbie, he could not find any information related to the Messiah Guild. He took off his mask and wore it. He had to meet the master of the Skull Guild since he was luckily able to find out the relationship between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. He buried that guy from the Lion Guild and left the dead body of the newbie as such. Woojin comes to the guild master of Skull Guild. His luck is good because everyone from the newbie's memory is gathered here. The skeleton soldiers kill the crew. Their leader looks at Woojin and realizes he is not hesitating to commit the murder. It means he is not doing it the first time. He tells him that he does not know who he is but will be unable to find anything from him. He thinks even if he comes out of this alive, he would only be a nuisance to the leader. There is only one way. He grabs his sword and commits suicide. Woojin thinks that guy went ahead and did something useless. Then he thinks he should be thankful to him as he proved that he has a lot of information to reveal. He activates the Eye of the Anubis to look into his memories. In an old house, two men are talking. A person says that this huge change that has been brought to the world will be a chance to enable the Empire of Japan to take another leap forward. They will cooperate with Messiah Guild Sejin to build a foundation to expand their influence. The guy who just committed suicide is named Seonjun. He is ordered to go to Korea, become a Skull Guild member, and devote himself to his homeland. If they can seize the dungeons and items in Japan, including whatever is being produced in Korea, they can build a much stronger empire again. It will be called the Yamato State. Seonjun is being introduced to the people who will guide him in his path. They are Celestials of Japan who will establish the Yamato nation. Seonjun bows before them and says it is an honor to meet the Master Archer and the Master Swordsman. In some other memories, he tells his subordinates that there is a guy they need to get rid of when the A+ dungeon appears. He is a Korean dungeon broker. His name is Suwon, and he is a good guy. But apparently, he is getting in the way of their Japanese brokers. They need to get rid of him no matter what. After looking into his head, Woojin says he hoped it would be otherwise, but it seems it was in vain. He feels very disgusted. Even in the worst times, they trusted each other and fought together. Before his return, Woojin conquered many dungeons with Master Swordsman and the Master Archer. They always took the lead to save the world, and Woojin wanted to be like them. They were not only his teacher but also his mental support. Even in fierce battles, he could trust his precious comrades for his life. That is how he used to think about them. But even those guys were no different from Sejun. He cannot let them have their way this time. He recalls that they said the next target was Sejun, a dungeon broker. He thinks he must be skilled if that guy is on the assassination list. Sejun is not in Woojin's memories, which means the assassination succeeded. If the Yamato guys were to fill his spot, Sejun could profit from it. As long as he is on the assassination list, there will be constant attempts to eliminate Sejun, like how moths gather around a light. Woojin might be able to get a clue on how to weaken their group. He also needs a broker to get him a dungeon so that this guy will be good for him. He finished what he had to, so he should start preparing to exit the dungeon. While sitting in the car, a junior reporter asks his senior if it is always this quiet around the gates. He replies that there is no chance of monsters coming out of the gate, so it can only be quiet. As soon as the dungeon is cleared, this place will become chaotic, so rest until then. The junior asks if that is because everyone would be interviewing the players. The senior replies no. He says it is because the players will fight for the items. Suddenly, he looks out the window and sees the players leaving the gates. The A+ dungeon has been cleared. The reports start taking pictures. Woojin is injured, so the medics run towards him to give him first aid. The situation of the players looks worse than before. All online articles and newspapers write about the situation the next day. Yongwon reads the news and crumbles the newspaper in anger. He wonders how finding out who defeated the orc champion is impossible. The members of the Phoenix Guild apologize to Yongwon as they do not know about the person who killed the orc champion. They say everything happened suddenly. They will make sure this will not happen again. Yongwon asks them if they know how much money and time he has invested in them. He asks how they will cover for his losses. He will not give them any more chances. He gives them the time of 1 week to bring him 5 times the investment. Otherwise, they will be responsible for the consequences. After they leave, Yongwon asks his secretary if Woojin is getting treated at the hospital. She says yes, as he got hurt in the dungeon. Hongwon says there is no one useful here. She tells him that the wound he got is not from a monster. This surprises him, and he asks if he got attacked by a different guild. She says she does not know, and the truth will emerge eventually. She thinks they should hear his story. Hongwon agrees, and they get ready to go to the hospital. He hopes Woojin is not stupid enough to talk to someone. She says, for now, he will not speak. A man from another guild is saying goodbye to Woojin and asks him to contact him if he remembers anything about what happened in the dungeon. That man returns hopelessly as he has nothing to report to his superiors. While waiting for the lift door to open, he wonders why Youngwon Pavilion asked for Woojin. At the same time, Youngwon and his secretary come out from the lift. When they reach the room door, he says that from the looks of that guy's face, it seems Woojin did not talk. He enters the room and asks Woojin how he has been. Woojin thinks he has finally come to meet him. After listening to Woojin, he says he does know much about the Skull Guild, but it sounds suspicious. Woojin tells him that he was able to check that they attacked the Orc Champion. They were dead, so he guessed a different pavilion took the item. The last one he saw used invisibility skills from the Soundless Hunter. Youngwon says that the user would be undetectable. He thinks they only aimed for the Orc Champion and players. Woojin says yes. If it were not for his blood poisoning, he would have died. If that person did not get infected by the blood Woojin dropped, he would have already been dead. Youngwon says it is because he is lucky. No one will know that the Skull Guild has been eliminated. Woojin says that is true. He will be safe for a while. He asks if there is anything new in the Phoenix Guild. Youngwon thinks about that again, and it makes him angry. He has lost a lot because of the Skull Guild. He thinks he cannot let this pass by. He will look in the Skull Guild to retrieve his losses. Woojin's information is quite helpful for him. He stands up from his seat and asks him what he wants. Woojin says he does not know what he means. Youngwon tells him to stop pretending like he does not know. He has made him spy on people for him, so he should not act like he is doing it for free. Woojin says he wants to find a person. He is a broker and his name is Sichin. He has heard that Sichin is talented, but with Woojin's status, he cannot get any information. Youngwon asks him how he knows about Sichin. He gives him a piece of advice that he should not answer any calls for now. Because of his talent, he can choose his customers, but he should not be arrogant. Lastly, be sure not to tell anyone about this because he will get in trouble if he does. Then they leave his room. Woojin replies that he knows. After they leave, Woojin thinks he went according to plan. Youngwon will still need to trust him fully. He wears his shoes, goes to the window, and says Youngwon knows nothing about the Messiah and Skull's relationship. But if he starts investigating, Sejun or the archery master will pay attention to Youngwon. He will be in quite a pickle because he does not know that Woojin made these wounds. While Sejun and Youngwon are busy with each other, he can focus on getting stronger. While returning in his car, Youngwon wonders why they do not have any sponsors despite the Skull Guild being so big. There is only one answer. They are selling domestic items to foreigners. He should investigate the black market linked abroad. He can meet the merchant who trades with them if he goes there. He can feel that Eastern forces are involved in this. After Woojin is recovered and discharged from the hospital, he thinks it is time he gets that phone call. At the exact moment, he receives a call from Sichin. He asked if he had heard right that Woojin wanted to trade with him. He replies that he wants to find a dungeon. Sichin says he will decide after seeing his skills. He says he will send the details to his phone. Woojin reads the text. It is a C+ in a second floor dungeon. This is for testing his skills. On the other side, the younger boy with the gray hairs asks the elder one who was the poor guy on the phone. He replies that, like always, it is a new applicant. Youngwon has recommended him. The young one asks how long it has been since the event. There might be someone new trying to take his life. Sichin smirks and says it does not matter if anyone is after them. The other guy asks what if someone is working under Youngwon. Sichin replies that if someone were under him, they would have traded with him. He says if this guy does not pass the test, it does not matter. Even if someone tries to kill him, he welcomes them if they have skills. He opens the drawer and drops the phone, where many other phones are already present. He says if that guy is that skillful, he might destroy all the dungeons and end the game. They need people like him. The other guy smirks and asks why he is saying so because it makes him sad. He points towards him and says that kind of person is right here. Sichin tells him that he is still helpless. The other guy asks what is wrong with him. He replies that he may have a big mouth, but he does not have the skills to clear a dungeon alone. He has sent that guy to the Cobalt dungeon. Now, just wait and see. The younger asks if that is not too much for him. He replies that no one is forcing him, so he will quit if he cannot. The other boy sighs and says Sichin does not have the mind of a businessman. He asks if he has yet to tell him he cannot do anything. So he asks Sichin to get him some food. Sichin says he just ate a ton of delivered food. On the other hand, Woojin reaches the Cobalt dungeon. He looks at the dungeon and wonders if Sichin is not planning on making money. He will not make this test easy by using a dungeon that is hard for average players to pass, but that only applies to people who do not know how to defeat kobolds. He slides downward to reach the gate. Secretary Lee informs Sichin that she is at the dungeon in Songpo, Ilsan. She is keeping an eye on him. She updates him about Woojin and that he is approaching the dungeon. She asks if she should turn on the timer right now. Sichin is surprised to know that Woojin is already there. He calls him a hasty guy. He asks her if Woojin has prepared anything. She replies that it does not seem like he has brought anything special. Sichin grins and says he cannot tell if he is being reckless or stupid. The junior guy asks him if Woojin is not just crazy. But still, who knows? Maybe he did not prepare anything because he was too overconfident. Sichin says that may be the case. And if that confidence is not a bluff, that can be problematic for them. The Master Archer and the Master Swordsman are having a meeting with a representative of the Messiah Guild. They say that because they still do not understand the current situation, Messiah is not that big of a deal. The representative, Yihun, requests them not to say that and calm down their anger. He says they know how difficult it is to predict what might happen inside a dungeon because there are too many confounding factors. It is a pity that they came out empty-handed, but at least there was not much damage. The Master Archer asks if he does not consider it much damage. 5 of his disciples died, and he says there was not much damage. Yihun realizes that his choice of words is poor. He tries to make him clear and says he did not mean that. The Master Swordsman says that Sejin probably knows about them and their relationship with the Skull Guild. He asks if it is not why he offered that work to them first regarding the A+ dungeon. He says, of course, as he said, no one can know about what can happen inside a dungeon. He asks if he is telling him to believe that the likes of an orc annihilated their people. He says that this is not something that can be ignored. Yihun bows his head before them and apologizes because he should have thought twice before saying improper things. He asks if they can give him more time. He shall investigate this again. The Master Swordsman says there is no need for that. They have already started investigating on their part, after all. He tells him not to be too nervous. He offers him a drink to calm down. He says even though things are like this right now, they are still in an alliance with Messiah. He pours the drink into his glass and says he just wants to tell him how deeply insulted they are. The drink is overflowing, but the master keeps pouring. He says if there is any friction between comrades, sharing glasses of alcohol would help smooth things. Yihun holds the glass of alcohol with shaking hands. They leave and say that will only happen if they are comrades. Jihun is pretty terrified. He says that is right. The door is shut loudly. After they leave, Yihun thinks he is too complacent about the Master Archer and the Master Swordsman. He needs to think of a counterplan right now quickly. The Master Archer is talking to someone on the call. He says it is acceptable that he has dealt with the matter, but what about the damage on their side? They sit in a car. The Master Swordsman asks if it is not like they had predicted. The Master Archer agrees with him. He says it was not done by any of the guys on the assassination list, which means he is not highly skilled. Their next target is the Phoenix Guild. They are the only ones left. The Master Swordsman says if it is not someone among the targets who might have hidden their powers on purpose, another faction probably did this they do not know about. On the rooftop of a building near the Kobold dungeon in Songpo, Islan, 2 men are sitting and waiting for the gate to reappear. The man in the blue jacket says to the other that since the player went in today, they should be able to rest for a few days. The other one does not reply to the question. He is shocked to hear that the player went inside alone. He tells him that he has never seen any sane player. He says the guy will be dead pretty soon, which will probably activate the gate again. It can happen at any moment now. Suddenly, the gate reappears behind his back, but it is not what he was saying. He says it happens when the dungeon is cleared. He is shocked as it is not a dungeon that can be completed even when many people enter. Now they have to find where the guy who cleared the dungeon is. The blue jacket guy points in a direction and thinks where the player is. They are doomed as they let him go. Sichin yells at them because they told him that they had lost him. He asks them if they are not supposed to do their work correctly if they take money from him. Secretary Lee tells him that she did not pay them because he said they were people from his hometown. He asks if they have not decided to pay them. She replies no, they came to help him out. He asks if that is so. She says yes. Instead of paying, he said that he would take them out for a round of drinks. He says that is too bad because he has stopped drinking from today. She takes her bag and leaves, saying he does not need to worry about Woojin. She is taking her leave now. He asks her what she's talking about. She says Woojin will contact them soon if he plans to work with them. Sichin looks at her and says she is so cold. But then, a memory comes to his mind. It was about this time when he met her first. The young one enters the room, carrying a lot of snacks, and asks Sichin if something is wrong with Secretary Lee. He told her to eat some snacks and then go, but she ignored him and left. He says, just leave her alone. Maybe she has someplace to go to today. He tells him that Woojin has cleared the dungeon in half a day. He is worth his expectations. But then he notices the sack of snacks he brought from the convenience store and yells at him for wasting his money. Woojin is going back home in his car. He remembers that when he returned to his car after clearing the dungeon, there was a note and a walkie-talkie on his car. He wonders if they plan on making a deal with him. The note tells him about the time to contact them during office hours. Woojin thinks whoever it is, he is a funny guy. Gi-hoon is sitting in the car and is anxious. He cannot face his master in a situation like this. He asks himself if he should ask Ji-Hoo-young for help. Right then, his phone starts ringing. He takes the call. The person on the other side tells him something about the Skull Guild. He says he is coming there right now. Youngwon tells Hoon-young that it would be great if they could deal with this quietly as usual. He says he does not have to explain the reason. Hoon-young replies that he understands. Then he asks if Youngwon has talked to the person he must protect. Youngwon replies that he has not. He will do that soon after he has finished talking to him. Hoon-young says he will explain the situation to his subordinates as well. Youngwon says alright. He tells him to keep the guy alive and help him to get out. Youngwon will take care of the rest. Gi-hoon is keeping an eye on those two from the balcony. He wonders how much he knows about the Skull Guild. A person appears from behind and says he is also curious about that. He says Youngwon may be influential, but to think that he knows about the Skull Guild. He says Youngwon told him he wanted to know more about the Skull Guild using his business as an excuse, but he also said something strange. Ji-Hoo told him it would be difficult to share information on the Skull Guild, even if it were Youngwon. He replied that Ji-Hoo was being more careful than usual. He said what if he told him he knew a secret of the guys from the Skull Guild who died in then a plus-rank dungeon. Gi-hoon could not believe that Youngwon had said that. He thinks if this is true, then this is not something that he can solve on his own. He will get in trouble if he reports this to the master. He asks who is the person Youngwon is talking to. Ji-Hoo says his name is Hoon-young, and he is someone who Youngwon does a lot of business with. He is a mercenary player who does not belong to a guild and will do anything one tells him to do as long as one gives him money. Youngwon ends the meeting and leaves. Gi-hoon thanks Ji-Hoo for cooperating with the Mizaya Guild and sharing such information. He replies he is always indebted to Mesa anyway. Gi-hoon goes to Hoon-young and says he wants to talk. Hoon-young recognizes him as a person from the Messiah Guild. Ji-Hoon says he does not know what he heard from Youngwon, but he has a proposition for him. It is something that is related to cooperation with the Messiah Guild. Hoon-young says what he is talking about. He asks if he can put it in similar words. Gi-hoon says he is talking about a business that will profit him greatly. While returning, Secretary Lee tells him she has managed to seize a public dungeon as he told her to. He asks if this method is unlike what he usually does and if it would not complicate things if he intervened directly. He replies that the Skull Guild has to take action since he did make a lot of fuss over it, but in a discreet way, probably. Now that the place and the supporting actors have been acquired, they should set up the stage for the main character. Gi-hoon is still sitting in that restaurant and wondering what Youngwon is planning. Hoon-young tells him that since Youngwon has asked 5 of them, including him, to guard that person, he seems to be an essential guy. His name is Woojin, and he is a part of the Phoenix Guild. Gi-hoon checks and finds that Woojin's name is on the participant list for that A+ dungeon. But there is no way he could have gone against the veterans of the Skull Guild by himself. It is too much of an obvious bait that he does not know if he should fall for it or not. Woojin is present outside the Youngwon's house. He is talking to Sechin and asks if he has passed the test. He replies he has. It ended earlier than he thought. He asks him if he is hiding his actual skills. He clarifies that he does not suspect him of anything. He is just personally curious. Woojin says he only showed him his skills because he asked him to. Sechin reminds him that he said he wanted to buy a dungeon earlier. He says he has put the list of the dungeons he managed to secure in the 19th locker at Ilsen Station. He tells him to check that list, and if there is anything he needs, he can contact him. Woojin says he understands, but he has some things to do right now, so he will call him after a few days. Sechin says he will wait. The junior asks him if he will make a deal with Woojin. He says he just has this gut feeling that Woojin is a dangerous guy. Sechin smirks and asks him if his gut feelings have ever been right. He says that being a broker is a risky job. Woojin tells Youngwon that his plan is too dangerous. He asks if he wants him to be a bait. Youngwon replies yes. He says he does not know how rumors about what they talked about spread, but it is only a matter of time till this reaches the Skull Guild. He looks at his face and realizes he is scared now, but it is none of his business. He asks Woojin if he will not lose his life by just sitting around. He tells him that he has specially recruited some skilled guys for him, so he should trust him and enter the dungeon with them. Woojin says his life is on the line even with all these precautions. He asks if there is a reason as to why they have to do it like this. Youngwon apologizes to him for that, but he owes a couple of favors to those guys, and he is a person who cannot stand being indebted to someone. Woojin says he understands. There is no helping it if it is like that. Instead, he would like him to increase his pay. Youngwon laughs as Woojin falls for his trap. Secretary Lee brings a paper to him and tells him that the boss has prepared something for him. Woojin wonders what it is. Youngwon tells him that his survival rate will increase naturally if he becomes more robust than he is now. He slides a skill page towards him. Woojin comes out of his house. He thinks that Youngwon's fake apology is ridiculous. Before his return to the past, Youngwon met the Yamato faction and ended up walking on the path of a traitor. but he is more helpful than Woojin thought as he gave him that skill page as a gift. The members of the Phoenix Guild are walking in a dungeon. They think they are pathetic as, at this rate, they will end up repaying their debts until they die. Their leader asks his crew to keep walking. He tells them that Yangwon has gone easy on them. One of his members says it is still unfair as that is not their fault, and they do not know who did it. He asks for how long they have to stay in this dungeon. Their leader replies he does not know. He tells them to kill more monsters if they have time to whine. While they all are walking forward in that dungeon, someone from the Skull Guild is secretly chasing them and keeping an eye on them. Hunyong and his crew meet someone under the bridge. He calls Yangwon and tells him that all the preparations have been made. He cut the call after that. He is meeting Yehun there. He asks if he just wants them to hand over Woojin to them. He feels Yehun is giving them too little, considering they are losing an important customer. He says Yehun should be compensating a bit more for that. He replies that if it is about money, he can always give them more after they finish their work. He can also find another customer if that is what they want. Hunyong says rather than that, he would like to strike a deal with Messiah. If Yehun could do that, Hunyong does not think additional pay would be needed. He replies that he cannot do that as it is a personal request unrelated to the guild. Hunyong says it is alright. After that, Yehun leaves them there. Hunyong tells his crew that they struck gold. They will be rich after all this is over. A crew member says he never thought there would be someone like that in the Messiah Guild. Hunyong replies that they are human, after all. Not everyone is like Sejun. But that is not their business. They just need to use this opportunity and enjoy their lives after getting the money. The dungeon has been cleared. Everyone from the Skull Guild survived. The manager of the Phoenix Guild asks about their members. They say they all are dead. The manager was shocked as they all were skilled people from the Yangwon faction. He asks them if they can tell what happened to them and how they died so they can meet the deceased people's families. One of those Skull Guild men says that he ripped them apart to the point they were unrecognizable. Then they all leave. Matsumoto asks his partner if he has forgotten what his master told them to be careful not to create rucks. Then he calls someone and tells him they just finished their work. But what about giving them more jobs? It is Yehun on the other side. He tells them he has found the target and will enter the dungeon as soon as the day breaks. He asks them to come right away. Matsumoto asks why they have to listen to him. He replies that they do not have time to waste. If they miss out on this opportunity, what will they tell the master? So, they agreed to be there. Hongwon finds out that there is a foreign faction in Korea. He thinks this will be a good opportunity if he uses the Skull Guild well. He has always thought that it was a waste for him to work in Korea. Even if things do not go as planned and Woojin dies, he will have information on the Skull Guild. He looks at the watch and says it is almost time. Woojin reaches the dungeon site and sees there are already some people there. Hunyong walks towards him, welcomes him, and introduces himself. He wishes him the best of luck in clearing the dungeon and tells him that one more team is supposed to come. But they are running late. But they come there on time. They are the Skull Guild. Woojin glances at them and then asks where the washroom is. Hunyong says he plans to go, too, so they can go together. Standing outside the toilet, he tells Woojin they are here to escort him. Woojin asks him if they are the men that Yangwon told him about. Hunyong smirks and says it is almost time to enter, so they should talk on the way there. He tells him that the other people do not know they are on the same side, so they should avoid being seen together inside the dungeon. Woojin asks if he is telling him to move alone. Hunyong tells him not to worry. He says they will not be far from him, and someone will follow him. An ambush might happen on the second floor anyway. Clearing the dungeon would become problematic if they started killing each other immediately. Woojin starts thinking about what he is telling him. Hunyong tells him not to worry much as they know what they are doing. Woojin just needs to trust them and enter the dungeon. Woojin agrees and says he will do what they say. Hunyong says that is good. He tells him that he will be entering the dungeon first. If they enter together, it will be too suspicious. So Woojin starts walking there first. Hunyong smirks and says it is going to be easier than he thought. All the players have entered the dungeon. They get an alert notification and are informed that to move on to the next floor, they have to get rid of the goblin that stays hidden to avoid large groups. Hunyong says the precise condition is not complex, so they should split up here and move alone. He points at Woojin and says it looks like he is alone here, so they will lend someone to accompany him. Jinwook says he will go with that guy. They do not have much time to waste, so they should quickly kill the goblin and move on to the second floor. All of them start walking in the form of groups in different directions. Woojin saw them going and guessed the real fight would happen on the second floor. Matsumoto asks why they are not going after Woojin and if it would not be bothersome if he dies. Yehun tells him that the guys he hires will escort him well, so there is no problem. He says it would be more bothersome if things go wrong and Woojin runs away. Matsumoto asks him if he does not trust their skills and if this is the reason he crawled all the way here. Jihun says he does not need to be so offended. It is not like how he is thinking. He thinks he just came here to remove Hunyong and his guys after this is over. Hunyong and his fellows are sitting under a tree. He asks a fellow what Woojin is doing right now. He replies that Woojin is hunting down orcs. He is skilled and uses the blood poison skill to catch them. Hunyung starts pondering and asks if there is anything else. His fellow asks if they are not worrying too much and if he thinks they cannot control that guy. He replies that what is bothering him right now is that things are too easy. Youngwon and Yihun would not spend large amounts of money just like that. Hunyung asks them if Jinwook is still following him. He says they are going to him because he would trust them more if they were there. The moment he lets his guard down, they will capture him. They all go to the place where they last saw Woojin. But he is not here. They wonder if he moved to somewhere else. Hunyung says that if he did, he must have left some trace. Judging by the smell of the blood, he is certain that this is the right place. He wonders why Jinwook is not showing up. He looks at the dead bodies of monsters and wonders if something has happened. This doesn't feel right to him. Suddenly, one of them sees Woojin and Jinwook injured, lying on the ground. Hunyung tells Minshik to look at Jinwook first and heal him and orders the rest to scope the surroundings. Minshik looks at him and says his neck looks terrible. Jinwook tries to speak and tell him something, but Minshik asks him to stay still. He cannot stop the bleeding if he says or moves in this state. He tries to stop his bleeding. Jinwook points towards Woojin and tries to tell him something. Minshik thinks Jinwook is asking him to help Woojin. He tells him that he was someone they had to hand over to Yihun anyway. It does not matter if he dies. Hunyung asks Minshik about Jinwook. He replies that he is in a severe state and might die at this rate. Hunyung grins and angrily thinks about what happened here. There is no way they fought each other because they knew they were on the same side. Suddenly, he remembered that Yihun said this matter was related to the Messiah, and no one could know. Now, he realizes that he was also planning to kill them off. Minshik asks Hunyung to snap out of it as Jinwook is bleeding a lot, and he cannot save him with magic. Suddenly, the skeleton monster appears behind him. He looks behind, but it is too late for him. The skeleton soldier cuts him into pieces with his sword. Now, Hunyung realizes that injuring Jinwook like that was because they wanted to get to their healer. They got rid of their healer on purpose. This was done by someone who is used to player killing. He tells his fellows that Yihun has tricked them. He should have known better since the request was so strange. Now, they are surrounded by skeleton soldiers. On the other side, Yihun tells his fellows not to overdo it and save their energy. One of them bluffs and says these monsters know that he is handsome. Therefore, they just keep coming at him. Yihun replies that is not the reason. It is probably because of his disgusting smell. He asks if he can tone down the cologne next time he enters a dungeon. That guy smells his armpits and asks how he could say that, as his cologne costs him too much. His fellow tells him that they have told him before that there are a lot of monsters who are sensitive to smell. He asks him to look behind and says more of his fans are coming. That guy replies that it is okay until he properly does the fan service. He grabs one of them and rips him in two parts. The second monster runs towards him to attack. He punches in his face and destroys it. Then he looks at the third one with anger. Hunyung is injured and leaning on a tread trunk. He asks Woojin how he dares to betray them. He replies that for a person who is dying, Hunyung is still not being honest. He says it is not even surprising to him anymore when he sees players who only use their power for their benefit. But Hunyung's greed crossed the line. He reminds him that he did not say that each person's worth is valued differently. He is shocked and asks how he knows that. He recalls his meeting with Yihun. He was wondering why someone from Messiah was there. He asked him if there was something special about Woojin. It was strange how Yongwon and Yihun were interested in him. After that, he informed his crew about the meeting. He said that Yihun had asked him to keep Woojin alive as he wanted to ask him something. Minshik said if they could not kill him, then Hunyung would not be able to enjoy doing his hobby. He showed his arm, having many marks on it, and asked if he was talking about that. He said he could fill it out next time. There were plenty of people to hunt. His bald fellow was surprised and said Hunyung had killed a lot. He pointed at one mark and asked if it was from the last time the three begged them to save their lives. He said it would have been nice if more requests like that were coming in since they earn more by killing 3 players than completing a dungeon. Hunyung asked them if they thought all people's lives were equal. He said everything was of different value. While having the conversation, they left the restaurant. But they were unaware that Woojin was sitting in the restaurant and heard every word they spoke. Woojin brings his whip from his inventory. He says he is starting to get curious about how much Hanyung's life is worth. He whips his hunter and asks him how much it is. He beheads him and leaves. Woojin finds the hidden goblin. He was hiding in the same place as before when he conquered this dungeon in his previous life. Now, he must move to the next level since the skull guys are waiting for him. He kills the goblin and clears the first floor of the dungeon. With this, the door to the second floor appears. Jihun sees the light and wonders how they can soon clear the first floor. He thinks Hanyung was supposed to wait and send him a single if he found the goblin. Matsumoto looks at him and judges his reaction. He says it seems that it is not according to Yihun's plan. The first floor has been cleared so suddenly. They will move ahead to the second floor and wait for them to appear to kill them. It is too evident to him. They all run toward the gate. Ji-hoon is worried and wonders if they have found his plan. If this is true, he would be backstabbed by them first. Woojin stands in front of the door. He pushes it to open it and enters. Youngwon is unsurprised and sees many people buy items before entering a dungeon. There is no problem with it. Secretary Lee tells her he purchased a collection socket, which seems strange. She knows that the blood, body fluid, hide, and many more of certain monsters are sold at high rates. But there will not be any valuable items he would get from the dungeon that are worth selling, so she is reporting this to him. Youngwon wonders why he bought a collection socket even though his life is in danger. He wonders what Woojin is thinking. The Skull Guild reaches the gate to the second floor. Matsumoto says those guys have reached the second floor first. He warns others that they may be waiting in ambush, so be aware when they go up. One says he will have more fun while hunting, thanks to someone. He asks if he should express his gratitude. Ji-hoon is furious and thinks he will make Hoon-young pay for humiliating him. As the gate appears on the second floor, the light of it makes something awake in the deep waters. After entering there, they do not find anyone. Matsumoto says he thought they would attack them immediately, but he seemed wrong. A fellow says that they might be hiding in fear instead. He unintentionally pulls a string with his foot set there as a trap. With that, they all get attacked by arrows. They all defend themselves. The arrows do not pierce into their skins. The arrows had blood-filled tubes that broke, and that blood pours on their bodies. They wonder what this is. They look at the collection sockets and try to understand what is happening. He thinks it should have been a good chance to attack them, but they poured stinky blood on them. Woojin is hiding behind a tree. He laughs and says he is sorry as he thought it was a stench befitting their level. Ji-hoon tells him to stop fooling around and asks where Hoon-young is. He asks him if they think they will be safe after betraying them like this. Woojin was expecting this. That guy is thinking that Woojin is on the same side as Hoon-young. He shows up and asks him what he means by fooling around. He knows they were planning on killing Hoon-young and his team after this. Woojin says he did not think that Ji-hoon would follow them here, but he does not think this is the time for useless chatter. Suddenly, the lizard monster comes out of the water, roaring. The players are shocked to see this giant monster. The monster picks one of them with his mouth and eats him. Matsumoto looks at Woojin and asks him what did he do with them. Woojin shows him that tube and says the blood belongs to the goblin he poured on them. It is also a favorite snack of the lizard warrior. Since he has poured a lot of its favorite sauce on those people, they all have become a fantastic dish to the lizard warrior. Matsumoto gets furious and says he will kill Woojin. He runs towards him while swinging his sword. His fellow calls him and says he cannot leave them there like that. Matsumoto attacks him, but he blocks it with his sword. He tells him he will claw his eyes out while alive. Woojin says he is all bark and no bite. Suddenly, he sees the flower mark on Matsumoto's sword and recognizes that it is the master's. He tells him that he thought him a simple guy when he rushed in, but it looks like he is the master swordsman's disciple. Matsumoto is shocked and asks how Woojin knows about it. Ji-hoon wonders where Hoon-young and his crew are. Woojin is not the problem here. He thinks there should not have been any problem in clearing the dungeon even if it was just them four. But if Hoon-young and his guys appear while their forces are all spread out, the ones who would end up getting killed will be them. Matsumoto asks him again how he knows about the master. He replies that he was just guessing and thinks he hit the target. Matsumoto asks him to shut up. Woojin thinks he is good at easy provocation. In Woojin's opinion, Matsumoto thinks his swordsmanship alone will not hold him down, but he is underestimating him. Matsumoto attacks him repeatedly, but Woojin escapes his attacks. He spits the poisonous blood in his eyes. The blood poison activates and starts weakening Matsumoto's stats. He is furious and wants to kill him, so he uses his special move. Woojin recognizes that move. It is the special attack of the master swordsman called the Protector of the Holy Light. Matsumoto throws the attack towards Woojin. Matsumoto is not used to this move yet, so it is hard on his body. His arms are shaking, but Woojin escaped his attacks, appeared from behind, and cut him with his sword. Matsumoto thinks no one can avoid his full attack, so how could Woojin escape it? He remembers his training days. He finally learns to use the sword like a master, but for him, he still has limitations. The master swordsman tells him he can use this move only once, but it is still too early to use this attack in a real fight. He only used it once, and he had to shake his arms like that because the movement was too large as it was powerful, so the reaction was incredible. He tells him that he should refrain from using it in real fights. If his enemies remark on this weakness, he will be dead. He warns him that he will encounter monsters that cannot be cut with a single blow in the future. Even if he uses his last trick, he will be eaten. After getting struck by Woojin's sword, he whispers that he has met the monster his master talked about. His friend sees him dying and gets distracted, so the monster attacks him and smashes him into a tree trunk. Ji-hoon wonders if they were not the disciples of the master swordsman, but they all seem useless now. Besides, Hoon-young's guys have not even shown their faces yet. There is no chance of winning for him anymore. He asks Woojin to make a truce. He says they do not need to fight each other. They should make a truce and focus on clearing the dungeon. He says if Woojin keeps going like that, they all will go into the monster's stomach. Woojin smirks and says they do not need to worry about him. Jihoon asks what he is talking about. Woojin replies that the attack will be more straightforward if he is not here. He summons his skeleton soldiers. Woojin asks him how he is supposed to believe him, as he was trying to kill him a moment ago. Jihoon is shocked as it was not mentioned in his report that he was a necromancer as well. At the same time, the monster attacks him from behind. He jumps aside and escapes the attack, as the monster's attention is diverted. That Axeman attacks the monster and asks Jihoon if he will just stand there and beg for his life to this monster instead of helping him here. But the lizard champion grasps him tightly. Seeing his fellow getting choked, Jihoon thinks there is only one way to survive this disaster. This is not something he can handle on his own. He must escape from here first and hide until the other guys conquer the dungeon. He can figure out the rest later on. Surviving is his top priority. He cannot die here like this, pathetically. Suddenly, he feels like something fast just passed by him. He sees a skeleton soldier piercing his sword in the monster's body. The lizard warrior has been affected by the blood poison skill. Jihoon did not think a skeleton soldier could move like that. It was almost like the movement of a high-level player. On top of that, there are 5 skeleton soldiers. Then he waits and thinks if Woojin is that strong, he got rid of Hunyoung and his crew. Only this reason can explain why they have not appeared yet. The confusion as to how the members of Skull Guild were killed in the A+ dungeon has been answered by this. He just needs to leave here and write a report on this. While running, he wonders why this monster ignores the skeleton soldiers and only follows him. By taking advantage of this, the skeleton soldiers keep attacking the lizard champion, and he falls to the ground. Due to the blood poison skill, the strength of the lizard warrior is continuously decreasing. Jihoon stops and looks back to see if they did beat him. The monster stands up again and starts staring at Jihoon. He cannot believe the beast is just after him, ignoring everyone else completely. It is almost as if the skeleton soldiers are invisible. Woojin looks at this situation and says it is easier for him now that Jihoon is distracting the lizard warrior by himself instead. Woojin tells him that he does not understand the case right now. He recalls people relying only on their levels and items when clearing dungeons. In his past life, when they cleared the dungeons, they used to spread the mud on their bodies. His fellows did not know the details, but they knew the lizard warrior did not have good eyesight. One of his comrades thought they were trying to camouflage themselves by putting the mud on. Woojin told them that it was not the reason. Theo thinks that he cannot keep running like that. He does not know, but the lizard warrior only targets players, so he turns towards Woojin, thinking he should not suffer alone. Woojin has to be a part of it, but a skeleton soldier comes in his way to stop him. Jihoon jumps over him and says he cannot stop him, but he becomes worried to see another one in front of him. This soldier gives him a cut with his blade. Jihoon falls to the ground. The lizard champion tries to catch him, but he manages to escape again. But due to the last jump, he gets an injury in his leg. A skeleton soldier again attacks the monster with his sword. Jihoon thinks they have killed the beast. Now he can get out of here alive. Woojin thanks Jihoon for distracting the lizard warrior on his behalf, but it is time to warp up the things. Jihoon asks him what he means by that. He requests him to wait and negotiate. He says if Woojin helps him get out of this dungeon alive, he will do what he says. Woojin tells him he should request that he be saved by that guy over there instead of him. He says Jihoon must be curious about why that monster is only chasing him. He informs him that his eyes work as a heat sensor. He would not be interested in something like a cold skeleton. The lizard champion again runs towards him to prey on him. News is aired on every transmission media. A 2-floor to plus rank dungeon has been discovered. The dungeon boss monster is a needle snake. The newscaster reads the news that the Phoenix Guild has refused to enter the dungeon. Yongwon and Secretary Lee are sitting in front of the TV in the lounge. She says she was not expecting this kind of issue to emerge when Yongwon was planning to conquer a 6th-floor dungeon. The timing could not be any worse. H is reading the comments of the public under the news post. The public's opinion of the Phoenix Guild is horrible. He was predicting the same reaction from the crowd. But to him, it is a waste of time to listen to weaklings. They must concentrate solely on the 6th-floor dungeon for now. Suddenly, a breaking news is aired. The Messiah Guild gives an official statement. They agree to conquer the dungeon after having plenty of time to prepare. This way, they win the public's heart. Sichin wonders if even the Messiah Guild has delayed their entry. The young one says that the reason is apparent. That is why the needle snake is called the Snake of Death. It has been 2 years since it appeared in France, America, and Japan, but not much is known about that monster. There has not been a player who has come back alive from hunting that monster. He thinks it is useless even to discuss the difficulty regarding that guy. Sichin thinks about it deeply. A dangerous monster has appeared in the country. There is no information on it. The people have accepted the Messiah Guild's decision without any doubts, but he cannot believe that the Messiah Guild has announced that without ulterior motives. Suddenly, he realizes what is the hidden motive behind that. He asks the young what he thinks will happen if all these guilds delay entering the dungeon. He replies that it is obvious. Only those without fear would gather together. However, it may be hard to clear the dungeon. As time passes, the government would also want to eliminate the dungeon. The other countries would also open the dungeon. Sichin says he is right. Simply put, the dungeon will be conquered on a broader scale. He asks what will happen if someone appears and defeats the needle snake at that moment. The young replied that they would become quite famous. Suddenly, he realizes what is happening. The guys from the Messiah Guild are trying to buy more time on purpose. Sichin replies that he is not certain, but if they think about the Messiah's skills, there must be a reason why they are delaying entering the dungeon. As it gets delayed in the future, along with increasing fear, there would also be a lot of items that do not have an owner in the dungeon. Those guys can obtain fame and wealth when they defeat the needle snake. On the other hand, Woojin has achieved the title of Lizard Warrior Hunter. His level has been raised. The skill rank of the skeleton soldier has risen as well. The emissary of the underworld has given some of their authority to him. Woojin looks at the dead lizard champion and says it ended quicker than he expected, thanks to the fact that skeleton soldiers do not have a body temperature. But since he has gotten involved with those guys connected to the Messiah Guild, it will be difficult for him to move around freely. He looks at that sword, made of an iron cad turtle's shell. That is the weapon the master swordsman has used. He gives it to one of his soldiers and tells him to use it from now on. He goes near the dead body of Matsumoto and says it is time to have a conversation. He clears the dungeon and comes out. A guy comes to him running and asks him what happened to the others. He replies that everyone has been killed except for him. That guy is shocked and asks what he means by that. He asked him if he could explain it in detail. He needs to write a report to submit to the guild. Woojin keeps walking to the cabin and replies he can just note that the lizard warrior was more robust than they had expected. He calls someone and tells him he has handled it how he told him to. It was like how Yongwon had predicted. One of the guys targeting him was using the unique rank sword that used to belong to the master swordsman. He tells him the master is an essential Messiah Guild member and the head of Japan's Yamato faction. He is sure that they are the main branch of the Skull Guild. Other than that, there was nothing that he could find out. However, he can find more information if he looks into it closely. He ends the call by saying that he will contact him again. After that, he turns off the light and leaves the cabin. A spy device on the backside of the TV was put there to hear the talk of someone in the room. Woojin walks away from the cabin, but then he looks back with a suspicious smile like he already knew the device was there. He remembers that when he looked into Matsumoto's memories, he found him sitting with someone. Matsumoto asked him if he did not trust him. The guy replied no. He told him they had taken special precautions because he would be in contact with a person the guild had their eyes on. They had installed a bug behind the TV. Woojin smirks, thinking the Skull Guild will fall for their trap. Now, he is curious how the Skull Guild will handle Yongwon. Suddenly, he gets a call from Yongwon. He says he heard what happened and that everyone was killed except for him. He asks him if he has something to give him. Woojin says he could not find anything as he was busy making it out alive, but he thinks he knows where the Skull Guild's main branch is. Yongwon asks him to come to his home tomorrow. He wants to hear in detail. Woojin opens the door of his car and says he will see him tomorrow. He sits in the car and starts the engine. After a while, he is at the Ilsen station. He goes to the locker room, looks at the 19th locker, and says Sichin is quite a cautious broker. While opening the locker, he wonders if Sichin knows that he is a target, too. He finds the dungeon list and hopes it is not disappointing. He sits in the car and reads the list. He sees both the content and the quality is impressive. Looking at how Woojin sees the dungeons he had conquered in the Messiah Guild, he finally knows where the source was from. He thinks Sichin became a target for nothing. While looking at the list, he finds a page about albino lizard's egg. He did not think Sichin would have this too. There is not much information on the albino lizard's egg. Even Woojin could not find out the source or the option. He wonders what is inside that egg. He supposes he can only find out directly. This is a clue for him to get closer to the hidden truth, which only Sichin knows. He picks up the walkie-talkie. He thinks he has to be the one to clear this dungeon, no matter what. He calls Sichin. Sichin hears his voice and thinks it is time for their first deal. Woojin visits Yongwon at his home office. He asks Woojin if he is saying that Hunyong's crew and the guys from the Skull Guild died fighting each other. Woojin replies yes. He says there was someone who was quite skilled amongst the Skull Guild members. Judging by their sword skills and equipment, there is no doubt that they have a connection to Japan. Youngwon lifts his eyes from the newspaper and says a few factions are influential in Japan. He says he will be busy clearing a 6th floor dungeon for several days. He will look into this issue as soon as the dungeon is cleared. He says as Woojin is the only one who has survived 2 dungeons continuously with all the members of the Skull Guild annihilated, they will start keeping watch over him. He orders him to refrain from acting alone until he clears the dungeon and comes out. Secretary Kim tells him the money has been deposited into Woojin's account. Youngwon tells Woojin that it is his compensation. He asks him to leave and says they will meet after a few days. Woojin thanks him and comes out of his house. He smirks and says when Youngwon comes out from the dungeon, he will be shocked. Now that those from Skull Guild know Youngwon is supporting Woojin from behind, they will focus their attention on him rather than Woojin. He opens the door, sits in the car, and says he looks forward to seeing Youngwon's reaction when they meet again. Since he has finished the urgent things, he should try to go against Youngwon's warning of not going alone. Secretary Lee is in a cabin near the dungeon. She tells Sichin that the preparations are completed but does not know if Woojin will accept the situation. He asks her not to worry about that. He says if there is a problem, he will talk to him. Woojin is walking towards the cabin. Secretary Lee asks Mr. Jinna Lee to prepare as the boss has told him. He replies if he has not told her to call him Mr. when they are outside. He has often told her that he does not like being called Mr. Jinna Lee because it sounds like Aasasai. Anyone who hears that might think he is a female. Woojin overhears their conversation. He wonders if this man, Jinna, is the same Jinna Lee from the Phoenix Guild. He opens the door and enters the cabin. The young one and Secretary Lee are present in the cabin. She tells him an examiner will accompany him as he has not chosen a dungeon suitable for his level. If he agrees, he has to sign this contract, and he may ask her questions about anything he is curious about. Woojin is thinking about Jinna as a player who cannot be killed. He remembers that when he was a hunting dog for the Messiah Guild, he had escaped from Woojin twice. There was not a third chance, though. He did not know that Jinna would be someone related to Sichin. He tells her it is his first time hearing about needing an examiner. He asks if she wants him to enter the dungeon with Jinna SSI. He asks him if Woojin heard them talking secretly. Woojin smirks and says a fake apology. This makes Jinna furious and asks if he is looking down at him. Woojin realizes that he is pretty hot-tempered, as usual. Woojin asks her if he can talk to Sichin. She replies yes and says he can use this walkie-talkie for that. Woojin starts the conversation and asks him if he can hear him. Sichin asks him what the problem is with him. He asks if he does not like the examiner who will enter with him. Woojin says it is not like that. He asks what if the examiner dies while clearing the dungeon. He says no one knows what will happen inside a dungeon. Jinna feels like Woojin is threatening him right now. Sichin laughs and says Woojin does not need to worry about that. Jinna is skilled enough to protect himself. Woojin notices Jinna standing near him and looking at him angrily. He does not know what he should say next. Jinna snatches the walkie-talkie from his hands. He tells Sichin that he thinks their new client is a crazy guy. He says if they enter the dungeon and he is not like what they had expected, Jinna will get rid of him. Sichin yells at him and asks what he means by that. He further reminded him that he already told him to eat moderately at the service station. Jinna replies that he cannot expect to be complete after just one serving of udon. He needs to consume 10,000 calories per day. Sichin tells him to buy cooking oil and drink that instead. He says 1 liter of oil has 9,000 calories, after all. Then he tells him to turn off the walkie-talkie, otherwise the battery will run out. Secretary Lee says as the discussion has finished, they should get ready to enter the dungeon. While walking outside, Jinna warns him not to be cunning. He says he is not merciful towards people who bare their fangs at him inside the dungeon. He has never let any of them off the hook, after all. Woojin knows he is not bluffing, but he considers himself lucky as he is with the immortal Jinna. He thinks he will be of good use to him. Secretary Lee informs Sichin that they both are heading towards the dungeon. She shows his concern and asks what if Jinna happens not to return. Sichin replies that if that happens, he will consider Woojin their enemy. They both have entered the dungeon. They get notified that they must defeat 111 direwolves to enter the next floor. Jinna asks him if he is not glad he made him angry. Now, he will do his best to ignore him. He says let's see if Woojin can catch 111 direwolves alone. He will just sit here and watch till Woojin begs him to save him. Woojin gives him an annoying look. Jinna says he is starting to feel bad now that he looks at him. He brings out some snacks from the inventory and starts eating while making fun of Woojin. He asks him to kneel and asks for forgiveness if he wants him to help. This way, he can lend a hand to him. Woojin thinks that Jinna has probably received the blessing of the River Styx. Only people with the Fighter of a Tenacious Life as their Nimbus can obtain that legendary skill. Even if his head gets chopped off or his heart gets ripped out, he will never die as he has become immortal. Woojin says that Jinna probably thinks he is fortunate to have an immortal body, but if he meets him, He will make him realize it was his delusion. He summons the skeleton soldiers. Jinna is shocked to see this. The skeleton soldier starts killing the wolves. Jinna prizes his fighting skills and asks what is his name. He says if Woojin calls him Skeletoni. Woojin does not reply. Jinna says he always wondered, but he now knows how he cleared all the dungeons alone. He thinks it is unbelievable even after he has seen it. He thought that the tottering skeleton would be a hindrance, but it could swing a sword like a high-level player. Also, as a high ranker increases, the number of skeletons that can be summoned increases. He looks at Woojin and thinks it is dangerous to be his enemy. He expected that Woojin was not an ordinary person. He should tell Sichin after he is done here. Wooji asks him how was his skeleton soldier's attack. Jinna says it was G-treat. He does not think Woojin needs his help at all. He says he will tell Sichin about him after they finish here. Woojin replies okay in an informal tone. This stuns Jinna, and he asks if he suddenly talked to him informally. Woojin does not reply and summons 4 more skeleton soldiers. They all surround Jinna. He thinks they are getting a little rough all of a sudden. He asks Woojin what he did to them. Woojin does not reply. He asks a counter question and asks what he told him earlier. He reminds him that if he did not say that, he would just sit back and watch if he did not beg. Jinna laughs fake and says he was joking earlier. He apologizes and says he did not mean to offend him. He walks towards him slowly, but suddenly he jumps and attacks him. Woojin grabs his arm and shoulder and throws him to the ground. He looks, hitting the ground shockingly. Woojin says attacking the summoner first rather than the skeletons was nice. Jinna gets up from the ground and thinks Woojin moves as if he had predicted all this. He has been hiding his skills till now. He wonders what his goal is to approach them if it is him or Sichin. He tells him he does not know what Woojin wants, but he will not get anything from him. He is good at keeping secrets. Woojin says it does not seem like he is, but it does not matter anyway. His soldiers place their swords at his head. They tie him and hang him with a tree. He screams at him to untie him, as it has been long already. He asks him for the food as he would die starving otherwise. Woojin cuts the rope to release him, and he falls to the ground. Woojin says he will give him a chance and asks him to prepare for it. He says he has shown him his skills. Now, it is Jinna's turn to show his. He tells him to be bait so skeleton soldiers can attack the wolves quickly. After that, he will let him go. Jinna replies he will not do what he asks him to. Woojin threatens him by showing the rope and asks if this is his last decision and if he should hang him up again. Jinna grinds his teeth and thinks Woojin is a total lunatic. But he has no choice. He says he has no objection as he is the best tank. Jinna acts as bait and starts gathering the wolves around him. All the wolves attack him together. Then, the skeleton soldiers come there and start slaughtering those beasts. Jinna frees himself as well. Woojin is on the tallest tree branch, observing the situation from there. He looks at Jinna, who is tired. Woojin smirks and thinks it is not the same as in the past, but he still does not die quickly. He thinks Jinna would be useful in the future. In the second round, Woojin is attracting the wolves. Jinna did not get a break as well. The skeleton soldiers appear there and kill the monsters. One of them bites Jinna. He did not know that there was one left. He grabs him by his face and throws him before the skeleton soldier. Finally, they clear the first floor of the dungeon. The exhausted Jinna tells the skeleton soldiers they are being overworked here because they met the wrong master. Unlike someone else, they are working hard. Wooji is standing under a tree and does not respond to him. Jinna high-fives to a skeleton but does not know what to do. So he looks at his master. Jinna was just ignored. He yells at him and asks why he ignored him when he is a bone puppet. He tries to grab his skull, but the skeleton dodges it. Woojin looks at him when he is doing this nonsense. He wonders if this Jinna is different from the past he remembers. He was a powerful man who fought against the Messiah Guild with an immortal body. The Jinna of that time was one of the most muscular men Woojin acknowledged, with a way of fighting that gives up one's flesh and takes one's bones to utilize his immortality. He could not approach him hastily because of that destructive method of his. Even so, seeing himself now, his malice from that time is nowhere to be found. He thinks there must have been a trigger that changed him. Woojin has no memories of Sichin from the past, but the two seemed close back then. Perhaps Sichin's death was what awakened Jinna. That means if Sichin keeps on living, there is a high probability that Messiah Guild will be left out of the future blueprint. Jinna looks at Woojin and thinks he does not know his intention. But that guy has lured them with the exact numbers so that it could catch Jinna without dying. It is not just a coincidence, but continuously at the right time of his recovery. It is a simple analysis of monsters and dungeons and something that can only be done by someone who fully understands it. This kind of sense is not just a simple high-level ability. He does not want to admit it, but Woojin is superior to him in every aspect. Woojin walks towards him and says he did good work. Now, it is time to move to the second floor. He says that the second floor will be much better than here. They enter the second floor. Jinna says he is so tired that he thought he could die. He asks Woojin if he can take a break as he has worked a lot the whole day. Woojin takes out the 4 small glass containers filled with the blood from the inventory. Jinna says it does not look like potions. So what is it? Woojin asks him if he is confident in running. Jinna asks him why, so suddenly he is asking about running. Woojin throws those tubes towards him. They hit the ground and broke. The blood in them is spread on the floor. Jinna asks him if he has lost his senses. Some of the blood is thrown on Jinna as well. Woojin tells him that it would be good if he starts running now. After smelling the blood, the lizard champion appears from behind. Jinna is now irritated by all this, as he cannot even relax. The news of the Korean government approving the foreign guild's participation is published in the newspaper. Sichin tells Secretary Lee that they have predicted this would happen since Messiah Guild said they would give up on it. But how far will the foreign guild list go up? She replies that they have finished gathering the list this morning. All they have to do is compare and analyze it. He says it is good. There is still time left before Jinna returns, so they must hurry. She asks if Jinna will be alright. Jinna is running and distracting the monster. He wonders how he ended up being the only one hunted down. The skeleton soldiers appear there and run to hunt the beast. Jinna does not know the reason, but he needs to act as the bait this time. He stops running and looks at the lizard champion. He grinds his teeth and wonders how it is better than the first floor. He says he will kill Woojin after they get out of this dungeon. That monster tries to eat him, but he grabs his jaws and prevents him from getting eaten. Woojin is standing on a tree branch and examining the situation upside down. While Jinna is holding the monster, the skeleton soldiers attack him and infect him with the blood poison. Jinna thinks those skeleton soldiers have been individually trained to be this good. If it were anyone else, the summoned skeleton would usually be used to support or buy time. Due to the blood poisoning, the health of the albino lizard is continuously decreasing. He tries to attack whoever is trying to kill him, but he cannot see or sense the skeleton soldiers, so he turns his face towards Jinna. Now Jinna discovers that the albino lizard cannot see the skeleton soldiers. That's why he is only following him. He looks at Woojin and wonders what kind of magic he possesses. He remembers when Woojin asked him to start running when they entered the 2nd floor. It means he has been planning this from the start. When he is busy figuring out his thoughts, the lizard attacks him with his tail and throws him into a tree trunk. The hit was so strong that the tree trunk broke and fell on him. Even after getting that much damage, Jinna stands up again. He activates the skill of Styx River's Blessing. Woojin looks at him and smiles as if he was expecting this. As soon as he activated his kill, he recovered immediately, even after that much damage. The lizard is still active in hunting Jinna. He grins and says it is just a waste of his calories. He also gets ready to fight back by using his pointed fists. He starts punching on his leg. The lizard gets hurt and falls to his knees. The skeleton soldiers take the chance and run to attack him again. Jinna realizes that even those skeleton soldiers treat him as bait, just like their master. 2 soldiers pierce their swords in his abdominal sides. This way, the blood poison spreads into albino lizard's whole body. The one soldier attacks from upside down and stabs him in his brain. The lizard falls to the ground and is finally defeated. Jinna takes a sigh of relief. Woojin comes down from the tree. He has been leveled up, and all his skills have risen. The emissary of the underworld is amazed by his composure and has given him some of their authority. Jinna looks at Woojin, who is just standing there. He thinks he is starving to death, but Woojin is doing nothing. He asks him if they should get out of here as they are done here now or if something is left to do. Woojin looks at him, smirks, and says the most important thing to do is yet to be done. Woojin touches the abdomen of the lizard to find its egg inside. He cuts his body and brings out the egg when he feels it. He has finally got his hands on albino lizard's egg. He thinks that Messiah Guild went as far as hiding whatever is inside this egg. But now he will find out what it is. Jinna now gets that this dungeon's clear condition is to secure an item. He grinds his teeth because he forgot about it since he has been rolling around all day. He asks him what he will do with that item. Woojin breaks the egg to find out what is inside it. Jinna is surprised to see that and asks what he is trying to do. They do not know how to use it, so it is unnecessary to crush it. But Woojin breaks the shell. There is a skill page inside it. Woojin becomes furious that they did all this hardship just for this page. But when he reads it, he finds a skill page about the power of Apophis. This skill gives the user resistance to any kind of poison. He wonders how the King of Deadly Poison's talent could be here. That guy dealt with all types of poison but did not suffer any damage because of the power of Apophis. He was a villain who used force to take what he needed from people and killed them brutally using his poison. At the peak of his atrocities, the Messiah Guild declared that they would judge the King of Deadly Poison. Many guild members of the Messiah Guild, including him, had joined forces to defeat the King of Deadly Poison. However, many of them lost their lives in the process. He still remembers every single one of his comrades who were killed by that king's poison. He did not know anything other than what the Messiah Guild owned. He has also never heard about this skill before, but the King of Deadly Poison could not have stolen it. The only answer is that the Messiah Guild gave this to the King of Deadly Poison. They deliberately made the King of Deadly Poison the villain so they could be seen as a savior. He grins and says Sejun has made him realize again that the deaths of his comrades were in vain. He tears the paper and thinks if he obtains this skill, their meaningless death will not be repeated anymore, so he acquires the power of Apophis. Now, he is resistant to all types of poison, but he has made up his mind that he will kill Sejun with his hands. Jinna looks at him and wonders why he is in a bad mood all of a sudden. Even though he keeps the reward himself, he realizes that they are not a match at all. Woojin says they should go now. The gates open, and they come out of the dungeon. When they enter the cabin, Jinna sees a plastic bag on the table. He happily opens it, thinking Sichin must have sent something to eat for him. But he is disappointed when he sees 2 water bottles and a walkie-talkie in the bag. Sichin itches in his ear and wonders who is talking about him as his ears are itchy. He gets the call on the walkie-talkie at the same time. He smiles and says it is faster than he thought. He says they have finished the dungeon in less than 3 days, even though it was not a low-level difficulty. Then he asks how the dungeon was. Woojin replies it was not bad. He asks him if anything is happening outside. Sichin checks the news on the computer and says there is no news about Yangwon. However, there is a foreign issue that the Great One Guild and the Frontier Guild, which belong to the world's top 5 guilds, have joined hands. He finds another piece of news. The Dragon Hunter has caught the Golden Dragon in the 5-floored dungeon. This news made him think about the Golden Dragon. When the Golden Dragon appeared for the first time, people were only interested in its skin. The skin was solid and very resistant to high temperatures. They expected that the armor made by this skin would open a new world to players. However, it was the Golden Dragon's gastric juice that changed history, not its skin. He is not sure about its particular use since he was shunned away, but it was later discovered that the material was used to remove seals and curses. Sejun's bombing was also unsealed using the Golden Dragon's gastric juice. The value of it is beyond expectation. He has to obtain it before people find out about this fact. Sichin tells him that those are significant events in the last 5 days. He asks if he wants to know anything else. Woojin replies that's enough. Sichin says now he wants to hear the details from the examiner. Jinna is hesitating to tell about what happened to him. Sichin informs Woojin that he will give him a feature phone to contact him in the future. It is much safer since their communication can be tracked. He tells Jinna not to sneak anywhere and get right back to the office now. He is irritated and asks if Sichin will not let him rest first. Sichin says he will give him a bowl if he comes here. Jinna takes the walkie-talkie from Woojin's hand and says Sichin is a pushover. He asks how 1 bowl is enough for him. He at least needs 10 bowls. Woojin gets out of the cabin. He glances at Wooji before leaving and thinks he does not want to stick with him in the future. Then he shuts the door loudly. The following day, they have a meeting in Sichin's office. Jinna is tired and says he cannot even rest. He asks why he called him this early in the morning when he had already submitted the report last night. Ichin replies that he called him because of the report. He needs to push forward his plans. He slides the report towards him and asks him to give it a read. Jinna asks what is so important that he even has to call him before breakfast. But he wonders when he looks at the report and asks if this is a joke. He asks if Sichin is telling him to enter alone in this dungeon. Sichin asks him if he is a fool to send him there alone. He needs to go with someone skillful. Jinna asks who he is. He guesses if he is a dragon hunter or an agent or if he is Sejun. But his level is too high, so he will not be able to enter the 2-floored dungeon. He asks if there is someone skillful besides him who is also below level 35. Sichin smiles and asks why he is forgetting Woojin. Jinna is shocked to hear his name. He says he does not want to work with that human anymore. He panics and says he has already told Sichin that apart from his skills, that guy is a psychopath. People need to have a sense of comradeship, at least. But that guy has a personality issue. He even set him up as prey for the monsters. He says if he has to work again with that human, he will go on a hunger strike. Sichin says he will be grateful if he goes on a hunger strike. He plays an old audio recording of Jinna. He says the comrade he wants is someone who will not get in his way while they fight together. He does not care about their personalities. Skills are the only important thing. If there is someone like that, please bring them in. Though there is no way they could be more robust than him. Jinna's face becomes like he has seen a ghost. Sichin smirks and asks if he remembers this. Jinna tries to hide his face in shame and asks when he recorded it. How could he keep it until now? Sichin says he has already registered both of them. He gave them a really good bait. Jinna asks what he means by bait. Sichin smiles at his question. On the deserted outskirts of Seoul, Woojin is working in an abandoned workshop. He is sharpening the blade of his sword. He looks at the blade and thinks it has been badly damaged. He guesses he needs a proper workshop. He looks at the briefcase, goes near it, and opens it. He is surprised to see the item inside and says he did not know Sichin possessed this kind of item. He is getting excited since he wants those skull guys to get killed. He wants to try this once he meets them. Jinna asks Sichin if there is any position left in the Needle Snake dungeon. The government has already allowed foreign guilds to participate. Sichin replies that he should not worry about that as he has prepared everything in advance with Secretary Lee. Jinna asks if it would not be hard for him and Woojin to participate in the remaining positions. He asks if he is spending a lot of money this time. At that instant, the door opens and Secretary Lee enters the room. Sichin looks at her and asks if she is back already and if she has finished all the work. She replies yes. The Moscow guild belonging to the Russian side has finished bidding. She has also delivered the item he prepared for Woojin. She has also brought the mask that he requested. Sichin smiles and praises her work. The dungeon is in the area of Sinpung Rai Nonsan. In the room of the Moscow Guild of Russia, two people are sitting and having a conversation. One of them says the mask he is wearing is so stupid that it is uncomfortable to eat in it. The guy in a gray suit calls the second person Woojin, but then he does a correction and calls him Isak. They both are Woojin and Jinna in disguise. Jinna asks him if he is alright. Woojin says he is and asks if Jinna is nervous as he has been swallowing everything for a while now. Jinna brags and says he has never felt nervous since he was born, but he is lying as his legs are shaking. He thinks nobody ever came back alive after entering the Needle Snake dungeon, so why is Woojin so calm? He tells Woojin that he is looking so relaxed and asks if he is not scared. Woojin says of course he is. He is looking at his inventory. Jinna says that is bad. He should not be too nervous and asks him to believe in Jinna. He asks him not to forget to buy him meat for the last attack after they finish this one. In any case, they need to fight together in this dungeon. That's why he cannot do that weird thing again like last time. Woojin is looking at the properties of the Grim Reaper's mask. With this mask, he can control and connect himself to the undead monsters. He recalls the time when he opened that briefcase. He received a call from Sichin. He says he has heard about his excellent performance in the dungeon. He asks if he has any thoughts about participating in the Needle Snake dungeon. Woojin replies that he is not sure yet. It is pretty dangerous even just by entering it. Sichin laughs and says he was expecting that. Woojin doesn't like the idea of entering it. He says he knows that. Then he asks if he has been handling the skeleton soldiers well. He tells him that he has prepared a suitable item for him. It is a legendary rank. Woojin opens the box. He is amazed to see that item. He thinks that the king of the undead, John Jorg, desired it so badly, but he could not obtain this item. But now it is in his hands. He has never seen anyone use it before, so he has no idea what kind of effects it possesses. But his plan to destroy the Messiah would be much faster. A man enters their room and tells them to prepare. They both walk towards the door. Woojin thinks he must test the Grim Reaper's mask on the first floor. After entering the dungeon, they get the first quest to survive in 5 days to move on to the next floor. Players do not like the survival quests. Jinna says it might look easy as long as they survive and not get killed in a designated time. But surviving alone would be pretty hard here. There might be countless monsters out there. He asks Woojin what they should do. He says they should carry out the test first. Jinna is half dead to hear about the test. He thinks he has to do that again, like what he did in the last dungeon. He asks him hopelessly if he did not listen to what he told him in the waiting room. Woojin says he has just obtained a new item. It is only natural to check its performance. Now Jinna knows what Woojin meant when he said test. He claps happily and says they must do the test. Woojin asks him to move to a quiet place. He summons a skeleton soldier who is wearing armor. Jinna says he is happy to see him, and he compliments his armor as well. He starts playing with the skeleton soldier again. Woojin opens the inventory and brings out his mask. He wears it to activate it. He likes the increase in his magic power. He sees a string attached to the skeleton soldier's skull. He does not know how to control it. He forwards his hand to touch the string. That string moves inside his body and connects to his nervous system. All of a sudden, he gets connected to the skeleton soldier. Jinna is slapping on the skull and asks why he has started acting so weird all of a sudden. The skeleton soldier speaks and asks him to get his hands off. Jinna gets scared and yells that the skeleton just talked to him. The skeleton tries to walk but stumbles and falls to the ground. Jinna wonders why it is moving like this. He thinks it died and starts screaming. He touches the skull with his foot. Woojin asks him to move his foot away. Woojin thinks that controlling the skeleton soldier is more challenging than he thought. A person asks Jun about their plan and if they should just stay here or scout around the area. Jun is a member of the Hidi Guild. He says that they do not know what kind of monsters will show up, so they should not move hastily. He suggests watching over the situation here for a couple of days. It looks like everyone else also gathered here. If the situation calls, it would be advantageous for their survival to combine their forces. He wonders if they all gathered here while thinking the same thing. He smiles and thinks that, in any case, no group has as much influence as the Messiah Guild in the dungeon right now, so it will be advantageous to be with a lot of people in this situation. They need to persuade those guys so that their guild can focus on hunting. On the other side, Jinnah is hunting the orcs. He wonders that he is worried about the survival quest. But there are only monsters with a lot of numbers and are weak, or he may have gotten stronger. The skeleton soldier controlled by Woojin is killing the orcs efficiently. Jinnah becomes gloomy to see that. He looks at Woojin and thinks he is the real monster. He remembers that, at first, it was hard for him even to walk. He kept falling at times, but look at him running around now. He thinks the summoned skeleton soldiers are already no joke. But since he could directly control it, isn't it too much? He grinds his teeth and says it is unfair. Someone else is fighting dangerously as a tanker. Meanwhile, he is hiding in a safe place wearing a mask. It is just like sucking honey. But he gets a real shock when he summons another skeleton soldier in that condition. Woojin thinks he can use a summoning skill while connected with the skeleton soldier, but it consumes his magical power threefold. He does not think he can use the blood poison skill. The skeleton asks Jinnah how his condition is now. He tells him that it is improper manner to look somewhere else when they are talking to them. He angrily says that it feels weird that even bones seem to ignore him. He makes a fist and asks the skeleton if he needs an etiquette injection. Woojin comes behind him and asks if he wants it this way. Jinnah gets scared and tells him that he surprised him. Woojin asks him again how his condition is now. He replies that he feels a lot better after giving a lesson to those who do not know manners. But it is not that Woojin has no manners. It is the monsters. Woojin says well done. Then he asks if they should go all out now. Jinnah asks what he is talking about, as he has been fighting like crazy all this time. He asks what about all the orcs that they killed before. Woojin wears the masks and says that it was just a warm-up. Jinnah makes a face and says when he thinks about it, his body does not feel that good. He thinks he has got a bit of anemia. He pretends like he has started feeling dizzy all of a sudden. The skeleton pinches him with the sword. Jinnah asks what he is doing. The skeleton controlled by Woojin reminds him that he said he has got anemia, so he will inject iron into him. Jinnah gets irritated and asks if he is not just stabbing him with a sword. Woojin tells him that the iron will flow into his body anyway. Jinnah tells him that he cannot say that. Woojin tells him that it looks like he is much better now that he is shouting like this. He orders him to follow him. They have a lot to prepare. Jinnah grins and calls him a lunatic, but he cannot do anything to him. He takes him into the woods, and they cut the trees there. Jinnah looks at him while working and wonders what he is thinking right now. He has been cutting down the trees instead of monsters ever since they entered the dungeon. Days pass like that, and all the players keep hunting the monsters. Now, they are getting bored of it. They say it was initially a survival quest, but it should not be like this. They feel that something is weird. Even the number of monsters is too small. Jun says it was a survival quest in a plus dungeon, but let alone being chased around, they are too relaxed. This will not work. They need to scout around the area even if it is risky. They have created a wooden fence with all the trees they cut down. His level has been raised. The emissary of the underworld has taken a liking to his remarkable nature. He will be given a catalog as a reward. He is given the power of skeleton warrior mastery. This will increase the strength of the skeleton soldiers and increase the number of summoned skeleton soldiers. Woojin tears the page and acquires this new skill. Woojin orders Jinnah to move from here. Jinnah asks why now. They can still use all of this, so why do they need to move on? They worked so hard to make it yesterday. Woojin tells him that the situation has changed. He has revised their plan. Is it because the monsters have increased? Woojin walks forward, touches the dead body of the orc, and raises more skeleton soldiers. Jinnah is shocked and asks him if he was not able to summon 5 skeletons only. Woojin replies that it was before, but it is different now. While wandering in the woods, Jun and his followers find a lot of dead monsters. He asks his men to count the dead bodies. To him, it looks more like a massacre than a battle. He wonders what kind of person can do this. He thought he had gathered all the skillful guys, but it seems he missed someone. One of his men calls him and asks him to look in that direction. He says there are more of them. He goes there and asks what he means by there are more, but his eyes open widely with shock when he sees all those wooden-made fences to capture the orcs. He is in a trance and asks if this is a labyrinth. He jumps over there and sees that it is a labyrinth that was made to catch the orcs. There are more corpses over there, but it is not compared to the inside of the labyrinth. He wonders what this guy was thinking by planning all of this. This is entirely different than any other battles he has seen before. Now, this is the reason they were able to relax, even though it was a survival quest. He admits that he made a wrong judgment. Now he needs to gather all the players left. Jinnah says it is not his style to use that kind of trap to catch monsters, but he guesses it depends on the situation. He asks why they keep moving around. They worked so hard to make those. He asks if they will make that kind of thing again. Woojin says he needs not to worry about it. They do not need it anymore. Now that their manpower has increased, traps and mazes are just a waste of time. It is faster to hunt the monster right away. Jinna excitedly says it is better. This time, he will show Woojin his skills. Woojin brings out his sword and waves it. Jinna becomes scared and asks why he is shoving that sword at him. He has recovered from his anemia. Woojin looks at him and says he shoved his sword to show he will take the lead. Jinna smiles and says he will give it his all. He does not care about anything else but cannot stand a clumsy guy running around in front of him. After a while, Jinna seems exhausted. He requests them to wait for him. He asks if they can rest a bit. One of the skeleton soldiers looks back and laughs at him. Then he starts walking again in his direction. This makes Jinna furious and asks how he dared to make fun of him. He calls him to come back here, but the skeleton keeps walking. He is angry and he wonders how Woojin has enormous stamina. Then he thinks it is not what he is thinking. Woojin's fighting style is different than his. Since he fights using his bare hands, he quickly runs out of stamina. Meanwhile, that guy could one-sidedly attack his opponent and escape quickly. It is an efficient fighting style. He thinks this is frustrating, but he wants to learn that fighting style, too. Woojin looks at him and asks what is the matter with him. He reminds him if he did not say, he would show his skills. Jinna murmurs why he still remembers that. He says he will show him without caring if he dies one more time. He runs towards the monsters to kill them. Woojin looks at him and thinks if he were the Jinna that he knew, he would make the moves that Woojin had shown him before. No one could guide him until now, so he only believes in his immortal body and thoughtlessly attacks his opponents. That was an inefficient fighting style. He will get more useful after some time. He smirks and says he has to make him useful. It is day 5 in the dungeon. There are 24 hours left until the survival quest is over. Jinna is all consumed. He wonders why Woojin is going this far for the survival quest. He thinks he must have lost something to these monsters. The emissary of the underworld has taken a liking to his fast-paced nature. He will be given a catalog as a reward. Jinna yells at him and asks if this is not too much for a human being. He has been working straight for 8 hours. He is not a machine. Woojin tells him that it is break time. Jinna's face brightens up and he asks where they should sit to rest. Jinna is eating his snacks. The skeleton soldier comes near him. Jinna looks at him and wonders why he is here. He offers him some food and asks if he wants to eat. He asks him to give him his hand, and he will give him the food. The skeleton soldier moves his hand forward to take it. This makes Jinna happy. He says the skeleton is opening himself up to him now. He calls Woojin and asks him to see this. He says this is what they call comradeship. He feels moved. He says there is something about comrades that cannot be explained. He asks Woojin if he is hungry, but when he looks in his direction, he finds the skeleton is giving that food to Woojin. He becomes furious to know that Woojin was controlling the skeleton earlier. He says Woojin is making fun of people. Woojin laughs and eats that food bar. He says he wants to know what this so-called comradeship tastes like. Jinna reminds him that he said he has worked hard, but instead of buying him food, he steals his. He tells him if he likes free stuff that much, he will get bald like Sichin. Woojin pays attention to his words. This is his first time hearing about Sichin's appearance. Suddenly, they see a light in the sky. Jinna asks if that was a rescue signal. There is not a lot of time left until the survival quest is over. He says they have massacred a great deal of monsters, but there is still some left. Woojin tells him that it is not a rescue signal. Jinna asks what it is then. Woojin takes off his mask and says since they are going up to the second floor after the survival quest on the first floor, they are calling up players to decide the order of the needle snake hunt. Jinna is surprised to hear that. He asks if it is not enough to combine their power so that they will decide the hunt by order. He cannot believe this nonsense. He says they are too arrogant. Woojin says they have made them feel comfortable and relaxed for 5 days. Of course, they would be confident. Woojin says he will just check this catalog and move over there. Jinna looks at the catalog and shouts if it is not a gold catalog. Woojin smirks, thinking this is the primary skill that John Gorg used. It is the skill of the explosion of the corpse. If he injects mana into the monster's body, the body can explode at any time. Dunjun has gathered all the players and he is addressing them. He says that in a few minutes, the survival quest will be over and they will move to the next floor. The Alliance, including the Hidi Guild, is going to try to hunt the Needle SNKE first. He asks everyone if they have any objections. Jinna and Woojin are standing there and listening to his nonsense. Jinna says it is just like what Woojin has said. He says it is crazy and asks if they will decide the order now. Woojin does not reply. Dunjun says since there are no objections, he will tell them one thing to be careful of. He tells everyone not to interfere with their hunting, because if they do, he will kill them that instant. Jinna whispers in Woojin's ear that he is warning them. He asks him what they should do now and if he has a plan. Suddenly, a player pushes Jinna and asks if he understood what Yeonjun said. Jinna gets angry and thinks that that guy has gone crazy. He wonders if he cannot speak Korean. He moves forward to attack him, but Woojin grabs his hand and stops him. He lifts his hands and shows peace. He wishes him good luck. That guy feels achieved and moves away. Jinna asks why Woojin is stopping him. He says that Guy is not even that far. Woojin asks him if he will take care of all of them. He shows him the red band around their arm. He tells him they are showing them that they are one team, but Jinna has not noticed it yet. He replies there was no way he could notice that. Now he realizes why everyone stayed quiet. There is no one without the red band. He asks if that does mean that they both have no chance against all of them. Woojin smirks and asks if he thinks so. They have cleared the survival quest. Now they are moving to the second floor. The needle snack is roaming there freely. It is a colossal snack with a red tail. The players are hiding behind the trees, and they are ready to hunt it down. The snake's red body shines when the moonlight reflects its surface. The players are already terrified after seeing its hungness. The needle snake is creating fear around him by showing his terrifying needles around his neck. The players are all ready to attack. Youngjun orders them to launch the attack, so all the mages shoot their powers towards him. The snake gets hurt and starts screaming in anger. Woojin and Jinna are standing away from that and are observing the situation. Jinna asks him if they are just going to sit and watch. He asks if they would catch the needle snake at this rate. Woojin says they would not, as it is impossible. Jinna asks Wohin why it would be impossible. He thinks it would be enough with that number of people. Woojin asks him what is the first thing he would do when he encounters a monster. He says he would try to run into them and jab them since he does not know what they would do. It is hard to deal with unexpected developments if he goes all out from the start. Woojin says he is right. He points at the needle snake and asks if he will jab the thing over there. Jinna pauses for a minute and then says, of course, he will. He asks if it would not be better if they could get rid of it quickly with that manpower. Woojin replies it will be good if that happens. But why has nobody conquered this dungeon yet if it was such an easy task? Did they lack manpower? Did the people who have failed so far not have as much manpower as those people over there? Youngjun looks at the snack and says the process is going well. He tells everyone to proceed this way. Suddenly, the snake tries to run away. Youngjun thinks if it keeps going like this, it is only a matter of time until they catch it. He is glad to believe he will become the first person to kill the needle snake. The snake is trying to run away from that place, but he sees that his path is blocked with sharp stones. It uses the rupture skill and digs through that place to escape. Jinna says it seems those guys have prepared everything. They even predicted that the needle snake would run away. Woojin tells him that it is just starting now. Jinna is surprised. He thinks this will end quickly, though. Woojin tells him that the needle snake has never appropriately attacked so far. Also, there are needle-like thorns on its body. He asks Jinna if he does not think it is weird. Youngjun is telling his men to keep attacking on his head. The attacks hurt the snake. A man notices that it is attacking back using its tail. The men in that area fell to the ground. Their leader asks them to pull themselves together. They need to keep shooting. They were assigned to defend this area. Some players are trying to hold the snake back. Seeing this, the fallen players get motivated and get up to fight again. The attacks have made the snake's movement slow down. Youngjun orders the battle line to charge in, but the snake gets active. He gets ready to throw his thorns on them. Youngjun calls them to cease all attacks and stay on their ground. The snake shoots his needle-like thrones to them. The players are in a difficult situation, but they manage to save them. The snake hisses to show his dominance. Woojin is surprised. He thought the thorns were coated with deadly poison, but they were just simple thrones. Jinna is shocked and thinks that was such a wild attack. Youngjun wonders what just happened and if that was all of it. But when the smoke clears, he sees all his fellows are fine. He thought the snake would have something big up his sleeves, but there was only a wide-range attack, which was not a big deal. The players are surprised that the throws from the needle snake's body could break down so easily. The inside is empty as well. Youngjun says that the needle snake has no thorns now. He orders his comrades to attack before it recovers. Youngjun smirks and says whether it is killing the snake or whatever, it turns out it was not much of a deal. The tankers are running towards the snake to kill it, but all of a sudden, the health of one man starts falling. His fellow thinks he is acting. He tells him to stop fooling around and move already, but that guy finds breathing difficult and drops to his knees. Gradually, most of the other players feel the same, and some of them cough blood. The players are wondering what is happening to them. The needle snake has poisoned them all. Those who are unaffected start falling back to save themselves. One man tells Youngjun that the damage here is severe. He says that most players cannot go to the battle. Youngjun starts panicking as well. He tries to understand how it all happened. There had been no sign at all that they were affected. He looks at those thrones and wonders if they were poisoned. If all the tankers had fallen, that was a deadly poison. The remaining players are running back to save their lives. A skeleton soldier is hanging on a tree to monitor the situation. Woojin is connected to him and sees everything. He thinks how gruesome it is. Jinna asks him what is happening there. He replies their plan has failed because of the needle snake's poison. They are currently retreating. Jinna starts panicking as well. He asks what he means by poison. He says those things that came out of the snake's body were thorns. How come there is suddenly poison involved? He wonders if those thrones were stained with the poison all along. Woojin says that is not it. Before the wide-range attack happened, the damage dealers located in the rear had already suffered damage. If the thorns were stained with poison, the first ones to suffer the damage would have been the dealers instead of the tankers with high health. Jinna asks what happened then. Were they poisoned during that moment? He thought the attack was going too smoothly, but it is not called the deadliest snake. Jinna asks what they should do now and if they should join those people there. Woojin replies no. He says that now that they have found the hidden card of their prey, they should make their move. He starts walking in the back direction. Jinna asks what he is going to do. He asks if he is trying to go there. It seems he has lost his mind. Woojin replies that he is the only one going to the needle snake anyway. He tells him to wait here and prepare himself. Jinna says that is a relief. Then he shouts and says he is not here to be ordered around by him. Woojin says if he thinks so, he can go to the snake and does not mind. Jinna changes his tone to soft and says that is not what he means. He meant to say that he would remain here deliberately and do what Woojin ordered him to do. The body of the snake is releasing poisonous gases. Woojin is hidden behind a tree. He realizes that the poison released by the snake is colorless and odorless. It has no smell and is not easy to see, so the players must have let their guard down. He understands now why all the attack parties have failed so far. They would have already suffered irreversible damage when they noticed the poison, but he is different from them. He activates the power of Apophis. Now, he is resistant to the needle snake's poison. The venom of the needle snake has enhanced the blood poison skill as well. Woojin is glad to find that his blood poison skill has been amplified, too. It is so convenient for him. He glances at a spear that is on the ground near him. He picks it up. Then, he searches his inventory. He wonders if he should use a spear. But with a build like this, the snake's skin must have been pretty thick, too. Rather than cutting it down individually, dealing with it this way would be more efficient. Youngjun is angry and regretting now because he let his guard down. It is all his fault that this happened. He asks his fellow how many people have escaped. He says he does not know. When he was running away, he thought there were around 30 people, but they are all scattered now. One of his fellows suggests looking for them. He says they do not know, there could be survivors left. Youngjun says no, they must stand there and gather the remaining people again. The ones that are still there are probably dead. His fellow asks if he is saying to stand by here. Does he not know it will be impossible to attack again with the remaining people? They are especially short on tankers. Youngjun says they will only lose more people if they look for the dead ones. He would instead reorganize the attack squad now and re-challenge it. He is already giving up on winning. However, going back, there would be suicide. His friend is speechless. He says he is sure some of the fellows are still alive. He asks if they have no choice but to abandon their comrades just like this. Does this make sense? Youngjun thinks even if they will regroup and fight again, the results are evident already. Fighting without tankers is like jumping into a battle without a shield. But at times like this, he needs to keep a cool head. Suddenly, they hear a sharp sound. They are scared, thinking the snake is coming this way. He asks one of the pairs to confirm the needle snake's location quickly. One of them jumps on the tallest tree branch. He is shocked to see the view. Youngjun asks him what he is doing up there. He orders him to tell its location. He says this might sound unbelievable, but the needle snake is fighting a player right now. Youngjun is shocked to hear that. They ask him if he is being serious. They demand more details on it. The player replies that it is just like what he said. Someone is fighting the needle snake. He shouts they can come up here and see for themselves if they do not believe him. This does not make sense to Youngjun that there is a player who can breathe in that kind of hell. The other players also jump to the tree branches. They cannot believe their eyes. Youngjun thinks it would be impossible to approach the needle snake because of its poison. He wonders how that guy is doing this. His mind is confusing him. He thinks perhaps the poison has disappeared, but there is no way it would happen. Even so, there might be people who are still alive right now. He says they should go as well. His fellow asks if he is asking them to go there again. Did he not say earlier that it would be suicide? Youngjun replies that the needle snake's poison has disappeared if they cannot see. This is a golden opportunity to make up for their mistake before. He says since they have gathered here, they will not know if there will be another chance for them to catch the needle snake. However, there is an easy way to avoid its thick skin. He can just poison it. Woojin is climbing up on the snake. The skeletons are engaging it by shooting arrows at him continuously. The snake finally sees the skeletons and moves toward them to attack. But the skeleton soldiers dodge the attack. Woojin reaches the area with holes in its body and pierces the blood-poisoned spears. The needle snake has finally been poisoned. The snake looks at him. Woojin says there are many open holes since the thorns are gone, and he will poison them in these holes. His spots are like what pores are to humans. It must be excruciating. He looks at Snake and says he pretended to run away as if he were in a pinch, but it was because he was trying to make humans approach him. Those guys did not even realize that they were being fooled. The insignificant thorns are purposely thrown out of its body to leave behind holes that let out a massive amount of poisonous gas. The snake moves towards him to attack. Wujin shoots a spear at him. It hits in his eye. He is being poisoned again and starts rolling himself due to pain. Wujin runs away to maintain a distance between them. He says the snake makes a big fuss compared to its build. He asks how it feels like to be the one being poisoned. Jinna is right there where Wujin left him. He told him to lay low as much as possible, but he is the one making himself stand out. He is irritated and thinks, who would even want to gather dead monsters here? He says Wujin is treating a talented person such as him too poorly. He tells the skeleton soldier it makes him angry when he thinks about this. Suddenly, Wujin connects to the skeleton soldier and asks Jinna to report the situation. He stumbles, hearing his voice, takes his hands behind his back, and asks when he was here. Wujin asks him if he has prepared everything he asked him to. He laughs and replies yes. He asks if the needle snake will come here. How does Wujin know it will move here? Wujin says there is no time to explain and orders him to finish quickly. Jinna shouts he should at least explain to him after all the hard work he has done. But Wujin disconnects himself. The preparation is completed over there. It's time to get started. The skeleton soldier is cutting its skin with the sword. Wujin connects to him. He drops down his sword and looks at the spears there. Those are blood poisoned. He picks them up and runs towards the snake. He jumps on it and stabs his holes with those spears. The snake looks at him with one eye and hisses with anger. Wujin disconnects with that skeleton and uses it as bait. The snake runs towards it to engulf it. Meanwhile, another skeleton connected to Wujin jumps over his head and stabs him with the spears. Wujin says he will make it suit the needle snake name. The needle snake's stats have decreased. Wujin looks at it and says since it has a big frame, the poison's effect took longer than he thought. He still keeps stabbing it. The needle snake's resistance starts decreasing as well. It tries to run away now that it cannot handle the poison, but its path is blocked with the dead bodies of the orcs. Wujin activates the skill of the explosion of the deceased. The explosion does not harm it much, but it starts running in the backward direction. Wujin says it is useless for it to run in the opposite direction. The deceased orcs also block the way. As it reaches there, Wujin explodes them. The newspaper has published news that the Phoenix Guild's attack on the 4th-floor dungeon has failed. Sichin smiles and says this is the end of the elite force that Yongwen had raised with all his might. Things are getting interesting. It might hurt his pride when the 6th-floor dungeon comes out. He asks Cesareli to rent a car and send it in front of the Needle Snake dungeon. She asks him why right now. There is still a week left until they come out. He replies he did not spend a lot of money for nothing. He told Wujin to focus on showing skills and not to mind his surroundings. She says it would not be good if they rent out just any car like usual in the junkyard. Since they are disguised as Russians, she will immediately prepare a diplomatic vehicle to get them out of commotion. He hesitates and asks how much that would cost. He asks her to wait and asks if there is a diplomat who rides a compact car. She says no and leaves. The snake is trapped there. Jinna is impressed by Wujin's strategy. He says it is not that he did not predict the direction of the escape, but he purposely used the explosion to block its movement and corner it over there. Wujin looks at the snake and says it has finally coiled up and settled down. The poison has spread throughout the snake's body. Wujin says, as far as he can see, it should be in a state of panic right now, but it is already too late. The skeleton soldier is still shooting arrows at the snake. It tries to escape the attack. Wujin says there is no need to avoid the attack. The poison has already spread. As time passes, its health will also decrease. It only adds to the pain. Young Jun and his fellows are running in the snake's direction. He has been hearing those nasty screams for a while. He is sure that he has recruited most of the players who came into the dungeon. He wonders who is that guy. Suddenly, they are notified that the needle snake has been disposed of. The players are happy as they can leave the dungeon alive now. One of them asks if this is all they can think of. If they do this right, they can steal and leave the needle snake's skin. Young Jun still cannot believe that the player killed the snake. He starts running again. They cannot come out of the dungeon without any result. He needs to see his face, at least. Wujin has achieved the title of the first needle snake hunter. His level has been raised. He has been notified to retrieve the magic pearl of the yellow dragon inside the needle snake's body. It is troublesome for him to search inside this colossal snake. Jinna asks those players who are coming in this direction to stay back. Jun asks him why he is blocking their way. They are not here to bother him. He walks towards him and says they are just here to look around. They are not bad people. Suddenly, the skeleton soldiers come there to accompany him. Young Jun looks at them and thinks the poisonous gas did not affect the skeleton soldiers. They are effective against the needle snake, but something does not make sense. There is no way that those ridiculous things can accomplish their failed attack. Dozens of players have tried to attack the needle snake, There is still something he cannot figure out. As he thought, he needed to confirm the needle snake's corpse first. Suddenly, they hear a noise from a distance. Those players are shocked to see the needle snake turning into a skeleton. Youngjun is awestruck. It is hard to believe for him. He runs and tries to cross Jinna to see that player's face, but Jinna blocks him and throws him back. Youngjun asks what is wrong with him. Jinna says he told him to stay back. Youngjun tells his crew to let's get out of the dungeon and remember this guy's face. Woojin sees the magic pearl of the yellow dragon inside the snake's body. He is glad as this way was less troublesome, but he is notified that he cannot turn the needle snake into the skeleton soldier as his rank is too low, so its bones start falling apart. But he has obtained the yellow dragon's magic orb. Outside the dungeon, a news reporter writes an article while sitting in his van. He tells his fellow they have been here for a week, but there has not been any news yet. His partner says since the beginning, there has been nobody who expects this attack to succeed. Even so, it would be shocking if they succeed. He says he wishes it would just end quickly. He cannot stay here forever. He should quit being a reporter. Simultaneously, they hear the noise from outside that the dungeon has been cleared, so they jump out of the van. They look at the crowd. People ask who is responsible for the dungeon and if it has an in charge. Youngjun is asking the Heedy Guild support team to gather here. Upon gathering, he orders everyone to stop those Russians. He keeps screaming that those guys killed the needle snake, so do not let them escape. One member finds them and points in that direction to inform others. The media requests them to let them have an interview of theirs, but they keep walking and ignore everyone. Youngjun asks the crowd to move aside to catch that guy, but they sit in their car and drive away. When he notices the number of the car and finds it is for diplomates, he realizes that he cannot mess with them. Jinna wonders if Sichin spent a lot of money on this car just for them. He says the seat is soft and can rest for a bit. Woojin removes his mask. Jinna follows him in taking off his mask and asks what that item was earlier. Since he defeated the needle snake, it must have been a great item. Woojin does not reply. Jinna says he should tell him what that is since he has worked hard for him. Woojin deals Sichin's number and tells him they just got out of the dungeon. Sichin laughs and asks Isaac Ivanov how it feels to be a hero. Woojin replies he is not sure. He asks what the image is like outside. Sichin tells him that all the media is paying attention to him right now. He asks him if throwing away his current reputation is not a waste. Then he tells him that if they raise Isaac Ivanov's name value, he can play actively on a bigger stage. What does this idea sound like? He says if Woojin is okay with that, he would like to offer him a deal. Woojin thinks this knee will help gain the authority to enter a specific dungeon. He was going to propose this idea first, but it is easier now since he has asked for it. Woojin agrees and says he looks forward to his cooperation. Sichin says that sounds great. He tells him that something exciting happened while he was in the dungeon. He asks Woojin if he knows Yongwon's bodyguard, Hayami Jin. He led the team into a 4-floored dungeon, but everyone was wiped out. It is not unusual for a player to die in a dungeon, so it does not seem like anything special happened. However, he has analyzed some data on his own. It looks like there was a spy from Skull Guild at Hayami's party. He has the information on the players the Yamato faction has been funding. As he might have expected, the Skull Guild made the right call. Woojin asks why he is telling him this. Sichin says it is no use to hide it from him. He is well aware of his relationship with Yongwon and the Skull Guild. Woojin wonders if that wiretapping just started to give a blow to Yongwon now. He admits that Sichin is not an ordinary person. The car stops at a rest area on a highway. Woojin tells Jinna to get out of the vehicle. He comes out and asks if Sichin said he would treat them to a meal since they had worked hard. He says he has been craving fried tofu udon at the rest stop, even if he did not. So, what are they doing here? Woojin tells him to move into this car. His facial expression changes after seeing that car. He sits in the car and starts to talk irritatingly. He says no matter how he looks at it, riding in this car is worse. It does not even look like a car from a junkyard. He sighs and says this car is just too dirty. Who in the world drives this shitty car around these days? Woojin tells him that it is his car. Jinna changes his tone and says compact cars are the best in their country since they do not use much oil. That kind of person must be patriotic and an intelligent guy. Woojin says it reminded him of a meal allowance inside the glove box. He can just eat if he is hungry. Jinna opens the glove box excitedly. He holds the envelope and says he cannot believe it is a meal allowance. He says the sun might rise from the west tomorrow, but when he opens it, he only gets 2501. He becomes disappointed and makes a long face. Isaac Ivanov is ruling the news on every media platform. A news site has uploaded an exclusive interview of Youngjun as well. He tells the media that the Russians assaulted him. The viewers take his side and go against Isaac. They even say their government should not have opened its gates for the foreigners. Secretary Lee tells Sechin that the flow from the press has shifted from curiosity to negativity. The interview of Young-jun has worsened the public statement. She asks if she should do the thing that he ordered her to do earlier. Sechin says yes, as they need to give them a response as well. She arranges an exclusive interview of Isak with the media. He tells them that he has always admired the Messiah Guild and wants to accomplish an unachievable thing. Just like the Messiah Guild, as Sejun is his role model. These statements changed the public views about him, and they started commenting in his favor. Woojin reads the news and smirks. He admires Seaton's strategies. He thinks this is not merely to change public opinion. Now that this statement has been out, the Messiah Guild cannot just stand still. They might try to recruit him or at least try to show off for him. It never occurred to me that he would use public opinion to bait the Messiah Guild. He says he looks forward to seeing how the Messiah Guild will respond. He needs to make a thorough preparation until they approach him. Suddenly, he sees breaking news that Yongwon has cleared the 6th floor dungeon. He had been waiting for this news, and it finally showed up. Yongwon is posing for the media after coming out of the dungeon. Sesudere Kim comes to him running and says she has something to report. He says if it is not urgent, can she report it later? She whispers in his ear that it is a critical matter. Hayami's party that went into the dungeon has completely been eradicated. This makes him frown. He calls his managers, pointing towards them. They tell the press that the press conference ends here. They need to take Mr. Yongwon to the hospital for his medical checkup. Yongwon shakes hands and says goodbye. The press is informed that the press release will be arranged and issued by the Phoenix Guild. Yongwon tells Miss Kim to tell him the details inside the car. She tells him an anonymous informant sent them an account statement to the office a few days ago. He says that the source is unknown, so can they trust this? She says she does not know their intentions of sending that data to them, but it does not seem entirely false either. According to the investigation team's report, most party members died from stab wounds, so the monsters did not kill them. Hayami's party was the only one that went into the dungeon, so it cannot be seen as the act of any other guild. Yongwon is furious and asks if she is saying a rat was in his royal guards. He knows that the Skull Guild has screwed them over. A meeting has been held among members at the Messiah Guild's office. They are discussing how they should deal with Yongwon in the future. Shinhai Park says she will leave him as it is to the public opinion. She looks at the Master Swordsman and says he has been acting up lately. He replies that he is currently working with the Skull Guild. He is trying to get rid of this mess. She furiously tells him that this is not the time to act recklessly. She asks what happened to the last Lizard Warrior dungeon. She says if he is going to do his job, he should do it properly. Even Yihun from their side is probably dead because he was caught up in their mess. She asks if he intends to expose their relationship with the Skull Guild to the world. It is not her business to intervene in how he does his job, but she cannot let this one go. She finally announces that they cannot work with the Skull Guild anymore and orders the Master Swordsman to stop any business related to the Skull Guild from now on. He replies that he cannot do that. The Guild Master is not even here, so they cannot just abide by her decision. She says he does not understand that it is the Master's decision. This leaves the Master Swordsman speechless. Master Swordsman and the Master Arrow leave the meeting and walk toward their car. The Master Swordsman tells him that they cannot tolerate it anymore. It is time for them to leave the Messiah Guild. Woojin visits Yongwon and asks if Hayami's party was not highly skillful. He says he had never thought that something like that could happen. Yongwon says he was trying to form a business with those Skull Guild's men to benefit himself, but things have changed. It will be better to eradicate them now. Woojin remembers that Yongwon was more ambitious than anybody else in his past life. A few years from now, he would sell all sorts of items to Japan and go into exile. People who did not know the truth had cursed Yongwon as a traitor, but the real reason he moved to Japan was that he was afraid the Messiah Guild would take over everything he had built. He was willing to turn his back on his country to protect his life and wealth. That's why he obviously would not let go of the current situation. Woojin offers him that he will become his guard. He says it seems Yongwon wants to use him to hunt them down, but he has no intention of being thrown away after he is done with him. Yongwon starts thinking about it. He never thought Woojin would come up with that idea. He was planning to bring him to his side even if he had to threaten him. But what is this now? He says it does not matter what his intention is as long as he can get rid of the Skull Guild for him. He slams his hand on the table and says that is an exciting offer. He asks Woojin if he is telling him he will hunt the Skull Guild down for him in return for his protection. Woojin says yes. He says Yongwon should do that much if he needs him. The timing is perfect, as he has something to repay the Skull Guild. Yongwon smirks and says that was the answer he expected. Woojin leaves his house. From now on, all the responsibilities for what he is planning to do shall be carried out by Yongwon. He looks back at his home, smiles, and says he is genuinely grateful. The next day, he visits the principal office of the Phoenix Guild. The manager there tells him the contract terms will be upgraded to the highest rate. Woojin says he understands. He will be in their care. He stands up and leaves the office after this short meeting. The manager asks the boss how Woojin became Youngwon's royal guard. It has not even been half a year since he joined this guild. He says he has made a pretty good record working here so far, but he does not think it is enough to get him into the royal guards. The boss replies that he is unsure, but it must be related to something they do not know about. Youngwon is not someone who acts without reason. Woojin is doing down in the lift. People on the lower floor are talking about him being the royal guard of Youngwon. They cannot believe how a traitor like him gets into the royal guards. Some of them say they are jealous of him. Woojin hears them talking about him. He thinks that he cannot deny that his luck was pretty good. But it does not matter, as hunting has just begun. Sichin's phone rings when Woojin calls him. He takes the call and asks who's on the other side. Is it perhaps Mr. Isak? He says there must be something urgent for him to contact him during his busy schedule. But he becomes shocked when Woojin tells him he needs a fake ID. Jinna is sitting there and yawning. He asks Sichin what kind of plot Woojin is scheming again this time. Sichin replies to Woojin that it is not like it is something he cannot do. However, it is difficult to manipulate people in charge of the guild and the dungeon. But still, he will prepare it for him. After ending the call, Sichin makes a straight face and tells Jinna that Woojin wants to use a fake ID to enter a dungeon. He guesses they will find out about it soon. The lazy Jinna says that Sichin does not even know about the details, so why is he helping him out? He asks if it is because he has put his trust in Woojin. Sichin smiles and replies that he does not believe in people. He is only trying to find out where his sword points. It is to determine whether he is someone who would walk with them or not. Learning about his objective would be decisive since human desires do not lie. An influential man and his underling are riding somewhere in the car. The boss asks if he said that Woojin is after the Skull Guild. The other replies yes and says it is likely to happen. He is also spying on Youngwon and tells his boss that Youngwon is determined to have an all-out war with the Skull Guild. He informs him that most Skull Guild members are entering the dungeon today, so it will be a good chance for Youngwon and Woojin. However, they cannot eliminate the possibility that Woojin might have formed a party or created a fake ID. The boss, who has a mark on his lips, grinds his teeth and says he does not care about any of that as long as Woojin enters the dungeon. At Yongjiang Island, Incheon, Woojin goes to the people in charge of the dungeon to register himself. They ask him what is his name. He tells him his fake name and says it is Jonghyun Lee. They ask him to sign there to register and say they do not have any dungeon briefings so that he can read these pamphlets. Woojin holds that paper and thinks although it is a D-rank dungeon, the capacity is 61 people. The dungeon's management also seems sloppy, so there is no better place to deceive people than here. He sits in his car and thinks he has already predicted this. But this dungeon is an obvious trap to lure him out. Suddenly, he sees men coming out of two luxury cars. He looks at them and thinks he did not expect some skillful people here. Sichin is shocked to hear the name of Jihuyong. He asks why that name is here. Secretary Lee tells him that she has also checked the list. She thinks he joined the dungeon under the alias of Wonhuk Jang. He looks at the tab and asks if this is the same Yongjiang Island dungeon where Wooji has gone. Jinna asks them who Jihuyong is. Sichin says there is a troublesome guy among the rookies below level 50. He is a member of the Knights of the Round Table. Sichin holds his head with his hand due to the pressure and says they are screwed. That guy with a scar on his lips is Jihuyong. Woojin did not know that the Messiah Guild would send him this early. He knows that Guy is also among the Knights of the Round Table. They are a group of players with legendary items related to the legend of King Arthur. It also consists of those who follow under them. The Knights of the Round Table took up arms for the fallen government to protect those suffering, just like the Messiah Guild. As time passed, the weakened Knights of the Round Table became Shinhai's guards, who own the Merlin's Wand, and they have taken root in the Messiah Guild. Woojin found out much later that everything was only scenarios schemed by them. The weakening of the Knights of the Round Table was caused by none other than the King of the Deadly Poison. There were many Knights of the Round Table among his victims. He thinks that the Gawain's necklace that Jihuyong possesses right now is probably taken from the original owner, a Knights of the Round Table member. If it is those guys, then they are likely to do something like that. However, it is still a dangerous item no matter who possesses it. He opens the inventory and chooses the Mastery Stone to increase his level from D to C. The announcement for the players to get ready to enter the dungeon is made. Woojin comes out of his car. In the dungeon, they are notified to kill 3,000 monsters to move on to the next floor. The players find this challenge tiresome. They say it is easier to kill 1 or 2 stronger monsters than kill 3,000 weak monsters. This challenge surely will take some time to complete. Jihu says it is rather good. It would be easier to aim at Woojin's back and disguise it as an accident amid all this chaos. He orders his men not to waste time and find out where he is. A member of his crew points out to the Skull Guild. They entered the dungeon with those costumes just like that. He wonders if they do not understand the situation they are currently in. Jihu thinks they cannot handle the problem independently, yet they keep messing things up. He is sure they have been warned not to involve themselves with the Messiah Guild. He thinks about those two Japanese and grins, saying how dare they disobey Master. He will kill them after he leaves this dungeon. He tells his crew not to mind the Skull Guild. They only need to do their job. He says they have to take care of Woojin with their own hands, no matter what. He thuds his weapon forcefully on the ground and orders his men with angry faces to report to him when they find Woojin. He warns them that his skill is blood poison, so they should not let their guard down when approaching him. He allows them to kill anyone who interrupts them. He will take responsibility for it. A man is running from something in the jungle. He hides himself behind a tree. He wonders if Yangwon's royal guards enter this dungeon as well. He tries to take a peek around. He looks at the skeleton soldiers fighting the Skull Guild. He thinks a party member of the royal guards has brought a necromancer with them. He wonders why he has not seen Woojin yet. Suddenly, Woojin appears out of nowhere and attacks him with the sword. That guy asks why he suddenly attacked him. He says there must have been some misunderstanding. He has no relation with the Skull Guild. Woojin points upward and says the guy above told him he is one of the Skull Guilds, though. That man looks up and finds a dead man hanging on a tree branch. He thinks that there is no way this guy could have told Woojin about him. He remembers the meeting with that guy. He said that Matsumoto had failed as well. He ordered him not to step in even if they were in danger. They wanted him to survive, no matter what, and report everything that happened in the dungeon to the master. That guy acts accordingly. He asks Woojin what he is talking about and says he has never seen that guy before. But Woojin does not listen to him and kills him on the spot. Woojin says these guys are more trustworthy when they are dead than alive. He uses the skill of the Eye of Anubis to look into his mind. Even if he looks into this guy's memories, there is no information about Jihu Yang and his people. He wonders if the Messiah Guild did not send Jihu and the Skull Guild together. He did not expect the Skull Guild to move without the Messiah Guild's orders. The skeleton soldiers kill all the Skull Guild members. He stands near their bodies and thinks, is there a crack in their alliance? The players are resting at night around the bonfire. After spending the day there, they think that it is much easier to kill 3,000 monsters than they thought. Some say their fingers are itching to move since it is way too easy. Jihu tells his crew not to lower their guards and save their strength to drive safely to the second floor. A member asks if it is not strange that Woojin has not bumped into them yet. He says he is sure Woojin must have suspected something wrong and fled. Jihu says they know what to do if they find that coward who hides in fear. More than that, he is more concerned about the vague whereabouts of those skull guys. He says they will not know what kind of situation will arise, so it would be great if they could bump into them sooner. The following day, while running in the jungle, they wonder why they have not seen Woojin yet, even though he also went to the second floor. One thinks he might be planning to hide until the dungeon is cleared. Suddenly, they all stop as the skeleton soldiers surround them. They are furious as he has finally shown up after stalling for time. They think there is a necromancer amongst his companions. Woojin appears from behind a tree. Jihu asks him if he is planning to use the skeleton soldiers to fight with the players. He calls it ridiculous. Woojin does not reply and looks at him with a straight face. Jihu says he would not get hurt if he stayed in hiding, but thanks for showing up on his own. He asks if they shall take a look at his skills. Two skeleton soldiers run toward Jihu. He moves his sword to attack them, but they escape his attack. He is shocked to see how they can avoid his attack. This is the first time he has seen skeleton soldiers move like that. Those two ran toward the remaining players as they were not aiming for Jihu. Suddenly, Woojin gets close to him to attack, but Jihu blocks it easily. Woojin knows that Jihu is strong, but he is also faster than he thought. Jihu asks him what he thinks he is doing and if he made him wait the whole time only to show this much skill. Woojin jumps a few steps back to create a distance between them. He knew Jihu would be a strong opponent, but this was difficult. Unlike all the opponents he has fought so far, he is not someone Woojin can fight with while saving his strength and keeping his composure. A notification appears that the undying fighter is interested in this battle. Jihu smiles and asks if it was not a notification from the Nimbus. He says he does not get these notifications unless he fights a decent guy. He asks if it means that Woojin also has caught the Nimbus's attention. He says this will be a fun fight. The reward must be good if he could kill him here. Woojin thinks it will not be accessible if this keeps going on. Sichin says he knows he asked him to eat well, but let's stop here and quickly finish the food. Jinna, who is picking a slice of pizza, says it is not a big deal, so what is he worrying about? Sichin asks what he means by it is not a big deal. Jinna eats the pizza and asks him if he is thinking about what kind of person Woojin is. Sichin questions him and asks if he is saying that because he does not know. He says he knows that Woojin is a stronger player than Jinna. He makes a weird face and says he regrets asking him. He drops the pizza back in the box and says he has no appetite and cannot eat it anymore. Sichin kicks the empty boxes under the table and says these words do not sound good from a person who devoured 5 pizza boxes. Jinna becomes wild and asks if he cannot eat the pizzas he bought alone. He even gave Sichin a tremendous amount of food. Sichin asks him to cool down and asks what exactly he wants to say about what kind of player Woojin is. He replies that he is the most cunning player. Sichin asks what he means by cunning. Jinna says Woojin will never involve himself in a losing battle. If he has no chance of winning, he will never fight in the first place, not even once. Woojin summons more skeleton soldiers. Jihu is shocked to see that. This is too early, but Woojin has summoned all the skeleton soldiers. Jihu asks what this is. He realizes that it was not his companion who summoned these. It was Woojin. He asks how many are there and if he was saving his strength all this time against him. Woojin runs toward him instead of answering. Their swords strike against each other. The 2 skeletons run in that direction. Jihu thinks they are coming to attack him. He says it will be fun and asks them to go at him simultaneously. He will deal with all of them. But they both cross him and move toward his crew. He wonders what it is as they were not after him. His team is in trouble. They ask their leader to help him as there are too many skeleton soldiers here, and they cannot deal with all of them. Jihu asks Woojin what kind of cowardly act this is. Woojin smirks and asks if he has just heard some barking dogs. Then he says no, it sounds more like a puppy, since he cannot even understand the current situation he is in. Jihu is angry and says Woojin has picked the wrong guy to fight with. He activates the necklace of Gawain's skill. He has got the blessing of the sun. Woojin smirked as he wanted him to use it, and he did. He uses one strike of his sword and kills both the skeleton soldiers. Woojin thinks Gawain's necklace is one of the items from the Knights of the Round Table set. The skill's effect is impressive, as expected. Now that he has seen him use it, it is time to start the next phase. He orders his soldiers to retreat. All the skeleton soldiers run in different directions. Woojin himself starts running away from there. Jihu wonders if Woojin plans to hide again since he thinks he will lose in a head-to-head fight. But Jihu must eradicate him before the other guilds clear the dungeon. He tells his crew that he will chase Woojin, so they should figure out the skeleton soldiers by themselves and chase after him. While running away, Woojin thinks that Jihu has not changed. He still does not look after his underlings. It is probably due to the confidence in his strength. Of course, that cannot be helped with something like Gawain's necklace. This necklace is an item that massively increases the holder's every stat. But to someone like Jihu, who does not even know how to utilize such a fantastic item properly, it is a pearl on a swine's neck. Jihu chases after Woojin. Woojin thinks he cannot ignore the difference in stats. Jihu tells him no matter how far he runs, he will still be in the palm of his hands. Now that he has used the sun's blessing, he can't run away from him. But he does not pay attention to what is lying next to him. There is a corpse of an orc. Woojin uses the explosion skill and blasts when Jihu passes on it. His crew hears the explosion sound and wonders what it is. A player says that they do not need to panic. The captain is not someone who can be defeated with just that. They must kill the remaining skeleton soldiers as fast as possible and join him. When he was busy saying this, he got hit by an arrow. He has been affected by poisonous blood as a skeleton soldier shot the arrow. His comrades run towards him to help. He warns his fellows that they cannot underestimate those skeletons as pawns for stalling time. They need to brace themselves. When the smoke clears, Jihu comes out of it safe and sound. He roars and tells Woojin to stop running like a coward and come out. Woojin comes out from behind a tree and asks what if it is cowardly. It is clear already that he would lose against Jihu in a fight. So if he wants to catch him, he must run fast. Woojin again runs from there. This makes Jinna angry. He says he will tear him apart with his hands when he captures him. He activates the haste skill of the Undying Fighter. He almost reaches Woojin and tries to attack him with the sword. But suddenly, the ground under his feet shakes and he falls into a hole. There are already some dead orcs in the ground hole. Woojin again uses the explosion skills and creates a blast. Jihu is still standing intact after clearing the smoke, but he knows he cannot take another blow. He asks Woojin to stop playing around. Woojin says he is not playing around. It is Jihu who is still lacking in his understanding of strategy. He asks if Jihu thinks Woojin has been playing tag with him because he is bored. Jihu grinds in anger and wonders what he is talking about. Woojin tells him that formulating a strategy based on his opponent's weakness and topography and considering every scenario are the basics of battle. Someone like him who rampages around by only believing in their strength is just a useless leader who brings harm to his comrades. These words of Woojin take Jihu back in memory lane. After clearing a dungeon, he and other parties came out long ago. He was the only survivor from his party. People were whispering about him bad things. He started yelling at them. He asked who was running his mouth against him. If he had something to say, he should have come out instead of talking behind his back so he could destroy him. A man came forward from the crowd, saying the way of speaking of Jihu showed that he was not sorry about the deaths of his subordinates. It was Master Suzuki. He noted that it was no wonder Jihu's brain was just muscles that could not even feel emotions. He tells him that it was obvious, considering he camped in the spot that Suzuki warned him was dangerous multiple times. Jihu got angry and tried to grab him, saying who he thought he was lecturing him. But Suzuki escaped his attack. He made him lose his balance, and Jihu fell to the ground on his face. He stood up and said his party members died because they were weak. It was not his fault. Suzuki said he was lying. Everyone there knew that he had killed them. Suzuki looked into his eyes and said he was just a useless leader who brought harm to his comrades. Jihu now remembers that Wujin's tactics oddly resemble Suzuki's. He grins and thinks maybe that is the reason it is even more unbearable. Whether it's Wujin or Suzuki, he will kill them all with his hands. Wujin tells him that it is about time he will inform him of this. His skeleton soldiers do not need verbal orders. That means he did not need to shout, retreat. But he did. Why would he do that? Now, Jihu realizes that Wujin intentionally did that to lure him out. Wujin looks at him and says it seems he finally understands his intentions. He says, if he is not mistaken, isn't the blessing of the sun about to run out? There are only 30 seconds left on the blessing of the sun. Jihu wonders how he even knows his item's skill duration. He asks him what in the world he is. Wujin laughs and says it is pathetic if he still does not know his identity. He says he will let him know, but after that, he stops talking. Jihu wonders why he did so. Suddenly, he gets the notification that the blessing of the sun has ended. Wujin says it looks like the effect of the necklace has finished. He is so thankful that he fell for it like an idiot till the end. Jihu can't help but grin. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers start coming there. Wujin says it seems they have finished their job. They surround Jihu from everywhere. He says Jihu was so focused on chasing after him that he did not even notice where he was. This is pretty close to where he first came across them, since they just ran around in circles. Thanks to that, his skeleton soldiers finished off his allies and were able to arrive here quickly. Jihu is shocked to hear that his underlings were annihilated. He became furious. He asks how dare he look down on him. He jumps out of that dig, activates his haste skill, and attacks Wujin with his sword. But he is surprised when a skeleton soldier blocks his attack. Wujin smiles and tells him not to get so excited as they are just starting. Jinna is driving towards the dungeon. He is so dull and says Sichin is making him overwork. He wonders why he has to go and check in on him. He goes back to their conversation in the office. Sichin tells him that he wants him to go to the two-headed dog's dungeon. Jinna asks why he has to go there. He replies he gave it some thought and he will only feel better if they check in on Wujin. Jinna says they do not need to check anything. He bets Wujin will come out okay and alive. He asks if Sichin is worried that Wujin will lose to Jihu. Sichin says it is the opposite. If Jihu loses like he is predicting, there is something they need to make sure of to formulate their next plan. He bets it is the same for Wujin. Since he is an intelligent fellow, Sichin bets he will want to know each other's objective, like why they created the fictional alias of Isak Ivanov or the relationship between Yongwon's faction and the Skull Guild. He would also like to know why they keep helping him despite knowing that the Messiah Guild is behind it all, and that this is all just part of the larger picture of taking down the Messiah Guild. He says even if Wujin kills Jihu, it will be difficult to understand his true intentions fully, but they need to get at least confirmation on whether or not he will continue working with them afterward. Jihu is exhausted after killing many of the skeleton soldiers. His body is becoming duller from the effects of the blood poison. There are still too many of them. A skeleton soldier moves forward to strike him with a sword. He blocks it but cannot believe these skeleton soldiers are so well trained. While blocking that one, another skeleton attacked him from behind, giving him many cuts. This gives him immense pain. The blood poison spreads throughout his body. He leaves the first one and moves back to attack the second. Suddenly, his legs give up, and he falls to kneel. Wujin thinks that Jihu held up pretty well against 12 skeleton soldiers. Now, there are only 2 left. It would have been bad if he had not increased the number of skeleton soldiers with the Mastery Stone. Now that Jihu is fully affected by the blood poison, he no longer has to entertain him. Jihu is losing his consciousness gradually. He falls to the ground and eventually passes away. Wujin is notified that the emissary of the underworld smiles at his easy victory and has shared some of their authority with him. The rank of the skeleton soldier has risen as well. Wujin goes near him and takes the necklace of Gawain. This is his first time obtaining a Knights of the Round Table item. He thinks if it is someone like Jihu, that guy will show his face. He opens the Eye of Anubis and looks into his memories. He finds a memory where Jihu crosses paths with Suzuki. Suzuki says he can bet it must have been hard getting to this point with that head of Jihu's. He says he is talking about his subordinates and not Jihu. He replies if Suzuki is a hunting dog, he should bark like one. He says since he is on his way to see the master, he will let it go this time, but the next time he sees Suzuki, he will crush that loud mouth of his. Suzuki laughs and says he will look forward to it. Woojin finds another memory where Jiho meets Sejun for the first time. He bends his head before him and introduces him as the newest member of the Round Table. He says it is an honor to meet the great hero. Woojin clenches his teeth as he finally sees Sejun's face and Jiho's memories. He thinks if Messiah Guild finds out that Jiho has died, they will not stand still. Anyone who supported Sejun's ambitions and turned their backs on justice, Woojin will ensure they all pay the price. The dungeon players hide behind the trees after setting a trap to catch the two-headed dog. They have placed some dead orcs in the open field. Some players are losing their patience. One of them asks them to be quiet as the two-headed dog is not a monster they can catch by rushing. He says when it takes the bait, let's jump it together. That way, they can take care of it without any casualties. While hiding there and waiting, they get the notification that the two-headed dog has been defeated. The dungeon has been cleared. Woojin walks out of it. He is going toward his car. He is surprised to see Jinna walking towards him. They meet in the parking. Woojin asks him what brings him here. He replies that he was running some errands and came over because he heard something interesting. He shows him an envelope and says he has something to hand him. He asks if they should talk while on the move. They sit inside the car. Jinna tells him that Sichin wants them to enter another dungeon together. Then, he looks at Woojin with a straight face and asks how Jiho was. Woojin thinks he expected it to a certain extent, but they knew about it. According to Jiho's memories, he entered with a fake ID and alias. So, Sichin knew why Woojin asked for a fake identity, yet he still accepted his request. Jinna says Woojin fought with him in the dungeon, so how was he? Woojin says he was more substantial than Jinna. Jinna gets irritated because of his answer. He tells him what he is, a power level scouter or something. He asks how Woojin would know his skills and if he should show them off for real. Woojin replies that Jiho faced 12 skeleton soldiers, and he took down 10 of them by himself. If Jinna wants to prove that he is more robust than him, he can test him. This answer gives Jinna chills, and he humbly says that a true man of strength should not boast. Then he asks if they should get to the critical topic and talk about work. Woojin looks at the paper inside the envelope and says it is about the Horned Fox dungeon in Butchin. There have been 12 failed attempts so far. Jinna says since he already knows about it, he will skip the explanation. He says this should be obvious, but he will be going in as Isek again. He can bet that Woojin already knows why, so he asks what his answer is. Woojin looks at him and thinks that sending him to the Horned Fox dungeon as soon as he defeats Jiho probably means what he is thinking is correct. He says he will do it. Jinna comes out of his car, and Woojin leaves. After that, Jinna calls Sichin and tells him that he has just parted ways with Woojin and there is nothing to worry about. He says he already told them that Woojin never picks a losing fight. Sichin asks what about the things they suggested. He replies that Woojin did not even take a moment to think it over and agreed. He even knew the details of the dungeon already. Sichin replies that it is a relief. He tells Jinna that he has to resolve himself from here on out correctly. Since Woojin agreed to their proposal, there is no going back. Sichin thinks he cannot fully trust Woojin yet, but they need to do something now to stand up against the Messiah Guild. He looks at a paper where there is news about the Messiah Guild. He says they do not have long now, 2 years or 3 years at best. If a group capable of keeping the Messiah Guild in check does not appear in that time, those guys will not be shy about baring their teeth. Woojin goes to that ruined building. He looks at the paper that Jinna gave him. He thinks that it was after he cleared the Horned Fox dungeon that things started happening. Shinhai came to him and said she had observed him in the dungeon. She appreciated him by saying his skills were more excellent than the rumors. Then, she offered him to join the Messiah Guild. He answered that if she wanted to recruit him, she should have told the guild master to make an offer in person. Suddenly, Sejun stepped out of the car and said he liked his guts. He came near him and said they needed his strength to save the world. He moved his hand forward and asked if he would not become an ally. Woojin remembers that it was the first time he met Sejun. Suddenly, his mobile vibrates as he receives a text message. It is a text from Sichin where he is informed that he has been approved to raid the Horned Fox dungeon in 2 days. Sichin asks him to make sure to show off his skills. He smiles after reading the text. He says he can bet the guys from the Messiah Guild will be there. He thinks he will show off so much that it will knock their socks off Isek Ivanov's value. He opens the inventory and selects the needle snake's leather. He says he will be swamped in order to finish preparing in time. But since it is a dungeon he already cleared once, there will be no better dungeon for him to show off his skills. The day comes, and they reach the Butchin Sports Stadium. The announcement is made to alert the players to get ready as it is almost time to enter the dungeon. Woojin asks Jinna if he is ready. He is excited and replies he is always good to go. He smiles and says he is the guy who conquered the Needle Snake dungeon everyone thought was impossible. A dungeon like this is a piece of cake for him. But after entering the dungeon, he is shocked. His voice is shaking, and he says he does not think he can eat the cake because it froze. The players are told to change into their Arctic clothes. A girl from the Messiah Guild informs others that if anyone gets left behind because he cannot look after themselves, instead of being helpful, he will just be getting in the way. Woojin looks at her and thinks she knows her stuff. There are times when the environment is more terrifying than the monsters themselves. Jinna is feeling so cold, and he is shivering. He asks what is the temperature here. Woojin tells him to move from here. Jinna asks why so suddenly they should move. Woojin starts running away from the other players, and Jinna follows him. After getting away from them, they stop. Jinna is still shaking and asks if it would not be better to move with the Messiah Guild for now. He says it can be dangerous to act by themselves in this kind of environment. Woojin smiles at him and asks if he is the kind that cannot use their strength in the cold. This hits Jinna's ego, and he brags about himself by saying his nickname is Siberian Brown Bear. This kind of temperature is like a light breeze to him. He tells Woojin to look at him. It feels good here since it cools his sweat so quickly. Woojin laughs at his jokes and says that is good. He says Jinna should know this dungeon will be even more challenging than the time with the needle snake. This makes Jinna gloomy, and he asks how much harder it will be. He replies Jinna will know soon enough. He says they should move a bit since it is so cold. That's how they will feel a bit warmer. Jinna says he gets it, but this time, he should at least feed him properly. He asks Woojin what is his plan for this dungeon. Since it is a survival quest, will he build a fort like last time? He replies there is no need for that. Jinna says he is glad to hear there is no manual labor this time. Woojin summons the skeleton soldiers, who are dressed in the needle snake leather. Jinna asks what the occasion is as all the skeletons are suited up. He says since Woojin was spending money anyway, he should have just gone all out. What's with the weather armor? Suddenly, he waits and realizes it is made of needle snake leather. He yells at him and says even though they both worked hard, Woojin took all the needle snake leather for himself. He thinks it should cost a fortune to make a single one, yet all the skeleton soldiers have one. Woojin tells him that his office should have received his share. Jinna yells that the freaking bald man ate his share. The girl from the Messiah Guild realizes that two people have been missing since earlier. She wonders if they are those Russians. She asks others if anyone has seen where Isak and his companion have gone. One man apologizes to their captain and says they were too focused on building the base camp that they did not notice them. She says an apology does not cut it. She asks if he has forgotten about the orders given by the higher-ups. She thinks clearing the dungeon is essential, but it is even more important to see if it is worth allying with that Russian. She orders them to finish the camp before she returns. She also tells them to guard it well after that. That guy tries to stop her and says she should send a scout. There is no need for her to go. She looks at him and says it is okay. Just blow the whistle if something happens. She needs to see it with her own eyes to judge how skilled they are. The skeleton soldiers are killing the wolves while Woojin and Jinna are standing in the center. That girl captain is shocked to see this. She cannot believe that they are the skeleton soldiers. That is on a different level from all the skeleton soldier skills she has ever seen. The guy with her asks the captain if they should help them. She asks if he cannot tell by watching. They are showing off to say that this is their hunting ground. If they go in, they will just be getting in the way instead of helping. She thinks those guys are above her pay guard, as expected of a player who cleared the needle snake dungeon. She needs to report this to the guild. They must recruit him and get him on their side. Suddenly, they hear a whistle. She says it was a singular long whistle. It is in Shiro's. Something must have happened at the camp, so they run back. Woojin notices their movement. The wolves have broken through their defense line. They wonder why there are so many. They try to defend themselves. They have to hold until their captain arrives. Suddenly, she appears while jumping into the sky to cross the pack of wolves, and she shakes the land when she lands. She kills many wolves with one strike. It also digs a hole in the land. She asks his crew what they all are doing. These are just the first floor monsters. She orders them to stop scrambling around and get into a defensive formation. They will secure the camp by slowly moving back. She says if they are injured, they can fall back. A wolf sees this from a cliff and howls. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking badly. A guy standing on a tree branch to look around sees hundreds of wolves coming in this direction. He informs others that it is a monster wave coming this way. The captain gets worried as their defensive line is already broken. But it is not even a monster wave yet. Woojin and Jinna are standing on a cliff and watching the monster wave passing beneath them. Jinna says they will be annihilated if they just leave them. He asks him if he is thinking of going in there. Woojin is holding a skill page in his hand. He remembers his conversation with Sichin. He told Woojin that he was a bit caught off guard since Woojin asked for a skill page, but luckily there was one up for sale. He asked Woojin if he had received it yet. Woojin said yes and thanked him for the favor. It was an aura field skill page. Woojin has learned this skill. He smiles and says finally he does not have to spell it out for Jinna anymore. Those Messiah Guild guys are surrounded by hundreds of wolves. The captain thinks she should have known that 12 teams did not fail for no reason. She got too careless because they were still on the first floor. Suddenly, they see a blast at the back. A guy yells that it is reinforcement. The captain tells him to stop speaking nonsense. She asks who else will be in this dungeon other than them. But suddenly she remembers who else is there. Woojin throws the dead monster to create explosions. After that, Jinna and the skeleton soldiers start killing the monsters. All of a sudden, the soldiers start gleaming like gold. Jinna wonders what this crazy aura is. He has never seen skeleton soldiers doing this before. He wonders if they took steroids or something and has gone mad. They all start killing those monsters at a faster rate. He thinks it is like watching some berserkers. He wonders what kind of insane magic Woojin used. Woojin says it is not overpowered. It is simply that when they are hunting a large number of monsters, rather than monopolizing a buff like a sun's blessing, using aura field skill, and sharing with others by turning it into an area of effect, the buff is much more efficient. Woojin throws another dead monster into the field and explodes it. The captain realizes they are acting like a barrier and blocking the Minster wave in the middle. She cannot believe that this is the actual ability of a needle snake hunter. She tells his crew that the flow of the wave has been interrupted. Now is their chance. She orders them to charge in together. Secretary Lee asks if they will be saving the Messiah Guild from a pinch. Sichin replies yes. He says the Messiah Guild are praised as heroes. Does she think they will be able to act hostile against their saviors openly? Besides, they will be pressured by the public's eye to reward their saviors handsomely. In other words, they will be killing two birds with one stone. She says that will be great if they can succeed. But will it be possible? She says the Messiah Guild has plenty of skilled players within that level range. In order to make this plan work, they will need skills that far surpass theirs. But if Sichin thinks Woojin is that powerful, he smiles and says he certainly does. From the skill and rate of growth that Woojin has displayed recently, he would even be happy to give him a loan. She stops typing, hearing these words. Then she slides her chair and asks if he seriously rates Woojin that highly. He replies he does. That's why, while Jinna and Woojin are in the dungeon, they need to do their best to make sure that their identities are not revealed, so they can reap the benefits for as long as possible while hiding behind a mask. The players finally clear the first floor. They say if it were not for those Russians, they would have been in serious trouble. The captain goes to him and thanks him as they did not lose any guild members because of him. Then, she realizes that they cannot speak Korean. Woojin replies in poor Korean that it was their job, so they did it. Then they leave. She tries to stop them from behind, but they ignore her. Jinna asks if they will just leave like this. Did he forget about their plan? He replies since they just annihilated the most giant pack, there is no more danger. Sticking with them will just increase the chances of their identities being exposed. Now that they have demonstrated their skills, they will not be able to claim their dungeon as theirs anymore. This dungeon has just become the perfect place to level up. This terrifies Jinna. He asks if they will do that again from last time. Jinna says he must have gone mad that he teamed up with a crazy man like him. They kept hunting the monsters, and now their level has been increased. Woojin has reached the level 35. He cannot ask for any more if they just complete the final objective. The emissary of the underworld has used its authority to transfer great power to him. The rank of the blood poison skill also rises by 1. Now he can spend mana to concentrate the poison and make dark blood. He looks at this and says this will let him realize his plans sooner. Jinna looks at Woojin and asks why he is making such a serious face and if something is wrong with him. Woojin replies that nothing is wrong. But before they go to the second floor, they have one last thing to do together. Jinna asks what it is. What is he planning now? He replies that he is planning to have a meal. They will need even more energy on the second floor. This is shocking for Jinna. They prepare the meal. Jinna enjoys eating it and says it finally feels like they are a real team. He offers Woojin to have a bite with him. Woojin says he has something he wants to ask him before raiding the Horned Fox. Even with an immortal body, Jinna can still feel pain. He asks if Jinna would not pass out from pain in the midst of combat. Jinna replies he is not so weak that he passes out during a fight. Woojin says if that's the case, if his body was pierced by the Horned Fox's horn, how long could he withstand it? Jinna startles and asks if he maybe did something wrong. On the second floor of the dungeon, the Messiah Guild crew is having a difficult time hunting as the fox is swift. The fox is attacking their men. The captain thinks that everyone will die at this rate. She wonders if there is nothing they can do. Suddenly, Jinna comes there and speaks something in Russian. She looks at him and wonders what this Russian is planning on doing by himself. She tells him to wait as he will not achieve anything by just charging in without a plan. Suddenly, she sees the horned fox appearing in front of him. The fox barks at him while showing its sharp teeth. Then she jumps towards him to attack. Jinna realizes that she is faster than he thought. The fox keeps attacking him repeatedly. He thinks it is like Woojin said. The damage is not much, but she is too fast. He says that blocking the fox is the best he can do now. It will be hard to counterattack. Soon, he starts losing balance in the snow. The fox jumps and pierces its horn on him. He feels immense pain. He remembers what Woojin said last night. The horned fox does not have a threatening attack, but its speed is the problem. A skeleton soldier would break easily, so he will not choose this option. A trap utilizing wooden fences would take too long. Jinna says if he summarizes it, Woojin wants him to stop its movements. He says he was wondering why Woojin suggested they eat all of a sudden. Jinna grabs the fox by its fur and tries to hold it in place. He activates the skill of the river Styx's blessing to heal because he is hurting a lot. But he has finally caught the fox. The captain looks at him and cannot believe he stopped the horned fox by taking it head on. But she is worried as he will not be able to last like that forever. It will be for nothing if the horned fox cannot be quickly defeated while that Russian is holding it. At the same time, an arrow comes flying from her behind and hits the fox. The horned fox has been poisoned by the dark blood. That arrow was shot by Woojin. After that, the skeleton soldier ran toward their prey to attack. The captain looks at both of them and thinks they are complete monsters compared to them. They are on a whole other level. They successfully hunted the horned fox and cleared the dungeon. The media get crazy to know whether it was the Messiah Guild or Isak who cleared the dungeon. Meanwhile, the car for diplomates arrives to pick them up. While sitting in the car, Woojin calls Sechin and requests him to release a statement for him. Sechin says they got back faster than he expected. But why does he need a statement? Woojin looks at the fox horns and says let them know if the Messiah Guild desperately wants it. They are willing to donate the horn from the horned fox. Jinna makes a face after listening to this offer. He asks if Woojin has gone crazy. After what they have gone through, he wants to donate it. Sechin says he understands what Woojin is saying. That is quite the plan he has got. Jinna says if they do not want it, they can give it to him. It seems they have lost their minds if they are planning to donate it to Messiah Guild. Woojin tells Sechin to please emphasize if the Messiah Guild wants. Sechin says he will do it. The next day, this news is published in every newspaper. The captain from the Messiah Guild from the Horned Fox dungeon also gives an exclusive interview and tells the press that without Isak, clearing the dungeon would have been impossible. Woojin reads all the news online and says he can rely on Sechin for stuff like this. They took care of it quickly. When he was thinking about this, he got a call from Youngwon. After some time, he was at Youngwon's house. They see the news on TV. The newscaster is talking about Isak Ivanov. Youngwon says that guy is all over the news these days. He pays attention to Woojin and says he is better at taking care of stuff than Youngwon had expected. The Skull Guild had completely folded operations in Korea and went back to Japan. He says a part of him wants to go and eradicate them, but he is satisfied with how things turned out. Since Woojin kept his end of the deal, he needs to be rewarded appropriately. He signals Secretary Kim, and she puts a paper in front of Woojin. Youngwon tells him not to get full of himself and continue to grow stronger. He still has a lot in store for him. That paper is a skill catalog. It is the skill of Blood Mist, but only players above level 40 can use it. Youngwon tells him to become an even greater individual as a member of his elite squad. Woojin replies that he has understood. Suddenly, breaking news is aired on TV. The Messiah Guild has released an official statement. They are grateful for Isak Ivanov's words but will only accept his sentiments. Instead, they will send a humble gift to repay him for saving their guild members' lives. Youngwon calls them idiots. They are just going to lose out in the end, trying to protect their stupid pride. Woojin thinks that if he had remained quiet, they would have tried robbing him of the horn by stirring up public opinion. But that would only work against people classified as enemies of the Messiah Guild. On top of saving their guild members, he is saying that he will even donate the item. There is no way for them to paint him in a negative light. In order to protect their image of gracious heroes, they want the horn of the horned fox. They will have to pay a significant price for it. Woojin replies to Youngwon on how much they will lose. Does not that depend on what Messiah will reward him with? Woojin looks at the skill page. He thinks that giving him a level 40 skill page means Youngwon wants him to focus on leveling up. He asks him if he would be able to secure some dungeons for him to level up in. He replies he definitely would. He tells him to purchase some dungeons through a broker and just send him the invoice. He will take care of the rest. Woojin thanks him for this. Jinna is watching the news on his mobile. The newscaster reads the news that the Messiah Guild is planning to send Isak Ivanov a gift of gratitude. They are a guild that generously backs those putting themselves on the front line to save the world. Jinna, while eating, asks if Woojin put on that spectacle about donating, knowing this would happen. He says Woojin is having his cake and eating it, too. He gets to keep the horn while receiving a gift from the Messiah Guild. He wonders what they will gift him. He is curious to know. Sechin says it is the Golem Summon skill. Jinna asks his brother how he knows about that. He He replies they had already sent it before announcing it to the press. No matter what the gift is, it looks better to gift something before announcing it to the press. They offered the golem summon skill, so they accepted it right away. Jinna gets furious. He asks what about him. He also worked hard, so why did he not gain anything? Should he not at least be getting table scraps or something? Sichin puts the boxes of snacks before him and says it is his gift since he likes food. He says he has been stocking up as a special present for him. Jinna is shaking due to anger. He points towards the boxes in the corner and says these are gifts sent by people who think they are Russians. So why is he acting like he is the one who bought them? He says he also wants some skills or items. After a while, when Jinna has finished many boxes of those snacks, he asks Sichin what he has been holding and staring at for a while. He replies that he has received a dungeon purchase request from Yongwon. Jinna asks if he is not about to stop doing business with him. He swore him out, calling him names that only care about lining his pockets. Now, Sichin wants to do business with him again. Besides, Jinna thought he already took control of the Phoenix Guild's top brasses, so why does he need a dungeon broker? Sichin replies that Yongwon says he wants to buy some in order to raise his new elite soldier. He sure loves his underlings. Jinna asks who is his new elite soldier. Sichin replies Jinna knows him very well. Jinna wonders if it is Woojin. He asks if the two of them want to cooperate to shake him down. He says they both are con artists. Sichin says it is called business. He says Jinna needs to have Woojin teach him this stuff. He slides a paper towards him and says this one looks good. Jinna looks at it carelessly and reads the title that it is a survival quest. Sichin asks how it looks. He says that the dungeons that are explicitly survival quests are rare, so he should be able to fetch a pretty penny. He says that to survive 7 days in a Biank dungeon seems like a perfect task to level up by risking life. He hands back the page to Sichin. He asks why he is giving it back to him. He says Woojin has to go there and deliver. He asks him if he does not want to level up. Jinna grows pale of fear and the paper falls off his hand. He says that now when he thinks about it, he does not think this is the best. Sichin laughs at him and says he is finally starting to be good at judging dungeons. Now, he should hurry on. While inside the dungeon, Jinna thinks it is like being in hell in another dungeon with Woojin. He asks Jinna if they should start by going on a light walk. Hansen Group is the #1 South Korean financial company. They became the most influential company in the world by sponsoring the Messiah Guild. Shinhai is the chief executive officer here. Someone tells him that Jihu has died. He entered the dungeon saying he would get Woojin, yet he never returned. She asks why he had to do something, but no one asks. She asks where is the necklace of Gawain. He says it was stolen. She orders him to recover it, no matter the cost. She thinks it is not hard to find a replacement for Jihu within the guild, but there are no items that can replace the necklace of Gawain. She also thinks that the Skull Guild's frequent failures seemed a minor deal at first, but that tiny spark has now stoked the flames, causing great tension between them and the Master Swordman and Master Archer. The alliance that was thought to be perfect is starting to crack. The source of all problems is Yongwon. If she knew things would turn out this way, she would have eliminated him sooner. Now that his forces have grown so large, she can only chip away at his strength. She asks what happened to the new member of Yongwon's elite squad. That guy hesitates and replies that they are trying their best to eliminate Woojin, but Yongwon is doing all he can to protect him, so they cannot even get close. Not only that, but he seems to be investing as many items and skill pages as he can to level up Woojin. She asks him to stop with the pointless excuses. She says the only thing she wants to know is their plans to eliminate him. He replies that they already have formed a team to capture Woojin. She asks who is the leader. He replies it is Suzuki. She thinks she can trust Suzuki Aichi as he possesses the Ring of Lancelot. She asks where they are now. He says they are currently on standby in the city of Kisong. Woojin's level has been increased to 40. The emissary of the underworld is impressed by his growth. He has gained 8 additional inventory slots. Woojin is glad that he can finally use the gifts he has received. Jinna is all consumed after spending this much time leveling up. He looks at Woojin and thinks the more he learns about this guy, the more impressive he seems. He is probably the only one who could level up this quickly and easily. Setting up traps after analyzing the environment, there is more to it than it seems. Not only does he know the types of monsters and the numbers they come in depending on the dungeon, but he also knows their precise location. On top of that, he even knows the most efficient way to hunt them. In short, he knows everything, almost as if he has experienced everything before. Woojin says he should be able to even walk out of a tiger's den alive now. Woojin learns the skill of golem summoning and the skill of blood mist. Jinna says since they have achieved their goal, can they take it easy and clear the dungeon now? Woojin replies it is the opposite. Since he got some new skills, they need to give it their all. That way, they can objectively measure how much offensive power they truly possess. After a few days, they come out of the dungeon. Woojin walks out while Jinna crawls out. Seeing this, Secretary Lee comes running towards him and asks what happened to him. He says he is starving. Woojin asks her if he may talk to Sichin. She leaves Jinna and says yes. Upon this treatment, Jinna murmurs that even slaves are given food. She gives her phone to Woojin to contact Sichin. He calls him while thinking if he will be in Kisong around this time. He tells Sichin that he wants to go somewhere. After ending the call, Sichin looked at the phone worriedly and wondered why it had to be Kisong out of all places. He wonders what Woojin is thinking. After the gates appeared, the isolated North Korea opened a small door to receive help from the outside world. That was the unique city of Kisong. Entry was unrestricted, and if one could destroy the dungeon, anything was allowed. As a result, the remarkable city of Kisong became a nest for players who committed crimes, and the town was quickly engulfed by greed. A green-colored bus is heading towards the city of Kisong at night. A boy sitting on the bus is shivering due to the freezing temperature. A middle-aged man comes to him and says he is seeing him for the first time here. Is it his first time being a storage? The boy apologizes and asks what the storage is. He tells him it is a term used for being an inventory mule, so they can bring more items back from the dungeon. The boy tries to pretend that it is not his first time, but his face is sweating. That older guy says that everyone on the bus can see that this is his first time. He says that by the look of it, he does not seem like he would be on a wanted list for a violent crime. He asks if he conned someone. He tells him not to be nervous. Most of them are in the same boat. He is not much since most people here are rapists or murderers. The fact that they are untouchable is simply because they are players. He laughs and says how nice of a world is this, then asks if this is not right. They can make a comeback anytime by making lots of money. He says it is the best. Then, he asks him how he ended up here anyway. That boy says he was betrayed by someone he used to trust. That man laughs to know that it is a tale of betrayal. He says he does not know who that traitor is, but he bets the kid will have to work hard to make him pay for it. He tells him that if he needs any help, he can ask. Then, he moves to the front portion of the bus. That young kid is Woojin in disguise. He says he will make sure Sejin pays the price of betrayal. That middle-aged guy texts someone that there is nothing suspicious on the bus. It should not be a problem to treat them like disposable. The bus stops after entering the city of Kisong. They all are ordered to get off the bus. Jinna asks if Woojin has gone to Kisong in North Korea. That is the place where all the criminals gather. He asks what he is searching for in that lawless city. Sichin's hands are shivering after seeing the food bills. He yells at him and says Jinna is crazy as he comes over at dinner to leech off him. Jinna replies that he remembered Woojin talking about needle snake leather or something. This hits Sichin in the head, and he changes the topic by saying he does not know why Woojin has gone to Kisong. Jinna says he is now changing the topic because he has something he wants to hide. Sichin ignores him and says it is terrible timing for Woojin to go there since that guy just happens to also be at Kisong. Jinna asks who he is talking about. He replies that there is a guy who is an even stronger monster than Woojin. He thinks that guy should be around level 50 now. No one is a match against him in that range. He hopes he is wrong. He does not want those two running into each other this early. Jinna does not believe. He asks if Sichin means there is a more potent monster than Woojin. If someone like that existed, Jinna would have heard of them. He asks what is his name. Sichin says he probably has heard of his name. He is Suzuki Aichi, the Messiah Guild's hunting dog. Suzuki tells someone on the other side of the phone that he has understood the assignment. He will start the preparations. An underling of his asks if everything is okay. He tells them the queen wants them to control our level up rate for the next target. They ask who is the next target. He replies it is Woojin Kim. At the same time, the passengers are requested to get off the bus that is just behind the Suzuki's gang. His crew says that they have never heard of Woojin. Suzuki replies since she wants them on standby. He is probably not an ordinary guy. He says that is irrelevant. They simply have to hunt in order. Since a new prey has been selected, they should quickly clear this dungeon and investigate him. He asks what is the status of the storage. His man tells him they got a message from the guy they put in charge that nothing was out of the ordinary. He thinks they can proceed as planned. Suzuki orders him to get them ready. Woojin is standing right behind Suzuki's crew. He looks at him and thinks he did not think he would meet again like this. Until a few days ago, he avoided him more than anyone else. He knows that Suzuki is a hunting dog that would tear apart anything for the needs of the Messiah Guild. Around the time he reached level 100, he became restricted in his activities due to being so high level. Due to that, the Messiah Guild had to raise a new hunting dog to work in their shadows. This is something that Woojin only found out later, but if it weren't for that, Sejin probably wouldn't have scouted him in person. Regardless, Suzuki is someone he should not underestimate. On top of that, he has perhaps received the Ring of Lancelot from Shinhai by now. He will become an unstoppable monster if he leaves him alone any longer. He needs to nip it in the bud while he can. They all enter the dungeon. They are notified to defeat the Red Orc to move on to the next floor. But a man from Suzuki's crew has been killed after a while. The other tell that one of the storages just killed one of their men and ran away. Suzuki looks closely at the dead body. His men ask their captain what they should do now. Should they chase after him? Suzuki thinks the murderer killed him in one strike by going for vitals without hesitating, and with pinpoint precision. He says the killer has killed more than just 1 or 2 players. He announces that their plans have been cancelled. He orders them to take care of all the storage they brought. All of his men bring out their weapons and surround the storage. That middle-aged guy from the bus asks what the matter is. They do not even have any blades in their inventory. But Suzuki's crew does not listen to them and kills all those storages. He returns and reports to Suzuki that they have taken care of all of them. He asks if they should spread out and search for him now. Suzuki says that running after only killing one guy means he wants to drag this out. He is all by himself. He probably plans to take them out one by one as soon as they spread out. He says, do they even need to entertain such an obvious tactic? He tells them that finding out information on the prey should take priority. At the same time, they hear the voice of trees falling on the ground. They all look there and find a golem heading toward them. Suzuki says the nimbus of that killer is the emissary of the underworld. Since he cannot use other summoning skills without a sacrifice, this golem is a distraction to buy time. He says that they have a change of plans. They are chasing after him, but first, they take care of this golem. A mage casts the imprisonment skill on the golem and holds him in one place. A man shouts that golems have high resistance against bladed weapons. He asks everyone to swap to a blunt weapon. They are not much of a threat if they take care of their legs first. So, all of them attack the legs of the golem. Wujin is keeping an eye on them while hiding. He thinks they know where to aim first because they can swap weapons without orders and possess excellent teamwork. One jumps higher, strikes the golem's head with his hammer, and kills it. But when the smoke starts clearing, they hear a sound. Someone has shot arrows at them while using the smoke. Suzuki cuts the arrows before they hit anyone. He tells his crew not to underestimate him just because he is Sloan. He thinks that precisely aiming for the healer while everyone was distracted by the golem means not only is he familiar with this kind of job, but he must be incredibly skilled at it. He wonders who this guy is who is capable of long-range attacks as well as summons. Suddenly, they are attacked again. They see someone coming there running and wonder if they are players. But where did they come from? They were the only ones who entered this dungeon. One says he will buy them some time to get into formation. He uses the multi-shot skill. He is shocked that they charge through it instead of dodging it. He wonders who those guys are. All of a sudden, the skeleton soldiers reach them and attack. He looks at one and wonders if this thing is not too elegant for a skeleton soldier. He says these skeletons are relentless since they do not have to worry about injuries. He has never heard of skeleton soldiers that can fight this intelligently. Suzuki casts a skill and kills one of the soldiers. He thinks the skeleton soldiers mimic the movements of its summoner, which gives him an idea of how skilled the summoner might be. He looks at them and says nothing good will come from dragging this out. He attacks another one and cuts it into 2. He tells his crew not to let their guard down, thinking they are skeleton soldiers. Treat them like veteran players and use all their might. Since they are wearing tough armor, aim for the exposed parts. They all focus on the chinks in their armor and start destroying them. Suzuki has he can feel it. He is hiding somewhere during the battle. He just has to take care of the player that summoned things. Suddenly, he finds him. He rushes to him and attacks him with his sword. As his disguise is removed, the player appears from inside. Suzuki sees a man wearing a skull mask and wonders if this is Isak Ivanov, the needle snake hunter. They have killed the skeleton soldiers. Only 2 of them are left now. His crew looks at the blonde guy who is wearing a mask. He wonders if he was not amicable with their guild. So why is that guy attacking them? Wujin reads the situation and thinks it is time to put his second plan in motion. He and his 2 skeleton soldiers run inside the woods. Suzuki wonders why he is retreating and if he plans to wear them out. He thinks he is a necromancer, so they will be disadvantaged if they give him time. His underling tells him that they have lost 4 men to him. They need to go after him. Suzuki says only when they know his intentions. They will remain on standby. That guy says there is no time for that. He is weakened right now, so he runs after him in the woods. Suzuki says if they were to do things by the book, now that he has lost his summons, going after him would be the right course of action. But what if the summoning skills are not everything he has got? He asks his man to stop as it is a trap. But it is too late. Wujin uses the explosion skill. After that, those players face some ominous smoke. Suzuki tells everyone to be on high alert. Without their line of sight, they do not know what will come. When the smoke starts to clear, they see someone coming. It is the guy who went to catch Isak in the woods. He is badly injured. He apologizes to his captain as he loses his self-control. Suddenly, he starts coughing blood as he has been poisoned. Suzuki notices that his blood is black. The healer runs towards him and says he will heal him right away. Suzuki asks him to stop. He says the color of his blood has wholly changed. It is too late. That guy's condition is getting worse. Even his eyes have started bleeding. He asks them to help him. He runs towards them and begs for help as he does not want to die here like this. But Suzuki uses his blade and kills him. He thinks there was not any intel that said Isaac Ivanov used poison. But for him to use poison so lethal that it killed his subordinate instantly, why did he not use it from the beginning? Suddenly, he realizes something and looks at the wounds of his men. He did not notice because of the explosion, but why wasn't this dark red mist going away? He says poison everywhere and asks them to escape the dark mist. He activates the Ring of Lancelot to get resistance against the blood poison, but it is already late. His subordinates start feeling dizzy as if they have been poisoned. Their health begins continuously dropping from the effects of the poison. Suzuki looks at them. Everyone has been poisoned. Now, he understands what Isaac was aiming for. He wanted the poison mist to make him and his subordinates defenseless. Suddenly, a skeleton soldier comes running from behind. But it is not aiming for him. It is aiming for the lives of his associates. He looks back and sees Woojin getting ready to attack him, but he blocks his attack. Suzuki gets the notification that the executioner of the Holy Light has become interested in this battle. Woojin also receives the notification from the emissary of the underworld, who has become interested in this battle. Suzuki is surprised as a notification from Nimbus means his opponent is not ordinary. Woojin thinks, as expected, that Suzuki is on another level from Jihu. He wanted to distract and get rid of him with a single strike. If he is not careful, he could be the one to die here. He activates the skill of the Necklace of Gawain. On the other hand, Secretary Lee informs Sichin that she has managed to track Woojin's location. As Sichin had predicted, he went into that dungeon. Sichin says Woojin went there to take down Suzuki. He thinks if that is true, he is targeting the Messiah Guild. So Woojin would make an incredible ally, but only if he made it back alive. She asks him what they should do. He says it's time they need to have that ready. That is the thing that Secretary Lee worked hard for months to secure, the Pharaoh's power. Inside the dungeon, the crew of Suzuki has been killed. Suzuki kills even the last skeleton soldier. Isaac is on his knees as he is injured as well. Suzuki looks at Isaac and says now it is just two of them. He asks if he is out of his tricks. Isaac thinks even though he concentrated the effects of the sun's blessing on himself, for there to be this large of a gap, he is much stronger than he remembers. He was overconfident, thinking he could face Suzuki. Suzuki tells him that he is the first person he has ever struggled so much against. He will acknowledge him. However, he is sure Isaac already knows, but he has lost too much blood. He should not be able to last any longer. If it were not for the Ring of Lancelot, Suzuki would be dead right now, just like his subordinates. But it protected him against Isaac's blood poison skill. He thinks he is pretty worn out himself. If he loses any more blood, he will be the one to die. He lifts his sword to behead Isaac. Isaac suddenly remembers what Yongwon told him. He said as Woojin had poisonous blood due to poison running through his veins, if he were to get critically wounded, he would not be able to receive surgery or a blood transfusion quickly. That's why Secretary Kim gave him what Yongwon had prepared for him. Yongwon said it might be useless once he became much more robust, but until then, it should have saved his life at least once. He remembers that the skill page he received back then can be used now. He jumps towards Suzuki to grab him before he strikes his sword. Suzuki cannot believe Isaac is struggling till the end. He touches him. Then, he activates the blood absorption skill from the skill page that Yongwon gave him. This way, he absorbs the blood from Suzuki. Suzuki has lost excessive blood, and all his stat has sharply decreased. He falls to the ground and has become weak. On the other hand, Isaac's health has recovered, and his bleeding has stopped. He stands near Suzuki and says someone like him should already know the true nature of Sejun, so why does he still follow him? Suzuki laughs feebly and asks if that was Isaac's reason to attack them all. He says everyone says the world is going crazy, but that is far from the truth. For those with power, for the players to rule the world, that is justice. He asks him to finish this game. That is a foolish behavior masking the law of nature. Isaac takes out his ring and wears it on his finger. The effects of the ring have been removed from Suzuki's body. Isaac says since he is more substantial than him now, Suzuki should be able to easily accept his fate of dying at his hands. The gates open as the dungeon has been cleared. Woojin sees some people waiting for him when he exits the dungeon. That guy in the uniform says he has been waiting for him. He gives him that radio. Sichin praised him as he took down the Suzuki IXE. He says Woojin will not spout nonsense like he killed him without knowing who he was. Woojin asks if he has any problem killing a fake Messiah's dog. Sichin says he has no problem, but he did not think W.O. Ajin would cause so much trouble. He initially thought of him as just an eccentric customer. Anyway, he has got Woojin's message loud and clear. Woojin does not respond. Sichin says he is pretty interested in what he is planning to do. That's why, when he returns from Kisong, does he want to meet up and talk about business. Since it is an important topic, they should discuss it face to face. How long are they just going to communicate wirelessly? Woojin replies that it is okay with him. He has no reason to say no if that business kills the Messiah. Secretary Lee is visiting lockers. These lockers are situated in an open ground. She opens her vault. There is a picture of her as a student with an old man. She looks happy and enthusiastic in the picture. She touches the frame. She sobs and seems about to cry. But then she wears her cold personality on her and leaves. A large fire is burning in the woods of a dungeon. A man blows a whistle and gives the signal to retreat. So all the players are running back to save themselves from the fire. Only one player is walking towards the fire. It's Jinnah, whose expression tells that he is made to go there without his well. He is wearing the ring of Lancelot. He remembers his conversation with Woojin from a while ago. He asks him if he has gone crazy because he wants Jinnah to grab that fire thing. Woojin asks him if he has no confidence in him. Is he afraid of getting a bit scorched despite having such a body? Jinnah replies it is not like that. He is not scared. He was just asking if this plan was even possible. Woojin tells him to endure it just for 5 seconds so it cannot move. He will take care of the rest. He throws a thing towards him, which Jinnah catches. Jinnah wonders why he is giving him a gold ring. Woojin asks him to keep it on him. Jinnah asks if he is perhaps proposing to him. He says he respects his preferences, but he is not into boys. Woojin asks him to stop blabbering nonsense and listen up. He tells him that it is the Ring of Lancelot. It protects the user from all that is impure, though it will not help against burns. Jinnah laughs and says isn't it as good as useless if it cannot do anything for burns. Woojin tells him that if the Firefox's flames can cause adverse status effects, that ring will save his life. He says Jinnah should know very well that A+ dungeons are where such abnormalities are bound to happen. While going inside the burning woods, Jinnah thinks that Woojin has promised to buy him as much food as he wants if he can hold on to the Firefox for more than 5 seconds. He says he will make him regret that decision. After a while, he and the Firefox jump toward each other. He grabs it from its neck. He tightens his grip. The fox shakes its body to free itself, but Jinnah does not lose its grip. After that, she burns the fire around her. It burns Jinnah, and he screams due to the pain of getting burnt. The Firefox's flames grant him the curse of darkness, and he is blinded. But the Ring of Lancelot activates its strong resistance against the Scourge of Darkness. His sight comes back. He does not lose his grip and says he will hold out no matter what and eat until he empties Woojin's wallet. Meanwhile, Woojin brings out a blood weapon from the inventory and runs towards the Roaring Fox. News in the newspaper shows that Japan has given the Messiah Guild approval for a dungeon raid. Now Japan's A+ Firefox dungeon has become Messiah Guilds. This makes Sichin worried. He thinks that for the Messiah Guild to obtain Japan's national treasure, the A+ rank dungeon would mean that the Messiah Guild is probably holding some weakness against them. Since the appearance of Isaac Ivanov, the Messiah Guild has started to operate much more aggressively. They may have gotten their hands on Japan, China, and America. Suddenly, Secretary Lee enters the office and wishes him a good morning. Sichin looks at her heels, where the mud is attached to the bottoms. She goes to her desk and says she will give her a report about what he asked her the other day as soon as possible. She just needs a moment. Sichin picks the calendar to see the date. He tells her that there is no need to rush. It is still pre-business hours. She can take time. Today's date is marked on the calendar. It is her birthday. Sichin thinks he did not notice the time fly by. She must have gone there today as well. He smiles and thinks since it is her birthday, he should at least buy her something. He asks her how steak for lunch sounds today. She is surprised and asks if he will buy it. Did he get a free coupon or something? Sichin gets cold sweats and shouts what kind of image she has of him. Woojin and Jinnah come out from the International Airport of Korea. Jinnah thinks if Woojin had not lent him the Ring of Lancelot, he might have been a goner. He did not even believe the Firefox's flames could cause such effects. Yet, Woojin accounted for everything and came prepared. He recalls that fiery scene. He thought he had caught up to him quite a bit, but in reality, he still had a ways to go. Woojin tells him that they should part ways here. Jinnah grabs his shoulder from his back and asks what he means by this. Shouldn't he keep his promise before he goes? Woojin asks what promise. Jinnah smiles and reminds him that he told him if Jinnah held onto the Firefox for 5 seconds, Woojin would buy him food as much as he wanted. Woojin says he did. However, Jinnah only managed to hold on for precisely 4.9 seconds. Jinnah yells at him and asks if he will play dirty with a holy food bet. Woojin ignores him and keeps walking. Jinnah tells him it was 5.9 seconds. He tells him to at least acknowledge what he should. Yongwon is reading the newspaper where the news about Isaac Ivanov successfully clearing the Firefox dungeon is published. He says this Isaac is an impressive fellow. At first, he thought he was just some fool messing around. He asks Woojin if he agrees with him. He replies he feels the same. Suddenly, Secretary Kim enters the room and says she has something to report. But when she sees Woojin sitting there, she says she will return later since he has a guest. Yongwon says that is fine. She can just tell him now. She says that Johan Jorg, whom they were trying to recruit, joined the Messiah Guild instead. Yongwon is shocked to hear that. She says the Messiah Guild got ahead of them due to Johan's growing influence in Europe. This is surprising for Woojin as well. He remembers they only start working together much later on. He wonders if killing Suzuki perhaps moved forward the chain of events. Now, he has to observe the situation and change his plans accordingly. Yongwon clenches his teeth in anger and says he wanted Johann George to keep the Messiah Guild in check, but now he will be a threat to them instead. He says they need to find a plan B. Woojin says if that is the case, what about Isaac Ivanov, whom he just mentioned? Yongwon thinks it would be great to have him join them, but they have no information about him. He says it will not be easy. She says that according to rumors, Isaac has recently been making frequent appearances in the black market to purchase the skill page for Skeleton Knight. He says he is sure Isaac is having a hard time. That is a pretty rare skill. Yongwon thinks for a while and says if Isaac is trying to procure Skeleton Knight's skill, things might go easier than he initially thought. At the headquarters of the Messiah Guild, Shinhai visits Sejun. The room is brightened up due to the light of the moon coming from the window. She tells him that Suzuki and all of his subordinates have died. He asks what about the workshop. She says the Kisung workshop has been demolished without a trace. He asks who exactly the brave soul is that decided to provoke them like this. She says they have information that one of Yongwon's men was spotted in Kisung using a fake identity. She is trembling while telling this. Though it might be hard to believe, she thinks Yongwon's forces made the first move. Sejun asks her how she is responding to this situation. She says if he asks about Yongwon, she has already done something about it. Soon enough, his foolishness in keeping Messiah Guild in check will bring him down to his doom. There is another matter she wants to discuss. She says they have recruited this man, whose picture she is showing to keep Isaac in check. He shows his ambition by expanding his forces all over Europe. His nimbus is the emissary of the underworld, and his primary skill is the skeleton soldier. He can produce endless skeleton soldiers, enough to form an army. No matter how powerful an enemy is, they are supposedly helpless against his army. Players who have witnessed his overwhelming might call him the king of the undead. His name is Johann Georg. She says they have decided it would be easier to handle Johann Georg instead of the mysterious Isaac, who does not hide his ambitions. Isaac has told the media that he is amicable towards their Messiah Guild, but they have taken far too great of a loss due to that man. So, they will use Johann Georg to keep Isaac in check, just in case. Sejun places his hand on her shoulder, and she gets terrified. He says she is right. The greater the desire, the easier it is to handle them. He says he likes the name of the king of the undead. After that, he walks away, saying he is giving her a last chance. Yongwon leaves the hotel, where Secretary Kim waits for him outside his car. While going back, Yongwon looks a little perplexed. She asks him if he is okay and if the negotiation with the Frontier Guild has not gone well. He says nothing went wrong in the talks. These Frontier guys have wanted to enter the Korean market for a while now, but as competitors, their pride would not allow them to bow down to the Messiah Guild just to do so. Thus, ultimately, making a deal with the Phoenix Guild was their best option. She says that cooperating with one of the top 5 guilds in the world seems like it would be great for them in regards to keeping the Messiah Guild in check. She asks if something is bothering him. He says there is no such thing as free candy in this world. People who approach others with overwhelming goodwill are bound to be scheming something. If the Frontier Guild plans on screwing with him, he will use their fame against them. He asks her to call Woojin to the guild headquarters tomorrow morning. Woojin is surprised to hear about the Frontier Guild. He asks if he has to work with them for now. Yongwon says he will not be working with them. He just needs to receive their protection and safely level up. They said they would enter a dungeon in 2 days, so ensure Woojin is ready. He replies okay. After leaving the office, he thinks Yongwon has no choice but to receive help from a third party to keep Messiah Guild in check. But this plan seems too obvious. There is no way that the devious Shinhai did not anticipate Yongwon's plans to partner up with the American Guild. Judging by the situation, it is highly likely that the Frontier Guild and the Messiah Guild are working together behind the scenes. However, it is never good to rely on presumptions. He needs more intel, so Woojin dials Sechun's number and calls him to find out about this. 2 days later, Woojin and other special forces of Yongwon gather at the site to enter the dungeon. The others are excited to meet the Frontier Guild while Woojin thinks about something. His fellow says that they are lucky as they will raid a dungeon while being looked after. He is glad that he joined Yongwon's elite squad. Suddenly, a representative of the Frontier Guild enters the room. He apologizes to them and says he got held up briefing multiple teams simultaneously. He introduces himself. His name is Jamie Kim. He is part of Frontier Guild's legal team. He asks them to have a seat as he has a few things to brief them on. He says the Frontier Guild is doing everything possible to maintain safety. Therefore, it would be in their most significant interest if the players could all cooperate with their restrictions. From now on, they all will be prohibited from entering any dungeon without the accompaniment of the Frontier Guild. And inside the dungeon, they cannot do anything. One of the players stands up and asks what he means by cannot do anything. Jamie says he thinks those guys might be mistaken, but the contract it only states to level them all up safely. The agreement has no single sentence about honoring their rights and freedom. Therefore, what he is telling them right now is not simply a suggestion. He warns them that it could be problematic for both parties if they do not adhere to their restrictions. He pushes him to his seat and asks him to sit there and stay still. He will make this easy to understand. He laughs and says they should not think about anything to do inside the dungeon. They just have to let their guild spoon feed them like babies. Then he says, if they have any complaints, please voice them now. He will personally relay to Yongwon that the contract has been annulled due to the players' refusal to cooperate. None of them say anything. Jamie says he will take it that they all understand now. He says they will be heading into a dungeon in 30 minutes. After that, he leaves the room. Woojin wonders if they are planning on controlling Yongwon's men under the name of supervision. He stands up from the chair and takes the call. Sichin is on the other side of the phone. He believes there needs to be a massive change of plans. He says it is probably not a good idea to enter that dungeon. After researching, he thinks the Messiah and Frontier guilds are conspiring together, just like Woojin speculated. Sichin believed that the Messiah guild's recent actions seemed abnormal, but he had no idea they would have joined forces with one of the most prominent guilds in America. He says he will have to dig deeper to find out if they are working with the entire guild or have just bought out a faction. Sichin asks why he does not give up on that dungeon. He says he can find a safer dungeon for him if he wants. Woojin says he thinks Sichin is underestimating him too much. One needs to enter a tiger's den to hunt a tiger. Sichin tells him that going there when he knows they are scheming is too reckless. Woojin smirks and says if he were not reckless, they would not be talking in the first place. Also, he does not think it is an appropriate time to chat now that they know the two are working together. Sichin says that is true. They have to come up with a new plan. Woojin says he wants to request two things. First, please update him on any intel regarding these Frontier guys in real time. Second, he will need Sichin to take care of the aftermath. Sichin smiles and says he will. He says since Woojin has already decided, he should go on a rampage to his heart's content. He will make sure to clean up after his mess spotlessly. The players enter the dungeon. The crew of Yongwon is just sitting on a rock and leveling up without doing anything. Now they are getting bored by this. One of them says it is the third dungeon, but he still cannot get used to sitting around and doing nothing. But it is not that bad. They are making money by sitting around, and the dungeon raids end quickly. At this rate, it will not be long till they can raid a dungeon with Master Yongwon. The second player agrees with him. He says he heard rumors that Master Yongwon is preparing to raid the 6th floor. The other one is shocked to hear that. He asks if there is yet to be an official announcement about it. His fellow says they have not announced it yet, but he heard they have started recruiting elite members already. Woojin hears their conversations. It seems to him that the Frontier Guild is speeding through dungeon raids to ease Yongwon since executing their plan will be much easier once Yongwon enters a dungeon. After a while, they are notified that the dungeon has been cleared. They all stand up and stretch as it is finally over. A player from the Frontier Guild comes and says he does not remember telling them to stand up, so why are they all moving on their own? A player says that a dungeon clear message popped up, so they thought it was over. He says they should get along. That Frontier player says they should not be mistaken. They did not come here to become buddies. He says they cannot do anything inside a dungeon without their orders. Sichin says he can bet Woojin hates it since they are not letting him do anything. He says Yongwon is quite a fantastic fellow. They cannot try any funny business with how vigilant he is being. Though, that might come to an end. Yongwon must be getting impatient. He sent out a press release much earlier than Sichin expected. Woojin says he must lay out his foundations as fast as possible. So, he did not have a choice. Sichin says that when Yongwon enters a dungeon, those Frontier men will show their true colors. But Sichin is sure Woojin will handle it well enough, even without him needing to tell him how to. Woojin asks what about the intel he requested. Sichin replies that Woojin does not have to worry about that. He should have it by tomorrow, and it should have a lot of exciting information. Some workers are pruning the branches of a tree on a roadside. Woojin is looking at them from the window of a restaurant. Then he tells the person sitting opposite him that he thought Sichin would be the one to come here today. This is Secretary Lee. She says it's been a while since they met. She recalls her chat with Sichin before arriving there. Sichin says he needs to meet Woojin at least once personally, but she tells him she will go to attend tomorrow's meeting. This is important to her as well. She apologizes to Woojin on Sichin's behalf and says something important came up for the boss at the last minute. She takes out some papers, gives them to him, and says the business plan will proceed without problems. Woojin says he understands. He starts looking at the report. He is surprised to see it. He thinks the papers have information on the Messiah Guild's core members and detail which guilds they have a close relationship with. She tells him that according to the intel they gathered, the current Messiah Guild has managed to infiltrate the Frontier Guild and all of the top 5 guilds in the world. They need first to eliminate the helping hands of the Messiah Guild. Woojin asks if she suggests they should start by pruning the branches. She says that's exactly right. It is the only way they will be able even to see a glimmer of hope. She slides an envelope towards him and says as for the payment method previously, this should be more than enough. Woojin opens it and brings out a paper of it. He is surprised to see it. She tells him that the intel on that document is priceless information. It contains a list of items used by the Messiah Guild and suspected moles for the Messiah Guild in the top 5 guilds. She says she has even included the legendary items that those moles possess. Woojin smiles and says she is right. This is more than enough as payment. Woojin sees the report on that guy from the dungeon ordering them. His name is Sam Oliver, and his item is Percival's spear. That guy was keeping tabs on Woojin. He has heard his name before, but for Sam to be the owner of Percival's spear is quite shocking. He tells Secretary Lee to relay a message to the very busy Mr. Sechin. He points at the picture of Sam and says, please get him the same one as last time. A fellow of Sam's asks him how many they are supposed to take care of today, but Sam is not answering. His fellow asks him what is wrong with him and why he has been zoning out. Sam looks at him finally and says sorry. He says he was just lost in thought. He says it is just one guy for today. He says it does not matter if they kill or spare the other 4. They only need to make sure to eliminate one guy. His fellow says he thought Sam was maybe worried again because he had much to do. He's glad he is teamed up with Sam, as he is fortunate. Sam says it is true. He has heard the other teams must care for 4 and 7 people. Sam thought that he was lucky too until Chief Naomi called him. She told him he had to start today since Yongwon was absent and inside a dungeon. He asked her that's not the only reason she had called him alone. She asked him if he had cared for Percival's spear. The boy Sam had been keeping tabs on was a high priority on the elimination list. He had survived multiple assassination attempts by other guilds. She said the Messiah Guild did not lend him that spear because he was fabulous. Sam clenches his teeth and thinks he needs to succeed no matter what. After everything he has been through, he cannot get the spear taken away from him. All the players have entered the dungeon. They are notified to survive here for 4 days to move on to the next floor. Sam does not like the survival quest. He wonders if Woojin notices something is up and starts running away. They might have to chase him for 4 days. And if he somehow survives and makes it up to the 2nd floor, things will get far more complicated. Woojin walks away. He gets that they are planning on making their move on the 1st floor. He smiles and says it is also time for him to make his move. Sam's friend asks him when they will start. He replies if they need to bring him around, they should just end it quickly. He says bringing him around separately and getting rid of him by disguising it as an accident. Suddenly one of their men asks Woojin where he is going. Woojin quickly runs towards the woods. Sam orders his men to go after him. They leave the rest of Yongwon's men there and run to catch Woojin. His fellows try to understand what just happened. They wonder if Woojin ate something funny. They say other than being a little suffocating, there is no better situation than this. The air will get heavy again. When they are busy having this conversation, Sam walks towards them, intending to kill them. Sam's crew is searching for him in the woods, but they have lost him. They cannot secure a clear view because of all the trees too. One of them asks if they should split up and find him. He probably is not far from here. The other reminds him this is a survival quest with monsters swarming. If they split up carelessly, they will be in danger instead. The first one asks what they should do. He is being replied that they should go back first. It would be better to consult Sam. Woojin is on a tree and keeps an eye on them. When they go back, he jumps down the tree. He opens his inventory and brings out a ring. He never got to test it since the security was too tight, but now he finally got around to it. The spoils of war obtained from the A+ rank dungeon of Firefox was the Plus Ultra ring. It is a ring that has the power to go beyond one's limits. Its value is immeasurable. Wooji puts it on his finger, and all his skill ranks increase by 1. It increases his skeleton soldier summoning level. Now he can call a skeleton soldier with all types of monster corpses. At the same time, some monsters come there to attack him. Woojin says their timing is perfect. Now he can reinforce his fighting power a bit. Sam is angry to know that Woojin got away. Things are getting messy for him. His friend says the details got leaked somewhere, or perhaps there is a traitor among them. It does not make sense other than that. Sam replies that if their plan were revealed, Woojin would have asked for help rather than be on the run, or he would not have come here in the first place. His men ask him what they will do now. They cannot just wait here till he arrives. Sam tells them to calm down. Now that they are here, they will have to use the characteristics of the survival quest. They do not have to exhaust themselves defeating the monsters. They will focus on finding him slowly. His fellows are killed as well. Sam says what can he do when unexpected things happen? He got rid of them before it got out of hand. Now, they should leave before the monsters swarm here from the smell of blood. They all run away from that place. Sam thinks it is all according to the information from Chief Naomi. Woojin is not an easy guy. Sam is perplexed and cannot understand the situation, no matter how hard he thinks about it. Suddenly, they see a monster's dead body while running. He wonders if Woojin did a hunt while running away. And in the next moment, the dead body explodes. Now this makes it clear. The ones being targeted are Sam and his crew. Sam tells others that it seems like they have fallen into a trap. He orders them to prepare for the follow-up attack. But his men have been hurt and need to be healed first. As the smoke clears, he sees a skeleton soldier who gave him that wound. His crew asks Sam to do something as they cannot see clearly due to the smoke. Suddenly, an arrow comes in this direction, and one of his men gets shot and dies. Sam is worried now because, at this rate, they will be eliminated before they can even put up a fight. He casts the wind wall skill to clear the smoke altogether. As his view gets removed, he finds a skeleton soldier behind him who is about to attack him. But he moves aside quickly and escapes the attack. But in the attempt, his spear gets cut in 2 halves. He gets angry over it and throws it to the ground. He brings out something from his inventory, thinking he never thought he would use it here. It is the Percival's spear. A wound dealt by this spear cannot be healed quickly. Woojin looks at him while hiding behind a tree. He looks at the spear, the 3rd legendary item from the Round Table series. Woojin already knows it well since he has experience dealing with another player holding Percival's spear. Due to its increased penetration effect, it cannot be blocked with unique grade armor. Sam attacks the skeleton, and it gets critical damage from it. The skeleton soldiers start stepping back all of a sudden. Sam wonders why they are doing this, but then he becomes shocked to see the skeleton of a beast monster. The movement of this monster is too quick. Sam thought he had some confidence in speed, but this was quicker. Now that it has come to this, Sam will have no choice but to wait for it to charge at him. At least, then, it will be within his attack range. Since he has Percival's spear, 1 strike should be enough. The beast skeleton runs towards him. Sam is getting ready because it is coming. Both the hunter and the beast run towards each other. As Sam tries to pierce the spear in it, the skeleton dodges it. It is unbelievable for Sam to see a skeleton read the timing of his attack and dodge it at this pace. While Sam is still in the air, the skeleton attacks back and grabs his arm with his jaws. The spear falls to the ground from his hands. The skeleton shakes him in the air. Woojin, who is hiding behind the tree, disconnects himself from it. Despite having sharp teeth and claws, he thinks the beast-type skeleton soldier is no more potent than the human-type skeleton soldier. Humna-type skeleton soldiers who walk bipedally can use weapons such as swords, bows, and axes, something beast-type skeletons cannot do. However, on the contrary, due to the body structure of the human-type skeleton soldier, it can't keep up with the fast mobility of the beast-type that walks on all 4s. The beast-type skeleton soldier still grabs Sam and tries to hold him in one place. The spear is fallen on the ground at a distance from him. He does not want to die here. He thinks even if he loses an arm, as long as he can still grab Percival's spear, he will have the opportunity to survive. He tries to reach the spear, but Woojin arrives there. He picks it first and says no matter how good this spear is, it is useless if one cannot land a hit with it. He says he does not know why Sam targeted him, but any further conversation would be meaningless since it has come to this. Sam asks him to wait. He says he was just obeying orders, and he had no choice. He is terrified now. He says if Woojin lets him live, he will cooperate fully. He will also tell everything he knows so far. And if he kills him, Woojin will ultimately make himself an enemy of the Frontier Guild. He asks if Woojin thinks he can handle that. It is the office of Frontier Guild. Jamie comes to Naomi's room. He is terrified and tells her that they have a severe problem. Naomi is working on her laptop when she sees him running towards him. She asks what has happened to him. He tells her that she must check on something urgently. He gives her a flash drive, which she attaches to her laptop. He tells her the agents protecting the gate entrance have all been eliminated, but the identity of the one who killed the agents is Sam Olivet. She looks at the footage and sees the security guards firing at someone. Then, Sam appears and kills those guards with his spear. Naomi wonders what in the world is going on and why Sam would do this. Was she too harsh on him? She can hear Sam calling Woojin and saying that he hopes Woojin has not forgotten his promise. She is shaking with fear after watching the footage. Jamie says he did not expect Sam Oliver to betray them. Naomi is getting cold sweats on her face. She thinks this is an emergency. Had Sam betrayed her, knowing what is behind her, she is done. She needs to get rid of them herself before they find out. Jinnah is sitting with someone in a van that is standing in a parking lot. He tells him he does not have to worry since the cleanup was done well. The other person says it is good to hear. It is Sam Oliver. He says they will move on to the next step as the work is done. Jinnah asks if he will do something else now. He says if he stirs up the Frontier Guild that much, wouldn't it be better for him to hide and stay quiet for the time being? It was Woojin wearing a face mask of Sam. He takes it off and says he will hide inside the dungeon. There is no better place to hide than there. He recalls meeting with Secretary Lee where he asked her for one more thing while pointing towards Sam's profile. The thing he asked for was the face mask of Sam Oliver. Woojin says just in time. There is a suitable stage to graduate from the second floor dungeon. He asks Jinna to prepare himself. He asks why he has to go with him. He is not hiding from anyone, so why must he be in a dungeon with him? Woojin ignores him and makes a call to Sichin. He asks him about the movement of the Frontier Guild. He replies that no movements have been observed yet. Chief Naomi is trying to finish this case independently without reporting it to the upper office. Woojin says if that is the case, Sichin cannot say that the entire Frontier Guild is related to this. Sichin thinks he cannot be sure yet, but Naomi's spell will likely be the informer of the Messiah Guild they are looking for. Woojin thinks that the Frontier Guild is one of the 5 largest guilds in the world. The Messiah's evil hands have not yet infringed on its roots. Even in Sam's memory, there was no information about executives other than Naomi. Sichin says things have already gone wrong for Naomi as Sam betrayed her. Now she will try to settle this incident somehow before Yongwon appears. If Yongwon finds the truth, it will not just be a pain in the neck. He tells Woojin to ensure he spends his time in some dungeon. In the meantime, Sichin will be hooking Naomi with a ghost named Sam Oliver. Woojin smiles and says he plans to go into a dungeon and hide. Sichin asks him if he has any dungeon in his mind. He replies of course, the A+ rank dungeon of Taiwan, Brawler of the Frozen Forest. That name was shocking for even Sichin. He asks why that is one of all places. It is a dungeon that has 23 failed attempts to clear. Jinna is shaking as well. He thinks Woojin has gone crazy. Was it the dungeon where he was trying to take him? Sichin tells him that he already knows that the Messiah Guild has failed to clear this dungeon 4 times and that the other guilds also temporarily gave up on removing it. Woojin replies he knows. Woojin thinks even before he traveled to the Pat, it was not cleared until the end. The last he remembers, the number of failed attempts was 43. A continuous failure to remove eventually. Most of Taiyan's territory was filled with monsters because of their inability to prevent them from coming out of the gate. There is a level limit for entry inside the dungeon, so even Sejin could not do anything. He will also be unable to clear that dungeon if he passes level 60. Even if something in the dungeon could aid the war against the Messiah Guild, he would pass by without knowing it. The information he knows is not enough to deal with the Messiah Guild. Sichin says he knows Woojin will try to get into the dungeon somehow, no matter how much he tries to stop him. Jinna does not want Sichin to give up on trying as he does not want to go in there. But Sichin tells Woojin that they should do this crazy thing. Jinna is almost dead after hearing this. Sichin asks him what his odds are according to what he can see. Woojin says it is lower than 10% even if he calculates it calmly. Jinna thinks it is over for him now. Woojin tells Sichin that there is no match on the second floor as long as he has Percival's spear. Sichin says he will set up a stage. If he uses Isaac Ivanov as his name, it will be handled easily. He asks him if he needs anything else. Jinna's soul has left his body as all his hopes of not going into the dungeon have died. Jinna says how about using public opinion to request some item support from the Messiah Guild. They could not handle it, so there was no need for Woojin to do it for free. The news of Isaac asking for support from Messiah Guild becomes the front headline in every newspaper. People respond to this differently. Some comment that Messiah should support him, while others think this request is a crazy one. This news also attracts the other guilds around the world. They believe they should not miss this opportunity. After some time, Messiah Guild responds to the news, and they agree to support him with the unique class equipment. Sichin reads the news and says it is alright. Jinna asks him what he means by not bad. What are they going to do with one unique item? He thinks they should at least give them legendary. They will clear the dungeon that Messiah Guild could not even clear. Sichin asks him if he does not understand the situation. This is not something to be considered simple. If things keep working out this way, the Messiah Guild must give them some expensive items to save their face. But most importantly, a definite cutoff has been made with this incident. Jinna still cannot understand him. At the same time, Secretary Lee comes from behind and says he can intercept it. As the boss said, a 2-floor A+ dungeon that the Messiah Guild failed to clear. The price for clearing that dungeon instead of them is unique. If someone else clears a much harder dungeon for the Messiah Guild, they cannot pay the fee with unique items. Now Jinna understands and says from now on, they might be able to get legendary items by clearing 3-floor and above dungeons that the Messiah Guild failed to do. Sichin praises her as she finally makes him understand. She gives Sichin Sam's rig details of the moving route and the resulting expense statement. As he told her, they had leaked the clues for Frontier to trace Sam's rigged route, so that should save them quite a bit of time. He appreciates her work. He supposes they should get going soon. Jinna looks at the suitcase and asks if she is working outside today. Sichin asks who he is kidding with. Why would she go there? It is Jinna who needs to go to the dungeon in Taiwan. They reach Taipei, Taiwan, at night. They are briefed on the Frozen Forest of Violence dungeon in a hall. Jinna thinks they are somehow influential. After the Messiah Guild failed, he knew that no players dared to challenge on clearing, but they gathered up so quickly. He says it is inspiring and asks Woojin what he thinks about it. Woojin tells him that most participants are players from the guild that failed to clear it. From the outside, they have gathered here to avenge their fallen allies. But not everyone came with pure intentions. If someone could not earn a dungeon with a maximum number of entries of 80 players 23 times, it must mean that the items of nearly 2,000 players are buried there. There must be one legendary item among them. He is sure some people are more interested in their personal needs than clearing a dungeon. After a while, a person comes to their room and tells them to be ready. They have 1 hour before entering the dungeon. Woojin calls him, and that guy walks towards him, asking if he needs something. Jinna wonders what Woojin is trying to do. Woojin whispers something in his ears, and that guy shockingly asks him if he will do that by himself. After that, Woojin goes to the stage to make an announcement. Naomi is angry and worried. He asks Jamie what he means by that the traces disappeared. He replies that by the looks of various circumstances, someone is assisting Sam Oliver, given that their intelligence cannot trace his whereabouts. She thinks this matter is getting annoying now. She slams his fist on the table and orders him to do whatever he can to secure Sam and Woojin's whereabouts. If it does not work, kill them. She thinks she should never let them meet Yongwon. Secretary Lee comes to Sichin and says there is a big problem. She gives him a phone and says she thinks it is better if he sees it himself. Woojin just made a statement. A translator is translating the statement. First, he thanked everyone who participated in the clearing. He says it is an honor to be here with them. But he only has one goal. It is to save the world by ending this game. He will do anything to achieve this goal, so no one should get in his way. Secretary Lee asks what they should do now. It is not something they planned for. She tells him it is difficult to block the video because it is already spreading worldwide. Sichin smiles and says Woojin will not tolerate anyone who is bothering him. He calls it such a blatant declaration of war. He thinks this guy knows how to hunt. Inside the dungeon, all the players stand aside and watch those two go their way. A player asks if Isak is telling them they are in his way. His fellow tells him if it is Isak, then it makes sense. He is on a whole different level. He says he saw it directly with his eyes in the Firefox dungeon. He cannot explain it with words. He tells other players to see it for themselves next time. Those two are absolute monsters. Jinna asks Woojin why he made that statement. Everyone is glaring at them because of unnecessary provocations. He replies that there are people who are difficult to persuade with good words, especially if it is the retrievers who had come to collect items of dead players. There is only one way to persuade these kinds of people, by showing off an overwhelming power and trampling their will to try anything. He summons his skeleton soldiers there. A player from China looks at Isak and clenches his teeth. He says this is crazy. He should retrieve that item before Isak finds it out. He orders his guild to move. They will search from the other side before it gets dark. At night, when all the players are sitting around the fire and resting, some are still discussing and abusing Isak. One says he was angry when told not to disturb him, but now he knows why. Another one says he already told them. Intervening to help will only get in his way. Another person says he wonders what happened. They searched all day, but only 2 bodies of players who came in were found. The guy in the red sweater says at first, he suspected that the other guild might have stolen the item, but he came to a different conclusion after searching the dungeon all day. There were a lot of monsters on the first floor, but he did not see any strong ones. In other words, it can be doubtful that a player of level 50 and higher would die here. The thing they are looking for must be on the 2nd floor. A player says Van Gogh's bracelet should be on the 2nd floor. His fellow tries to shut him up. Another fellow jumps on the tree and finds a skeleton hanging there on the branch of the tree. He thinks he heard a sound from here, but now it seems he misheard it. He kicks that skeleton. That guy in the red sweater asks him what happened. He says he was mistaken. It must have been the sound of this thing swaying in the wind. He throws that skeleton aside. They resume their conversation and say that for the Kunlun Guild, they have to retrieve that item, even if they have to turn against Isak. Isak thinks he said a skeleton soldier just in case, but he got helpful information thanks to it. He does not recall anything like Van Gogh's bracelet, but it would not be an insignificant item if the Kunlun Guild of China, one of the 5 significant guilds, dispatched a retriever. He says he is unsure about the options of items, but he will recover that bracelet. Jinna says it is taking longer than what they expected at first. He says do not tell him they are the only ones fighting and the rest are doing other things. Woojin tells him his assumption is correct because more than half would be the hyenas that grieve for the treasures of the dead. Jinna says he was happy because a lot of players gathered, but in the end, it looks like they are the ones to clear again. He wonders when he can rest. Woojin replies that they will have time to rest once they get to the 2nd floor. Jinna gets excited and asks what has gotten into him. They have entered the 2nd floor of the dungeon. This place is freezing their bones due to the ice-cold air blowing. The bodies of some players are stiffening up due to the cold. They wonder if they can fight like this. Woojin says it is true that the temperatures are low, but these chills are not simply from the cold. It is the traces of fear that monsters emit. Jinna is shaking his teeth. He says there is no way a monster uses this much fear in a 2-floor dungeon. He cannot see any monsters nearby, though. Woojin says it might be more complicated than he expected. He thinks a living creature's body stiffens up when it is exposed to the fear of monsters. It does not last forever, but in a battle between life and death, in a feeling moment, it means death. It should not be a dragon since it is a 2-floor dungeon, but not many monsters use fear if one excludes dragons. He wonders if there was a monster strong enough that fear could be felt even from this distance. One leader announces that their guild will analyze the surrounding terrain first. Seeing them doing this, many other guilds leave using this statement. Jinna knows they are not searching. He says that is called treasure hunting, which these hyenas will do. He asks Woojin if he is sure he will leave it like that. Wouldn't the fighting power be dispersed this way? He replies those kinds of people will not help in battle anyway. It is better to make a plan considering that they do not exist. He tells him that they are moving too. The Kunlun Guild is searching the inventory of the dead but cannot find that bracelet. They are moving from one place to another. That one-eyed guy looks at them while hiding behind a tree and wonders if there were people who started moving first. He thinks they get to hurry. His underlings check on those dead players. They gladly tell him that the items are just stacked here. That guy is shocked to find that those items are left untouched. He is sure those men were looking for something. He tells his men to retrieve those items for now. There might be others ahead of them. They have to move as quickly as possible. They cannot let all the good stuff be taken by them. Jinna is now angry, thinking Woojin was the one saying stuff about hyenas just a while ago. But he himself is looking into the memories of many dead players. Woojin finally finds a member of the Kunlun Guild. His allies that survived together died on the west side. He signs with the hand to Jinna to follow him that way. Jinna wonders what Woojin is trying to do. Woojin opens the eyes of Anubis to look in the memories of that player. He looks at some fighting scenes of that guy with the monster. During the fight, that monster lifts that guy, and the bracelet falls from his arm and is stuck in the horn of that monster. Then it smashes that guy, and he dies. Woojin closes the eye of Anubis. He has gathered all the information. He sees that guy lost his one arm during the fight. Jinna says no matter how good the item is, how could he treat the deceased so severely? He has been tolerating it for a while but cannot do it anymore. He says even Sichin, who likes freebies, would not do it like Woojin is doing. Woojin smirks and says Jinna is right. He should not have done this. Jinna is shocked to see this sudden change. Woojin buries that guy there. He tells Jinna that he will explain the plan before the battle begins. He summons a sawtooth wolf skeleton soldier. Jinna looks at it and asks if he can ride it. Woojin says of course he can. He gets on the back of it and says this feels great. He asks when Woojin prepared a thing like this. Woojin hands him the Percival's spear. Jinna hesitantly says, do not tell him that the strategy Woojin is planning is putting him in this skeleton wolf and making him rush towards the boss monster with a spear. Woojin says now Jinna understands well even if he does not explain it. After that, they start walking to hunt the monster. When the Kunlun Guild visits that area, they find the grave of a player. This is strange to them as it does not seem like the way their Kunlun Guild does it. He says it would be better to dig it up. Their leader says there is no need to waste their time unless it is their brother, so they all leave that place as such. Woojin tells him that the boss monster is an ogre. Jinna says it is not going to be right because he will not be able to do much damage with weapons since the leather is thick. Woojin says the bigger problem is that it has already become a hunter. Jinna asks what that even means. Woojin asks if he knows the uncleared dungeon will be refilled with regenerated monsters up to the original number of dead monsters. However, the monsters that survive become more clever and powerful through their experience. Monsters that survive through repeated battles are not common, but there are exceptions. As long as the dungeon is not cleared, the boss monster will accumulate combat experience whenever a player fails to clear dot at some point. It must have noticed that players would often gather around dead bodies, and it must have begun using them as bait since it is a monster that has survived 23 times. Jinna asks if he is sure the boss monster is an ogre emitting such powerful fear. How can he be sure when he has not encountered it yet? Woojin replies that they stopped hunting and collected information until now. Now Jinna understands what it was. He thought Woojin was imitating those retrievers. He wonders why he could not understand even if he looked at them. The players from the other guilds find a ton of corpses gathered at a point. They all say they are lucky. They start checking the inventories of those corpses. Their boss thinks that something is off here. Bodies are rarely gathered together like this. If it were gathered by other retrievers, the item would not be left untouched. And the shape of these bloodstains is a bit weird. It looks like the body has been dragged from somewhere. He shouts and warns others that it is a trap. His crew asks what he means by a trap, but suddenly they get caught by an unknown fear. Their bodies stop moving. Their fellow players are getting killed. He wonders what it is. That guy with golden hair turns his head to look back and finds an ogre. It just smashes that guy with his thick wooden weapon. The leader of that guild tries to attack it with his sword, but he is shocked to see his sword breaking into two as the skin of that ogre is so thick. Then, the same fear overwhelms him as well. He starts getting cold sweats and thinks he does not want to die here like this. Woojin and Jinna come to that place running. That orc kills that guild leader as well. Woojin looks at him doing this killing while hiding behind an ice cap. He tells Jinna that they will go as planned. Jinna approaches that monster from behind. The ogre looks behind and emits the rays to create fear in Jinna. He gets overwhelmed by it, but Lancelot's ring negates all those fears. Jinna admires the ring's power. The unpleasant shivers are entirely gone too. Suddenly he wonders why the beast's skeleton is acting up. It is moving on its own. The ogre runs towards him to attack them. Jinna is worried as he has gone too close to the monster, but the skeleton suddenly takes a sharp turn to escape the attack. The beast's skeleton jumps over an ice cliff. It is under the control of Woojin. He tells Jinna they are charging in like this, so he should hold tight. Jinna asks if he is trying to kill him, but Woojin charges at the monster from behind. Jinna pierced the spear in his shoulder. Jinna is wondering to see that the ogre's body is being pierced like pudding. Its ability to recover has been significantly reduced as well. Jinna says that being overgeared is excellent, but this will take some time, won't it? He asks when the skeletons will show up. Woojin tells him to make 10 more penetrating wounds like this. He will take care of it afterward. Woojin has summoned his army of skeleton soldiers. They all are carrying blood weapons. The Kunlun Guild feels the waves of fear from a distance. Their leader thinks that if such powerful radiations of fear are emitted, the attack on the moss monster has already begun. The timing is faster than he thought. He needs to hurry. Suddenly, his fellow tells him that they have found something. It is a dead body of a player from their guild. There is the secret language of their Kunlun Guild engraved on his armor. It says, "Meet the brother sleeping in the west and find Kunlun's possession." Their leader gets anxious as they are coming from the west already and nothing is there. Suddenly, he remembers a grave made of stones that they neglected. On the other side, the ogre's health and resistance are being significantly reduced. Many skeleton soldiers have attacked him. Eventually, the blood poison spreads to his whole body. Jinna looks at Percival's spear and thinks it is unique as it pierces through that thick ogre's skin. He brags and says with the combination of Percival's spear and blood poison, no dungeon would be a match for them. Woojin replies it may be true if the dungeon is only 2-floored. However, there are much more powerful monsters in 3-floor dungeons. This alone is not enough. Besides, he needs to get stronger to deal with the worst terror. The ogre has been slain. Woojin gets his reward. Jinna is surprised to see a golden catalog. He cannot believe Woojin got gifted by the Nimbus again. He is granted the skill of Berserker, which can turn his targets into a Berserker. Jinna points at the sky and says this is too much. He asks what his Nimbus is doing and why he gets nothing even after working so hard. Is the Nimbus discriminating against him or what? He yells that it is so sad as he cannot even change the Nimbus, for God's sake. When he is busy complaining, Woojin jumps on the ogre's body and picks up the bracelet of Van Gogh. After clearing the dungeon, they sit in their car and leave. Taiwan's media captures this moment as Isak saves them. It is freedom for them. Those members of the Kunlun Guild are distressed and wonder what they should do now. They came out of the dungeon without being able to retrieve Van Gogh's bracelet. If that thing got into someone else's hands, it would be a big problem. Their leader says they have no choice but to report to the guild and wait. He thinks that when they find themselves in a situation where they might lose their legendary items in the dungeon, the Kunlun Guild members leave clued in a secret language for the brothers who will come after them. So if one does not know the secret language, finding Van Gogh's bracelet is impossible. But if someone was lucky enough to take it out of the dungeon, he hoped that someone was not Isak, as he was the real monster. Isak looks at the bracelet of Van Gogh. This bracelet was used by the ancient great man Van Gogh. It is said to contain the power of harmony. Woojin smiles and thinks it is worthwhile to enter this dungeon before going to the 3-floor dungeon as he finds this item in it. He says the maximum number of accessories a player can use is 5. This includes 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. Even if someone wears more than that, the item's effect is applied within the limited number. However, Van Gogh's bracelet is an overbalance item that destroys the existing system. It allows one to receive all the ring effects worn on all 5 fingers. If there is one drawback, the ring worn with Van Gogh's bracelet cannot be removed. The original ring is an item that can only be worn one by one on each hand. Experienced players change the ring strategically depending on the situation. But from now on, Woojin must carefully decide which ring to wear. Jinna asks him why he is making a serious face for a while. He asks if there's something wrong. He looks at him, smiles, and says he has something to consider. Suddenly he gets the call from Sichin. He takes the call. Sichin asks him about his condition and if he can return home immediately. Woojin says yes. He asks what is the matter. Sichin tells him that he has just come back. Taiwan and Korea are breaking havoc right now. The headlines of Isaac Ivanov are changing to that man's return. Woojin asks if he is talking about Youngwon. Sichin replies that he is right. Now this will change the reputation of Youngwon as well. Woojin says that is good. They will move right away. He thinks as Youngwon's reputation grows, it will become a helpful shield for Woojin. Jinna excitedly asks what they should eat since they are in Taiwan. He replies they are heading straight to Korea right now. This was hard to swallow for Jinna. He yells that they came here and could not eat a Taiwanese dish. He asks what kind of behavior this is. Woojin tells him that he can have an in-flight meal. Woojin visits Youngwon. He is angry that the Frontier Guild dared to pull a trick against him. Woojin tells him that he also barely survived, but he was injured and unable to move. Above all, he did not know who to trust, so he hid, waiting for Youngwon to return from the dungeon. Youngwon looks at the pictures of other victims. Secretary Kim tells him that these are the contents confirmed by dispatching an investigation team based on the testimony of Woojin on the day of the accident. However, the dungeon site has little evidence left because of the fire. According to the statement of the other survivors who entered the different dungeons, it is said that the Frontier side provoked and attacked first, even though the Frontier Guild side is playing innocent by putting it as a simple accident. Woojin calls them names. He is shocked that the Frontier Guild was pulling this scheme while he was out. He says that it is clear from the given circumstances that they were trying to check on Youngwon's forces. Woojin asks what he will do now. Youngwon smirks and replies that they will pay the price for touching him. He says there is one thing that he wants Woojin to do. Secretary Kim places a bag in front of him. Sichin is looking happy as he is smiling with his teeth. Jinna asks him how much he earned for him to smile like that in the morning. He winks at him, thumbs up, and says he squeezes as much as possible since it is that person. Jinna says that person is Youngwon. He asks carelessly how he will get that skill page back from him. No matter how much Sichin loves money, did he forget the struggle to get that skeleton knight skill? He replies Jinna does not worry about that. The person who will retrieve that item is already at Youngwon's office. He is shocked and asks if it is Woojin. Woojin leaves Youngwon's office while holding that briefcase. He puts that case on the roof of his car and calls Sichin. He asks how things went at his office. Woojin smiles and says he just got the skeleton knight skill page handed over. Youngwon told him to deliver it directly to Isaac. The next day, every newspaper publishes news about Youngwon supporting Isaac. Shinhai reads the news and thinks that Youngwon's playing with the media was unexpected. She feels if Youngwon gets the public's attention in this way, it will be more difficult to handle things in the future. She says Naomi Spell should take responsibility for what has happened. Secretary Kim tells someone that she will get back to him after talking with the boss. She also thanks him for his efforts. Youngwon, reading the newspaper, asks if it is Woojin on the call. She says yes. He told her that he had finished delivering the entrusted skill page to Isaac's side. He was asking about his next move afterward. She asks how they should answer him. Youngwon replies that Woojin is not that slow-witted. Now that Isaac is here, he must have felt intuitive that Isaac could shake his position. Still, he has been working hard so far, so as a form of courtesy, he should at least let Woojin debut in a 3-floor dungeon. He says a C rank should be enough. He orders her to send him in with some people to a suitable place. If she provides adequate support, he will be satisfied and leave. If not, he has to show Youngwon something that might draw his attention. Some players are gathered at a dungeon site at night. Yeonhong asks the others what is the name of Youngwon's guy. He replies it is Woojin Kim. She replies she can already feel the weakness from his name. His companion tells her that there are rumors that Woojin's skills are exceptional. He joined Youngwon's faction by clearing some uncleared dungeons. She disagrees with him and says if his skills were that good, he would have come to earn by himself. But that is not the case since they ask them to be his tour guide for the 3-floor dungeon. She slams her foot on the ground and does not like this behavior. Her friends tell her that it is the guild master's order. It cannot be helped, so she should calm down. She makes a long face and says ever since Youngwon became guild master, they have shifted too much into politics. She might consider transferring to Messiah Guild at this point. She asks what is Woojin's nimbus and abilities. He replies that his nimbus is emissary of the underworld, and the ability he mainly uses is poison blood. However, since poison blood skill is an ability that could be a threat to allies, he has been traveling alone without any companions so far. She asks if he cannot summon skeleton soldiers like Isaac does. He replies no one has ever seen him using a skill other than poison blood skill. She says that Woojin is annoying her in so many ways. Far from being any help in fighting power, he is nothing but a burden. After that, she asks when he will arrive there. Woojin comes there at the same time she asks the question. But as she turns her head, Woojin's car gets all her attention. She is surprised to find that he is using a vehicle that old. Her tone gets a little sweater, and she says his thrifty spirit deserves recognition. She will cut him some slack. They all enter the dungeon. They are notified to hunt 1,000 monsters to advance to the next floor. Woojin wonders why he is given a guide on a C-rank dungeon even though it is only a 3-floor. He says Yongwon is so generous that he cannot thank him enough. Yeonhong asks if this is his first time in a 3-floor dungeon. She tells him to do whatever she says, or she will kill him without a trace. First, she orders him to hunt a few monsters so she can take a look at his skills. He asks how many monsters he shall hunt and by when. She thinks he is already rebelling against her. She says if she tells him in detail, does he think he can do everything perfectly? Then she tells him to do as much as he can. He replies that he needs some time for preparation. She says she has got it, so he is on his own from now. Then, she returns to her companions. Jinna says he has heard that Woojin has gone into a dungeon again. He asks if he is possessed by a ghost obsessed with dungeons. Sichin tells him not just to idle here and to level himself, too. He sighs and says he does not want it. He wants to take it easy, at least when Woojin is not around. He says Sichin even does not know how tiring it is to accompany him. He replies that Jinna used to complain about not having a skilled partner before. Suddenly, their mobiles ring at the same time. It is an emergency disaster text sent to warn people that a monster has escaped a dungeon. Jinna asks which guild is managing this dungeon. He cannot believe that it still happens these days. He asks if it was a few years ago that an accident occurred, the one that Messiah was managing. Sichin tells him to keep his mouth shut. Suddenly, Jinna realizes that he has said something wrong. Sichin tilts a bit and looks at Secretary Lee. She is looking down at her phone screen. Suddenly, she goes back to her past when she was in her school. It was just another regular day, and she was taking her classes. She looked at the seat in front of her that was empty today. It belonged to Shinhai, who was on leave that day. Suddenly they hear a noise from outside, and all the students start looking out from the windows. They saw a building catching fire. It was the headquarters of the Hansung group. She looked at the building falling and started crying. Her screams were the loudest ones. She returns to her senses and is still looking at her mobile screen. She gets up from her bench and says she is going out for a few minutes. The picture of her with her dad on her desk. Jinna grabs his head after she leaves the office. Sichin calls him a fool and says he should be careful with his words when Secretary Lee is around. Jinna says he did not say anything on purpose. He asks him if he knew her father and what kind of person he was. Sichin closes his eyes and thinks for a while. He looks back at his memories when he was sitting with her dad in a restaurant. He told him that he had heard the story and made a decision. He asked if he was sure about that. Her dad replies that he would lie if he said there was no risk. He smiled and said any breadwinner in Korea took risks for their family. He wanted to make a world where his daughter could go to school safely, so they both toasted their glasses to show goodwill towards his decisions. But after a few days, that person died. Sichin opens his eyes and tells Jinna that person was an extreme workaholic and a real pushover regarding his daughter. Yeonhong is killing the monster on the first floor. She finds no particular brutal monsters since it is a C-rank dungeon. At this pace, they can make it to the second floor by tomorrow without any problems. Suddenly, a fellow of hers comes running and says she should go and see what Woojin is doing. She keeps her attitude intact and asks what he has done now. She says do not tell her Woojin could not hunt a single monster even after asking for some preparation time. He says Woojin managed to do something, but she must see it for herself. She jumps off the beast and says she will go if he makes a fuss. She asks him to lead the way. She is amazed to see Woojin's preparation. He has been making traps by himself this whole time. She says it is a reasonable effort, but surprises like these will not do much damage. It will only inflict minor scratches at most. Suddenly she sees Woojin coming out of the woods. She wonders what Woojin is thinking. Woojin is making those monsters chase him into that trap. They get minor wounds from those sharpened blades there. Yeonhong cannot understand his plan. She wonders if he has a death wish or something and what he will accomplish by driving swarms of monsters into simple traps. She sets his arrow and bows to shoot monsters and help him. His comrade asks her to wait and says Woojin is planning something. She yells and asks if it looks like a guy thinking now. What would Yongwon do to them if that guy were to die here? His fellow points downward and says look what he is doing. Woojin is standing on a pillar, and all the monsters gather around and try to reach him. She is worried now as demons already surround him. It is too late to rescue him, but Woojin uses his blood mist skill to poison all those monsters around him. The orcs start dying because of the poison. Yeonhong is shocked. She wonders if this is what he meant by using poison as he just applied blood poison onto the blood mist. Her comrade is happy and says he has never seen a battle like this. He thinks Woojin has already hunted about 100 monsters with just this, but she is just stunned. Her eyes glitter with admiration for him. She thinks Woojin deserves Yongwon's favor. She will make sure to get him on her side no matter what. Woojin comes down and walks among the dead. He thinks that blood mist consumes too much blood after all. The emissary of the underworld admires his ability and increases his rank by 1. Wujin touches one orc and absorbs his blood to compensate for his loss. He thinks it is a good thing that he can replenish his blood absorption whenever he runs low. Yonhong commands his comrade to tell Wujin that he has passed the test. At night, when Wujin is sitting near the fire, she goes to him and apologizes for looking down on him. She says his kills are incredible, and she never knew that blood poison would be that fatal. If they work together, not only will they graduate to 3/0 or dungeons, but they will also conquer them. Therefore, she wants him to join her team. Wujin says 100,000 won is the amount to be paid for each use of his blood poison. He smirks and says his blood poison is like a limited consumable. Isn't it natural for a team to pay the price for using an individual's consumable item during a dungeon raid? Moreover, it is a consumable that comes with bleeding as a side effect. He needs to receive at least that much. She frowns and does not like this part but still says he understands it. They should pay him since he is drawing his precious blood. She says she will pay 30,000 won. He replies that the difference in the amount is too big. He will give them a discount of 1,000 won and sell it for 99,000 won. She says she will be kind to him and pay 31,000 won. That way, they both keep bargaining over it. The N standing around thinks that the captain being a cheapskate is understandable. But why is Wujin playing along? The following day, they start hunting together. Wujin thinks Phoenix Guild's teamwork and training are better than he thought. The hunting speed increased due to the efficient use of the poison on behalf of Yonhong's calculations. In addition to that, her leadership skills are excellent. Suddenly, he sees her yelling at his team members to use the poison blood safely as it costs 73,000 won per use. Wujin wonders if the reason for her leadership exhibited was because of the money. They are transferred to the 3rd floor. There, they have to survive for 6 days. She tells them to be extra careful since survival quests contain many monsters. They only have to endure 6 days, so let's get this right and level up. She looks at Wujin White, clenching her teeth that since there is an unexpected expense in the team, they will get their money's worth here. Her comrades say they will survey the area and determine the number of monsters. So they go around and search for the monsters. But they feel that something's a little off about this place. It is a survival quest, but the number of monsters is too small. On top of that, this dungeon is too tiny compared to a normal one. Suddenly, they see something on the ground and jump off the trees to check it out. They find enormous footprints. They do not know what it could be, but they do not think it will be a normal monster with this size. They doubt that this survival quest is not about dealing with multiple demons. Instead, it looks like they have to survive against a real boss level monster for 6 days. This is bad for them as these types of quests have low survival rates because of how much more difficult it is than the initial quest rank. They run back to inform the captain as soon as possible. But they are unaware that they have caught the eye of the monster in the cave. They bring their captain to that spot to show her the footprints. She notices that the size of the dungeon is also a problem apart from surviving. Compared to the normal dungeons, the area is smaller, and it's like an island surrounded by cliffs. His comrade tells her they must be careful not to be cornered by the cliffside while running. She thinks since they have Wujin's blood poison, they will be able to win even if an intolerable boss comes out. However, to increase the survival rate of the team members, all-out fights should be avoided as much as possible. She tells her crew they have not discovered the boss monster's identity yet, so first, they will do their best to avoid it and survive. All of a sudden, they hear the noise. They look there and find that the boss monster, a white troll, is approaching them. She tells everyone to scatter and aims for the troll. She casts the multi-shot skill and shoots the arrow. She thinks no matter how strong her regenerative ability is, if it is Wujin's poison, it will surely buy us some time. But the troll pulls out all the arrows and throws them away. It runs after her to catch her. She wonders if the amount of poison was insufficient as it did not work to some extent. The poison was spreading on the post where the arrow was stuck. Wujin is standing on a tree branch and observing the situation. He thinks she is still fulfilling her responsibilities as a leader. He wonders if he should interfere a little. This dungeon is a stage where he has to show Yongin his worth. After a while, all her comrades gather at a safe place. She asks if everyone is alright. They say they are all fine. She asks where Wujin is. He asks what it is. She says she needs to increase the trading volume of the blood poison a bit. Wujin says he will cooperate, but he has one condition. He wants to talk to her alone for a minute. She asks if he is trying to bargain at this moment. He says no. They go aside. He tells her it will be difficult for her to decide since everyone's lives are at stake. So he will still cooperate even if she does not follow his suggested strategy. But at this rate, there will be at least more than 4 casualties whether they hunt or run. He uses his skill to make a blood weapon. He puts it in a bag and says this is an item made by condensing his blood. This would be more effective than using an arrowhead applied with blood poison. She says he is dead to her if any of her comrades die by following his strategy. She takes that bag and gets back to her team. She tells them that they are having a strategy meeting. Two tanks from her team take positions. One asks if they are fine like this. The other replied that she told them to dodge instead of trying to block it. There is nothing they can do if they want to increase their mobility. They have to trust the captain. Finally, the troll appears there. They start their plan and cast the taunt skill. When the troll comes towards them, they run away. The magicians cast the flame spell and capture the white troll inside it. Then, they run from there before it comes back to its senses. Woojin asks her to get ready as it is her turn. When Woojin told her his plan, she doubted it as she knew that white trolls resisted flames. He replied he already knew about that, but he was not telling her to damage it with flame magic. They would use the flame as a tool to obscure their vision. All the flame had to do was buy a little time for her teammates to make a scratch on its body. As their plan progresses, she shoots an arrow at the troll. The arrow was aimed at the point where the scratch was made. White troll is now poisoned by blood poison. Woojin accepts that her skills are not too bad. The moment the arrow had touched the wound, it began to melt and absorbed into the body. So, even if the wound is healed right after, the poison cannot be stopped. The players are repeating the attack with the same pattern. Woojin smiles, thinking that by the time the low-intelligence white troll notices that the same way of attack is being repeated, it will already be over for him. The poisoned blood kills the troll from the inside, and it falls to the ground. Yeonhong cannot believe that they achieved it without any casualties. They both come back to the land. She asks him what exactly he is supposed to be. He replies they can talk about those kinds of things outside the dungeon. He also reminds her that she has used his blood poison 217 times. She will have to pay for it outside the dungeon. She is disappointed to know that he remembers, but they have cleared the dungeon. Yongwon is in a meeting with Naomi. He asks her if she wants to compensate for the incident. He says although the lives of dead guild members cannot be replaced with anything, he will hear her sitting opposite him, bending her head. Yeonhong and his team are doing the press conference after clearing the dungeon. A reporter said that he heard a white troll appear out of nowhere in the C+3 floor dungeon this time. He says he is curious how they all survived without a single casualty. She tells him there was a good result because all the team members did their best. She also tells them the clear would have been impossible without Woojin's blood poison skill. Another reporter asks if she is saying that she defeated the white troll with the blood poison skill. They throw a lot of questions at her, but she and her team leave the hall. Woojin became the news highlight after that. Woojin is sitting inside his car in a parking area and calls Sichin and asks for updates on the request he made. He replies that he leaked to Yongwon that Isek wants to clear the Dead Forest dungeon, but they have to wait and see what the outcome will be. He asks Woojin if he is sure he will be alright. Going to a dungeon in America as a foreigner, moreover as a Russian, is not safe. He replies if he was going to enter as someone other than Isek, it would have been unnecessary to use Yongwon. Sichin says, as Woojin already knows, even the Messiah Guild has only made it to the dungeons in America a few times. America, as of now, does not need anyone's help. Since the world has changed like this, many skilled players have emigrated to America. Still, the fact that the situation has come to this means that this dungeon could be that difficult. Woojin says he knows. Suddenly he sees Naomi coming out of the Yongwon's office. Sichin says since Naomi's spell is blindsided by Yongwon firmly, he thinks the Frontier Guild will approve it somehow. However, he is unsure whether the other side, who formed a common front with the Frontier Guild, will allow the intervention of an outsider. Woojin asks if he is talking about the Great One Guild. Woojin thinks he does not know how the Great One Guild will react, but the trend is bound to lean towards him. He enters the building and says, by any means, the door will open. Secretary Kim gives the dungeon report to Yongwon. He asks her if she is sure about the contents of this dungeon report. She says she has confirmed with all the players who participated in the clearing. The content of the information is accurate. He says that hunting down a white troll was supposed to be a debut show. She tells him that Yeonhong was the commander, but it was noted that Woojin devised the strategy. He asks if that quick-tempered girl exceeded. She replies yes. What's more surprising is that she paid an extra expense to Woojin as payment for using his blood poison. Yongwon smirks and says from the first time he saw him, he knew that Woojin was not just an ordinary guy but did not expect him to be this good. He says Woojin is an exciting person. He wonders if he should have taken him earlier, but he should treat him properly from now on. He asks where he is now. She says he has just arrived and is coming up as they speak. The guild master of the Great One Guild, Carrie Rona, is addressing her guild members. She says the Dead Forest is where the Great One Guild and Frontier Guild had a common front yet failed to clear. Now, Isek Ivanov from Russia wants to clear that dungeon. She asks the thoughts of other members on this problem. A brown-haired guy asks how they could entrust a failed dungeon to a stranger that the guild union of their own country could not do. He calls it absurd as their pride is at stake. Another man says he is unsure about what the Frontier Guild is thinking, saying they have already agreed, and the government is also asking for their opinion. but he believes it is right to oppose it no matter what. She smirks and asks if the government did not keep rejecting their proposal of reclearing and why everyone is so worked up. She stands up from her seat and says the reason why the government does not allow the reclear attempts in the first place is not because they doubt their ability, but because they are concerned about the damage that would be done to the guild of their own country if they were to go through with it. But this is better since they can use this as an excuse to get approval from the government. And now that it has come to this, let's make the scale bigger. Everyone can join, whether it is a Russian from nowhere, a third party, or whatever. The members need clarification and ask what she means by that. She replies that they will set a prize that will captivate everyone. For example, the King Arthur's ring will be the prize for the winner. That brown-haired guy stands up and furiously says that should never happen. He asks if she has forgotten how much it costs to get it. She smiles and tells him to calm down. She said she would make the scale bigger. She never said she would give anything away for free. Woojin and Jinna are having a meeting inside a van. Jinna gives him a skill page and says Sichin asked him to hand it over to him. He says he told him that Woojin would not need it because he stores skeleton soldiers in the Book of the Dead, but he persistently told him to give it to Woojin. Woojin smiles and says it will come in handy. He says he will be using it well. Woojin thinks there is a limit to the number of skeleton soldiers stored in the Book of the Dead. There might come a day when he meets an opponent where he will be at a disadvantage in a battle of headcounts, but with this skill, he can hold up to some extent. This skill page has the power of Pharaoh. With this skill, he can use all dead bodies as a sacrifice. Jinna calls him and asks if he is listening to him. He is asking if Woojin can clear the dead forest. 2 of the world's 5 great guilds have failed to earn it. Besides, since the name is Dead Forest, there must be undead. He asks if it is not a bad match for him since he cannot use the undead as sacrifices for skeleton soldiers. He replies he was a little worried about that matchup. But wouldn't it be Jinna who would face the undead at the forefront anyway? Suddenly, his phone rings. He takes the call and asks if the final approval is done. Sichin says that the government of America has approved, but there is a little problem. It seems like anyone can participate in clearing as long as a guild wants to do so, not just them. And as a bonus, they said they would give a legendary item to the guild that makes the most significant contribution. Woojin thinks they are confident that the player in their guild will get the prize. He asks Sichin what the prize is. He says it is the King Arthur's ring. After hearing about the award, many guilds declared to join the clearing. They leave for San Francisco. They both are in their waiting room. Jinna is eating burgers. He says it looks like the Great One wants to clear this dungeon. Otherwise, they would never offer King Arthur's ring. Woojin tells him that is not the case. The Great One provoked them. They believe that they will take the prize in the end. Jinna laughs and says it means they are entirely looking down at Isaac. Woojin thinks that is not the reason. The Great One Guild is not a group that would carelessly underestimate its enemies, and also not stupid enough to provoke other guilds without thinking. Surely there must be another reason why they are confident. He must find out where that source of confidence is coming from. A man informs Carrie that all raid members, including leader Ellis Heighton, have completed their entry into the dungeon. He asks if she is okay with this. He says it is not that he doubts Ellis' abilities, but to offer King Arthur's ring as the prize. There are a lot of rumors breaking out, also from the inside, regarding the master's decision. She laughs and says everyone seems to be misunderstanding something. She said she would offer King Arthur's ring as a prize, but she never said that she would not use it. All the players are gathered inside the dungeon. Ellis introduces herself to others. Before starting the clear, she wants all the guilds to decide on things to agree on. Jinna asks they are just getting started. What is that thing to agree on? She probably does not mean to get along well and not fight against each other. Woojin says she wants to decide the order of priority in attempting to defeat the boss depending on the order of the guild that contributed the most on each floor of the dungeon. Jinna asks if they are making a bet on something like who kills the most monsters. As the winning prize is at stake, cooperation is gone out of the window. He asks Woojin what he will do. According to the original plan, he would just see how things go. Woojin is looking at some dead monsters and says since it is now a competition, everyone will show their cards up their sleeves. And the same goes for the Great One Guild. He uses the Pharaoh's power and the monster's corpse as a sacrifice that he did not kill. Ellis is standing with her crew. Her crew members say it looks like everyone is rushing from the start. They ask what they should do. She smiles and says they cannot stay still when the kids beside them run. He activates the power of King Arthur's ring. After that, she brings out the Merlin's staff. It makes her magic power stronger. With these 2 legendary items, her magical power is full and overflowing. Woojin is watching this scene while being connected to a lizard skeleton. Ellis says there is no need to drag it to the 2nd floor. They will clearly show the other guilds on the 1st floor who are the strongest in this dungeon. Woojin takes off his mask and thinks about what he saw. This was the hidden card of the Great Guild. No wonder they were so confident. He expected King Arthur's ring to be used inside the dungeon, but he did not know Ellis also had Merlin's staff. Merlin's staff is a legendary item like the symbol of Shinhai, who led the Knights of the Round Table, but this means that it was not hers from the start. The fact that the item's owner changed from Ellis to Shinhai implies a considerable point of contact between the Messiah Guild and the Great One Guild. He thinks this is even better. If he takes the staff before it passes on to Shinhai, it would have a more powerful effect than any attack he ever did against Messiah. Jenna asks him if he is even listening to him. He asks if they will just analyze their power on the first floor. H replies no. He has changed his plans. He thinks they cannot prioritize the Great One Guild, who possesses Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring, so they will go all out from the beginning. Ellis is using the Fire Spirit skill to hunt the monsters. She is killing a lot of monsters with just one attack. His fellow thinks it is tremendous, as expected. With this firepower, it could attack the 4th floor. Suddenly, Isaac comes there with his skeleton soldiers. That man of Ellis says it looks like their movement paths have overlapped. Ellis wonders if they were not in the lead and if Isaac has already pushed out this far. Isaac uses the monsters killed by her as a sacrifice and summons skeleton soldiers for him. Ellis's crew member clenches his teeth angrily and asks how Isaac can supply his skeleton soldiers with the monsters they hunted. Ellis stops him and says it is okay. She says there is no need to fall for useless provocations. She asks him how the count is going. That guy checks the number of hunts and says they are on the top while Isaac is on the bottom. She was expecting this and said there was no need to worry. That guy laughs and says Isaac's skills do not seem significant compared to the rumors. She tells his crew to move to the next area immediately and leaves. Isaac notices and says their firepower will be ahead of them if it is this much. However, firepower and hunting speed are not necessarily proportional because he has his weapons that they do not have. Jenna is shocked and asks if he is telling him to do that again. Woojin tells him they are the only guild to use this strategy. That is only possible because of Jenna's existence. He asks if he is not confident. Jenna says he can do nothing about that if that is the case. As Woojin noted, it is a strategy that is impossible without Jenna. In return, after the clear is over, Woojin has to treat him to a meal this time. Then he runs inside the woods. Woojin says he should increase the hunting speed now. He summons a skeleton knight. On the outside, all the participating dungeons are offering some reward for the winner. Sichin sees this news and says other guilds begin to bet as the people's attention is being focused. He says it is a game they will win in the end. He wonders if this is why the hoodwinks put one doormat on every gambling game. He asks Secretary Lee what the odds on Isaac are right now. She replies it is 3.28. She also tells him that the Great One Guild has revealed the item settings for Ellis, who entered the dungeon. They gave Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring to Ellis. He is shocked and asks if they set items that would be used to attempt 5 or 6 floor dungeons. He suddenly realizes that those 2 items have a set effect. It means he will surely lose the bet. He yells and asks her to cancel his bets quickly. She says it is too late. It is irrevocable already. He grins and says the Great One Guild should have played fair and square and not relied on items. He starts praying to every god of every religion to save him from drowning. After a while, when Ellis rechecks the number of hunts, she is shocked to see that Isaac has surpassed them and ranks at the top. She wonders how he got ahead of them and if it is due to an item. Then she thinks there is no way he would prepare something better than Merlin's staff or King Arthur's ring. Isaac and Jinna are sitting around the fire. She comes to Isaac and says he is something, just like she has heard. She asks what is his secret. He says he was just lucky. He thinks all thanks go to Jinna, who has an immortal body. No matter how strong the firepower is, once they have defeated all the monsters in the battle area, they have no choice but to waste time moving on to the next room. On the other hand, he and Jinna could focus on hunting because they brought all the monsters around them to the area they were fighting. He thinks, as it has come to this, should he mess around with their pride once? He stands up from his place and asks her the item option for the King Arthur's ring. She asks what he means by that. He says it seems like it will be his after clearing is over anyway, so he wants to know in advance. Or why not just hand it over to him right now? Then, in this dungeon, he will do their best not to damage the Great One Guild. She smirks and says he is full of confidence. He replies if a more assertive person has a better item, wouldn't the chance of clearing increase? She asks if he is trying to say he is more potent than her. He replies that he is just saying if there is a player more muscular than him, he would willingly give away his items for the clear. She gets teased and says it looks like Isaac is overconfident in his skills just because he is a little ahead in this bet. She says he better not be so proud of it. After all, her guild will be the one to clear this dungeon. After that, she leaves. Jay Jackson, the leader of the Frontier Guild, is looking at them having the conversation and thinks competition getting fierce is a good sign. That way, opportunities will come to the Frontier Guild as well. It would be even better if both of them were eliminated together. Ellis and her crew are killing the monster at a faster speed. She asks his man about the current situation. He tells her there is no change in ranking, and the gap between Isaac and them has widened. She asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about. Is he sure he checked it properly? She studies the rankings herself and is surprised to see the difference. It does not make sense to her. The gap is increasing even though they have been pouring out their firepower non-stop. Meanwhile, the scout returns. She asks him how the situation is on Isak's side. What in the world is going on? He is breathing faster and says it's 50. She asks what he means by 50. The count passed 10,000 a while ago already. He says that is not what he is saying. There are 50 skeleton soldiers. Moreover, a skeleton soldier is more vital than any ordinary player. Woojin has failed to summon more skeleton soldiers. He realizes that this is the limit of his magic power right now. He has to use other skills, so he must save his mana. He recovers it using a potion. He looks at his army of skeletons behind him. Jinna is dragging the monster this way. Woojin smiles and says Jinna adjusts his timing well now. He gets connected to a skeleton soldier. Both forces collide with each other. Woojin keeps moving forward by killing them. His monster killing count is increasing drastically. He achieves the target in no time and clears the dungeon. Ellis looks at the results. Any further competition would be meaningless. She asks if anyone is against Isaac Ivanov's first attempt to challenge the boss monster. All the guilds say they do not have any problem with the results. Jay looks at the scene and thinks he did not expect Elise to lose. By the looks of it, he guesses he will have to change the plan. It is an unexpected situation, but he cannot miss King Arthur's ring like this. Ellis shakes hands with Isaac and says she underestimated him. She acknowledges him as first place. Woojin thanks her. She says they still have to clear the second floor. She reminds him that it will be their turn next if he fails. They move to the next dungeon. They have to hunt the earth turtle to move on to the next floor. All players face issues here as they cannot secure their vision due to the heavy fog. They wonder how they are supposed to find a monster who hides around the ground in a place like this. She orders her crew to split up and search around. Jay comes to Ellis and asks why she does not relax her face as she looks so scary. She tells her to get lost. She says she is not in the mood to joke around. He laughs and tells her not to be like that. He is here to make a serious offer. He asks how about joining hands with them for this dungeon. Though the Great One and Frontier guilds have been united before, they failed. But they cannot just hand over their America's valuable assets to that Russian guy. She asks how exactly he wants to join hands. He says unexpected accidents occur often in dungeons. For example, a group of monsters could come from behind as one challenges a boss monster. She says that would be unfair. He tells her to wake up. This is not a situation where they can argue whether it is right or wrong. He says if King Arthur's ring is taken away, she knows that it will not end with her just being questioned. He tells her there is little time left before the second floor clears. He asks her to think well. She says he must be joking. Then she asks if he thought she would say, "Wow, thank you so much for this great idea," and accept the offer. He asks her if she is okay with that Russian to receive the ring like this. What will she do if he succeeds in clearing? She replies if they were the ones with priority to attempt the boss monster instead of him, wouldn't the Fronty Guild try to pull that same dirty trick on them? He says he will not deny it, but given the current situation, it would be better for the two of them to join hands. She says she will pretend she did not hear any of this, but if he impedes them in any way from here on, she will make him regret it. While they were having this conversation, they were informed that the earth turtle had been slain. They both are shocked. With that, they have cleared the second floor. Jinna is worn out after struggling with the monster. Woojin asks him if he is alright. He yells that his ribs are cracked. He says would he be right if he were in his position. Enduring like this is only possible because it is Jinna. If it were any other, they would have died 100 times. He uses the blessing of the river sticks to heal himself completely. He starts eating the food and says after tagging along with Woojin, the blessing of the river sticks went up 3 times. He asks how much he thinks he has been going through for the skill rank to increase by 3, and why they are in such a hurry. Don't they already have priority to be the first to attempt anyway? He replies that it is so they do not give time and space to other guilds trying to kill them by pulling some tricks. All the players enter the next floor. As soon as they arrive, an ominous aura overwhelms them. It is released from the boss monster of this floor. All the players are trying to understand what happened on the previous floor and who hunted down the earth turtle. No one even heard any news about someone finding one. The players are experiencing some rotten smell here. The fog is worse than the one on the second floor. But the most troublesome thing is that black fog is eating their vitality. This is not a problem for Woojin as he has the power of Apophis so that no poison can harm him. Jinna gets the powerful resistance to black fog due to the Ring of Lancelot. They both are safe. He looks at Woojin's face and does not want to believe that he expected this to happen. Other players are panicking due to the poison fog at the start of the dungeon. Ellis tells everyone to calm down and drink their antidotes. She expected this to happen and prepared to some extent, but there are not necessarily enough antidotes for all of them. She thinks half a day at most. They might get poisoned and run out of vitality if it goes bad before fighting. Jay comes to her and says things are worse than he thought. He thinks they can also last half a day at most. He asks her about her side. She says the situation is the same there. It means they both do not have much time left. He whispers in her ear why doesn't she reconsider his offer from earlier. He says now is the only chance. He asks if she wants to wait till Isak fails and then fight with her vitality running low. Suddenly, they see that Isak is moving, and they are shocked. She thinks if Isak succeeds in clearing, the ring will be taken away, and even if he fails, she will have a hard time if it gets delayed. She seems to have no choice, so she shakes hands with Jay. He tells her she has made a wise decision. He smiles and thinks his chances of obtaining King Arthur's ring will increase with this. He was also lying about having the antidote for half a day. He has enough for a day or so. He laughs, thinking the time is on the side of the Frontier Guild now. The boss monster is on the other side of the field, and Jinna looks at him with fear. That monster is a skeleton with his skull hanging on his left arm. As he signals, all the dead creatures emerge from the ground. The field fills with the skeletons of thousands of monsters in no time. Jinna says they are coming in crowds like that, and Woojin is telling him just to stall. He asks him if he is being serious. Woojin replies that a saboteur will arrive anyway. For now, all they have to do is pretend that they are hunting. Jinna asks if they can start after smashing the ones who will disturb them. Woojin replies that leaving the front line, as he has said, will give the guilds a chance, and that is precisely what the group trying to disturb them wants. However, since there is a black fog, they become more advantageous as time goes by. He smirks and thinks he will make all of them beg for the dungeon to be cleared. Jay hears the battle sounds from a distance and realizes it has started. He puts a glance at Ellis and then runs towards the battlefield. She thinks she has no choice. In the first place, there is no guarantee that Isak will succeed. This is a decision for everyone here. She just has to succeed and leave while saving everyone. The black fog is consuming her vitality, so she drinks another antidote. Woojin has sent his army and Jinna to attack the army of undead. He is standing at the back. Suddenly, he hears the sound of approaching someone there. The orcs have attacked him from behind. It is time to start his plan. He uses the corpse explosion skill. Jay wonders what is happening. Jay cannot believe that Isak was prepared for this attack. But then he realizes that explosions are heading towards them instead of Isak. The black fog is slowly consuming the vitality of the players. Most of the players are dying. Some with stamina left are trying to help others. The rest are panicking due to fear of dying. A crew member tells Ellis that they are at their limit now. There is no more time left for them. He requests her to decide something. She is in a fix and thinks the antidote she prepared has run out. They will have to deal with leakage of power from now on. She wonders why Jay Jackson is taking so much time. Suddenly, they all see Isak coming back. She notices him and smiles, thinking he finally gave up and returned. She tells everyone to get ready for battle. Now it is their time, the Great One, to show their power. Isak says he will leave it to you all and return to the battlefield now. She tells him to hold on and asks if he is kidding her right now. She says the moment he appeared here, the opportunity passed on to her. She says he has wasted half the day, so he should let them handle it. She asks if it is not a matter of the lives of everyone here. He replies that all he did was bring the injured from the Frontier Guild back to safety. She is shocked and looks around. She sees Jai Jackson half dead and wonders how he handled the things to get so beat up. She says whatever the reason is, there is no changing that he has retreated as long as he is back here. It is only fitting that the attempt is stopped since he has left the field. She says she will make it short. From now on, the Great Guild will take over. This is the best way to save at least one more person. Isak tells her to wait for her turn as his crew is still in battle. Suddenly, they all hear the sounds of war coming from behind. She wonders what is going on there. Isak tells her that even now, his comrade is still fighting mercilessly. There is no more time for pointless arguing. He needs to quickly return to the battlefield for the sake of his comrade, who is struggling alone. Players start whispering with each other and ask if Isak has any comrades and if he does not have skeleton soldiers. The other one tells him that there is one big guy with Isak. His name was probably Siba. He is the guy who looks like a gorilla. Isak tells her that most of her guild members look poisoned. If they fight in that state, keeping their lives, let alone clear, will be challenging. She says if he puts it like that, is he not also having a hard time since he cannot use his power? She says it still is not too late. He should pass the turn to her. If they are in the same situation, it would be better for them to tag in since they have saved up their resources. Isak replies not at all, since this poisonous fog does not work on him. She asks what kind of nonsense this is. The crowd reminds her that Isak hunted that needle snake. Now, she realizes that Isak was the first to pursue that poisonous snake because poison did not affect him. Isak says the current crisis would not have risen if all the guilds had cooperated. It was arrogant to decide the order of clearing in the first place. He tells them that there is still a chance. They must defeat Durahan as quickly as possible by mobilizing all available resources. She wants to beat him, but his comrade stops her, saying that the situation is getting serious. All the other guilds start taking Isak's side. They say they should not have competed with each other and instead started clearing together from the very beginning. They made things even worse by betting on items unnecessarily. They all agree that this is the Great One Guild's fault. They all say that Elise should be responsible for what she said earlier. They all agree that Isak did nothing wrong. He took more time because he brought the wounded of the Frontier Guild. She picks a quarrel rather than thanking him for saving the same American. Isel cannot bear all the eyes glaring at her. They say that if things go wrong, they will make the Great One Guild regret it. Isak reminded her that a while ago, she was saying that every life here matters. He asks her to think carefully about what she can do to save everyone's lives. Ellis understands where Isak is pointing at. She recalls when he told her he would give all his resources to someone stronger. Isak tells her that she already knows the answer. Everyone here will witness the noble will of the Great One Guild. She is speechless as she does not have any other choice. On the other side, the undead keeps appearing from the ground. Jinnah is angry. He thinks there is no end to this. His stamina will run out before he even gets to fight Durahan. He wonders why Woojin is taking so much time. Suddenly, Woojin comes there walking and says Jinnah held up well. Jinnah asks him where he has been, but he is surprised to see the new power of his. He uses the Merlin staff and the ring of King Arthur. His power is now overflowing. Jinnah asks him where he got all those items from. He tells him that he received the winning prizes in advance. The staff is a bonus. He asks if they shall break through them and defeat Durahan. Jinnah asks if he thinks things will be different with those two items. How is he going to break through that army of zombies? Woojin starts raising his army. He summons the golem. By using the power of Pharaoh, he uses the dead bodies as sacrifices and summons the skeleton soldiers. Then, he uses the necklace of Gawain, the ring of King Arthur, and Marin's staff to collectively increase his army's power. Jinnah looks at the newly formed army and becomes surprised. Woojin smiles and asks if this would be plenty for breaking through. The undead run towards them to attack, but the golem starts throwing them away. Jinnah says its performance is pretty good as the zombies are flocking towards the golem. Woojin smiles and says dealing with that many zombies one by one is inefficient. They are now proceeding with their next plan. A healer heals Jay's wounds. He comes back to his senses and asks what is happening here. The healer tells him not to move and stay down. Even if treated, he will not feel up to shape due to the fog. He says Jay was lucky. If Isak had not reduced him, he would have never made it back in one piece. Jay is shocked to hear that Isak rescued him. He wonders how things are turning around right now. Ellis and his comrade are walking towards the battlefield in the dense fog. He asks her if it is okay to walk around like this. It would be dangerous in their current state if they meet a monster that has deserted the battlefield. She says she knows that. Merlin's staff was taken away because they got played around with his trickery. She asks what they are going to report to the guild. They should at least grasp the situation. She grinds her teeth and thinks she does not know what the other layers might have done if she had not handed over Merlin's staff on the spot. Not only items but the pride of the guild and her subordinates' lives might have been lost. She admits that Isak is a terrifying guy. They both reach a cliff where they can look down at the battlefield. Her comrade looks at them and says Isak is surrounded. It is common knowledge never to get covered. Ellis looks closely at the skeleton soldiers killing the zombies in a circle. She tells him he is not surrounded. He separated the position between the zombie army and the Dullahan by developing a skeleton soldier and golem. It is a strategy to target and isolate the Dullahan directly, but if he cannot finish it quickly, they will end up being surrounded and risk their lives. She wonders why he would do such a reckless thing. Jinnah says this is tougher than he expected. He thought it would be easier to handle if they only had to deal with that one, but it spews out icy air that freezes one if he touches it. The energy of the dead becomes more robust with an unknown power, but the ring of Lancelot repels the significance of the deceased. Jinnah laughs and says being overgeared is the best. Jinnah thinks that they cannot defeat Dullahan with only this. The necklace of Gawain is delivering him warmth in the cold. His sword has also broken. He thinks that in his past life, according to what he heard from comrades who attempted the Dead Forest, it was said that in order to defeat the Dullahan, one would need a tremendous amount of firepower. And at that time, the center of that firepower was none other than Sejun. He thinks it will not be as much as Sejun did back then, but he will take his chance if it is this much. He uses the ring and staff's power to increase the penetration power of Percival's spear. The Dullahan notices his activity. Jinnah also watches this and thinks Woojin is pulling all the cards up his sleeve. He says he has shown all of his hidden cards, so he runs towards the monster to attack him. Jinnah starts punching the horse to outbalance the Dullahan, but he starts swinging his sword at him. He barely dodges the attack and saves him. Still, he gets a cut on his face. He still throws his metallic punch, but it blocks it using his thick sword. His arm starts freezing as the monster is blowing the icy winds from his skull. Woojin finds his chance when it is busy with Jinna, so he rushes towards it. He pierces the skull with Percival's spear, but the skull even blocks Percival's spear even when its penetration power is being increased. The ice starts freezing on the pike as well, but Woojin becomes successful in separating the skull from the rest of the body of Dullahan. They have finally snatched its head. Woojin throws it on the ground and still keeps piercing inside. They start to think that even Percival's spear cannot break it, but the skull starts cracking. Suddenly a blast happens there, and the cold winds shake things through miles. It becomes difficult for everyone to see what is happening around them. But when the strength of the winds breaks, Ellis opens her eyes and sees that the Dullahan has been defeated. All that black fog has disappeared, and the sun is shining. The zombies have started to disappear. Jinna looks at Isak standing there still and looking at the broken skull. He asks him what he will do with this. Woojin bends and picks the prize for killing the boss monster. It is the ring that was used by the great hero, Hercules. Jinna looks at the dead body of the Dullahan and asks how Isak will take care of this thing. He smirks and summons the Dullahan as a skeleton soldier. As the dead forest is cleared, Isak again becomes the top news. Besides, he wins a jackpot. Sichin is happy as his money did not drown. The news about the Great One Guild handing over 2 legendary items to Isak takes the internet. Carrie is furious. She crumbles up the newspaper and throws it in front of Ellis. Isak thanks Yongwon for gifting him a skill page that helped a lot in clearing the dungeon. Yongwon is in the air due to happiness. He thinks, as Woojin said, the investment in Isak was worthwhile. Some idiots now think of them as equal to the Messiah Guild. He thinks that as Isak continues to play his part, the value of the Phoenix Guild and Yongwon's will surely rise. Secretary Kim intercepts him and says she has received a call from the Makash Guild. Woojin arrives at the airport and calls Sichin. He tells him that it is time to move to the next step. He asks if he has finished what Woojin requested to produce before. Sichin replies of course. He tells him that the item is not that durable yet, so Woojin should not use it too harshly. He also tells him he has thrown the bait, so there will be contact sooner or later. Woojin says he has got it. Jinna is putting his luggage inside his car. He asks Woojin if he is not tired. They just finished the work, and he is already talking about the next one. He sits in his car and says he will proceed since the job ends. He thinks he will pass out from hunger. He asks if he does not want to eat with him. Woojin does reply to that question. Instead, he says Jinna did excellent work and asked him to take care. Jinna yells at him and asks him to be honest. He says if he made someone go through a lot, shouldn't he at least treat them to something? Woojin says he is right. He will treat Jinna to a meal in the near future. He will let him eat as much as he can from the menu he wants. Jinna is shocked to hear these words from Woojin. He again yells and asks when the near future is. He should just treat him now. At the headquarters of the Messiah Guild, a meeting is in the process. Shinhai asks the masters why they are notifying them about their absence during the meeting and if they do not understand how things are going. She says they can no longer delay the 7th-floor dungeon's clearing. The Master Bo says he cannot delay this issue any longer too. He asks if she knows how many disciples of his were killed by Woojin. He will not be able to cooperate with anything else until he puts his breath away. He informs them that Isak, who joined hands with Yongwon, succeeded in clearing. Now the public's attention is all over them. She asks if they will ruin their big plan with such a trivial thing. Everything comes with a price. The Master looks at her with a sharp eye and asks if she considers it trivial. He says, isn't it more trivial to care about a rookie who just cleared a 3rd floor? Maybe she is just overestimating that person called Isak. The Master Swordsman agrees with him. He says it is pathetic to see her care about such a problem. She thinks these idiots do not understand the situation. The position of the Messiah is shaking only because of Isak. Another problem is that he is getting stronger frighteningly fast. Sejin tells them to stop this discussion. He tells the Master if the disciples' work is that important, then do as he pleases, but he cannot give them a long time. Shinhai intercepts and says delaying the clearing of the 7th floor at this time is not appropriate. But when Sejin looks at her with anger, she becomes quiet. She says they will postpone clearing the dungeon according to the Master's will. The Master Swordsman and the Master Bo say they appreciate their consideration. They excuse and leave the meeting. Now there are only 3 persons left in the meeting. The King of the Dead laughs at them and mocks them. He says undoubtedly, the Messiah's fame is not as great as it used to be. She asks him what he is talking about. He continues and asks if the rumors so far were exaggerated. The key members who were active in each section of the level are nowhere to be found, and even the remaining members seem as if they want to run wild regardless of the will of their guild master. He says this guild has become sheep without a shepherd. He asks if she brought him here to show him something like that. He speaks, of course. It was fun to watch. She says he better watch his mouth. Sejin starts talking and asks him what he can do for them. He emits a powerful aura to show his strength and position. The king of the dead becomes frightened as well. Woojin is in Yongwon's office having a meeting with him. He asks him why he has called him here. He replies that things are going well these days thanks to his suggestion of investing in Isak, so he would like to ask him to take another job. He will reward him if he takes care of it properly. Woojin asks what the job is. Yongwon replies that a player has appointed him as a dungeon clearing partner. It seems like he wants to see Woojin's skills. Woojin is surprised and asks why his skills. Yongwon says he wants him to make sure Woojin leaves a strong impression on that person to the point where he, a member of his bodyguards, becomes desperately needed by that person. Woojin asks who that person is asking for him. Yongwon says it is Isak Ivanov. He has appointed Woojin. They visit the dungeon site. Woojin comes out of the tent. Yongwon asks him if his pre-meeting with Isak Ivanov went without a problem. He replies yes. He was told about the test content along with the dungeon report. Yongwon reminds him how important this work is. He will have to succeed no matter what, not only for him but also for Woojin. At the same time, Isak's car arrives. He comes out of his car and shakes hands with Yongwon. He tells Woojin that he looks forward to his cooperation. A translator translates it into Russian for him. Isak says he is looking forward to his collaboration. Yongwon notices something strange. Isak and Woojin enter the dungeon together while Yongwon looks at them from behind. He thinks Isak is a little different from what he expected. He thought Isak had a heavier presence. After entering the dungeon, Jinna removes the mask of Isak and asks how his acting skills were. He thinks Yongwon looked deceived entirely. He brags that his acting skills are so good that he is considering quitting being a player and becoming an actor. They remember when Woojin told Jinna about their plan and that Yongwon would also come there. He was shocked and worried to know this. He asked what they would do if Yongwon went inside the dungeon with them. Woojin told him he would only be present in front of the gate. He and Isak would do the clear. Jinna asked what kind of nonsense it was, as Woojin is Isak. He replied while pointing at Jinna that he knew himself and Isak. Jinna was a bit confused. Woojin told him that he would play Isak this time. Jinna smirked and said he had his plan, but if he thought only pork could do this, he would eat beef at least. Woojin said he could order anything as much as he wanted. After eating the dinner, Jinna said Woojin was his best colleague. He is quite different from someone who is a cheapskate. He said if Woojin had any concerns, he should have just let him know. But when he saw the card, it belonged to the Phoenix Guild. Jinna asked where he got that card from. He replied he got it from Yongwon for a pre-meeting with Isak. Jinna realized that Woojin was patronizing so much until now while buying meals with a guild card. He had started to overlap someone's face over him. Woojin said he hoped they would get along well, colleague. Inside the dungeon, they start hunting. The skeleton soldiers kill the monsters, and they level up. Woojin says he did not expect it to be this much. Jinna agrees with him. He says things were messy back then with the Dullahan, so he could not see it correctly. But looking at it like this is impressive. Woojin thinks it is the first time he has used Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring properly without worrying about other people's presence. But this is too much. He still has spare magic power even after he uses all the skills he has. It cannot be said that he utilizes the item's full potential when there is so much magic power to spare. He cannot train or even test his firepower in this dungeon. Jinna is glad and thankful to Skeleton as his level keeps on rising. It would be a shame if he butts in when they are trying to do everything by themselves. There is nothing to hunt anyway, and it is not like he should fight the skeletons too. Woojin looks at him with anger. Jinna gets terrified and thinks he spoke too soon. Then he starts panicking and asks if he is trying to do that. He tells him not to do that as he is Isak right now. If he does it, he can disqualify him. Woojin says that is good. He was going to be disqualified this time anyway. After that, there were just screams of Jinna in the dungeon. Sichin gets a call from Woojin. He takes the ring and says Woojin is out earlier than expected. He asks how the test was and if he was satisfied. Woojin replies it was unsatisfying. He smiles and says it means Woojin will be disqualified. He replies that Sichin knows him very well. He asks if there were any changes in the situation while they were in the dungeon. Sichin replies that the Messiah Guild has announced that the clear attempt on the 7th floor will be delayed. The exact reason the attempt could not proceed as planned was not disclosed. Woojin thinks if it is to the point where they have to postpone the dungeon raid, it sounds like there is a problem with their core power. The members who would go against Sejun and act individually would be no other than the sword and bow master. There is a conflict within the guild. Sichin believes it too. There have been a lot of unpleasant incidents recently. Among them, the most suspicious person is the bow master. He is not pure blood from the Messe Guild and has an unfortunate relationship with Woojin. This is his guess, but before attempting the 7th floor dungeon, he may try to settle the favor in spite. He asks him what he will do. He says he will have to finish what he is doing here first. Woojin brings out the card and says he will consider plans after eating. Jinna comes out of the car and says he wants to eat a meal too. He asks if he wants to use that card again. Woojin goes to Phoenix Guild to meet Yongwon. He tells him that he said he had to pass no matter what, so why did he get disqualified? Woojin says he is sorry for that. He says he wants to hear his excuses. He replies, although the power of his blood poison skill was acknowledged, he pointed out that the skill's versatility was lacking. Still, he got an offer to help whenever he calls and needs assistance. Yongwon ponders on this point and thinks it is an ambiguous result. Woojin says he overheard Isek talking with his partner outside the dungeon. It seems like he is trying to recruit others from a guild other than the Makash Guild. He asks if that does not mean he will quit the Makash Guild soon. This hits Yongwon's mind. He wonders if Isek will be on the free contract market, but he cannot be confident with only this much information. It should be interpreted as the making similar moves after they create their party, and maybe that's why he tested Woojin. Yongwon asks Woojin if he will get another chance if he is confident he will pass. He replies that if he is giving him another chance, he should trust and give him a little support. He will make sure to succeed this time. A player just clears a dungeon by killing the dragon. He is a dragon slayer, and his name is Francis Chero. Media asks him for the interview when he comes out of the dungeon, but he leaves in his car. His manager apologizes for making him go through this even though he just came out of a dungeon. He says there was an urgent request from the Japanese government. They have found in a plus dungeon and want to seek his advice. Francis looks at the report and says the boss monster is hatchling. He says what is there to advise anyway? Shouldn't he just recommend a suitable player for this dungeon? His manager asks if he has someone in his mind. He puts the papers aside and says of course. It's been quite a while since he has surpassed level 100. He has been watching for players who can play an active role in dungeons below the 4th floor. Even with his recommendation, the manager asks what if that player refuses to enter when they find out their opponent is a dragon. Francis replies that it will not happen, so there is no need to worry about that. The manager asks if there is someone that he can be sure about. Francis smiles and says of course. The following day, it is all over the news that Dragon Slayer wants Isek to clear the hatchling dungeon. Isek accepts the offer that he will clear the dungeon while all the top 5 guilds are silent on this issue. Yongwon reads the newspaper, where it is written that Isek will attempt the dungeon all by himself. She smirks and says no one wants to be a sidekick on this stage here. Isek is cast as the lead role. The more reckless the challenge is, the nobler it is. He thinks Isek is paying out his worth by himself very well. Secretary Kim informs him about the message from Woojin. He is said to have passed Isek's test thanks to the skill Yongwon gave him. Yongwon is glad to hear that. In their last meeting, Woojin asked him for some support so he would make sure to succeed next time. Yongwon presented him with a skill page and said that was something he had prepared to gift him once he passed the test, but he would give it to him in advance. He also warned him that there would be no other chance, so he had to pass no matter what. Otherwise, he would get outraged. Woojin left the office. Yongwon called Secretary Kim and asked her to call Isek and tell him to rerun the test. She wondered what if he rejected them. He said they had no choice. They would bribe him if they had to. He told her to send the Fire Golem and Skeleton Mage skill page to Isek. Secretary Kim tells him that it is also said that Isek and Woojin will enter the hatchling dungeon together. Yongwon thinks that if he looks at the grade, it is the same 3-floor plus dungeon, just like the Dullahan, but no matter how tiny a hatchling is, dragons are still dragons. Dragons are beings everyone is reluctant to attempt because they are challenging to defeat. That said, since it is a young dragon that has not matured yet, the chances of succeeding should be slightly higher. If Isek's party and Woojin achieve a clearing together, that would be the best result. Yongwon tells her to call the journalists right now. He needs to write an article. After a while, there was news all over the electronic media that Yongwon's would support Isek in this challenge. Sichin reads the article and says Yongwon utilizes it well and does not miss out on things like this. If it is this much, even if he finds out he had been taken advantage of, he couldn't say he was on a losing end. Sichin asks Secretary Lee if the item was delivered to Woojin. She says yes. She also assured him that there was no problem with the product. She looks at her watch and says they must have entered the Japanese dungeon by now, so it must be in use. Jenna is pulling the cheeks of Woojin. He says they got in after putting it on a skeleton, but he did not think this would work. Sechin was complaining that it was expensive, but now he understands. It is more natural than just putting on a mask. He looks at it from all sides and says the more he looks at it, the more interesting it is. He asks Woojin if he has ever seen a doppelganger before. A doppelganger is a monster with body transformation capabilities that can replicate the appearance of other beings. They usually appear in dungeons as other anomalies, such as orcs or goblins, making it difficult to find them. The skin of doppelgangers is also traded at a very high price on the black market since it is possible to make items that could disguise the face or appearance of the person using them. Jenna asks him if he can stop messing around. If he keeps this up, Woojin will tell Secretary Lee to charge him if it breaks. Jenna makes an annoying face and says he will keep it in the inventory. He says he was just looking at it because it was interesting. There is no need to be so mean, telling him to drive up the monsters as usual. Woojin says there is no need. He has to conserve his power until they reach the 3rd floor. He alone will be enough for the 1st and 2nd floors. He needs to entrust tasks to Jinna while dealing with the hatchling too. Woojin brings out Merlin's staff from the inventory. He also summons all his monsters. He equipped himself with the Van Gogh's bracelet. He uses all his legendary items on himself. The power is more than he thought. Jinna looks at him and asks what he is planning to do. He replies there is no need to waste time. They need to go straight up to the 3rd floor. They reach the 3rd floor of the dungeon. They are hiding in the dragon's nest. Jinna looks at Woojin and calls him names. He remembers that Woojin said he would take care of it by himself. Who knew he could wreak such havoc? Jinna even felt bad for the monsters in the dungeon. He thinks Woojin is no longer an individual player, but a guild made up of a mighty army that doesn't tire or fear death. Jinna thinks now he cannot talk back to him anymore. Woojin looks back and asks if he has anything to say and why he keeps looking at him like that. Jinna is scared and says it's nothing special. He does not understand the strategy with the hatchling that Woojin explained to him a while ago. Woojin asks if it is that complicated. He says Jinna must attack the wings and leave the rest to him when the battle starts. He says he remembers that. It is to stop it from escaping to the sky. Woojin says he knows it well. So, what was so difficult to understand? He asks what Woojin meant by when it is on the ground. Do not overdo it and just hold onto its back. Woojin says that is because the flaps of the folded wings will be twice as rigid as when the wings are spread out. The attack will not work then. To make it spread its wings, he has to push it to the point where it feels a sense of danger, and it is impossible to turn all the firepower towards the wings in such a situation. Jinna asks loudly if he is telling him to stay on its back until the chance comes. Woojin does not answer him. He notices that the dragon is coming. He points to Jinna to keep quiet. After a while, the dragon lands, holding his prey in his claws. He drops the dead monster to the ground. The dragon starts eating his food. Jinna and Woojin are hiding in the backside of the dragon. Woojin points to him to keep calm. The dragon notices changes in its nest as there are dead monsters there. He becomes alert, spreads his wings, and starts roaring. Woojin gets that it has observed the changes in its nest, but it is already too late. Woojin explodes that corpse using his skills. That explosion causes the big rock to split, and small stones fall to the dragon. The dragon stables itself and starts to fly, but a big chunk of rock falls on it, and it comes to the ground. Woojin and Jinna also run down that cliff. Jinna asks what if the dragon starts flying. Woojin tells him that unfolded wings can be cut. Jinna's job is to get it back from the air to the ground. Jinna asks if he is telling him to fall together with it. Woojin looks back, smiles, and says he is counting on his comrade. Woojin's monsters are engaging the dragon from the front. Jinna and a few skeleton soldiers are attacking on its back. He is shocked and wonders what kind of scales are this hard. He tries to pierce, but it is difficult. The dragon shoots fire on the monsters. Jinna tells him that the wings are not the only problem right now. Woojin tells him to focus on the wings and leave the rest to him. Woojin raises more skeleton soldiers, and they run to attack the dragon. The Dullahan skeleton uses the sun's blessing, jumps towards the dragon's tail, and pierces the sword. This way, it poisons the dragon. The dragon moves its tail and throws the Dullahan away, but its blade is still stuck in its seat. Suddenly, the dragon starts flying. Jinna's gets imbalanced and falls from its back, but he stands back and jumps back on it. He pierces Percival's spear in its wing and hangs there. Woojin tells him to pull himself together. He needs to hurry up before it flies higher. Jinna replies that it is easy for him to say, but then he starts cutting its wings and succeeds in it. But then he realizes that he will fall with the dragon. He yells that he will be crushed at this rate. The dragon finally falls to the ground. Woojin smiles and thinks it is a strategy that could not even be imagined without Jinna. Now his plan is half successful, but the dragon is still alive. He starts shooting fire at the golem from his mouth. Woojin thinks that the existence of a dragon is still a threat, even if they succeed in attacking its wings. They cannot be careless until they subdue it entirely. While the dragon is busy shooting the golem, all the skeletons run towards it to attack. The Dullahan skeleton again tries to pierce its sword but faces resistance from scales. So the other skeletons come to help him, and they all push the blade inside. It works. The dragon looks at them and is about to blast them, but the golem grabs its mouth and shuts it before it shoots the fire. This way, it blasts the dragon from inside. The dragon finally passes out. Woojin walks towards Jinna to check on him, but he uses his skills and recovers himself. Woojin says that took longer than it would. He asks if he fainted there. He thought Jinna was dead this time since he was not waking up. Jinna asks how could a real man like him die from this. It just took a while because his stomach was empty. He asks what about the hatchling. Jinna says he was just playing with it while he was resting. It looks like they can hunt it thanks to Jinna. He forwards his hand and says he did a good job. Jinna grabs his hand and says it's all thanks to him. He tells him not to pay with his lip service, buy him a meal or something when they are out of the dungeon. Jinna says they will have to deal with that first to do that. The Master Swordsman and the Master Bow are playing a game. The Master Swordsman asks how many days it has been since Isak's party entered the dungeon. Their servant says that it has been 10 days. He replies that it is surprising he is still alive after that long. The servant says the prevailing opinion is that the probability of a successful clear is extremely low. The master replies that he hopes they succeed despite the low likelihood. Then they can take care of themselves. Woojin and Jinna have killed the hatchling and have got the achievement of Dragon Slayer. Jinna is happy, and he also appreciates the skeletons. He looks at Woojin, who is not pleased. He tells him that the clearing is over, so what is with his face? He asks if there is something wrong. He replies that he will have to die when they leave this dungeon. Jinna shockingly asks what he means by he will die. He asks why he is saying this all of a sudden. Woojin tells him that they will clear the 4th floor dungeon after they leave this dungeon. Jinna says it is obvious and asks what his death has to do with it. Woojin replies that from the 4th floor on, it is a stage for high-level players over level 100. It can be said that they belong to the group located at the top of a large guild. To state the obvious, they enjoy enormous privileges both politically and economically. They had formed their cartel to get a bigger profit as they were unsatisfied with that. They set their territory and promised not to invade each other. One day, while they were living peacefully and wielding absolute power, uninvited guests invaded their territory. And what if, among those uninvited guests, they saw a face they thought was an eyesore? Woojin smirked and wondered what would happen then. They leave the dungeon and the media gathers to interview him. They all want to know the secret behind the successful clear when everyone expected it to fail. They ask Isak how he is feeling. Some paparazzi noticed Isak's new comrade, Woojin, and tried to take his pictures. Now Woojin is the target of their questions. They ask him how he feels about participating in his first clearing after joining the party. None of those three answer any of their questions. Jinna worriedly thinks they need to get out of there before they find out Woojin is a doppelganger because he is gaining much attention from the media. Jinna puts his arm around his shoulder to remove attention from Woojin. He speaks in Russian and says no one can stop them. He poses in front of the cameras saying they are invincible. Suddenly a guy appears in the crowd and removes a butcher's knife from his coat. He runs towards Woojin from behind. Jinna catches his movements. He tries to stop him, but that guy dodges his punch. Woojin also stops after noticing that guy around him. That guy laughs devilishly by looking at Woojin. In the very next moment, he stabs him in his abdomen. His blood starts spilling on the ground. A poisonous smell starts emerging from his blood. When everyone is shocked to see the murder, some warn others to step back as the player who just got stabbed is a poison blood user. Those paparazzi are terrified and start running away. The murderer's next target is Isak, and he rushes towards him to stab him. But suddenly, the master swordsman appears on the scene and swings his sword at that killer's back. The guy dies on the spot. The media persons stop to see the master swordsman there and wonder why he is there. They come back to take his photos on the scene. Jinna sits near Woojin's corpse while Isak stands there still. The master swordsman is standing near the killer's dead body. He goes back into his memory lane. He is having a meeting with that killer and apologizes to him for entrusting him with a mission like this. The guy looks scared, but still he says that he is honored to be useful, at least like this. He says that although his life is insignificant, he will surely kill him to appease the spirits of their comrades who went ahead. He bows before the master swordsman and thanks him for caring for his foolish disciple until now. While taking his last breaths after being slashed by his master, he says his last words, "Glory to Yamato Federation." Jinna covers Woojin's body with a piece of cloth. The master swordsman comes to Isak and tells him that he came there to celebrate the success of the clear on behalf of his country. But now, seeing this tragedy happening, he offers his condolences. The newspapers published this incident in the front papers. The electronic media posts the statement of the master swordsman for Woojin, where he calls him a hero of Japan. The Japanese government expressed regret over the Woojin incident and promised to provide a dungeon free pass to Isak's party. Youngwon is breaking and throwing things in his office in anger. Secretary Kim requests him to calm down. He furiously asks how he is supposed to calm down in a situation like this. She does not have the answer. He asks her if she knows how much he has invested in Woojin and how they dare to touch his things. He punches the table in anger and breaks it into 2 pieces. He says he does not know who is behind this, but needs to find out. He ordered Secretary Kim to drag them in front of him. The master swordsman invites Isak and Jinna to his home for dinner. He apologizes to them about the death of their comrade. He says that if only he had arrived a little earlier, such an incident would not have happened. Isak replies in Russian. He says it is fine. The incident was inevitable since death always comes for the players. A translator translates this for the master swordsman. He smiles and says it seems they are on the same wavelength. He thinks they are similar after all. He tells them that he has prepared the best alcohol and offers them to drink as much as they want. He adds that he feels sorry for the dead, but they, who are still alive, cannot stay down. Jinna is furious after seeing his carefree attitude and listening to his words. He slams on the table in anger. Then he stands up, saying it is so disgusting that he cannot listen anymore. He asks the master swordsman how he dares to say that when the comrade they went to hell and back with is dead. He calls Isak disloyal and says he can no longer put up with this. He leaves the room, saying if Woojin saw this right now, he would not be able to close his eyes, even in heaven. He tells Isak that he should not have won this either. He adds that he must have misunderstood him. He tells him that he is leaving to do whatever he wants. He shuts the door and leaves. Isak does not show any reaction and says nothing. After a while, Isak puts his cup down and says the dinner is over. He thanks the master swordsman for the meal and the dungeon he suggested. He says it will be reviewed as positively as possible. The master swordsman says that it is unfortunate that the conversation ended like this. He says it must be Isak's first time trying a 4-floor dungeon and asks if he can clear it independently without their help. He stands up and replies that it would be impossible on his own. Therefore, he wants him to prepare a gift to change his comrade's mind. He comes out of his house. On the other side, he looks at a screen on the wall of a tall building where they are showing the news. They are broadcasting the news about the protests in Korea that have been going on for 4 days. He smirks, seeing the news. He leaves that place and calls Jinna, asking him where he is. Inside the house, the master swordsman is pondering about something. He says it is a shame, no matter how much he thinks about it. He calls Sakura loudly and asks if she is here. A back door opens and she appears there, replying she is here. He says he would like to get Isaac on their side if possible, but he wonders if there is. She replies no and says things are not going well in any direction. She adds that it was good to get rid of Woojin, but as a result, Spazabajina became hostile towards them. It would be difficult to turn both Isak and Spazaba to their side. Moreover, Park Yongwon, furious over Woojin's death, would not want to lose Isak, so a confrontation with him would be inevitable. Besides, if the Messiah Guild finds out they are trying to join hands with Isak, Park Shinhai will not stay still. Under the current circumstances, she believes taking Isak will do more harm than good. The master swordsman spins his cup and asks if it is so. He calls it a shame. But if it is something they cannot have, it would be best to ensure no one else gets it. He orders Sakura to deliver the leather on Nemean lion to Isak. He says it is a cheap price to send him, along with his comrade, off to the afterlife. Woojin and Jinna are in a van parked on a small dark street. They have taken off their masks. Jinna says that he is angry. Woojin asks him if he is like that because he cannot eat the food. Jinna asks him if Woojin thinks he is being like this because of food. Woojin taunts and asks if he is not. He replies not entirely. It is not just for that. He was angry to see the faces of those guys brazenly reaching out after pulling off those tricks on them. Woojin says he understands how Jinna feels. His expressions have gone stiff as well. He says he did not expect them to approach them right after they made a scene. Still, the timing of Jinna's getting mad was good. Woojin mentions that he was preparing for various situations in case he became absorbed with food and the conversation became long. Jinna is stunned as he realizes that he could have stayed longer. He goes crazy, saying he should have eaten some sushi before leaving. The next day, they gave an interview to the press and said things were better between Isak and Spazaba, and they would not stop even after the death of their comrade. They promised to clear the 4th floor, a plus dungeon in empty Fuji that even the swordmaster gave up on. Sichin reads the news and talks to them on call. He says that it is a good thing they were prepared in advance. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Woojin agrees and mentions he did not expect them to move this faster either. The bald man says that it means Woojin has accumulated a lot of bad karma in the Yamato Federation. He asks him how their situation is there. Woojin recipes it is not bad. He warns Woojin to be careful since they do not know what they are up to. Then he asks if he has decided to receive the Aegis shield as an additional reward if they succeed in the clearing. Woojin replies yes. The bald man laughs by looking at a document and saying they are funny. Woojin asks what it is. He tells him Secretary Lee has brought a really interesting document and asks Woojin how they will offer something they do not have as a reward. Woojin asks what he means by that. The bald guy tells him that Aegis shield should be inside MT. Fuji. A dungeon gate is being opened for players. Reporter Kim reports to his viewers about the entrance of the 4th floor, a plus-grade Hellhound dungeon. He says that the players from various guilds from all over the world are entering right now. The group taking the lead is the party of Isak from the Makash Guild of Russia. The newscaster tells the viewers that after player Kim Woojin got into a recent accident, public opinion criticizing the Japanese government has not ceased. He asks reporter Kim what Japan stands for. He starts informing about this, but suddenly, a blast happens at the gate's entrance. Reporter Kim and his cameraman are shocked and look in that direction. They look at all the players running away from that spot. Reporter Kim wonders what this is. Right then, another blast takes place with much greater intensity. Reporter Kim fell to the ground, and his cameraman also got bruises. He asks reporter Kim if he can stand up. The cameraman helps him in standing and taking him away from the scene. They both wondered what that was all of a sudden, but he is shocked when he sees that the dungeon's gate is closed. The newspaper issued the news of the bomb terror and said that the only party that fell into the dungeon was Isak Ivanov. They also mentioned that the chance of clearing is 0%. The master swordman is glad about Sakura's work. He says it is a good strategy to isolate them inside the dungeon. He also mentions that he would have sent about 5 or 6 trustworthy guys in with them if it was him. Sakura asks if they had to go that far. She says they are people who are new to the 4th-floor dungeon. In addition to that, it is in a plus grade. She thinks they must be experiencing hell in the dungeon by now. She adds that it is a dungeon they gave up on after failing to clear it several times and asks what those two could even do. She swears they would not even be willing to hunt monsters. Sakura pauses in conversation. Then she says she did not expect the master to pull tricks. He asks what kind of tricks she is talking about. She replies that the master is giving an item sleeping in the dungeon as a clearing reward. He stands up and asks if it looks like a trick. She realizes she has made a mistake and asks if it was not. He replies that lately the number of people curious about that shield's whereabouts has been increasing. Since one legendary item occupies a significant portion of the world's power, if they fail to clear a dungeon, even if such an item leaks out, people will be more cautious of that dungeon. It would be a loss if the ones trying to clear prepared more thoroughly for it. He says he will keep offering the Aegis shield as a reward to the challengers of the Hellhound dungeon. This fake information will act both as a bait and a trap. He laughs devilishly and says this way that the dungeon will remain as an eternal grave for the fools who dare to attack them. Inside the dungeon, Jinna tells Woojin that he cannot believe they are the only ones who made it here. He asks Woojin how he anticipated this and if he is a fortune teller. He replies that it was too risky to get rid of them outside of the dungeon. Jinna is irritated because Woojin does not understand his question. He asks him how he knew they were going to detonate a bomb in front of the gate. Woojin does not reply to him. He remembers that before returning to the past, it was common to remove obstacles of the Messiah directly in the dungeon or by isolating those powerful people who were difficult to fight head-to-head in the dungeon alone. This despicable method of using bomb terror is one of the methods that the Swordmaster taught him directly in the past. Jinna calls him, who is busy recalling his memories, and asks him if he is listening to him. He asks him again how he knew about it. Woojin does not reply. He tells him they have had enough chat and should focus on hunting from now on. They will have to hurry to hunt 20,000. On the other side, inside a 5-floor B+ dungeon called the Forest of Monsters, Johann George is notified that he has successfully survived for 10 days inside and is now moving to the 5th floor. He is standing on the corpse of a monster. He gives his men a sign to spread. They are all necromancers, and they summon the skeleton soldiers. Johann smirked and summoned the Book of the Dead. This book contains the power of Osiris and can store 30 undead monsters. On the 3rd floor of Hellhound Dungeon, Jinnah has been smashed so hard that it creates a hole in the ground. He realizes that the monster here is not easy to deal with and grinding teeth in anger. Woojin has shifted into a small snake's skeleton hiding inside Jinnah's clothes. He tells Jinnah that he did not think it would be this difficult. It is quite unexpected. He says that players entering this 4-floor dungeon are most often wiped out on the 3rd floor and asks Jinnah if he knows the reason why. Jinnah is irritated and asks how he is supposed to know that. He asks him what Woojin is trying to tell him. He has no time to sit back and solve a quiz here. He again attacks that monster by punching his lower limb. It tries to grab Jinnah, but he jumps and saves himself. But he is tricked. The monster punches him with his other hand, and he gets smashed into a rock again. Woojin looks at him. He guesses that it cannot be helped since Jinnah does not like quizzes, so he will just tell Jinnah the answer. He says it is because an accident always happens while attempting to conserve power on the 3rd floor before trying to clear the 4th floor. It is crucial to allocate resources and stamina when clearing a dungeon properly. But conserving energy against the 3rd floor boss monster, the ogre, is nothing but being suicidal. Jinnah roars, asking where the person who knew that disappeared, leaving him alone. He also asks Woojin when he is sending over the skelly. Woojin tell him that the quiz was about the other player's situation. He figured Jinnah could handle an orge on his own by now. He thought there would be no problem since he had also provided Jinnah with the leather of Nemean lion. Jinnah realizes he has received a huge amount of damage several times, but the blessing of the river Styx skill did not even activate once. The leather of Nemean lion is a piece of leather worn by the great hero Hercules. It does not get damaged easily by any attack. Woojin says that by the look of Jinnah's tough time, he guesses his judgment was wrong. He says he is sending the support right now. Jinnah feels ashamed and asks what Woojin means by tough time. He clarifies that he was waiting, thinking they were doing it the usual way. He says he does not need skeleton soldiers and asks if Woojin thinks Jinnah cannot hunt this ogre alone. Woojin smirked as his mental game worked. Jinnah stands up and tells Woojin to leave this to him and keep doing what he is doing. Woojin says okay and tells him to ask him whenever he needs help. On the other hand, Woojin finds what he is looking for. He is standing in front of a cave full of skeletons of the players who came here before. He picks the skull of one soldier and uses the Eye of Anubis to look into its memories. One of them shockingly asks the captain if the swordmaster lent the Aegis shield to them. With this, they can take down a hellhound. Something even worse than that will not be a problem. Suddenly, they look at the ogre that is beating their team. That player clenches his teeth and realizes they should have used all their strength from the start. They played too many petty tricks. After a while, that player apologizes to his captain, as he conserves strength instead of using full power. The captain tells him not to be sorry as he follows his orders. It was he who was careless. He hands over the shield to that player and tells him to kill the hellhound using it and return it to the swordmaster. Then he closes his eyes and dies. Woojin thinks that the Aegis shield should be on the 4th floor. He wonders if any other unstable factors exist since it's in a plus dungeon. The Aegis shield is one of the strongest shields in existence. It would be enough to block a single hellhound's attack. Then he relaxes himself, saying it is a problem he will eventually figure out. Besides that, he cannot wait to see the look on the swordmaster's face when he gets out of the dungeon with the Aegis shield. In the office of Messiah Guild, Shinhai switches on his tablet and looks at all the latest news. Some are about Isak, as it has been 17 days and his party has not returned. Experts believe that there are low chances of clearing the dungeon. Another major topic is Johann George, who has successfully cleared the 5-floor B+ dungeon and is gaining support from the Messiah Guild. Shinhai updates Sujin that the Swordmaster's side takes care of Kim Woojin of the Phoenix Guild. Isaac's party is isolated inside the dungeon, so they are likely to be digging their own grave inside. She also mentions that Johann Jorg is moving along according to their intentions just in time. With that, public opinion is moving in their favor. She is relaxed since things turned out like this for them. It is like everything fell into their lap. Sujin smirked and asked if she did not think that the situation was funny. She is surprised and asks if there is any problem. He says it's been 3 years since the day a gate appeared in the middle of Seoul. He says of course she remembers what happened there. She listens to him, shocked as she does not know why he is starting this topic. He continues and says there was one person who longed for his death. At that time, that person must have been sure that Sujin could not get out of the gate alive. He tells her that she has the same mindset right now. She is speechless. Sujin keeps telling the tale and says she knows he did not die in that dungeon. Rather, his position has become stronger. Looking at it differently, he has had the thought that he was the one who made him what he is today. He sits on the chair and asks if it is not so hilarious and something to be grateful for. He looks at Isaac's image and says the guy resembles him. He bets Shinhai she has the same thoughts right now. He hatefully says that if Isaac comes out alive this time, he would like to meet him at least once. Jinna defeats the ogre. He is sitting there and panting when Woojin comes to him with 2 skeleton soldiers. He says it ended earlier than expected. He smiles and says he bought some skeleton soldiers just in case, but he guesses Jinna did not need them. It looks like he is fine too. He stands up and starts yelling at him, asking if it looks fine to him as he almost died. He asked him if he was not just hiding somewhere until the fight was over. Woojin looks at him with a straight face and asks if he looks like someone who would do such a shameful thing. He reminds him that he would help Jinna with the skeleton soldiers whenever things get tough. He ends this topic by saying things have been sorted out so they can go straight to the 4th floor. 2 skeleton soldiers pick him, who is still angry and yelling, and move to the next floor. Sichin is writing the newspaper when he tells Secretary Lee that things are going according to plan. She asks if he is talking about the Hellhound dungeon. He says yes. He smiles and says everyone is watching the media, assuming that Isaac is dead. She asks if the Hellhound is more strong than a hatchling. He ponders and says, technically, rather than being stronger, Hellhounds are considered more dangerous. It is said that the hellfire it breathes from its mouth, once something is set ablaze by it, it will not extinguish until the target is completely incinerated. Among the legendary items, there are pieces of armor that have the attribute of absolute defense, but if it is not around that level, one cannot even think of clearing it. Moreover, its body's regeneration ability surpasses that of a troll, so the harmony of its attack and defense is almost perfect. She asks Sichin if Jinna will be right. He tells her not to worry about him. He says that Jinna is usually a light-headed guy who only looks for something to eat but gets things done when necessary. He adds that there has never been an easy dungeon. They just have to believe that they will make it this time too. He smirked and said it was not just Jinna alone. Woojin is with him too, so they should not worry. They will be back safely as always. On the 4th floor of the dungeon, Woojin is coming out of a fault in the earth's crust. He is carrying the Aegis shield on his back. He reaches the land, lies there to catch a breath, and thinks it took him a while to find it since it was dropped in a troublesome place. He believes that the shield would have been buried there forever without the Eye of Anubis, even if they had cleared the dungeon. Jinna looks at him, who is lying there, and yells at him to get up quickly and help him. While beating the little dog monsters, he says that a person is busy here while Woojin is being a freeloader. He asks him angrily why he is the only one doing this kind of job all the time. Woojin stands up and cleans his sweat. He asks Jinna what he means by this kind of job. Jinna asks if he is kidding with him, and if he does not know. He says that Woojin always gets the comfortable and cool-looking ones, and his are always dangerous and difficult. Meanwhile, a hound monster attacks Jinna. He grabs it by the neck, smashes it to the ground, and says that tankers have human rights too. He asks Woojin if he thinks it does not hurt him when he gets wounds. He says Woojin has kept playing around from the 3rd floor onwards. He has been too engrossed in looking for the shield. He asks him if he has come here for treasure hunting. Woojin is shocked to hear what he is saying. He tells him he is enduring it because he has a good personality. Suddenly, he observes a blue light coming from behind Jinnah. It is the hellfire spit by the hellhound. Jinnah just covers his face with his arms to protect it. Then he feels that the fire has not reached him. He opens his eyes to check and finds that Woojin is protecting them using that shield. The hellhound stops spiting the fire at them. Jinnah thanks him for saving his life. Woojin looks at him and tells him that it is the Aegis shield that they are planning to look for. He smirked and asked if Jinnah thought Woojin was playing around for nothing. Jinnah feels embarrassed and says it slipped off his tongue because he was a little upset. Woojin asks him if they should get out of the dungeon now. He gives the shield to Jinnah and tells him that this shield is a legendary item and the strongest shield ever created by Hephaestus. Woojin also warns him to be careful with that hellfire. Otherwise, he will be incapacitated if he gets directly hit by that. Jinnah laughs and asks what the problem can be when he has the Aegis shield. He says he will take the lead. Woojin says he has one more thing to tell him. But before he could say another word, he saw the hellfire coming from behind again. They both timely dodge it. Jinnah asks what is the meaning of this. He says the hellhound was in the front, but the attack was launched from behind. Woojin remembers that he just saw through the eye of Anubis. He tells Jinnah why they failed to clear even with the Aegis shield. There were 2 hellhounds. Jinnah loses his temper to see 2 hellhounds and asks if it is a buy one get one free offer. Suddenly, he gets attacked from the front, which he blocks using the shield. He says they have only one shield and asks him what they will do now. They cannot keep on standing around like this. But when he looks back, Woojin is not standing there anymore. He again starts yelling, saying he was blocking with all his might, thinking he was behind him. He wonders where Woojin has run off to. Woojin calls him from a distance and says that, as Jinnah mentioned, they can do nothing if they keep sticking together. He asks Jinnah to hold one down since he has the shield. He replies yes and asks what about the other one. Woojin tells him to watch out. Jinnah has been attacked again. Woojin is looking there worriedly. But when the smoke clears, Jinnah appears safe and sound. Suddenly, he notices that his armor has caught fire and starts screaming. He gets panic and starts rolling on the ground to put it out. He tells Woojin just not to stand there staring and help him. Woojin tells him to stop panicking and take his armor off quickly. Jinnah does so and throws it away. He is stunned to see that the hellfire melted his armor in no time. The hellhound looks at them and growls. It was a signal to call up the other dog monsters. They all hear it and rush towards them. Jinnah says they are in trouble as they have been surrounded by an army of dog monsters and 2 hellhounds. Seeing those dogs coming, Jinnah tells him that it is like this. They should not just be cautious of the hellfire. He starts fighting them. He looks at Woojin, who is rushing outwards. Jinnah asks him what he is trying to do and where he is going. Jinnah does not reply. He is just slaughtering the monsters and moving forward. Looking at hellhounds reminds him of the old days, the 8th-floor dungeon he cleared with his comrades from the Messiah Guild. The boss monster, Cerberus, treated hellhounds like its hands and feet. But he cleared the dungeon. After clearing it, he counted the number of hellhounds he handled by himself, around 23. He thinks that these 2 hellhounds are nothing in front of him. Youngwon is sitting in his office when he gets the news that Woojin is alive. His expressions were still stiff, and he could not believe it. Secretary Kim tells him that Woojin has sent them a letter. Youngwon reads it. Woojin writes that he inevitably disguised his death as the Japanese terrorists were threatening him. He needs money to get safely across national borders. He has given his account number. He starts laughing after it gets confirmed that he is alive. Youngwon says that Woojin would come back alive even if someone dropped him in the middle of the East Sea. Youngwon instructs Secretary Kim to be careful not to leak this information and to carry out Woojin's request for now. Secretary Kim has some doubts. She says that Woojin's behavior is too suspicious. No matter how life-threatening it was, it is strange that Woojin has been keeping it a secret from them until now. She asks the president if he trusts that person. He smirked and said he never believed in Woojin to begin with. He is just a tool he needs to make his ambitions come true. He laughs devilishly and says he is lucky that Woojin is alive. He can get his investment back. He says he will make Woojin pay the price for deceiving him after his work ends. On the other hand, Woojin has killed 1 hellhound. Jinna looks at him and wonders if Woojin is a monster. He recalls that Woojin rushed in without anything to block the hellfire with. Jinna thought Woojin had just given up and gone to die. But he kept forwarding, and his movements were as if he could see the hellhounds attack before they arrived. Jinna thinks that as far as now, this must be Woojin's first time encountering a hellhound. He wonders how that is possible, and if it does not matter how strong the hellfire is, it is fine as long as it does not hit. Woojin looks at the one that is left. He says that even his weapon made out of hatchling bone melts quickly due to the hellfire. Then he smirked and said it did not matter since he had prepared for it. He grows many spears made out of hatchling's bone. It seems to him that they are all done here, and it seems quite boring. So it is time to put an end to this. Jinna comes to him, running instantly, and tells him to stop. Woojin asks him what it is. Jinna is breathing heavily and says he cannot get a free ride like this. He has his pride as a man too. He laughs and says leave this last one to him. Woojin smiles and asks if he is sure he can handle it. He replies of course. He handed the shield to Woojin and picked up one of those spears. He says that when he gets the thought of being a burden to someone, he just cannot take it. In addition, there are people he needs to protect too. So he needs to be much stronger than he is right now. Meanwhile, far in the forests of the Amazon, some people are held captive by a terrorist group. Inside their office, a man puts a bag on the table and says he will pay the price with this. Shakira, a member of Thunderbird Guild, asks the man what it is. The man smiles and says it is the payment for removing the native players around the gate. He opens the bag, thanks them, and says business is so much easier now. She picks one bundle of notes and checks it. Then she throws it at the bag and tells him to cut it out. She asks him if he thinks they are risking their lives to earn this small sum. She reminds him that the leader told him that payment should be made with an item or skill page. That man says he is well aware of their trading conditions, but they have been having difficulty supplying items lately. He is getting nervous and sweat on his face. He adds that even if they have the money, they can only buy an item when it is released on the black market. The remaining dungeons nearby are dangerous and untouchable, making it difficult to obtain items firsthand. Shakira slams her hand on the table and says their leader's words are the law in this lawless area of the Amazon. She grabs him by his shirt and asks when a bug like him thought he could play with his tongue in front of them. She smirked and said if he said one more word, she would pull his tongue out and throw it to the stray dog. He is afraid and accidentally says no. He hurriedly coves his mouth. She grabs his mouth with one hand and takes the second hand to pull his tongue out. Suddenly, thunder fell on that man, turning him into asks in seconds. Shakira turns his head back to see that person. Their leader, Hugh Fry, is also known as the Lightning King. He asks her if he did not tell her not to waste her time unnecessarily and why she was wasting her breath trying to negotiate with bugs. He puts a skill page on the table and tells her to take things easy. On the other hand, Jinna is lying on the ground unconsciously. The blessing of the river Styx activates and brings him back to life. He opens his eyes and gets up instantly to attack. Woojin grabs the spear and tells him to pull himself together. Jinna sits back and asks about that one hellhound left and if he took care of it while unconscious. Woojin points at the dead body of the hellhound and says Jinna killed it entirely with his own power. Youngwon sits in his office and tells Woojin that he often surprises him. He never thought Woojin would think to deceive him, and he considered him dead. Woojin apologizes and tells him that it is a saying that one must deceive his friends before deceiving his enemy. Youngwon straightens his back and says Woojin is not wrong here, but from now on, he better not try to deceive him. His aura surrounds Woojin to threaten him, and he tells him these pranks annoy him greatly. Woojin says he has understood. Youngwon throws a newspaper on the table. There's news about Johan and Isak on the front page. He says that Johan George has been bothering him a lot lately. The media has been fabricating a rivalry and blabbering about it, but this is not what Youngwon wants. He just needs an unrivaled image of Isak that shines uniquely. There is no need for him to beat around the bush. Youngwon tells Woojin to persuade Isak to trample him somehow. Woojin asks if Youngwon wants it to make Isak stand out more. Youngwon says yes and asks if he should not get the most out of his investment. Woojin says that if he wants this, he must pave the way for him with the Lightning King. Youngwon is shocked and asks why he suddenly mentioned that guy. Woojin recipes that the Lightning King has the item that Isaac wants. The master swordsman is training when Sakura comes to him. She tells him that Isaac has requested Solomon's ring instead of the Aegis shield. She is sorry for that. He tells her not to be sorry. He was the one who offered the Aegis shield as a reward in the first place. He clenches his teeth and says that compensating with other items is inevitable, but he does not understand how he knows they have Solomon's ring in the world. Sakura hurriedly says that it is not her. He says that he is not doubting her. It seems like there is a rat among them since the information leaked. She says she will not show her face until she finds the traitor and gets rid of them along with Isaac. He replies that she does not need to and let them be. He puts his sword in the sheath and says that, looking at the speed of their growth, the day will come when they will meet in person soon. He angrily says that he has to wait for some time because the only thing that would satisfy him now would be slashing those bastards himself. In the Thunderbird Guild office, Shakira asks Woojin if she should call him a ghost or a zombie. He replies that it is probably closer to a ghost since that would be more convenient for her work. She asks him if he is pretending to be dead to the whole world because he is busy caring for Isaac. He replies that it is unimportant, so she should feel free to take it how she wants. She tells him to watch his mouth and asks if he knows where he is. She smirks and threatens him, saying that the whole world thinks he is a corpse already, so there would not be a problem if he died here for real. Woojin tells her to stop this useless argument. He did not come here to fight. He would like to get straight to the point. Shakira thinks that Woojin is an oddly unpleasant guy. If she had not received the orders from the leader, she would have killed him by now. She agrees to talk and says she will listen to him only for 1 minute. Woojin says that he has heard that the Lightning King only does bartering and asks if a person could be included in the exchange. He smiles and wonders what he can get if he sells Isaac to the Thunderbird Guild. She clenches her teeth and asks if he is not here to negotiate on Isaac's behalf, but to sell him to them. She angrily stands up, points at him, and yells that she will go easy on him, but he makes her furious. Right then, the Lightning King comes there, says his offer is interesting, and asks if he would have to pay for him by the kilogram. Woojin replies that it does not matter if he needs a limbless Isaac. The Lightning King smiles, says that is a pretty appealing offer, and asks Woojin to tell him more about it. Inside the jungle, Woojin and Jinna are sitting around the fire at night. Jinna asks him if he is going to do that. Woojin asks what he is talking about. Jinna asks if Woojin is also not reluctant about it. He says that they almost just died in the 4-floor dungeon. Woojin carelessly asks if they did. Jinna asks what he means by that. He says he agrees with clearing the 5-floor dungeon and asks if it is not too early for them to challenge a class A+. Woojin asks if he is afraid of that dungeon. Jinna furiously says that Woojin always provokes him like that and asks if he thinks he will fall for it again and if he thinks Jinna is an idiot. Woojin notices that someone is here and tells Jinna to stop. Jinna stands up and turns around to see who he is. It is a girl. She came forward and said her name was Michelle, and she was with the Messiah Guild and would be participating in the raid tomorrow. She bows in respect and says she wants to greet them first. Woojin is surprised and wonders why Michelle is there. Suddenly, he remembers that it was in this dungeon she died in Woojin's past life. Jinna is busy talking with Michelle and says she has reached the right place. He asks if she wants an autograph since she is a fan, but she ignores him and goes to Isaac to ask for his autograph. Woojin signs her book while Jinna gets jealous and angrily breaks his pen. The next morning, all the guilds gather around the dungeon's gate. While standing there, Woojin recalls his meeting with the Lightning King. The Lightning King asks him if Woojin is saying that he is the one who is controlling Isaac. Woojin replies yes. Shakira asks if he is telling them to believe that lie. Hugh points her to stop talking. Woojin says that he has heard that Hugh Fry is a huge collector who collects items and skill pages. However, he must have some problems with the supply of items due to level restrictions. He offers him that they will clear Hugh's desired dungeon instead. He adds that by using Isaac, there would not be any dungeons that Hugh cannot enter or clear, but only if the condition mutually works out. Hearing the condition and judging from how he talks, Hugh says there must be something Woojin wants from him. But he says that he does not do deals with no profits. He stands up, saying he does not know what Woojin wants, but is not particularly interested in it. He tells him that if he is interested in Hugh's stuff, he must bring something more interesting. He turns around and says he got interested since Woojin was saying things like selling Isak, but it is no big deal. Shakira gets excited and says the negotiation has broken down. Woojin pretended to have something in his pocket, but he was penniless. She asks Hugh if she shall get rid of him right here. It seems he is useless now. Woojin says that the Cyclops dungeon that appeared in the Amazon, Woojin has heard that Hugh is forming a team to clear it. Hugh stops right there after hearing that and asks what's more. Woojin replies that he will send Isak to clear the dungeon for Hugh. Hugh says that it is the funniest joke he has ever heard. He asks Woojin if he is pushing Isak, who has just graduated from the 4 floors to 5, to clear in a plus rank dungeon. He starts laughing hysterically and says it is an incredible amount of confidence. He tells Woojin that if he succeeds, then they will talk again. Shakira is shocked to hear that. Woojin asks about Isak's worth. Hugh says he is not buying Isak here. He says that if what Woojin is saying is true, it would be wiser for Hugh to buy Woojin instead of Isak. He asks him how it sounds working under him. He says that Woojin will have to take a test because he does not entirely trust people easily. He places a skill page there and says he will start bargaining for his worth from this. The skill page can transform the user into a vampire by using it. Woojin accepts the offer. Woojin is ready to enter the dungeon. It is the first day after entering the Cyclops dungeon. Jinna and Woojin are fighting the monster. Jinna asks Woojin what he is going to say to Yangwon. Woojin asks what he means by that. Jinna says that anyone can tell just by looking at it that they are taking the side of the Lightning King. He asks if Woojin thinks Yangwon will stay still when he sees that, and if he has any plan for this. Woojin smirked and said he had no plan at all. He will report it to Yangwon's side as it is. Jinna asks what he means by that. The monster is about to punch him. Jinna dodges it on time. He punches the monster and asks Woojin if he hears himself and if he will tell him that he agreed to the Lightning King's offer. Woojin says that it is impossible to deceive Yangwon or avoid his watch in the end. Therefore, it would be wise to tell him the truth. Jinna asks if he thinks Yangwon will act like he understands and just send them to the Lightning King. He mentions his bad temper and asks if Woojin still does not understand it. Woojin replies that Jinna must be misunderstanding something, but if he shares the details of the deal with the Lightning King with Yangwon, he asks if he thinks they betrayed him or will think they betrayed the Lightning King. 23 days after entering the Cyclops dungeon, on the 4th floor, Minotaur Labyrinth, the Messiah Guild is fighting the goblins. The bald guy attacking them is surprised that those goblins are dodging his attacks. He asks Kyle how the situation is on his side. Kyle replies that it is the same there as well. The big guy asks Michelle if it is done, but she is still working on it. The goblin notices her and rushes to target her. Kyle and the big guy surround Michelle to cover her. She prepares her magic and casts it. It creates a blast there. All the blood goblins are dead. The big guy tells others that the monsters will probably keep swarming out until they reach the main hall in the center of the labyrinth. They decide to find a wide open path and go that way. It would be big trouble if they got surrounded again by a narrow path enclosed with walls. Suddenly, one of those goblins gets up. The big guy notices his movements. The goblin is rushing to attack Michelle. That guy warns Michelle. She looks behind and finds that the goblin is about to attack her. But before it succeeds, someone kills it. Michelle opens her eyes and sees the monster is dead. The big man looks at Isak and thanks him for saving his party member. Isak asks why he did not finish them off properly. That guy is shocked and asks what he means by that. Isak stabs those goblins and says they must confirm the kill. Seeing others dying, the other goblins pretending to be dead get up worryingly and start running off. Isak peeks at them and says blood goblins are a species with extraordinary intelligence. The skeleton soldiers appear there. The goblins get terrified to see them. Isaac smirked. Since the Messiah Guild is joining the clear, he is looking forward to it, but these guys are terrible. The big guy, Jordan, gets angry with Isak and tells him not to babble. But Michelle grabs him and tells him to stop. Isak says that it should be essential for a party leader to be alert and responsible for the safety of his comrade. He kicks that corpse and says if Jordan knew what kind of species a blood goblin was in advance, he should have prepared for it. He smirked and said that seeing a leader not even prepared for the basics, the rumors about the Messiah Guild must have been exaggerated. Jordan is getting hyper. He knows he is not a perfect leader, but slighting remarks against their pride when trying to save the world is wrong. He is trying to hold back his anger. Isak says that perhaps he had pointless expectations. Kyle interrupts Isak, saying that they get what he means, so he should give it a rest. He walks forward and says there is no need to unnecessarily stimulate emotions between comrades working together to clear the dungeon. Michelle says that Kyle's right. They are thankful for Isak's help and ask why he is here. She is sure he did not come here to pick a quarrel with them, leaving the area his party previously decided to take charge of. He points backward and says he is here because a problem came up. His party's tank broke his leg. Jenna looks embarrassed when he greets them. Michelle is worried to see that and asks how it happened. Kyle and she run toward him. Kyle supports him. Jenna says he was caught off guard for a while. Michelle tells him to sit there so she can take a look at his wound. Jenna laughs in embarrassment and thinks he is happy without knowing anything because he'd allow him to rest, but cosplay as an injured person suddenly makes him lose his face as a man. He pretends that he is fine. Michelle gives him a potion for his injury. Isak looks at them and thinks that these guys are different from Sejin. He remembers that they were the ones who had the heart to save the world more than anyone else. Jordan laughs at Isak and says he came to them because he could not manage his party members properly, and to top it off, he was trying to teach them about essentials. In his own words, he reminds Isak that a party leader must be responsible for the safety of his comrade. He taunts him that Isak should put it into practice before teaching others. Isak does not reply to him. Jordan asks him what's wrong with him and why he does not keep talking like he was a minute ago. He teases him, asking if the cat got his tongue. Isak smirks and thinks that Jordan is acting according to Isak's expectations, and he has the same old personality. He tells Jordan that, unlike someone, it was not his fault. It is just that his party member accidentally stumbled. Jinna curses Isak in his mind but smiles and says it is his fault. He says that, like an idiot, he did not listen to the leader and went ahead as he wanted, which is what happened. He did not know that there was a cliff under his feet. Jordan laughs at him and asks if Isak did not come here to ask them for help because it would be impossible for him to clear it by himself. Isak replies that he was going to. But looking at how his party is being run right now, he is starting to doubt if joining his party is the right choice. He gives a suggestion and asks why they do not work for him. He says that if they follow his orders well, he will ensure they leave this dungeon safely. Jordan is furious to hear that and says he has had enough of this. He says they have to clear the dungeon anyway, so if Isak wants, Jordan will allow him to join them. But he cannot just let what he is saying slide. Jordan comes against him and says if Isak is so confident, they can fight one-on-one here for the position of party leader. The news has been published in the real world that the Messiah Guild is challenging the 7th-floor dungeon for the first time. When Sejin and Johan are the hot topics, there's another big news about Isak's party vanishing for almost a month after clearing the Hellhound dungeon. In the Messiah Guild's office, Shinhai is deeply thought and looks worried. Johan asks her what's wrong with her face and if she is nervous. She snaps out of her thoughts when he calls her. She looks at him with anger. He laughs and says he guesses she worries about all kinds of things when she is making plans in the master's absence. Someone enters the room and tells him to stop talking and be courteous. The man grins while looking at Johan and tells him that she is not a person that someone like Johan can walk all over. The mysterious man is Cho Sungwoo, a crucial member of the Messiah Guild. He says that Shinhai owns the Messiah Guild while Master Sejun is away. If Johan shows disobedience to the regulations one more time, he will make him regret it. Johan laughs and asks him how someone like Sungwoo will make him regret it. Both men are ready to fight. Shinhai slams on the table and tells them to stop. She says there is no reason to start a war of nerves between them right now. What they are about to do from now on is all for the master. However, as Johan said, they did not discuss it with the master. The master swordsman speaks and says they all know. Sejun wants to face Isak someday, but they have gathered here to kill Isak before that. They should get straight to the point without further ado. He asks her if it is true that Isak entered the 5-floor A+ dungeon. She says that she also thought it was a groundless rumor until some time ago, but it is true. She shows an image of the holograph and says this is what she received from a guild member working at Amazon. Isaac was spotted, as they can see, and it was confirmed that he had entered the dungeon. The master swordsman asks what kind of guild members are who entered along with Isak. She replies that they are not members who share the same will with them yet. She could not assign any other missions because they were unreliable. The master swordsman says that Isak is not the kind of guy that half-strength attacks can do. He says he will take this opportunity to deal with him alone. She smirked and said she was relieved he was taking action alone. She points at Johan and says she does not know if this will help, but that person appointed himself as the bait to enter the dungeon with him. He laughs and says calling someone bait in front of them is harsh. He straightens his back and says as long as he can get rid of Isak, there is nothing bad for him. The master swordsman asks her where the place is where they are going to execute the plan. She replies that the place is the 6th floor, A+ Sphinx dungeon in Egypt. Jordan is lying on the floor and panting. His friends are looking at him worriedly. He is in this condition because Isak has beaten him in the fight. Gina looks at him and thinks he also had a time like that. Isak looks at Jordan, smirking, and says he hopes Jordan will keep his promise. After a while, Jordan is fighting the main monster on the floor. He looks tired and he has lost track of time. He says that no matter how much he damages it, he cannot see the end. But he cannot give up like this. He tells Michelle that they are doing it one more time. He is counting on her for the artillery support. She replies that she has got it. She casts the taunt skill on him. Jordan gets the push and rushes towards the monster. But when he sees the monster's angry face, he stops there. It tries to crush Jordan, but he timely escapes. But his landing was unstable and caused a foot sprain. The skeleton soldiers take his place and attack the monster. Kyle also joins them and takes the lead. He lands on his arm and runs on his body, giving multiple cuts on it. The skeleton soldiers are doing the same. Michelle and the magician skeleton are launching attacks from a distance. Jordan is still there. He looks at Isak and thinks that he is too careless and that he should not have made a bet with that guy. Suddenly, Kyle alerts Jordan that he is about to be attacked. Jordan looks up and sees the danger. He cannot move as his leg is still unmovable. It is too late to dodge it now. He has no choice but to block it with his body. The monster launches the attack. Jordan thinks he has been crushed. But when he opens his eyes and looks back, he finds that Isak has saved him and he is holding him in his arms. Jordan panics and tells him to put him down. Isak drops him suddenly and falls to the ground. Michelle comes to him and asks if he is all right. He replies that fortunately he has not had any serious injuries. Jordan looks at Isak and asks him where he is going. Isak says that as the tank is down, somebody has to take over that role. Jordan asks what kind of nonsense is, and if he says he will step in the front and tank right now. He says that Isak is the damage dealer and asks if he will jump into that mess. Isak asks him if he has any other ideas in his mind. Jordan says he would rather return to the battlefield even if he dies there. Isak says that jumping into the battlefield again with that leg is nothing but a suicidal act. He asks who will be responsible for the safety of the party members if he dies. He tells him to stop thinking it is cool to sacrifice himself as a leader. He adds that if Jordan has time to think of such things, he should train himself so that this kind of situation will not happen in the first place. He jumps and says a tank is not just a human shield that receives the attacks. The ultimate role of a tank is to buy enough time for its allies to attack. Woojin rushes toward the monster and says he will show them just once, so they must watch and learn. At Sichin's office, he is visited by a guest. He taunts that man and asks what brings a lowly person like him to their special place. That guy laughs while adding sugar to his tea, saying it is an extreme welcome. He adds that he is so honored by his heartwarming hospitality. The guest is the famous dragon slayer, Francois Churau. He asks Sichin if he is calling him a lowly person. That funny mood of Sichin switches to the angry one in the blink of an eye, and he asks him why he is here. He adds that judging from his personality, it is clear that he has not come all the way here for no reason. Francois laughs and says of course he has a very important matter. Why would he have come to a remote place like this if not? He is uninterested in watching his ugly friend get old and lose his hair. He places the cup on the table and says before he tells him the reason, he wants to ask one thing. He asks him if that thing about saving the world that he once said is still valid. He clarifies that he is discussing the resolution Sichin decided upon when Mr. Patsley died. Sichin slides his head and peeks at Secretary Lee. Francois wonders what he is doing. Sichin is just checking if she is listening to them or not. Then he replies to Francois and asks if he still does not know him. He adds that he is a person who definitely achieves whatever he sets his sights upon. Francois wonders why Sichin is talking so loudly and so suddenly. Then he ignores it and returns to the topic, asking if he has changed his mind. Sichin smiles and says if he returns a favor, he will only be satisfied by repaying it in double. If it is a grudge, he will ensure they receive payment fourfold. Inside the dungeon, Jordan looks at the fight. He cannot believe Isaac can dodge all those attacks without having any physical enhancement skills. It is like he knows how the enemy will attack him. However, he would not be able to win just by dodging. Isaac starts running towards a corner. Jordan yells and asks Isaac what he is doing. The monster is chasing Isaac. He stops running as if it is a blind end. The monster gores and the dirt smoke spreads around. Everyone is shocked and thinks he has died. Jinnah sadly thinks that even though Isaac had a shitty personality, he did not deserve to die here. Jordan thinks that it is his fault. It would have ended with his life if he had volunteered and sacrificed. Now that there are no skeleton soldiers anymore, there is no chance of winning. Suddenly, he notices the skeleton soldiers moving. As the smoke clears, they all see that the bull monster's horns are stuck in the wall. Isaac smirks by looking at it and taunts why he cannot move. He jumps and stabs in its eyes. The monster Minotaur has been poisoned by blood poison. Minotaur gets angry and pulls his horns out. It seems to Isaac that the monster has a lot of energy left. He thought he could buy some more time. He knows that Minotaur possesses intelligence, so luring him towards a wall would not work anymore. Then he notices Minotaur going berserk. He is angry and looking forward. It means he will likely abandon defense and go for a final, fatal blow. Woojin finds his timing perfect. Right then, the skeleton soldiers start throwing the blood goblin's corpses at him. Isaac uses the corpse explosion skill to blast the Minotaur. It falls to the ground. The skeleton soldiers find the opportunity and start cutting him repeatedly. The Minotaur is killed, and they pass the 4th floor. In the office of Messiah Guild, Johan asks why they are asking him to stay. He laughs and asks Shinhai if she wants to ask him out on a date. She gives him a bizarre stare. She is barely bearing him and asks what happened to the request that she made before. He asks if she is talking about Bamon. He carelessly says that someone is a step ahead of him and he cannot do anything about it. Shinhai is shocked to hear that and wonders who can possess Balmon and if other people are also aiming for that sword. Sungwoo says that he cannot bear Johan anymore. He brings out a dagger and rushes towards Johan. He places it on his head and says if he punches a hole in his face, even trash like Johan, he would learn what respect is. Johan smirked and asked if Sungwoo threatened their precious bait with that toy. He asks if they can catch the big fish like Isaac without his help. Sungwoo yells that he will get rid of trash like Johan and go to Egypt himself. Right then, Shinhai orders him to stop, saying Johan is right. There is no other bait like Johan to create a cause for Isaac and stir public opinion. Johan starts laughing and says he expected this from a submaster. Shinhai is fed up with him and says he can do whatever he wants, but he has to play the role of bait. The players have reached the 5th floor of the Forest of Giants. Players are gathering at a point. A person from the Thunderbird Guild comes to Isaac and says the rumors about him are true and he has excellent skills. Because of Isaac, they could come here safely without any effort. Isaac asks him what he wants from him. The other guy replies, whispering that he is checking if Isaac remembers his deal with the leader. Isaac asks if he is talking about handing them the rewards from the dungeon. That guy laughs and says Isaac really remembers it. Jordan looks at them and becomes angry. Michelle grabs his arm and asks if he is alright. He starts laughing and says he is okay. Kyle taps on his shoulder and tells him not to dwell too much on what happened in the previous battle. Michelle adds that Isaac is incredible and it is not Jordan's fault. These words tear Jordan's heart. He becomes sad, thinking that it hurts him more. Still, he thanks his friends for cheering him up. Isaac looks at them and recalls his past life events with them. He remembers that the survival rate was about half, but it will be different this time because he has prepared a strategy to defeat it while taking as little damage as possible. At Sichin's office, the meeting is still continued. Sichin asks him why he does not get straight to the point and tells him why he is here. Francois says that if Sichin is serious about what he said about saving the world, there is one item he wants to give him. He brings a sword from his inventory and puts it on the table. Sichin is shocked to see the sword as it is the legendary sword Bombom. Francois says that Messiah Gills is secretly looking for it, and if his predictions are right, only the sword can kill the savior. Francois leaves after this short meeting. Sichin is waiting in the car park. When Secretary Lee returns after seeing him off, he asks her if she sent him off well. She replies yes. After a pause, she calls him and says he does not have to be conscious of her. He asks her what she means by that. She replies that she has asked Francois everything in person about what happened on the day her father passed away. Sichin is surprised to find that she heard about what happened that day. She starts the car's engine. Sichin worriedly asks her if she is okay. She replies she is not at all. Inside the dungeon, Isaac and others reach outside a cave. Jordan asks him why they have come here and if he is okay leaving those Thunderbird men like this. He says it is better if they work together to increase their chances of clearing the dungeon. Isaac looks at him and recalls his meeting a few moments ago. He is with Thunderbird Guild's captain when a man comes running and says the monster is before them. He asks what they should do. Their captain tells Isaac they should start clearing immediately, just like they have been doing until now. It is better for both of them to clear it as soon as possible. Isaac tells him not to do anything funny. He says they should run and hide in silence like they have done until now. The captain is surprised to hear that and asks how Isaac can say that. Isaac looks at him straight-faced and says it is not a monster to be taken lightly. If he wants to preserve his life, he must do as he is told. The captain clenches his teeth angrily and calls him names in his thoughts. The news-bearer asks the captain if they should prepare for the battle. The captain is still busy thinking. As Isaac mentioned, he thinks they have made it here without any losses. If he kills the twin-head Cyclops with his hands, he might be able to beat Shakira and become the leader's right-hand man. He orders that guy to gather everyone and prepare for the battle. They will hunt down the twin-head Cyclops. Isaac tells Jordan to get his mind off the Thunderbirds. This is more important. Jordan becomes furious, but Michelle tells him to relax. Isaac asks Jinnah how he is feeling now. He replies he is in his top shape. Suddenly, they see the ant monsters coming out of the cave. Isaac tells them that they will start according to the plan. Jinnah says okay and brings Solomon's ring out of his inventory. He wears the ring and thinks it is the same one they extorted from the master swordsman by lying. It is a legendary item that belonged to King Solomon. The ring's unique skill, Solomon's Order, can consume mana to control monsters with a lower level. Jinnah activates the skill and starts controlling those ants. On the other hand, the captain of the Thunderbird Guild is killing the monsters surrounding him from every direction. He wonders where all those monsters are coming from. Suddenly, his foot hits something, and he stumbles on the ground. When he gets up, he looks around and finds all his comrades are dead. He remembers that he was fighting the Cyclops until a while ago, and he escaped the battlefield to avoid the monsters that suddenly rushed in. The ones he killed were not monsters. They were his comrades. Suddenly, the Cyclops appears on his head. He starts trembling with fear. The Cyclops crushes him right there with his fist. After a while, the Cyclops sit in his cave and eat the dead bodies of those men. Woojin appears there with his team. Jordan calls Isaac and says, in all seriousness, he is starting to doubt if it is right. Isaac asks what he is asking about. Jordan points back and asks if they will use the striped ants for the fight. He says that even though they are being controlled with an item effect, they never know when they will turn around and attack them. Surely the effect has a duration, but what if that duration expires during the battle? Isaac asks him if he is still doubting him. Jordan hesitantly says he is not. Isaac tells him that they cannot control the ants indefinitely with the effect of the ring. However, if they fulfill their role before the control is lifted and then destroy themselves after that, there will be no problem. Jinnah tells the ants that it is time for them to shine. He orders them, and they start rushing towards the Cyclops. They start crawling on his body and keep climbing up. All those ants covered one side of Cyclops' body and kept biting him. Jordan looks at the scene shocked and wonders if hunting a boss monster of a 5th floor a plus dungeon is this easy. The Cyclops fall. Ants are continuously biting him. When they reach his eye, he uses his power and makes them fight each other. Jinnah is surprised and asks why they are suddenly fighting against themselves and if the effect of the ring is already over. While the gnats are fighting themselves, the Cyclops stands up and starts crushing them with his feet. Isaac tells others that Cyclops' 2 eyes are evil eyes, each with unique abilities. The status effect caused by the left eye is confusion. It will make one lose the ability to distinguish between friends and foes. The Cyclops has crushed all the ants and is laughing. Isaac tells others by showing them this scene that this happens when one rushes in blindly because they believe they can overpower the enemy. Jinnah asks him what they will do now. They would end up like that if they rushed in. Isaac smirks and says that would usually be the case if there is no cooldown. Jordan wonders if this is not Isaac's first encounter with a twin-head Cyclops. So how does he know there is a cooldown with the evil eye? Jinnah is excited and asks if they should go down and hit the Cyclops right now. Jordan wonders if Jinnah is not convinced too fast. Isaac takes out his sword and says he will go alone first, as the other evil eye is still there. Jordan says if the remaining right eye is also evil, he should plan something before attacking. But Isaac does not listen and jumps down. Jinnah tells them that there is no need to worry too much. He asks Jordan if he still does not understand what kind of person Isaac is. He is not the type of person who moves without any plans. As Isaac approaches the Cyclops, he uses the power of his eye on Isaac. As soon as he is exposed to the evil eye, status effect petrification occurs. His body starts stiffening. Isaac smiles and says thinks he has only one chance. He activates the effect of Lancelot's ring to get resistance against petrification. The effect starts eliminating. He thinks that when its guard is off, and it does not know that its evil eyes do not work on him, he must disregard the left eye, which is still on cooldown. He jumps and stabs his right eye to get rid of it first. Suddenly, the monster punches him and throws him away. But Isaac is fine as he saved himself using Aegis' shield. The monster's right eye is destroyed, and he is screaming. Right then, Michelle uses her magic ability to attack him. Then, they all rush in to take their turn. Isaac tells them that he will deal with the right side alone. He tells Jinnah to take the left side with them. They need to defeat him before the remaining evil eye's cooldown refreshes. They are ready to end the monster. Isaac summons the skeleton soldiers and rushes on. Suddenly, he sees Michelle, who is frightening the monster. Isaac stops for a second. He changes the direction and takes the monster from behind. They have defeated the twin-head Cyclops. He has acquired the evil eye of the Cyclops as a reward. It is a crystal ball imbued with the power of the evil eye of a twin-head Cyclops. It can cause great confusion to enemies or slow their movements when used. They all come out of the dungeon safe and sound. But as they step out, they are welcomed by the Thunderbird Guild. All others except Isaac are shocked. Jordan wonders what is happening as the leader of the Thunderbird Guild is also here. He asks what this is all of a sudden. Shakira says they have no business with them. They should stay out of it while they are giving them a chance. She smirked and asked if it must be Isaac who killed the boss monster. She says that Isaac has promised to hand over the rewards to them. Michelle says they do not care about the promises they made with Isaac. However, they are players who risked their lives to clear the dungeon. Threatening them like this rather than working together to save the world is against proper etiquette. Shakira replies that she is already being polite as she has not shot any of them yet. The Thunder King asks Isaac what he is waiting for. Right then, the dungeon gate disappears. The Thunder King says that, seeing that the dungeon has disappeared and there are no more returnees, it does not matter that he also took care of the safety of his subordinates. But it is fine. Their skills were good for nothing, and the contract had nothing to do with their lives. He will just take what he asked him to bring and be done with it. Isak says all right. Jinnah is shocked to hear his answer. He whispers in his ear and asks if he will hand it over. Isaac smirked and replied that they must give what is needed to get what they want. Isak brings out the eyeball and gives it to the Thunder King. Jinnah clenches his teeth and thinks all their effort goes to waste. But the relief is that the status effect does not work on Isak, so giving it would not be a threat. Jordan is surprised that they are leaving without causing harm. Michelle comes to Isak and says that though it was a short period, she is thankful for it. Kyle also comes forward for a handshake and says they have learned much. Isak is initially surprised, but then he grabs his hand and accepts their thanks. While they all are having a good conversation, Jordan keeps standing alone at a distance. Isak notices his behavior. Michelle tries to lessen the tension by apologizing and saying that Jordan is quite a prideful person, but not a bad guy. Isak goes to him and says Jordan certainly does not have much value as a leader. Jordan gets angry and asks what he means by that. Isak completes his previous sentence by saying that at least the guys standing there will continue to trust and depend on him, stand behind his back, and fight with him. Because, to them, Jordan is the best comrade they could have. Isak forwards his hand for a handshake. Jordan is shocked, but then he smiles and shakes hands with him. They all are relaxed and glad to see them getting along. After the Messiah Guild leaves, Jinnah asks what has gotten into Isak. It is not like him to say those kinds of things. He also asks if Isak does not hate the people from the Messiah Guild. He replies that he never said that he hated the Messiah Guild. He only hates the ones who mercilessly trampled on their noble will. He cannot forgive those fake messiahs. The news about Isak is again a hot topic. But most importantly, he cleared the dungeon along with members of the Messiah Guild. Johan has also stated that he wants to accompany Isak to the 6th floor, a plus Sphinx dungeon. The Master Swordsman is in the office of Shinhai. He says that it looks like Isak is finally back from the Amazon. She was shocked to hear his voice as she was busy reading the news. The Master Swordsman asks why she has called him again when he has an important matter to prepare for. He says it would be best for her to tell him the plans went awry. She says that she called him because she wanted to give him something. He just wanted to eliminate the variable for failure completely. She tells him to use the Helm of Hades and Boots of Hermes. The paper's front page news is that Isak and Joha will meet in Egypt on the 6th floor Sphinx dungeon. Yongwon says he did not expect Messiah Guild to approach like this first. Things are getting very interesting. He asks Woojin if he did well on the trade with Lightning King. He replies yes and says many things happened there. He recalls that meeting when he gave the evil eye to the Lightning King. Isak says he heard the Lightning King is unwilling to break promises, so he must have brought what Isak asked for. He laughs and says that asking for the price without fear, even in this situation, makes him like Isak's guts. He says he has brought it, and he keeps his promises. He hands him over the skill page. It is a Summon Lick skill page. This can summon an immortal mage after killing 100 monsters. The king says it is a kill with a level restriction 180, so Isak must keep his life safe until then. Wajin tells Yingwen that they have acquired the things they need. Yangwen says that he has heard Woojin received a lovely offer from him. He asks why he was so upfront in telling him that. Woojin says Yangwen told him he should never think of deceiving him again. Yingwen laughs and says it is good that Woojin is learning. He asks him with a straight face that Woojin must also know what he wants from him from now on. Woojin replies that he believes he will have to report his every move. When they are talking, Secretary Kim enters the office. Yangwen says he has one more job for him. Secretary Kim places a box on the table. Yangwen orders Woojin to deliver that item to Isaac. Woojin opens the box and sees that it is Osiris's ring. Yangwen says that, as he has said before, Yangwen does not want Johan and Isak competing against one another. He tells Woojin to take this opportunity to convince Isaac and ensure he cares for Johan Jorg, no matter what it takes. Woojin closes the lid and says he understands the assignment. In Cairo, Egypt, the dungeon gate appeared. The players gather there to enter, and the media gives them coverage. Isak and Johan come in front of each other. Johan says that it is an honor to meet Isak. Isak smirks. Johan notices that momentary smile. After that, Isak smiles pleasantly and says he is counting on Johan. As Isak turns back, Johan thinks it was just for a while, but it felt like he was looking down on him. He also turns back, thinking that Isak can laugh as much as he can now. Jinnah and skeleton soldiers kill the monsters inside the dungeon's initial floors. Suddenly, Johan comes there and says that, as rumored, Isak is amazing as he can raise the combat power of each skeleton soldier to such an extent. He says that his skeleton soldiers still have a long way to go. He learned a lesson just now. Isak says that Johan is amazing in a different way. He is unmatched in terms of quantity and is overwhelmingly ahead of Isak. Johan smiles and says it is all due to the ring on his finger. It is the Ring of Hades. Isak is surprised for a moment to hear about the Ring of Hades. Johan says if he uses this ability, he can take the skeleton soldiers summoned by others as his own. Isak wonders if there was such an item. He thinks it must be one of the items the Messiah Guild hid. Seeing his expression, Johan tells him not to worry too much. He does not mean to touch his skeleton soldiers at all. The only skeleton soldiers he will take are the skeleton soldiers summoned by his subordinates behind him. Isak ponders that it is useless if he commands the skeleton soldiers to attack Johan. To think that this kind of item exists is an unignorable threat. He thinks revealing their power is sometimes more effective than hiding it. Johan Jorg is now, as in the past, a terrible daring guy. At night, Johan sits around the fire and eats. An unknown, invisible entity is around him. Johan smirks and says how sad it is that those who belong to the land of the dead cannot eat or drink. He is talking to that invisible thing and asks if he does not think so. He says that he does not know exactly where, but he is sure he is waiting somewhere around him. He taunts that thing, saying he cannot even answer. He says it is a shame that that thing is hungry and thirsty too, but they cannot do anything about it. They will need Isak's power to hunt the boss monster on the 6th floor. So that thing cannot kill him before that, so he must endure a bit more. Suddenly he sees that thing in front of him. It has been 21 days since they entered the dungeon. The players are at the gate of the 6th floor. Johan says that since they made it to the 5th floor smoothly, the difficulty of the 6th, the last floor, would naturally be the worst. Isak thinks that Johan is right. Considering that there were no casualties so far for an A+ class dungeon, the monster of the 6th floor must be that much of a threat. Isak's power is already known enough to the public. He thinks there is no way these were the only ones sent to hunt him in such a situation. So there must be an invisible enemy. It looks like Shinhai took out her treasures. Isak moves towards the door and opens it. Johan looks at him and laughs that it will slowly end. As they enter the next floor, their feet start sinking in the sand. Jinnah wonders if it is a desert terrain. Isak replies it is not. It is a jungle. Johan asks Isak if they should go to the jungle first. Isak says that before that, he will inform him about one thing. He says that from now on, they will put an indefinite hold on hunting the boss monster until they capture the assassin who is targeting them. This was shocking for Johan to hear. Then he smirked and asked what Isak meant by the assassin. Suddenly, he orders his skeleton soldiers to attack Isak. But Isak's soldier steps forward and blocks the attack. Isaac smiles and says he expects this to be how it will be. Isak starts running away. Jinnah asks if they are seriously going to run instead of fighting. One of Johan's men asks if they should chase them. Johan tells him to leave Isak alone and take down the golem, the Dullahan, and the skeleton mage first. They need to make sure to suppress the special variants. Isak hears him out. He thinks that Johan is quick-witted. He thinks that normal skeleton soldiers can be regenerated inside the dungeon. However, it is a different story in the case of special variants such as golems, Dullahans, skeleton knights, and wizards, because the summoning conditions are complicated. If they get destroyed here or taken away by Johan with the effect of the Ring of Hades, the loss of power on their side is beyond description. So Isak summons the Book of the Dead and starts summoning the dismissal of his creatures. Then he runs inside the forest. Johan's men ask if they should still chase him. Johan asks if they are insane. He says that Isak still maintains most of his power. He scolds him and asks what he thinks will happen if they chase him without knowing anything. Johan clenches his teeth and wonders how Isak noticed the existence of an assassin. Things seriously got messed up when absorbing all of Isak's skeleton soldiers was insufficient. Isaac and Jinnah stopped running after getting deep inside the forest. Jinnah looks back and says he does not think anyone is chasing them. Isak says that, unlike the ones they have dealt with so far, Johan is not an idiot. Jinnah asks what they will do now and if Isak has a plan. He smiles and replies of course he has. He wears the Ring of Osiris. Now he has 3 rings in his collection. The Ring of Osiris is a ring imbued with the power of Osiris. It contains the power to resurrect the dead fully. Jinnah is surprised and asks where he got that ring. Isak replies he got it from a generous sponsor. Then Isak looks at the sky and calls Jinnah's anime in a serious tone. Jinnah asks why he is suddenly using such a meaningful tone. He says Isak is making him uneasy. Isak says Jinnah must have gotten used to falling now. Jinnah asks up in the sky and tries to digest what he is asking for. Isak reminds him that he has already experienced that hatchling incident as well. There are wyverns in the sky. Jinnah asks him if he has done something wrong. Far in the mountains, there's the boss monster of this dungeon. It is a griffin. Isak and Jinnah have hunt a wyvern. Jinnah wonders if Isak is trying to summon the wyvern as a skeleton soldier after saying they should ride it. He imagines the skeleton of it and wonders if it would not be impossible for it to fly if only bones remained. He sees Isak doing something with wyvern's body using his ring. In the next moment, a dazzling light emerges from its body, and it becomes alive as a slave of Isak. This is the resurrection power of the Ring of Orises. It's nighttime in the dungeon, and the griffin is eating in his nest. Suddenly, he senses someone's presence. He gets offended by it. It is a wyvern flying near its nest. Jinnah and Isak are riding that wyvern. Jinnah asks if that guy has an eye on the back of his head too. The griffin attacks them with the sound waves. The wyvern is hardly stabilizing itself. That wave attack was a distraction. In the next moment, the griffin reaches them and is about to grab them. But they escape this attack. Isak tells Jinnah to hold on tight as they are just getting started. They are flying away, but the griffin is furious and is chasing them. Isak is looking for Johan's location and finds it. Johan and his comrades are sitting around the fire when he notices the noise of something's arrival. Then he notices Griffin chasing the wyvern and coming in this direction. The griffin is about to catch them. But Isak grabs Jinnah and jumps from the wyvern to the ground. The griffin grabs the wyvern with his teeth. As the griffin lands, he sees Johan and his comrades. Johan clenches his teeth, thinking there is no chance of winning against a boss monster without any preparation. Jinnah falls on his head. Isak tells him to get up already. Jinnah gets up yelling and cursing Isak and tells him to inform him at least in advance if he is going to jump off like that. He thought Isak had some kind of plan. He sits there in anger, saying he is the crazy one for accompanying Isak around. Isak replies that he is doing it this way because he believes in his abilities. Isak starts running away, telling Jinnah to follow him. On the other hand, Griffin has killed many skeleton soldiers. After that, he flies back. Johan and some of his comrades were hiding behind the trees. They see Griffin returning to his nest and come out as well. They have barely escaped, but have lost the summoned skeleton soldiers and some of their subordinates. Johan says that they cannot do anything about it now, but he wants to kill Isak right now. That invisible creature writes on the soil to ask what he means by that. One of his comrades says since Isak walked out, they will never be able to clear this dungeon alone. In other words, they all will die here anyhow. Johan says that if that is how it ends, they might kill Isak first. Johan states that since it is inevitable, they should kill Isaac first. He offers to be the bait to lure Isaac in, as Isaac must eliminate him to feel safe continuing the rest of the attack. Johan assures that it will not take long to trap Isaac. Sukahara-ken responds that it sounds good and he will trust Johan with the plan. He then suggests reorganizing first, removing his hoodie, and mentioning that he has not been able to eat or drink due to Hades' helmet, even if it takes days. He explains that no matter how strong a player is, they cannot use their strength properly under such conditions. When Sukahara-ken arrives and removes his helmet, he mentions feeling like he might survive now. Johan recognizes him and inquires why he is there and where Isaac is. Tsukahara Ken questions Johan's meaning and what he is doing when Johan attacks him. Tsukahara Ken laughs and retorts, calling Johan a fool for falling for the trap, and asks why Isaac would be there when Isaac and his skeleton warriors arrive. They all prepare to attack. Meanwhile, Isaac breaks a branch from a stick when Spasiba asks about the reason for leaving traces while they are traveling. Isaac replies that a customer needs to find them. Spasiba asks who this customer is, noting that only they and the monsters are there, and questions what Isaac means by customer. Isaac responds that the customer is there when Johan arrives and throws his helmet towards them. Spasiba dodges the helmet attack. Isaac observes the helmet and remarks that it is indeed Hades' helmet. Johan asks if he already knows the item's name and wonders how Isaac was aware of the assassin's presence, suspecting that information was leaked. Spasiba inquires if that is truly Hades' helmet and questions how Isaac obtained such a powerful item. Isaac asks why Johan is giving it to him, to which Johan responds that he won, and this is simply the reward for winning. Spasiba exclaims that this is insane, especially if it is legendary. He examines the helmet and learns that its name is Qin, its rank is legendary, and it can be used by those of level 100 and above. It is the helmet of the king of the underworld, Hades, and its wearer becomes a being of the underworld, able to completely hide their existence. The helmet's effects include increased evasiveness, inability to talk, and inability to eat or drink, and it can only be used once every 24 hours. Spasiba asks if the wearer truly cannot eat or drink, and Johan pleads for his life, offering to surrender not only within the dungeon but outside of it as well. Isaac comes to the conclusion that it is impossible to win against the Sphinx in a one-on-one battle and notes that Johan is quick at reading the room. He thinks Johan won't bargain without a good reason, which is typical of him. Spasiba then questions what will happen to Johan's subordinates if they spare Johan. Johan dismissively responds that those people didn't seem useful, so he ensured that they were completely disposed of before coming here. Spasiba reacts in disbelief, calling the situation crazy. Isaac intervenes, stating that it is all well and good, but that he has one more condition. Johan must hand over Hades' ring. Johan removes his ring and admits that he genuinely cannot win against Isaac. Meanwhile, Tsukahara Ken reflects on his narrow escape from Johan's skeleton soldiers and the subsequent encounter with a monster wave. He is frustrated by how the situation continues to deteriorate. Tsukahara Ken curses Johan, whom he never liked from the start. As monsters charge at him, he realizes they have caught up and fights them off, killing them. Despite being in a plus 6th floor dungeon, Tsukahara Ken acknowledges the difficulty of surviving alone, let alone defeating the boss monster and escaping. With monsters roaring and attacking him, he resolves that he cannot simply die here like a dog. Determined to survive, he thinks the world is overflowing with items, and there must be one that could prevent such dire circumstances. At that moment, Spasiba appears, asking who Tsukahara Ken is, just as Tsukahara Ken attacks Spasiba, causing him to fall. Johan calls out to Isaac, who runs towards Spasiba to save him. Tsukahara Ken tells Isaac that he is too late, and Johan asks if Spasiba is dead. Johan thinks Spasiba should have been caught during the monster wave and marvels at his resilience. Tsukahara Ken says he expected Spasiba's betrayal from the start and stuck with Isaac, calling him a parasitic scoundrel. He declares he cannot let the two of them live since his tanker is gone, and he will never be able to leave the dungeon alive. He challenges them to a sword dance, intending to fight to the death. Isaac agrees, calling it a sword dance and preparing to engage. The system window notifies them that a skeleton soldier has been summoned, and the battle begins. As they fight, Isaac notes Tsukahara Ken's rapid recovery and acknowledges his mastery of the sword. A giant skeleton soldier arrives, prompting Tsukahara Ken to shout for it not to interfere. Johan says it is impossible for Tsukahara Ken to be in such good condition after not eating or drinking for many days and wonders how he can still fight so well. Tsukahara Ken battles the skeleton warriors fiercely. Johan thinks the situation is crazy. Tsukahara Ken, referring to Johan as a rat-like scoundrel with a long life thread, attacks and kills one of the skeleton soldiers. He then recognizes the core of a human-faced turtle, triggering a system window notification that reveals the item's details. It is a rare grade item that can be used by anyone level 1 and higher. The inner core of a human-faced turtle that has lived 100 years allows a person to survive without food or water if held in the mouth, though it does not fill the stomach or quench thirst. Its effect is maintaining stamina despite hunger. Tsukahara Ken explains that although his stamina is fine, the constant hunger and thirst could drive him mad. Johan realizes that Tsukahara Ken has been hiding this advantage all along. Tsukahara Ken taunts Johan, asking if he thought they would all die here, and urges him to come closer so he can personally cut his life thread. Johan takes a step back, thinking there is no reason for him to advance since Isaac is present. Tsukahara Ken replies that if they are all going to die, it is better to go out brandishing a sword. He challenges Isaac to continue, stating there is no way he will finish this in such a boring manner. Isaac asks if he is done talking and says he has no intention of dying here, implying that Tsukahara Ken is the only one finished. Tsukahara Ken retorts that Isaac seems to have lost his mind from being so close to death and suggests he should go alone. Suddenly, Spasiba, wearing Hades' helmet, attacks Tsukahara Ken and cuts off his hands. Isaac declares that he is the only one without comrades here. Tsukahara Ken, in disbelief, says it is impossible and that Spasiba should be dead. Spasiba reveals that he was taking a piss when Tsukahara Ken attacked him and complained about the pain, calling Tsukahara Ken a rude scoundrel. Tsukahara Ken, bewildered, asks how this is possible, claiming he definitely sliced Spasiba's neck. Johan laughs, admiring Tsukahara Ken's last effort and the unexpected use of the human-faced turtle's core. He questions what Tsukahara Ken will do now, having not truly faced them. Johan acknowledges Isaac's impressive reversal and suggests they go after the Sphinx, calling Isaac sneaky as he observes Tsukahara Ken, who is now on his knees. Tsukahara Ken, defiant, asks if they think bowing his head will make them spare his life. He then grabs his sword with his teeth and charges at the three of them, attempting to stab them. However, they escape his attack using the Aegis shield. As he falls, he thinks about how Isaac has the Aegis shield and realizes he has been tricked. Johan also falls down, injured, and curses Isaac, lamenting his life and existence. Isaac admits his mistake, apologizing. Spasiba remarks that Johan doesn't have to be so dejected since his subordinates who were killed probably feel the same way he does now. Tsukahara Ken retorts, telling Spasiba not to preach so disgustingly because, in the end, a pitiful end awaits them all, noting that only the two of them remain in the dungeon. He questions if they really believe they can defeat the Sphinx alone, calling them foolish. Isaac agrees, acknowledging that they are indeed foolish. Tsukahara Ken reflects on his desire to make the world a better place and how he thought his comrades shared that vision, recalling good memories with them. Isaac approaches Tsukahara Ken and asks what about him, wondering if he has ever thought about saving the world, even if just once, despite knowing it is a foolish notion. Tsukahara Ken asks Isaac what he means by saving the world, calling it nonsense. He questions if Isaac truly believes that even after all the dungeons are cleared and the game ends, this rotten world deserves to be saved. He scoffs, saying that even passing dogs would laugh at such an idea. Instead, he believes an even bigger mess would occur. He argues that the current world is dominated by players with the power to control it, and if they knew that after the game ended, they would kill the dogs that once hunted for them, the world would descend into chaos. He claims the world they are reigning over now is actually better. Isaac interrupts, saying he has heard enough and doesn't want to listen to Tsukahara Ken anymore. Despite that, Tsukahara Ken continues talking. Isaac then expresses that if he had the chance to go back and start over, he hoped he would become someone worthy of being called the Sword Master. Spasiba reflects on his past encounters with the Messiah Guild and wonders about the kind of awful run-ins he had with them. Suddenly, the system notifies them that the emissary of the underworld skill, Vampire, has been activated. Isaac transforms into a vampire, with the system providing details about the skill. The condition for use is being an emissary of the underworld, and it is a legendary level skill. While using this skill, mana is continuously consumed, and all abilities are drastically increased. Isaac checks the effects. Stamina is increased by 50% of his maximum. The use of items and skills for stamina and recovery will increase by 50%, and speed is increased by 50%. Additionally, if used at night, all ability effects are doubled. Spasiba, surprised by Isaac's new appearance, asks what it is. Isaac replies that since only the two of them are left, there is no need to hide it anymore. Spasiba asks for more clarification, and Isaac says they should move before the night ends. After a while, Jisoo arrives at her house, recalling a conversation with her father. He had called her and asked if it was his birthday, and she had refused. He then asked if it was her birthday, and she refused again. As he ate, he remarked that it was not his birthday and asked if she was prepared for school, to which she confirmed. He wondered why his daughter was so upright and early in the morning, to which she replied that she took after him. She asked if he had mentioned going on a business trip overseas. She told him not to worry and to leave everything on the table after he finished eating. She would clean it after returning from school. Her father called her again, marveling at how much his daughter had grown, and asked her to come for a hug. She ran to embrace him. He noted he was leaving soon and asked about breakfast. She said she had eaten while preparing the table and then left the house. He wished her good health while he was away, saying to be healthy while dad is away. He advises Jisoo to be careful of cars on the big streets and reminds her about the safety zones she should go to in case a dungeon break occurs while he is away. He acknowledges that it might be annoying, but he urges her to treat his friends a bit better. He also advises her to listen to her teachers, not just study, but go out and have some fun occasionally, and to spend the pocket money he left for her as teenage girls should, rather than saving it all. He suggests she try to get along with Shinhai and ends by saying that she, his daughter, is the prettiest in the world and hopes she has fun at school. She agrees and heads off to school. On her way, she hears someone mention that the Hansung Group is on the news. Another person remarks that the Hansung Group stocks have recently risen significantly. She wonders if they are talking about Hansung and looks at the news, which reports that the Hansung Group has pledged to be the nation's future in fostering players. Shinhai then calls out to her, asking why she is standing in the middle of the street like an idiot. Jisoo looks behind and sees Shinhai. Jisoo looks at Shinhai and says "oh," to which Shinhai responds by asking what she means by "oh," and if that is what she was looking at. Jisoo confirms it, noting the news that the Hansung Group will lead in nurturing players. She then asks Shinhai why she is heading to school so early. Shinhai clarified that she was not going to school, and they began walking together. She places a hand on her shoulder and reveals that she has recently awakened as a player. Shinhai then shares an exciting piece of news: a gate has formed in the basement of her father's company. Jisoo confirms this, and Shinhai adds that although it's still a secret, there is talk of a potential dungeon break happening very soon. Shinhai mentioned that she was heading there. They see the news report about Hansung Corporation launching Project Messiah. Jisoo asks Shinhai what she is saying and expresses concern about what she will do if her father finds out. Shinhai responds that her father always worries about nothing. As Jisoo tries to say something, Shinhai bumps her shoulder and asks if she is a player, too. Shinhai questions why, if everyone wants to nurture players to protect their future, she should be left out. She insists that Jisoo wait and see, as she plans to surpass Sejun Lee or whoever he is and prove herself. Shinhai, determined, tells Jisoo not to give her that doubtful look and urges her to come with her. She grabs Jisoo's arm and takes her to a room. There, she announces that she is going to officially become a player today and suggests they take a picture together to commemorate the occasion. Shinhai looks at their picture, tears it, and pastes her own picture onto a board. She then hands the picture to Jisoo, calling her name. Meanwhile, breaking news announces that the Messiah Guild is the first in the world to conquer a Tier 7 dungeon. Sejun Lee is named the most influential player globally, and the news speculates about when a Tier 8 dungeon will be tackled next. They see some comments on the news when a flash appears, and some people arrive. Noda Hidero asks what she did to Isaac when she tries to respond. She recalls a monster roaring loudly, followed by an attack on him. Spaziba says that he finally pierced through the leather and struck the monster, with Isaac also attacking. The system notifies that the Lord of the Underworld's skill, blood-sucking, has been activated. The skill link between blood-sucking and vampire is established, increasing the skill recovery rate by 100%. He continues attacking the monster, and the system then notifies him that the Lord of the Underworld's skill, Blood Mist, has been cast, summoning a blood golem to fight. She notes that they sent Isaac, Johan, and the Swordmaster to the Tier 6A+ Egypt dungeon together. Noda Hidero asks who told her to take such actions, and Cho Sungwoo, trying to calm the situation, says they should listen carefully to the current situation while tapping his fist on the table. Noda Hidero clarifies that she wasn't speaking to him and adds that no one told her to act. She made the decision on her own, but has made contingency plans. She explains that she gave Hades' helmet to the Swordmaster and Hermes' shoes to Johan, even though Johan was only a decoy. She emphasizes Johan's skill and states that, despite Isaac's abilities, the probability of him surviving the dungeon is 0. He responds with a degree of skepticism, acknowledging her confidence. Later, Yangwon's car arrives at a building where his secretary runs up to him, calling him boss and saying they have a significant problem. He asks what's going on, and she whispers in his ear. Surprised, he asks if the person is here. and they both go inside to find New Eyes sitting there. Meanwhile, the system notifies that the Sphinx has been defeated and that the Lord of the Underworld's skill, Return of the Dead, has been activated. Johan wakes up and activates his skills, checking the details of Return of the Dead, and regains all his powers and heals himself. Yongwon, sitting in his office, expresses his confusion about why New Eyes would suddenly come to him with such a matter, tapping on the table. New Eyes questions why Yongwon needs more time to think about it. Yongwon states his desire to enter a Tier 7 dungeon together and asks why he should accept such an offer. New Eyes responds that Sejun Lee is flaunting the title of Tier 7 Dungeon Master, and he wonders if Yongwon hates seeing that as much as he does. Yongwon inquires if this means they would be joining forces. The other person clarifies that it would be more accurate to say that Yongwon would be joining forces with them when he and Isaac enter the dungeon together soon. Yongwon asks if that's truly what New Eyes believes, and New Eyes confirms it. Yongwon scratches the table and questions if New Eyes is attempting to provoke him. He accuses New Eyes of daring to come into his office and speak to him in such a manner, interpreting it as an insult. Yongwon then attacks New Eyes. Shakira thinks to herself about the incredibly murderous aura emanating from Yongwon, realizing how formidable he must be. New Eyes, holding balls in his hands, breaks them with full force, questioning whether such an action only works if he is on the same level as his opponent. A flash appears from behind and attacks him. Later, Oh Sichin places a cup of coffee on the table, laughing as she comments on the coffee, noting that it is definitely an instant mix. She adds that if he had bought just coffee grounds, it would be too bitter for her taste. Miss Lee, thinking the coffee is just instant and was put into one of the paper cups from the Fire Guild, informs her boss of breaking news. It appears that the Emperor of Lightning and Park Yongwon have made contact. Her boss responded that the big showdown was finally happening, and that it looked like it would be interesting. He then asks if they should try to predict how things will unfold. As Miss Lee walks away, her boss asks where she is going. She replies that she is going to see a friend. He questions if there is anything strange about that, and she assures him there is not. He tells her to have fun, and as she closes the door, he wonders who her friend might be. The scene shifts to Cairo, Egypt, in an alley of the black market where Isaac, Johan, and Spazaba are seated together. Johan, expressing gratitude, mentions that he has made good use of the situation and acknowledges that he kept his promise. He admits he initially thought he'd been betrayed, but thanks Isaac nonetheless. Johan notes that leaving this behind implies Isaac must have known about the Return of the Dead skill and recalls a note that came with the helmet, instructing him to return it after use. Johan admits he really can't beat Isaac and asks how he discovered the truth. Johan laughs and thinks that, due to that skill, he had to kill Johan twice, even before returning from the past. Spazaba thinks that he should have just left Johan to die. Isaac, dismissing Johan's inquiries, says that where he obtained the information is none of Johan's business. Johan, still impressed, says Isaac is so cool, even vomiting in the process, and comments that it's totally Isaac's style. Isaac, reflecting on the abnormal nature of the scoundrels he's dealing with, declares that, with that, Johan is officially a dead man. Isaac warns Johan to avoid doing anything foolish and to live his life quietly, like a dead mouse, or else the Messiah Guild will find him. He prepares to leave when Johan, calling out to him, pleads to be taken along. Meanwhile, Shinhai stands near the window, reading the news that reports Isaac's party as the only survivor of the Tier 6 Egyptian dungeon and questioning why Isaac wasn't able to save Johan. Another headline announces the death of Johan Jorg. As she processes this information, someone knocks at the door. She instructs them to enter, and a guard announces that Jisoo is here. Miss Lee then greets Jisoo, saying it's been a long time. Shinhai expresses her worry over Jisoo's sudden disappearance without saying anything, noting how shocked she was when Jisoo unexpectedly contacted her and asked to meet. She inquires where Jisoo has been and what she has been doing. Jisoo, in turn, says she has something she wants to ask. Shinhai acknowledges that it's been a long time since they last saw each other, and she understands there might be many questions. However, she also expresses a bit of sadness, feeling that Jisoo has not even asked about her well-being and seems distant. Shinhai remarks that, despite the 3 years that have passed, Jisoo has not changed a bit. Jisoo then asks about her father, questioning if Shinhai was responsible for his death. Shinhai freezes at the mention and recalls the incident. She denies knowing what Jisoo is talking about and explains that Jisoo's sudden reappearance is exactly what she wants to discuss. Shinhai further explains that Jisoo's father died in an accident caused by a dungeon break, insisting that she doesn't understand the situation if she thinks otherwise. Shinhai says that Jisoo must have misunderstood, and that it's not like what she believes. She throws an envelope towards Jisoo, who opens it to find a list of dungeon break victims from the Hansung group, which shocks her. Jisoo asserts that her father's death was not due to a monster or an accidental explosion. She had hoped there would be something meaningful to discuss, but it seems she was mistaken. Miss Lee reviews the documents and then stands up, asking Jisoo what she actually wants to convey after all this time. She questions why Jisoo has reappeared after 3 years only to accuse her of having killed her father. Shinhai questions whether Jisoo might have suffered a head injury, dismissing the documents and asking if she truly trusts such scraps of paper over her word as a friend. She inquires if Jisoo believes she is seeking revenge and what she plans to do against her after all this time. Shinhai asserts her own power and position, burning the papers in front of Jisoo to emphasize her authority. Jisoo, unfazed, acknowledges Shinhai's influential role as the CEO of Hansung and deputy leader of the Messiah Guild. She asserts that she is well aware of Shinhai's status and promises to show her exactly what she can do. After a while, Yongwon steps out onto the balcony, contemplating the situation. He recalls Nui's question about why they don't end the pointless fighting, suggesting that it was a waste of their time. Nui's expressed a desire for the two of them to reach an agreement before moving forward. He proposed that they each draft their wills immediately, explaining that it was a precautionary measure in case they didn't survive a Tier 7 dungeon. Yongwon, confused, asks for clarification about what he means by a will. Nui's reassures him not to misunderstand, it's simply a matter of making arrangements in advance. This way, if one of them dies in the dungeon, the remaining guild members won't be left in confusion. He suggests that they arrange for their guilds to merge in such a case. Miss Lee, puzzled, asks for an explanation. Nui's responds that the Messiah Guild was the first to enter a Tier 7 dungeon, so currently, their actions have a significant global impact. He explains that the issue is they are both in a position where they can't let the situation continue as it is, but attempting to tackle a Tier 7 dungeon alone with their current power would be fatal. He questions whether, despite their differences, it might be wise for them to team up and face the dungeon together. He suggests setting aside all pretense and being honest with each other. He admits that he is very greedy and has no intention of sharing the honor or loot after they clear the dungeon, acknowledging that she is just as greedy. He confesses that he came to find her, knowing full well that she might betray him once they enter the dungeon, and asks if he is wrong in his assessment. Yongwon is brought back to the present when he hears Nui's mention the need for wills before entering the dungeon. His thoughts are interrupted as Johan Jorg arrives with a heavy aura. Yongwon realizes he has not sensed Johan's presence at all and asks how long he has been there. Johan responds that he has just arrived. Yongwon inquires about when Johan Jorg arrived, and Johan replies that he just got there. Yongwon mentions he had been wondering about Johan's recent quietness and notes that it seems Johan went to Egypt with Isaac. Johan confirms this, explaining that Isaac was given a special mission. He adds that he took the opportunity to convince Isaac to handle Johan Jorg, implying that it was a difficult task. Despite Johan's stubbornness, especially during the dungeon, he managed to persuade Isaac. Yongwon responds affirmatively, acknowledging that it's good Johan was dealt with. He reflects on the fact that Johan not only convinced Isaac, but also helped clear the 6th floor dungeon. Yongwon questions whether he should have instructed Johan Jorg to handle the situation discreetly to avoid gossip. He asks why Isaac has not clarified Johan's death with the press. Johan replies that he doesn't know what Isaac is thinking. Understanding the mind of a genius is not easy. He points out that Isaac achieved stardom by clearing a 6th floor dungeon in record time and emphasizes that Isaac isn't his subordinate, so he can't dictate Isaac's actions, even outside the dungeon. Yongwon agrees with Johan's reasoning. Yongwon acknowledges this and says that Johan was indeed removed as planned, so he'll let it go. He mentions that it has been a while since he last saw Johan's face and expresses a desire for their relationship to become clearer. Jorg reflects that Yongwon might be concerned about facing the Lightning King on the 7th floor. Yongwon responds that, despite Isaac not being his subordinate, it's clear that Isaac's influence is still significant. He emphasizes that when Isaac, the Lightning King, and he attempt to clear the 7th floor dungeon together, Jorg's role will be crucial. Yongwon then shows Jorg a key, indicating that it's a significant reward. He instructs Jorg to follow him to Park Yangwon's armory and choose one item that he likes as compensation. As Yongwon opens a portal to the armory, he tells Jorg that the reward should be sufficient for him and Isaac. Jorg asks if Yongwon has any regrets about this arrangement, to which Yongwon responds affirmatively. On the other hand, Osichin questions why he acted this way, noting that it's unlikely that he would barge into the Hansung Group's head office. He acknowledges that he treasures Secretary Lee, but believes her recent actions were too extreme to overlook. He wonders what they hope to achieve by provoking Park Shin-hye. Secretary Lee responds that they can't predict the exact consequences of provoking Park Shin-hye, nor do they know what they might gain from it. She reflects on a recent encounter where Noda Hidero aimed an arrow at her, from which she narrowly escaped. Rising from her seat, she asserts that the outcome will be determined by the choices she makes and walks away. After a while, New Eyes sits in his car and inquires about the preparations for the 7th floor dungeon. Shakira opens the car door and bows, reporting that the dungeon has a C+ difficulty rating and that they have been searching for a suitable location for its debut. New Eyes asks for clarification on what C+ means, where the dungeon is located, and if there are any significant issues to report. Shakira explains that the dungeon is located in Pakistan and mentions that the area around the gate is occupied by a group of armed terrorists, some of whom are high-level players. She adds that this has made it challenging for even the Pakistani government to access the site. New Eyes responds that, despite the presence of terrorists, they are no match for them. He then asks if there is anything else to report. Shakira informs him that Kim Woo-jin is at headquarters. Upon reaching headquarters, New Eyes greets Kim Woo-jin, saying it's been a while. Kim Woo-jin responds with a friendly long time. No See stands up from his place and goes over to shake New Eyes' hand. Kim Woo-jin greets New Eyes with Park Yangwon's dog, which is a long time no see, which surprises New Eyes. He questions why Kim would refer to him in that way and wonders why he would come to see him on his own. As they shake hands, Kim comments on not knowing how to react to such a warm welcome. Kim then asks if New Eyes successfully completed the task he was given. New Eyes thinks that Kim's relaxed demeanor seems genuine despite the public perception of Park Yangwon as a 6th floor conqueror, comparable to the Lightning King. He acknowledges that Park Yangwon is no match for the Lightning King in terms of personal strength. He predicts that on the final floor of the dungeon, Isaac will be the one to kill Park Yangwon. A person sees through binoculars and observes the activities of army tanks when another person arrives and tells his boss that he should see something. He reports that there are tanks below that they haven't seen before. New Eyes thinks he heard an explosion following a gunshot, which means the enemy is a monster capable of accurately aiming from over 1,500 meters away. He realizes he needs to determine the enemy's approximate location to counterattack and assess if the bullet came from that direction. The system then notifies him that the Silent Hunter's skill, Second Sight, has been deactivated. Shakira reports that the target distance was 1,765 meters and confirms that the elimination is complete after she fires. New Eyes comments on the graceful sound of the shots, noting how pleasing it is to hear them. He then asks how long it will take to capture the territory around the gate. Shakira replies that it will be less than 10 minutes before they can attack Yangwon and Isaac's comrades. Meanwhile, breaking news reports that the Thunderbird, Firebird, and Mokosh guilds are preparing to cooperate for the first time ever to attack a 7th floor dungeon. Another update mentions that Johan's death will not be in vain, with Isaac finally speaking out. Additional news reveals that the Thunderbird Guild has successfully captured and overpowered the terrorists surrounding the gate in 9 minutes and 48 seconds. This makes them the first national allied guild since the Messiah Guild to tackle a 7th floor dungeon. The news also questions the Messiah Guild's reaction to these developments. After a while, CEO Lee sits in his office, reflecting on the situation. He wonders about the Messiah Guild's thoughts, and whether it might be better for them to release their own statement. Shin-hye responds that there is no need for that. Lee Sejun arrives and comments on Shin-hye's familiar expression, asking where he has seen it before. Shin-hye acknowledges that it is the same expression she had when he first met her, recalling a past incident. Lee Sejun admits that he initially thought they were similar, but it seems he was mistaken. He shifts the focus away from the past, emphasizing that the future is more important. He states that, although it may seem obvious, he wants to make it clear that he did not orchestrate the current situation. He explains that the recent actions were carried out by terrorists who despise players, affirming that this is the truth. On the other side, Osichin asks Secretary Lee if these are truly scoundrels when she inquires about the matter. He replies that it seems the scoundrels from the Messiah Guild are finally showing their true colors, referencing recent news about the Messiah Guild and the Great Guild releasing a joint statement declaring that violent acts against players will no longer be tolerated. He continues, noting that the Hansung Group, the official sponsor of the Messiah Guild, had their headquarters in Gwanghwamun, Seoul, attacked by unknown terrorists and toppled once more. He adds that, following the dungeon break incident 3 years ago, this new tragedy has struck. He informs her that the Korean government has authorized actions against the Messiah Guild's player targeting crimes. Consequently, she says she will not tolerate it any longer and, with the government's backing, she has the authority to use military force against civilians if necessary. He says that no one really knows what the Messiah Guild scoundrels are truly thinking, and if things continue this way, these scoundrels will only keep seizing more power. He adds, with that said Lee Sejin, please save this world. She feels as though she's heard this rhetoric many times before, and he asks if she isn't right, Secretary Lee. Hunter Yang then speaks, addressing someone by phone and asking if they recognize his voice. Oh Sichin questions if it's really him. Yang says he's busy and will be brief, mentioning that he just saw the report and that the Golden Dragon's gastric fluids have arrived in Pakistan. He asks if the person knows what these fluids could be used for before requesting them. Sichin responds that he didn't know and that the client hadn't provided any details. Hunter Yang criticizes him for not knowing the purpose of such a valuable item and demands an explanation. Sichin, overhearing, comments that the client did mention this and asks if Yang has swallowed a foghorn. Hunter Yang, now frustrated, threatens to kill the person on the other end of the line. The reply is a confused question about who will kill whom. At this point, Yang's phone displays a notification that the call cannot be connected to this location, leaving him to wonder what's wrong with the call. A portal opens, and Yongwon and Jorg arrive. Meanwhile, a delivery boy approaches Isaac, informing him that there is an express delivery parcel for him. Spazaba, curious, asks what the parcel is, and Johan replies that he will handle it. The delivery boy insists that the recipient must personally receive and sign for the parcel. Johan uses some of his power, causing the delivery boy to become frightened, and he quickly agrees to hand it over to Johan. Johan sits down, untapes the parcel, and Spazaba approaches to see what was ordered. They open the parcel to reveal the Golden Dragon's gastric juices. Isaac contemplates the significance of the gastric juices while Spazaba comments that he came over to check because he thought it might be something interesting, especially since he opened it right there. He questions why anyone would need gastric juices and what use they might have. Isaac reflects that he has heard of the Golden Dragon's gastric juices before. He explains that these juices allow one to see the true nature of a sealed item. He notes that both the gastric juices and the sealed items are rare, and that while he has only heard rumors about them, he has never seen them in person. It seems Spazaba is unaware of this. Johan had suspected that Spazaba might know, but, as expected, he did not. Spazaba questions what kind of nonsense this is and asserts that he knows everything. Isaac confirms that Spazaba is right in calling him Kim Woo, but he suggests that they should deal with the scoundrel and proceed alone. He further describes Spazaba as someone who kills his own subordinates with his own hands and questions if he can really trust him to enter the dungeon together. Isaac then asks if Spazaba trusts him, showing a mark on his hand and saying that there is nothing more trustworthy than this. Spazaba responds that someone who has died and comes back to life is beyond the reach of ordinary shackles, and if Isaac can't trust him, then he won't be trusted. Johan considers this and thinks it might be related to Soul Authority, recalling that Spazaba had asked to join them. Spazaba, angered, abuses Johan and questions where they think they are going, making it clear that it doesn't look like a vacation to him. Johan then points out that while Spazaba may not know the reason, Isaac harbors a grudge against the Messiah Guild. Given Isaac's current situation and the limitations imposed on him, Johan suggests that he would enjoy seeing those arrogant scoundrels brought down from his side. Isaac, skeptical, asks if Johan can guarantee he won't betray him and why he should trust him enough to consider him a comrade. Spazaba questions if they are seriously entertaining this scoundrel, while Johan demonstrates his point by showing them the Soul Authority. The system notification details Soul Authority, describing it as a rare skill that can be used by someone of level 1 and above. It allows a person to appoint another and create a contract that authorizes the appointed person's soul. This contract enables the first person to share up to 50% of the beneficial effects of the skills and items used by the appointed person. The notification outlines the following effects. First, the appointed person's skills and items benefits can be shared up to 50%. Second, once appointed, the person cannot be changed. Third, if the appointed person dies or completes the contract, the user's stamina will drop to 0. Johan explains that, with this authority in place, he won't be able to betray Isaac because he can die whenever Isaac wants him to. Spasiba, incredulous, asks if Johann is insane and abuses him, questioning what would happen if Isaac actually asked him to die. Isaac examines the contract thoughtfully. Johann points out that Isaac had many chances to kill him but chose not to, suggesting that since Isaac isn't one to do unnecessary things, there's no reason to end Johann's life after all this time. Johann asserts that he just needs to ensure he doesn't cause trouble. As Johann reflects, he thinks that while soul authority is a skill that seems to do more harm than good, it's surprising that Isaac would use it to tighten his own noose. Johann realizes that Isaac is someone difficult to read and, looking at both of them, decides they should start entering the dungeon. Isaac asks about the item he is trying to unseal, but Spasiba questions why he needs to know. Isaac responds that since they are now all comrades, it's a reasonable question. Johann assures him that he will find out soon enough and, glancing back at them, begins walking towards the dungeon. After a while, another group sleeps near a fire, and Kim Woojin receives a notification indicating that, to advance to the second floor, he must eliminate 111,111 goblins. The number of goblins remaining is 20,317. He reflects that these are the same conditions he encountered when he entered the dungeon previously, with 1,33,333 goblins on the third floor and 4,44,444 on the fourth floor, and so on. He surmises that the top of the dungeon, on the seventh floor, will be where the Goblin King resides, as the dungeon's name suggests. He then opens his status window, which shows his name as Kim Woojin, his level as 176, and his authority as emissary of the underworld. His stamina is 1,955, his mana level is 1,335, his vitality level is 663, and his achievements total 158, with no extra points available. He thinks that, given his level of 176, he will be cutting the time limit quite close. He clears the dungeon on the first, second, and third floors. The system window notifies him that all 333,333 goblins have been eliminated, and the door to the fourth floor will open when Yangwin enters. He looks at Isaac and his comrades. After some time, New Eyes asks if the conversation with Isaac went well. Kim Woojin confirmed that he delivered the message and inquired about the exact start time for the plan. New Eyes replies that when they first enter the fourth floor, the Firebird Guild, Isaac's party, and their Thunderbird Guild will all continue their operations. He explains that, as done on the previous floors, they will separate and kill the goblins. During the chaos of the battle, New Eyes will take Isaac and the Firebird Guild toward the rear and will give Kim Woojin the signal. At that time, Woojin will personally end Park Yangwin's life. The scene shifts to the Kingdom of Goblins on the fourth floor, where a black-haired man kills the goblins and asks his master if he may pose a question. Park Yangwan asks what it is. The man inquires whether he trusts Kim Woojin, noting that Woojin claims he will make Isaac his puppet, but wonders if he is the only one who doubts this. He expresses concern that Isaac will act according to his own desires when the war with New Eyes begins and asks what will happen to them if Isaac sides with New Eyes. Park Yong-won smirked and responded that he had never trusted anyone enough to stake his life on them, relying only on himself and his intuition. However, he asserts that in this dungeon, New Eyes will die by his hands, and they will absorb the Thunderbird Guild. Nothing else matters. Meanwhile, a light descends from the sky, and the system window notifies him that he has reached level 180. The emissary of the underworld, impressed with his skill, has gifted him a catalog. A card appears in front of Kim Woojin, and he holds it to examine. Spasiba runs toward him and asks what he has received this time, and whether it is something good, like a banshee. The catalog shows that banshee requires the condition of being an emissary of the underworld, with an acquisition level of 150 and above, and the effect allows him to summon a banshee, a cursed soul. Kim Woojin responds that he does not know if it is good or not, as it is a skill he has never encountered before. He asks if that is so and thinks he always talks as if he knows everything, so he just assumed he would know this as well. Isaac Ivanov states that Isaac Nim is probably at the top of all players with the authority of the emissary of the underworld. He asks if it is not obvious that Isaac is gaining power and skills that no one else knows about. He insults him, saying it appears he does not know much. Isaac apologizes and asks what he means. He says Isaac Nim is not strong. Isaac asks what kind of nonsense that is. The system window notifies him that he has acquired the emissary of the underworld's skill, Banshee. He says the strong one is Kim Woojin since he is Isaac, right? Isaac asks what he means and suggests that Isaac Nim is just trying to hide at the moment. He asks if Isaac Nim is hiding himself with that appearance. Kim Woojin responds that no, this is his actual appearance. Isaac, surprised, asks what. Meanwhile, New Eyes calls Shakira and asks about her expression, wondering if it is due to Kim Woojin. She responds that Kim Woojin is an idiot, and she does not like the look in his eyes. Despite his role as a spy between him and Park Yongwon, she finds it hard to trust that he is genuinely cooperating with them. New Eyes suggests that they could eliminate all three of them, Park Yongwon, Kim Woojin, and Isaac. She is shocked and asks for clarification. New Eyes explains that he has already assessed their power. Isaac can summon a maximum of 200 skeleton soldiers, and even if Park Yongwon, Kim Woojin, and their followers join forces, they will not be able to defeat him. He adds that if something happens now, those idiots will gain nothing from the dungeon, and he has already informed the guards at the gate outside. If, by chance, he dies in this dungeon, he plans to fill those idiots with holes. On the other side, a skeleton screams as the system window notifies that Banshee's cry is resonating. The goblins, overcome with fear, are losing their will to fight, kneeling down and holding their heads. Kim Woojin notices a monster behind him. Spasiba comments on how amazing this is and suggests that, since he has Banshee, there is no need for him to go to the front. Kim Woojin disagrees, saying that this is not enough. He insists that he should get out front and act as a tanker. Kim Woojin observes that the skill's effectiveness is decreasing and realizes that it does not cause much damage while consuming too much mana. Isaac asks if he plans to stop using Banshee after this battle. Kim Woojin replies that even if a skill's effectiveness is waning, if there is a way to supplement it, then he should continue using it. He then shows a catalog. The catalog displays Lick Summon, with the condition to acquire being Emissary of the Underworld and a required level of 180 and above. Spasiba notices the catalog and remarks that it is the item they exchanged for the Cyclops' magic eye. Kim Woojin confirms this. The system window then notifies that the Emissary of the Underworld's skill, Lick Summon, has been acquired, and the achievement of Lick Summoner has been attained. Kim Woojin uses his power to summon the Liches. Spasiba, surprised, inquires about the sudden appearance and asks if this is something Kim Woojin had planned for as well. Kim Woojin responds that it was not part of his plan and observes a dark light descending from the sky near him. He sees a shadow and notes that this is an unexpected development. The monster inquires if he will offer a sacrifice. Shocked by the sight, they contemplate the idea of a sacrifice. Kim Woojin asks about the required sacrifice and presents the dead bodies of the goblins, questioning if this is sufficient. On the other side, the goblins experience a thunderous light attack on their bodies. Shakira also observes the light descending from the sky and instructs New Eyes to look in that direction. She notes that it is the direction Isaac is in and wonders if he might know something. New Eyes reflects that the scene is familiar, reminding him of when he made his contract with Indra. He questions whether Isaac has managed to find a power comparable to Indra's. He concludes that their plan will need to be altered and tells Shakira that they should leave. She asks where they are going, and he uses his power, stating that they need to eliminate the variable and instructs her to follow. Meanwhile, the black-haired man kills a goblin and asks if Park Yongwon saw what happened earlier. Park Yongwon inquires if that was where Isaac's party was fighting. He confirms this and mentions that it had a very unusual feeling, wondering if Isaac might have used a new skill. Park Yongwon responds that leveling up inside a dungeon and acquiring a new skill is not a rare occurrence. The black-haired man agrees, but he thinks that the skill in question is definitely not ordinary. Suddenly, a huge light approaches them to attack. The black-haired man moves forward with his shield to protect Yongwon. Yongwon wonders about the sudden attack and asks what it means. New Eyes remarks that an annoying pest seems to have interfered. Yongwon questions whether they had not agreed to cooperate until they defeated the 7th floor boss monster. He then reflects that, upon reconsideration, he does not believe they need to adhere to that agreement any longer. The black-haired man directs Park's attention, and Park sees a skeleton monster atop a mountain, identifying it as a Lick. The system window notifies that the Lick is inheriting the summoner's power. It also reports that a fire golem has been summoned, a banshee has been summoned, and the total number of all summons has been doubled. The system window notifies that the Lick summon, a skill ranked X, has the effect that by sacrificing a large number of monsters, a magician who cannot die can be summoned. The X skill effect indicates that the immortal magician inherits the power of the summoner. As long as the immortal magician remains, all the summoner's skeleton soldiers and additional entities will have their numbers doubled. The skeleton soldiers appear. Shakira comments that it seems Kim Woojin has kept his promise. New Eyes disagrees, sensing that something is wrong, and observes that Isaac Ivanov stands atop the area with a monster. He thinks that Isaac, that idiot, has exceeded expectations by more than doubling what he had led him to believe he could achieve. Given this, there is no reason for him to remain allied with either Isaac or Park Yong-won. He is perplexed as to why Isaac has concealed his power until now and wonders if he intended to provoke a three-way conflict from the start. He declares that, regardless of his plans, he believes they will not unfold as Isaac wishes. He resolves to execute his own plans through sheer force if necessary and to eliminate Park Yong-won first, then deal with Isaac next. The system window notifies that Gungnir possesses the skill of divine punishment. He moves to attack and declares that Isaac will die. He counters, stating that he, Park Yong-won, would not die so easily in a place like this, and prepares to counterattack. He notices Spasiba protecting him with a shield and asks if he is Isaac's comrade. Spasiba replies that he is not just Isaac's comrade, but also Spasiba himself, and he questions why no one seems to know his name. Park Yong-won asks what Spasiba is saying in such a situation. The system notifies that Gungnir's skill, Divine Punishment, is being activated. Spasiba sees a thunderous light descending to attack his head and explodes as he tries to block it. New Eyes comments that another idiot is obstructing their way. Park Yong-won observes Spasiba digging into the ground and reflects on how powerful the Lightning King is. Spasiba emerges from the ground and calls out his name. The system window notifies that the blessing of the river Styx has been cast. Shakira wonders if he is still alive after being struck and questions why Isaac's comrade is protecting Park Yong-won. She suspects that the comrade intends to cooperate with Park Yong-won and eliminate him first. If that is the case, she wonders where the fool Kim Woo-jin is. At that moment, a light attacks New Eyes, causing him to drop his spear. Shakira asks what is wrong and is shocked to see his neck severed from his body. Kim Woo-jin removes his cap as she observes him, thinking that the wound appears shallow. Park Yong-won demands to know what is happening. Spasiba questions what Park Yong-won means by asking about the situation and states that he has defeated the Lightning King. He then points behind him, indicating that the battle is not over yet. Spasiba is stunned to see New Eyes healing. The system window notifies that New Eyes has received critical damage, but has survived, with only 1 HP remaining. His body is illuminated with power as he recovers. The system window then announces that Indra Descends, a skill ranked X, has been activated. The skill's effect allows the user to control thunder and lightning through a pact with the lightning god Indra. The X skill effect states that when the user receives critical damage that would otherwise be fatal, the enraged lightning god Indra descends upon the user and devastates the surrounding area. Shakira sees New Eyes' body levitating in the air, charged with thunder and lightning, and calls out for the leader. New Eyes declares that foolish humans will face their doom. Kim Woo-jin thinks that they can no longer handle the situation easily. Spasiba, astonished, asks what kind of monster that is. New Eyes refers to them as filthy bugs and extends his hand to attack. Park Yong-won, realizing that he has never encountered anything like this, instructs everyone to retreat and maintain a safe distance from the monster. A brown-haired man questions how a guild like the Phoenix Guild dares to challenge them and advises that they should do their best to escape. At that moment, New Eyes unleashes a thunderous attack, burning everything in his path. Shakira exclaims that he does not distinguish between friend and foe. New Eyes continues to use his power, attacking everyone around him indiscriminately. Isaac wonders if his master is managing well and considers that he should be somewhere in the center of the chaos. Kim Woo-jin steps in front of Isaac and asks why he is so angry. He raises his finger and questions whether his true adversary is not situated above. He asserts that he has merely followed Isaac's instructions. Isaac observes him and wonders why he is being pointed at. Kim Woo-jin advises resolving his conflict with Isaac and ceasing the expression of his frustration towards innocent individuals. New Eyes inquires about the senseless ramblings and attempts to assault him. He smirks, and an explosion occurs nearby. Spasiba considers the foolishness of the situation, reflecting on how the individual endured the attack without even attempting a defense. Isaac also summons Master. New Eyes laughs and commands death, instructing others to perish. He proceeds to attack everyone in his vicinity. Shakira contacts the leader and is astonished by his presence. After a while, New Eyes laughs and remarks that the atmosphere seems somewhat quieter now. The system window announces that the power of thunder has been fully charged, and the power of the Thunderlord is now being awakened. Kim Woojin charges his hammer with thunder power and states that everything is proceeding according to plan. Spasiba is surprised to see him. The scene shifts back to a flashback where Spasiba requests to see Kim Woojin for a moment. He questions how he can continue with his plan without consulting him, given that they are comrades, and expresses that such actions are unacceptable. Kim Woojin then inquires about the issue once more. He whispers about the golden dragon's gastric juice or whatever it was from earlier, questioning where it is being planned to be used if he cannot be informed in advance. Kim Woojin reflects that Lee Jin-ah appears to be troubled by Johan. He inserts his hand into the screen and mentions recalling an item he obtained from Park Yong-won's armory previously. Spasiba remarks on the useless antique that was brought back then, questioning its relevance. Kim Woojin opens a potion bottle, places it on a stone, and causes it to explode. The status window indicates that the sealed power has been awakened, and he has become the owner of Mjolnir. The item is rated legendary, requires a level of 111 or higher, and provides a physical attack value of 600. It is the weapon of Thor, the god of thunder, and it contains the power of thunder. When equipped, it raises all stats by plus 200, increases all damage by 20% during attacks, summons lightning when attacking, and awakens the power of the Thunderlord at maximum stacks of thunder power. The scene shifts back to the present, where Spasiba considers that Kim Woojin must have prepared for a situation like this. New Eyes observes Woojin holding a hammer and thinks that, although he does not know what it is, the hammer appears to be absorbing his energy. He summons his spear for an attack and challenges Woojin to block it as he throws it toward him. Woojin instantly recognizes that elemental attacks are ineffective and swiftly changes his attack strategy. He acknowledges that the Lightning King operates on an entirely new level, adeptly exploiting the spear's range advantage over a hammer. He attempts to block the spear attack with his hammer. He moves aside, strikes his hammer on the ground, and causes an explosion. Everyone is shocked by the sight. Shakira calls her leader. Woojin reflects on how he used to be an infighter. Spasiba observes Woojin and considers the situation dangerous, noting that he cannot dodge in mid-air. Woojin smirks and lands on the ground using the Boots of Hermes. The system window announces that the Boots of Hermes are rated legendary, require a level of 1 or higher, and contain the power of Hermes. When equipped, these boots allow the user to walk without touching the ground and increase jumping power by 30%. Additionally, they enhance movement speed by 30%. New Eyes watches and realizes that, although he has been unsure, he is now convinced that this individual is not a subordinate of Isaac or anyone associated with him. Park Yong-won observes Kim Woojin and reflects that something had seemed unusual ever since he returned from Egypt. It appears as though he has taken in and raised a tiger cub. New Eyes admits that he misjudged Kim Woojin, initially considering him just another insignificant figure. He resolves to use all his strength now, intending to boast about fighting on equal terms and claiming dominance in the underworld, and moves to attack. Woojin anticipates the incoming attack. As New Eyes strikes with his spear, Woojin quickly retreats, realizing he has been cornered. New Eyes laughs and inquires about his focus. He launches another attack, causing an explosion. Woojin leaps high to avoid harm. The system window announces that Gungnir's skill, Divine Punishment, is being activated. He witnesses the cliff explode and deduces that it was struck by lightning. He swiftly jumps away from the area, only to see the spear attacking him again, which results in an injury to his arm. Isaac summons Master. He places his hand on his wounded arm, while the system window announces that the emissary of the underworld's skill, Vampire, and the skill, Blood Mist, have been activated. Utilizing his power to launch an attack, he is confronted by New Eyes, who questions whether such a trivial tactic could be effective against him and attacks with lightning directed at the Blood Mist. Woojin observes that all of it has been dissipated and attempts to counterattack, but he retreats. New Eyes asserts that having been given an inch, it is now his turn to take a mile and proceeds to attack, causing Woojin significant harm and making him vomit blood. New Eyes inquires whether he can now perceive the difference between them. He expresses gratitude for the opportunity to enjoy himself after such a long time, but suggests that it is time to conclude their encounter. Woojin attempts to grasp his hammer and responds that he, too, has enjoyed the battle. He reflects on how long it has been since he fought alone without any external assistance, fully dedicating himself to combating such a formidable adversary. Kim Woojin reflects on how long it has been since he fought alone without any assistance, throwing himself entirely against such a formidable enemy. He comments that they are all talking as skeleton warriors attack him, but he dispatches them with a single strike. He calls out to Isaac, reminding him that his real enemy is someone else. Shakira, calling him leader, is threatened by a skeleton warrior who puts a sword on her neck. Isaac thinks he has positioned himself correctly in front of the Lightning King as instructed. While his master buys time, he notes that although the skeleton soldiers are not the ones he summoned, it will be over once he points to Lick. New Eyes curses them, declaring their efforts useless as skeleton warriors rush to attack him. Kim Woojin summons his aura hammer to strike back, prompting Isaac to wonder when he became so strong. New Eyes abuses him and attacks, but Spasiba intervenes with his shield, blocking the attack. Spasiba tells the monster that if it wants to attack his comrade, it first needs to deal with him, the tank. New Eyes attacks the skeleton warriors again while the system notifies that Merlin's staff is being used and the Lick's mana is overflowing, leading the Lick to summon additional skeleton soldiers. The system alerts once more that the Lick is continuously summoning more skeletons. Yangwen observes that the Lightning King, once nearly invincible, is now on the defensive, with Isaac and his comrades joining forces to assist Kim Woojin, who is at risk. He begins to doubt whether this was all part of Kim Woojin's plan, thinking that perhaps they have been manipulated into playing the fool in a scheme orchestrated by the scoundrel. After some time, New Eyes is injured, and the system notifies him that his mana is insufficient. The descent of Indra has been lifted, and further regeneration is no longer possible. Despite this, he continues to defeat all the skeleton warriors. Kim Woojin acknowledges that New Eyes' strength was impressive, but he points out that there is no such thing as infinite power. New Eyes, feeling dispirited, laughs bitterly and laments the futility of his situation, given the endless army of skeleton soldiers he faces. Kim Woojin responds that he will take his leave as his warriors advance to attack. Shakira is upset, thinking about how her leader was betrayed, and resolves to seek vengeance for him. Isaac notes that they will now need to choose a successor to the Lightning King, while Shakira ponders whether he is that successor. Shakira thinks that this implies Kim Woojin does not intend to kill all of them. She recalls that the leader never appointed an inheritor for the guild, so she tells Isaac that he must decide who will lead the Thunderbird Guild next. She believes there isn't a single person who doesn't know she was the leader's right hand. She resolves that after surviving and escaping this dungeon, she will cook Kim Woojin alive. Isaac says he will take over, but Shakira is confused by Kim Woojin's response and considers it nonsense. Kim Woojin confirms that he had made a deal with the Lightning King before going to Egypt. The agreement was that if he assassinated a certain person, he would be placed in a key position within the guild. Isaac wonders what Kim Woojin means by assassinating and worries about whether he is referring to himself. Kim Woojin tells Shakira that he accepted the offer and succeeded in the mission, so he is qualified for the position and asks if she disagrees. He points out that she was present when the deal was offered and should remember it. Shakira questions what he is saying and dismisses it as nonsense, asking when they had such a trade. Kim Woojin replies that if she claims not to remember, it is because the leader is dead, and there is no evidence to prove his claims are false. Shakira thinks that if they cannot reach a compromise, a fight will be inevitable, and if that happens, the Thunderbird Guild will be destroyed by Isaac. She reluctantly acknowledges in her thoughts that they did indeed have such a deal and curses Kim Woojin internally, but asserts that even if Kim Woojin is qualified, she was the one who managed the guild alongside the leader. Shakira insists that the guild members will not accept anyone other than herself as the leader. She argues that designating a successor in this way will avoid disagreements and benefit the process of clearing the dungeon. Yangwen arrives and interrupts, questioning who gave her the authority to choose the successor for the Thunderbird Guild. He declares that with the Lightning King dead, according to his will, the Thunderbirds will be reorganized under the Phoenix Guild. He acknowledges Isaac's efforts and his stepping forward, but informs him that there was a prior agreement between the Lightning King and himself. Kim Woojin remarks that Yangwen arrived just in time. Yangwen demands to know the meaning of this situation and whether going into his armory was not enough. He questions how Kim Woojin dares to covet his possessions. Kim Woojin responds that there appears to be a misunderstanding and that he did not expect things to unfold this way either. Kim Woojin says that, in addition to successfully removing the Lightning King as instructed, Isaac's stubbornness, not his own intentions, has led to the current situation. He explains that Isaac's primary goal is to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. Therefore, even with the Lightning King dead, he hopes for temporary peace. He admits that it would be unwise to pass up such a favorable opportunity and expresses his gratitude for Isaac's support, both physical and mental. Kim Woojin advises Isaac to abandon his pursuit of the Thunderbird Guild. He warns that if Isaac does not relent, he will be killed. As they move closer to each other, Kim Woo-jin asserts that he is a man willing to do whatever it takes to continue clearing the dungeon, especially as more skeleton warriors arrive on the scene. The scene shifts to the 7th floor of the Goblin Kingdom, where the Goblin King sits, preparing for battle as the goblins ready themselves to attack Kim Woo-jin. The system notifies that Odin's spear, Gungnir, and Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, have begun resonating as Kim Woo-jin wields both items for a counterattack. The system window updates show that the skill damage of the power of the Thunderbird has increased by 200%, and the mana cost to maintain the power of the Thunderbird skill has been reduced by half. Kim Woo-jin's skeleton warriors charge at the goblins, while his comrades also engage in the fight. Isaac stands on a high mountain with the Death Knight, observing the battle. Yangwon looks on and thinks about the humiliation he has endured in front of his subordinates because of Isaac. Although he must bide his time for now, he vows to exact revenge 100, if not 1,000, times over for today's insult. He instructs his comrades to charge in and attack the goblins. The scene shifts to the highlands of Pakistan, where Shakira reports that the dungeon has been cleared. Shakira emerges from the dungeon, drawing the attention of a general. Not seeing the general commander, the general orders his soldiers to prepare, and they all point their guns at her. She whispers for them to halt all operations. The general asks why she is making this request. Shakira informs everyone that, in accordance with the general commander's orders, the Thunderbird Guild will be reorganized under a new leader. The general inquires about the identity of the new leader. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin steps out of the portal. Shakira glances back at him, and Kim Woo-jin explains that, although it may be unfortunate for everyone, Isaac has designated him as the successor to the Thunder Emperor. He adds a precautionary note, asking that they keep his appointment as successor confidential from the public. Shakira and Yangwon both look at him in response. Kim Woo-jin clarifies that, in other words, he wants everyone to remain silent. Yangwon questions if they look like fools who would publicize such information, but he wonders why Kim Woo-jin is making such a request. Kim Woo-jin explains that if he were in Yangwon's position, he would want to announce to the world that he had become the guild master. Shakira asks what Kim Woo-jin is up to this time. Kim Woo-jin replies that it's not his decision but Isaac's. Isaac has planned for the rest of the year, whether Kim Woo-jin is the master of the Thunderbird Guild or merely the successor. Kim Woo-jin asserts that such titles will soon become irrelevant. Shakira insists that upon returning to headquarters, she will call an executive meeting to make a major announcement. The breaking news reports that a new guild has conquered the 7th floor dungeon for the first time since Messiah, and the Thunderbird Guild's leader is deceased. Another news outlet announces that the new successor will remain hidden from the public eye, and the Phoenix Guild and Thunderbird Guild are merging, with Isaac announcing the creation of the Savior Guild. In a press meeting, Isaac Ivanov addresses the audience, expressing his gratitude for the support and encouragement he has received, which has helped him reach this point. He thanks everyone and acknowledges the support from the Phoenix Guild and the commanders of the Thunderbird Guild. He announces that, after extensive internal discussions, the Phoenix Guild and Thunderbird Guild will merge as of today. He adds that the merged guild will not seek any external support or compensation from any world government. Instead, they will focus on saving the world by raiding dungeons and defeating monsters without charge. This marks the creation of the Savior Guild, and Isaac's announcement is met with public approval. Meanwhile, Osichin, feeling a sense of calm, reflects on the achievement of reaching this status, equal to the Messiah Guild, and anticipates being able to put up a strong fight. However, his irritation surfaces as he criticizes the lack of decorum, smashes his cup, complains about the lack of cleanliness, and questions if it is his responsibility to clean up after others. Lee Jina declares that he is now considered a national hero for conquering the 7th floor dungeon and warns that if treated like this, he might consider moving to another office. Sichin responds with a dismissive attitude, urging him to leave and claiming that no one will believe his assertion of having conquered the dungeon. He questions why Osichin doesn't believe him, pointing out that he is Lee Jina, who is on par with Isaac and has also succeeded in conquering the 7th floor. Sichin interjects, correcting Lee Jina, asserting that it should be Spazaba, not Lee Jina, and advises him to handle any doppelgangers if they appear. Lee Jina, bowing, thanks him for his support and hard work, but Osichin dismisses the gesture, calling Lee Jina a scammer. The scene shifts to Kim Woo-jin, who examines a pendant with warriors' armor and weapons. He reflects on the substantial accumulation of resources and notes that Richie summoned to fight the Thunder Emperor, which was stronger than expected. Nevertheless, Kim Woojin believes these items are sufficient to overwhelm Lee Sejun and acknowledges the need to acquire them. The scene shifts to an office where Yangwon shatters a bottle in anger and questions why someone who should have only followed his orders dared to defy him. He expresses his shame and frustration that this individual has the audacity to appear before him again. Kim Woojin responds by saying he did not initially recognize his master but has chosen to defy him now. He clarifies that he is merely a loyal subordinate whose allegiance has shifted. He adds that Yangwon should not be too disheartened, noting that his long-standing goal has been to surpass the Messiah Guild. With the merger of the Thunderbird and Phoenix Guilds under Isaac, Kim Woojin points out that a force comparable to the Messiah Guild has been created. Yangwon, infuriated, questions what someone like Kim Woojin could possibly understand about him as he slams his hand on the table. He responds that he knows him very well. He describes him as an ambitious man who wishes to rise by any means but was unable to succeed due to being overshadowed by Lee Sejun, resulting in his becoming a man of misfortune who remains only in second place. He asserts that although he acts tough in front of others, in reality, he is a coward who fears losing everything he has. He now faces two choices, either to pursue him relentlessly until the end or to be celebrated as a hero for going after Isaac. Kim Woojin advises him to think carefully about his decision. As Yangwon lies in his chair, he struggles to accept the possibility of losing everything. He sees breaking news that Isaac's Savior Guild is becoming a super guild after merging with the Phoenix and Thunderbird guilds, and that the former guild master of the Phoenix Guild, Park Yongwon, is now being questioned about his association with the hero. He reflects on when the problems began and where things went wrong, feeling a deep sense of vanity and regret. After a while, monsters attack the city, prompting the army to attempt their capture using helicopters while warriors engage the monsters in battle. Hunter Yang stabs one of the monsters in the eye. People, terrified, fled to save their lives. News broadcasts report that yesterday, at around 8 p.m., a dungeon break occurred in downtown Paris, resulting in several casualties. The broadcast further reveals that the monster has been dealt with by a dragon hunter who rushed to the scene following the government's call. The people of Paris are described as being in grief and panic. Another news segment highlights that the 7th floor dungeon in Bordeaux is the worst case encountered so far. According to the dragon hunter who successfully attacked the 6th floor dungeon in Burgundy, the 7th floor presents a significant challenge. The dragon hunter admits to feeling overwhelmed and pressured while dealing with monsters beyond the dragon. The broadcast also mentions protests by the France Human Rights Association and warns that players who avoid dungeons will face condemnation. Hunter Yang reads all the news and remarks that it is outrageous. Another person comments that they are facing significant trouble. Hunter Yang responds that it is not merely trouble and believes that there is a misunderstanding about the situation. He notices slogans held by people, such as attacking the 7th floor dungeon in Bordeaux now and another board stating French players hiding like cowards should self-reflect. He looks at them and questions whether they feel satisfied now that French lives are in danger. He explains that he is merely trying to assess his own abilities compared to others. The other person agrees, stating that it is not the right time yet, and if they wait a bit longer, the master will eventually enter the 7th floor. Hunter Yang argues that if no action is taken until then, there will be a surge of complaints from the citizens. The other person replies that this is not the reason the master set out and that it is too early to abandon hope. They both exit the car, and he tells Hunter Yang to have a good conversation while he waits outside, bowing respectfully. Hunter Yang thanks him. Miss Lee arrives and greets Hunter Yang, who notes that she is as diligent as ever and not even late. She inquires how he has been, and he replies that he is fine, acknowledging her long journey from Korea. She dismisses it as nothing, and he directs her to follow him as they both enter the restaurant. Miss Lee asks if he is the only customer, noting that it is a high-class restaurant. They enter and sit in the cafe. He explained that he had rented the entire place for her visit. She thanked him for being considerate, and he responded that it was nothing. As they converse, they hear some commotion and turn to see Lee Jinna sitting at a table, eating roughly. Lee Jinna looks up and notices them, causing Hunter Yang to become visibly upset. He asks, "What is it? Aujasi, is this his first time seeing someone eat?" Hunter Yang questions the use of the term aujasi. Hunter Yang stands up and demands to know who Lee Jinna is, asserting that he can eat however he wants in a restaurant he rented. Lee Jinna responds that he is the warrior from the 7th floor dungeon. Miss Lee clarified that he was their office staff member and that it must be Hunter Yang's first time meeting him, the dragon hunter. Hunter Yang questions whether Li Jina is indeed the 7th floor dungeon warrior. Li Jina tries to respond, but Hunter Yang interrupts, suggesting that Li Jina was brought along as a newcomer to gain experience overseas and serve as a bodyguard. Li Jina, slightly taken aback, explains that she is Li Jina and apologizes, requesting that he remain quiet for a while so they can have their conversation. She wonders if Secretary Li also wishes for this arrangement. She then shifts the topic to work, handing Hunter Yang an envelope. She informs him that she has reviewed all the materials and recommendations he sent and has compiled their requirements into the document provided. She explains that to sum up, the condition for attacking the 7th floor dungeon that appeared in France is obtaining the Death Knight skill page. Hunter Yang takes the document and examines it as she continues, noting that while the Death Knight skill page is not legendary grade, it is unique grade. She emphasizes that if he works harder, it could be a crucial item for saving their office. He acknowledges the grade of the skill page and asks if she is finished with her explanation. She asks him to remember the item that was sent to Korea in the past and mentions that the president had indicated a reduction in the price of that item. She instructs him to convey this message. Hunter Yang reacts, expressing disbelief at how that person could still have a shred of conscience. At that moment, Shinhai arrives and comments on everyone's diligence, noting their early gathering. She joins them and inquires if Hunter Yang desires the right to attack the 7th floor dungeon, pointing towards Li Jina. Shinhai questions whether he wants their Messiah Guild to compete with pushovers and mocks the name Savior Guild. She expresses her disbelief and calls Hunter Yang out, asking if he is joking with them, given that the French government has already requested the Messiah Guild's assistance. She questions whether he understands who he is up against and if he fully grasps the situation. Li Jina, noting that Hunter Yang appears to be a newcomer, remarks that she had no choice but to address him directly. Hunter Yang retorts, questioning if she believes they are incapable and who would think otherwise. He suggests that if she does not want them to compete with her, she should return to Korea and leave the right to attack the dungeon to them. Despite her protests, he asserts that he has enough information and points out that, to his knowledge, the Messiah Guild has not attacked a 7th floor dungeon with a B rank or higher. He explains that the 7th floor dungeon that appeared in France is in a rank, and like their guild, the Messiah Guild lacks experience with such high-level dungeons. He challenges that if the Savior Guild defeats the Messiah Guild and succeeds in attacking the A-rank dungeon, she should see if she can still be so arrogant. She asks what he means, and Miss Li stands up, calling her over and saying that it will soon become clear. She then tells her to see her next time and walks away, leaving Hunter Yang and Shinhai watching her leave. The news broadcast then announces that Isaac, following the establishment of the Savior Guild, will be competing with the Messiah Guild for the right to attack the 7th floor dungeon in France. It also reports that last week, officials from the Savior Guild, including Messiah Guild's Park Shinhai and France's top player, Dragon Hunter, were seen meeting at a restaurant in Paris. Another news segment covers a protest led by Speed ending Spaziba to secure the right to attack the 7th floor dungeon. It also reports that Spaziba, Isaac's right-hand man and an official of the Savior Guild, engaged in a fierce battle with a monster in a dungeon break zone at a subway station in Paris. Another news segment announces that Park Shinhai, the vice master of the Messiah Guild, has officially established the French branch of the Messiah Guild in Paris. She concludes discussions about the branch and reveals that the guild will recruit 50 high-level players, each above level 100, in France. Hunter Yang dismisses questions about their right to attack the 7th floor dungeon, and some suggest that the rivalry between the Messiah Guild and the Savior Guild might be excessive. The French government will announce which guild will be allowed to attack the 7th floor dungeon tonight. Meanwhile, Miss Li discreetly arrives at the press meeting, noting that she managed to avoid detection by the reporters. Hunter Yang notes that, given the lack of significant commotion, he doubts there is a major issue. He then inquires if Miss Li has been well in Paris, given that nearly a month has passed. Miss Li confirmed her well-being and thanked him for his concern. Hunter Yang hands her a shopping bag and explains that it is a gesture of gratitude for their help in extinguishing an urgent situation. Miss Li, puzzled, recalls the initial request for assistance with the 7th floor dungeon in France and questions what happened to that agreement. Hunter Yang clarifies that the condition in the deal was for them to attack the 7th floor dungeon, not for the Savior Guild to be directly involved in the assault. He adds that, due to their interference and provocation of Park Shinhai, they were able to lead the negotiations with the French government from a more advantageous position. Hunter Yang explains that, as long as the Messiah Guild publicly announces their involvement, the dungeon attack will become a matter of time. Miss Lee notes that the attack is not yet complete, but appreciates the gesture, considering it a form of the dragon hunter's consideration. Li Jina, observing the situation, reflects on how they have had the right to attack the dungeon taken away by the Messiah Guild, questioning what has transpired. Hunter Yang, having been injured while fighting a monster, laments that if this is the outcome, he might have wasted an entire month. Li Jina suspects that he may have been used merely to sway public opinion. Opening the bag, Miss Lee finds a Death Knight card and confirms the goods. She thanks Hunter Yang, and they both shake hands. Hunter Yang then notices a banner announcing the celebration of the transfer of the right to attack the 7th floor dungeon to the Messiah Guild, marking the French government's agreement ceremony. Hunter Yang expresses his confusion, questioning why the fight for the right to attack the dungeon seemed so significant to the others. He wonders if Isaac is afraid of the 7th floor, a ranked dungeon. Miss Lee replied that there would be a press release in a few hours to clarify the situation. The scene shifts to North York Muas National Park, where Kim Woojin remarks on the Savior Guild's imminent entry into a dungeon of the same level as the one the Messiah Guild is tackling, specifically, a 7th floor A+ rank dungeon. Hunter Yang asks for clarification on the term 7th floor A+, and Miss Lee confirms it. The scene transitions to 3 months earlier inside a 7th floor C+ rank dungeon. Shakira arrives and observes Kim Woojin and the other warriors gathered around a dead body. The system window announces that Anubis's eye is opening. Kim Woojin reflects on the extent of their influence, realizing that the existence of a 7th floor, A+ rank dungeon in London had been concealed from them. He considers their fortune in discovering it. He calls Oh Sichin, who inquires about the weather in England, mentioning that he has heard people there don't use umbrellas when it rains. Kim Woojin confirms this, adding that, despite being Korean, he is currently in Russia. Sichin questions why he would be Korean and suggests that he be Russian instead. Kim Woojin then asked if the work was progressing smoothly. Sichin responds affirmatively, noting that they have only been working together for a short time, so things are going well. Kim Woojin watches a news broadcast announcing that the Savior Guild will be attacking a 7th floor, A+ rank dungeon in East England. The report highlights that, in just a month since its formation, the Savior Guild is surpassing the Messiah Guild. The news suggests that Isaac's influence now rivals, or even exceeds, that of Lee Sejin, positioning Isaac and other major guilds as contenders for attacking a 7th floor dungeon. Oh Sichin comments that the Messiah Guild members must be feeling quite anxious, as anticipated. He notes that the big guilds have indeed requested to join the attack. He has accepted these requests, including those from the Kunlun Guild in China, which will send 80 high-level players, and the Great One Guild's masters, Carrie Rona and Alice Hayton, with whom he is familiar. Additionally, the Frontier Guild's Jay Jackson has joined, and players from the Victoria Guild, which even the royal family regards as the strongest in the country, will be participating. Kim Woojin acknowledges the impressive lineup, and Oh Sichin confirms that it doesn't end there. Although they still need to attack the 7th floor dungeon in France, the Messiah Guild has also requested to join. He believes they have managed to gather enough members for both locations through various means. Kim Woojin inquires about the leader, and is informed that it is Ho Sungwoo, who is closely associated with Park Shinhai and one of the remaining members of Wontak. Kim Woojin agrees that it works out well, and Oh Sichin confirms that it indeed does. The scene shifts to England on the day of the 7th floor A+ rank dungeon attack. President and Shakira arrive and observe Shinhai and her comrades from the Great One Guild, Kunlun Guild, and Messiah Guild. The 7th floor A rank dungeon opens, and the system notifies him that he has killed the labyrinth's owner, the Minotaurus, allowing him to move to the next floor. They all look at their notice board, and a warrior asks how many days they have been there. Shinhai replies that it has been 10 days. He responds that he will lead from the next floor onwards. When she inquires about the guild members, he states that their growth is important but too slow. He adds that the Savior Guild has probably entered the 7th floor A+ rank dungeon by now. He emphasizes that they must finish their attack before those guys, and once they leave this dungeon, they will immediately prepare for the next one. He says that on the 8th floor, they will likely end up meeting her. The system window notifies them about Dragon's Land on floor 7, indicating that the dungeon difficulty is a +, and the maximum number of people allowed is 500. The entrance requirement is level 240 and below, and the attack requirement is to kill the land's owner. Another notification informs them that to move to the next floor, they must survive for 10 days. Isaac thinks it's a survival quest starting from the 1st floor, and luck is on their side. Jo Sungwoo asks if he is Isaac and introduces himself as Jo Sungwoo from the Messiah Guild. He looks forward to working with Isaac and extends his hand for a handshake. Isaac shakes his hand and introduces himself. Carrie Rona, Grade 1 Guild Master, arrives and asks if they are being left out like this. She then remarks that now that she thinks about it, they are acquainted with these guys. She says that although it's been a while, they saw each other at the Durahan dungeon. Alex Hayton says it's been a long time and greets Isaac. He looks at her and recognizes her as Alex Hayton, noting that she has become quite docile compared to before. Isaac says he remembers now, and that is no wonder she looked familiar. He adds that it's nice to see them again. A portly person comments that it seems like everyone is catching up and remarks that since they are all going to be companions facing life or death together, exchanging greetings is proper. He introduces himself and greets them on behalf of the Kunlun Guild. Another person greets them on behalf of the Victoria Guild and expresses his anticipation of working with them all. The president looks at them and thinks those guys are just having a blast, wondering how this situation came to be. Isaac says that since all the guild representatives have gathered to boost morale, he suggests making a bet. A portly person asks about the bet, and Isaac explains that the highest floor boss monster in this dungeon is a dragon. Therefore, they should consider the monsters on the lower floors to be guardians. Unlike regular monsters, guardians group together, so monsters of different species will likely unite and attack the players. He adds that they have probably already checked, but the first floor is a survival quest, so a tremendous number of monsters will come after them. Jo Sungwoo asks about the nature of the bet Isaac wants to propose. Isaac replies that it's simple. They have done something similar in the past, and the participants are present. He quickly explains the bet. Alex Hayton wonders what this bet is about when Isaac tells the guild that the one subduing the largest number of monsters will receive Merlin's staff. Alex Hayton abuses him when he says that participation in this bet is not free. If she wants to join, the guild representatives must also bet a legendary item equivalent to Merlin's staff. A portly person thinks that this is typical of Isaac. However, including the Messiah Guild, the top 5 guilds had secretly agreed to preserve their conditions until the highest floor. He believes there's no way anyone would agree to something that would jeopardize their agreement. She remarks that it's amusing, pointing out that the staff Isaac is holding originally belonged to their guild, the Great One Guild. The portly person wonders if she is Master Rona. She says that this is a clear provocation. Isaac responds by saying, "Of course not." Spasiba wonders what's going on and thinks that this is clearly a provocation, no matter how he looks at it. Rona says that Isaac wants to return Merlin's staff to them, so there's no reason to decline. She agrees to participate in the bet, but adds that they have one condition. Isaac asks what the condition is, and she responds that he should not use King Arthur's ring and Merlin's wand while the bet is ongoing. He asks why, questioning if using these items in front of others bothers her. She confirms, saying she won't deny that, but that's not all. Isaac, she says, is a player with power comparable to Master Lee Sejin. To ensure a fair bet, she suggests that he should have that much of a handicap. He agrees, conceding to that condition. Spasiba thinks that without King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff, the effects of the Wontak series items will decrease and wonders if Kim Woojin will be alright. A portly person comments that it is up to her to decide that on her own. She then asks if, given Isaac's confidence, it would be acceptable to propose another condition. Isaac agrees to hear it out. She suggests comparing the number of guardians handled by the guilds, excluding the Savior Guild, with the number handled by the Savior Guild. She proposes a matchup of Savior versus everyone else. Spasiba questions the fairness of this suggestion. Jo Sungwoo defends Lady Rona, saying that her proposal is reasonable and aligns with the goal of clearing the floors as quickly as possible. He adds that even if the conditions aren't in Isaac's favor, her suggestion is still reasonable. Spasiba thinks that these demands are unreasonable and wonders if they are being foolish, questioning whether they actually believe he will accept such a condition. Isaac responds by asking one more question. If he wins the bet, will the legendary items given to him be exclusively his, with no chance of taking them back? He seeks confirmation that, if he wins, he will monopolize the items. The news broadcasts that the restoration of the Hansung building, which was demolished by a terrorist attack, is progressing quickly thanks to the assistance of the Messiah Guild players. Another news segment reports that the Hansung Group has called an executive meeting without the CEO for the past 12 days. The meeting aims to stabilize the stocks, even with Park Shin-hai, the CEO and a representative player from South Korea, currently away in France due to the discovery of the 7th floor there. The news also highlights the battle of the century between the Messiah Guild and the Savior Guild, which has captivated global attention. After a while, Miss Lee sits in her office watching the news. Oh Sichin arrives, turns on the light, and apologizes for startling her. He asks why she is still there at this hour, and she looks at the screen, indicating her concern. He wonders if something is troubling the secretary, and also examines the screen. He notes that the news relates to the Hansung Group and the Messiah Guild and realizes she must be worried about Park Shin-hye. He suggests that since it's late, they should wrap up and have a team dinner, even if it's just the two of them. He says they will eat whatever Secretary Lee wants. She asks if he is asking what she wants to eat. He confirms, saying that whatever she desires, he will go all out for it today. He notices her expression and asks why she is looking at him that way. She simply confirms his proposal. They go out for food, and he comments that Secretary Lee might have misunderstood something, given how frugal he usually is. He explains that, despite his frugality, he actually has a lot of money and that they don't need to eat such simple fare for team dinners. She responds that she is aware of his wealth, noting that she knows about the money he won from dungeon bets and that she manages the contribution account under Isaac's name. She suggests that his frugality is not because he is obsessed with money, but because he genuinely wants to help, as both of them are working toward the same goal. He then asks Secretary Lee if she heard everything she wanted to hear from the Dragon Hunter regarding her father. This prompts a flashback to 4 years ago at the Seoul Hansung Group. The CEO, Lee Jin-soo, says, "Come in," as his secretary enters the room and informs him that the chairman is looking for him. The president of the Hansung Group, Park Young-ho, looks at the stock price status and exclaims that it is truly ridiculous. He addresses Executive Director Kim, asking why he did not prevent journalists from entering as he had been instructed multiple times. Director Kim acknowledges the instructions but is uncertain why the situation turned out this way. Park Young-ho reads various news reports, noting that citizens who have awakened supernatural powers are now referred to as players. He sees that the Hansung Group is conducting research in collaboration with the government on unusual phenomena occurring worldwide. Another report highlights a large-scale assembly held at Gwanghwamun Square, where citizens are demanding that the government and the Hansung Group disclose their research findings. He also reads that the Hansung Group's stock price has plummeted due to ongoing protests, significantly impacting the Kospi Index. Some speculation suggests that perhaps a gate has appeared in the basement of the Hansung Group's building. He asks what the government official who was supposed to collaborate is doing and why he is remaining silent while there has been such a commotion outside since morning. He questions why they cannot even stop water from leaking inside their building while people are protesting outside. The protesters hold banners demanding to know what the Hansung Group is hiding and calling for transparent research, with other signs urging a special investigation into the authenticity of biological experiments on players. He asks Director Kim if he believes he still deserves to hold his position and throws the documents at Kim's face. Director Kim apologizes, saying that if given one more chance, he will address and correct the situation. He explains that the journalists entered without permission and bowed in apology. Director Kim promises to mobilize all available personnel to resolve the situation. Lee Jin-soo urges President Young to calm down, stating that Executive Director Kim likely did not act intentionally and has dedicated his entire life to the Hansung Group. He adds that the incident must have been very unexpected for Kim and asks him to raise his head. Lee Jin-soo grabs Kim's arm to help him do so and expresses gratitude for his continuous efforts for the company. He assures Kim that he will discuss the matter with President Young and advises him to attend to the rest of his work. As Director Kim stands up, his nose starts bleeding. He thanks CEO Lee Jin-soo sincerely. Lee Jin-soo then asks President Young if it would be acceptable to let Executive Director Kim go. President Young agrees, instructing him to allow Kim to leave. Director Kim exits the room. President Young comments to Lee Jin-soo that he is still such a soft-hearted person and recalls that he had always advised him not to be too kind to his subordinates while Lee Jin-soo gathers the papers from the floor. He continues, saying that if he keeps overlooking their mistakes, they might misunderstand and think they will be forgiven for future errors. Lee Jin-soo suggests to President Young, as an old friend, that he should consider this situation as an opportunity. President Young questions the advice and asks what kind of lecture Lee Jin-soo is about to give with such a tone. Lee Jin-soo clarifies that he is not referring to the cliché crisis breeds opportunity. Instead, he asks President Young what he considers to be the biggest problem with the Messiah project, which they are conducting in collaboration with the government. President Yong responds that the biggest problem is the players, who, having awakened their powers through luck, act arrogantly and refuse to listen to anyone. He expresses frustration, stating that if only there were fewer of them, this issue wouldn't have escalated to this extent, punctuating his anger by slamming his fist on the table. Lee Jin-soo acknowledges that President Yong's points are valid, but adds that the real issue is Lee Se-jin. He recalls that Lee Se-jin, who has been attacking and killing monsters, poses the biggest problem. Lee Jin-soo instructs that before anyone rushes out of the gate again, a gate interior scan should be commenced to ensure safety when people try to exit the dungeon. The system window notifies that the Silent Hunter's skill, Clone, has been activated. Lee Se-jin asks one of his comrades if he notices anything. The comrade replies that the dungeon has a single floor, is ranked B, and that he is still identifying the boss monster. He adds that there is nothing significant to report, but then suddenly shouts and falls down. A soldier approaches him and asks what's wrong. Lee Se-jin responds that there seems to be a flying monster beyond the gate, a species they have never encountered before. The soldier tells him to pull himself together. Lee Se-jin contemplates the flying monster, realizing it is a species they have never seen before. He thinks he will need to discuss this with CEO Lee Jin-soo and delay the dungeon clearing. Returning to the present, he expresses frustration that the Messiah Project, which includes a special security team made up entirely of players led by Lee Se-jin, is abandoning its duties and postponing the clearing. He warns that if they continue to delay, the dungeon break controlled in the Hansung basement may impact the outside world. He insists that a decision must be made immediately and announces that he will fly to France this evening to recruit a player to replace Lee Se-jin. President Yong asked if there was a specific player in mind to replace Lee Se-jin. Lee Jin-soo confirms that there is, mentioning a man who has recently captured global attention. This individual is reputed to be the only one who survived a survival quest involving a dragon. Lee Se-jin enters the room and announces that he has an urgent report. Both Lee Jin-soo and President Yong look at him. Lee Jin-soo says that, while he understands the urgency, Lee Se-jin's interruption is highly discourteous to the chairman. Lee Se-jin responds that the matter is indeed urgent. President Yong, growing angry, throws his mic at Lee Se-jin, who dodges the attack. Lee Se-jin comments that being too hot-tempered is bad for his health and adds that he won't die peacefully if things continue this way. President Yong berates Lee Se-jin, questioning his audacity to enter as if it were his own home. He demands to know who Lee Se-jin thinks he is to decide what constitutes an emergency and charges to attack. However, Lee Jin-soo steps in to block him and urges him to calm down. President Yong accuses Lee Se-jin of being unable to read the room, suggesting that his status as a player and the praise he receives have gone to his head. He warns that he will not tolerate this behavior and threatens to destroy him. Lee Se-jin, enraged, throws his blade at President Yong, striking him in the face. Lee Jin-soo sees the blood and exclaims that there is blood coming from President Yong's face. As Lee Se-jin prepares to draw his sword for another attack, Lee Jin-soo intervenes, standing in front of the president to protect him. He demands to know the meaning of Lee Se-jin's actions, stating that this is well beyond crossing the line. Lee Se-jin dismisses Lee Jin-soo's concerns, saying that if he had truly crossed the line, President Yong would have been sliced in half, his body rolling around. He asserts that the times have changed and that the security guards in the building all answer to him. He warns that there will be no one foolish enough to aid them if they continue to speak nonsense. He warns that if they provoke him again, he won't hold back as he did this time. Seeing that they are silent, he tells them that since they are all busy, he will quickly convey his message and leave. Lee Jin-soo asked what urgent matter needed reporting. Lee Se-jin sits down and explains that there is a problem with the gate on the basement's 4th floor, where they encounter a flying monster for the first time. Lee Se-jin stated that they could not proceed with the attack until they fully understood the dangers beyond the gate, so they needed to push back the entry period. Lee Jin-soo responds that, despite having already delayed the attack last week, Lee Se-jin now wants to delay it further. He questions how much more time is needed, pointing out that if the dungeon isn't destroyed, monsters will continue to emerge. Lee Se-jin acknowledges the question, admits he does not know the answer, and says he has said all he needed to before preparing to leave. Meanwhile, Shin-hae arrives outside the building and rushes inside. President Yong instructs Lee Jin-soo to act on the earlier plan immediately, noting that the plane is tonight and preparations should begin right away. Lee Jin-soo agrees, affirming he will secure the contract. Shin-hae reaches the basement's 4th floor and opens the door. At the same time, Lee Jin-soo gets into his car to leave. The bald person accompanying him asks if he has obtained the chairman's approval. Lee Jinsu confirms and directs him to head to Incheon Airport. The bald person responds that he will get there as quickly as possible, comparing his speed to that of light. At the same time, a group of warriors arrives, running at high speed. They push Shinhai aside, causing her to fall. One of the warriors notices her and says there is a civilian present. Another warrior questions how a civilian ended up here and calls for President Yong. The team leader tells the warriors that he does not have time to explain and advises them to run away immediately if they want to survive. Shinhai, confused, asks what he means by that. The warrior tries to help her up, but a monster suddenly appears, slamming the warrior aside and roaring. Another warrior arrives and calls out to Lee Sejun, while Shinhai watches the scene unfold in shock. Lee Sejun notices Shinhai and asks who she is. Upon seeing him, she realizes that this is Lee Sejun, causing her body to tremble. The status window indicates that the undying fighter's skill, Grit, has been activated, consuming mana to gradually recover. An injured soldier arrives, and she thinks he is still alive. Lee Sejun advises the soldier not to waste his HP unnecessarily. He apologizes. Lee Sejun reprimands him for causing trouble during his brief absence, calling it pathetic. He summons his sword and uses its power to launch a fireball at the goblin. The system window notifies that the caretaker of the Fountain of Knowledge's skill, Fireball, has been cast. Shinhai approaches from behind, and the system window notifies that there is not enough mana. A soldier points upwards and asks what this is, while another wonders if this is the rare mage class. Lee Sejun remarks that this is a skill he has never seen before. As a goblin prepares to attack him from behind, he swiftly counterattacks, slicing the goblin in half, causing his fireball to explode. He comments that it appears some interesting things are present here. Meanwhile, Sichin informs Lee Jinsu that they have arrived. Jinsu responds affirmatively and exits the car. Sichin advises him to have a safe trip, noting that it will be a long journey. Jinsu agrees and asks him to stop by his house and check on his daughter if something goes wrong and his return is delayed, mentioning that she is like a niece to him. He agrees. Just then, they heard a news report on the radio. Breaking news, a fire of unknown origin had broken out in the basement of the Hansung building located in Gwanghwamun, Seoul. Questions are being raised about whether a gate has appeared in the basement, an area that has been restricted for some time. Some employees in the Hansung building were unable to escape. Jinsu, now seated in the car, instructs him to turn the car around. Sichin agrees and starts driving. Jinsu thinks that, of all times, why did the thing he feared most have to happen now? Meanwhile, at Hansung Place, Yeon-ho moves toward an airplane and sits inside. He receives a call and asks what it is now. Sejun remarks that he seems very busy and suggests checking out the photos he sent earlier, implying that Yeon-ho might regret evacuating now. Curious about the photos, Yeon-ho starts checking his phone. Shocked by what he sees, he exclaims that this is Shinhai and wonders why she is there, realizing that his daughter is an awakener. Sejun comments that he had wondered why she looked so familiar, and judging by Yeon-ho's reaction, she must be his child. He adds that his daughter has grown very well, unlike ordinary, insignificant people like him. Yeon-ho curses at Sejun and demands to know why his daughter is there. He demands that she be brought up immediately. Sejun responds that he would like to comply, but it is going to be difficult, as he does not know what will happen if he leaves this place right now. At that moment, a phoenix attacks Shinhai. Yeon-ho exits the plane and curses, telling Sejun to wait. The pilot asks where he is going. Yeon-ho grabs an axe and mentally curses Lee Sejun. Meanwhile, fire brigade teams reach the Hansung basement. Sichin and Jinsu also arrive. Jinsu takes a device out of a bag. He hopes he won't have to use this. Sichin tries to stop him, saying to wait a second and that it seems insane to go in there right now. He suggests leaving it to Lee Sejun and evacuating. Jinsu thanks him for his concern but insists he can't do that. He doesn't believe Lee Sejun ever intended to control the gate, and if they leave it as it is, the damage will continue to spread. Sichin starts to protest, but Jinsu interrupts, saying that his daughter's school is also in the city. They can't just leave the future of their loved ones in the hands of others. He tells Sichin not to worry about him and to just go. Sichin, frustrated, says he will get some people to help and asks Jinsu not to overextend himself until then. Jinsu promises and runs toward the fire. Meanwhile, Lee Sejun defeats the Phoenix monster. Shinhai observes him and considers that his skills are not lacking, and if he learns well from this man, he will become strong quickly. Gaining fame would merely be a matter of time. A soldier inquires if they should begin clearing the area immediately. Sejin responds that they should leave it as it is for a while longer. Shinhai asks what he means by that and points out that if they leave it like this, the monsters will continue to appear. He touches the portal gate and inquires about her thoughts on what the inside of the gate might look like once the monsters escape through the dungeon breach. She replies that he has not informed her and covers his mouth with his hand. He approaches her and remarks that it is regrettable that the citizens are being exposed to danger. However, they will be able to clear the next dungeon only when their safety is assured. It is unacceptable to impose unconditional sacrifices on the players. Even the lives of those not chosen by the Nimbus hold some value if sacrificed appropriately. He asserts that she does not believe their lives are worth as much as those of the awakened ones. Meanwhile, Jisoo sits in her room and hears the news reporting that an explosion accident near Udon, Seoul, has been revealed to be a dungeon break. She texts her father and asks if he is currently on the plane, requesting him to reply if he sees her message. She moves toward the window, sees the fire from a distance, and wonders whether Shinhai will be alright. Considering that she should not still be there, the scene shifts to the basement, where Jinsu demands to know what he just heard and requests that it be repeated. Sejin responds that he said they are not going to clear the dungeon immediately. Jinsu questions what he means by that, asserting that if Sejin wants to stop the dungeon break, he must begin the clearing process without delay. Sejin then asks if he is suggesting that it is acceptable for all the selected members of the Messiah Project to die there. He clarifies that he did not mean it in that way, but if necessary, he will endure even that, as his strength is intended to protect people. Sejin instructs him to stop sugar-coating with grandiose rhetoric, stating that, regardless of whether they live or die, he is being asked to enter the dungeon to protect people at all costs. Jinsu responds that he understands better than anyone else that this is not what Sejin means. The Messiah Project was initiated to protect people and exists to support and nurture players who sacrifice themselves with a sense of duty. He questions whether he believes that all of this was started for his own comfort so he could benefit at others' expense. He warns him not to misinterpret the situation and insists on entering the dungeon to resolve matters before something more significant occurs. Sejin states that he will have to take responsibility for what he has just said. Shinhai arrives and calls out to him. Jinsu inquires about her presence. Sejin asks if she has heard the conversation and accuses Jinsu of hypocritically claiming that he would sacrifice them for the sake of weak individuals who cannot even defend themselves. Jinsu advises Shinhai not to be deceived by this fool's sophistry and questions why she is in such a dangerous place. He gestures for her to come closer. Shinhai feels a sense of sadness. Jinsu observes the cliff beginning to crumble and realizes that he cannot allow the monster to escape. At that moment, Yong-ho, descending the stairs, contemplates Lee Sejin. He hears noises behind him and sees an eagle preparing to attack, cursing under his breath. On the other side, Jinsu retrieves the device from his pocket and realizes that he cannot delay any longer. He announces that a substantial number of bombs have been planted in the basement beneath their feet and insists that if he does not start the clearing process immediately, he will prevent any interruption by any means necessary. He instructs everyone to proceed to the basement without delay. Sejin comments that he did not expect Jinsu to act this way, noting that Jinsu appears less intelligent than anticipated and doubts that even if the bombs are detonated, the gate will disappear. Jinsu responds that, nevertheless, there is a possibility that the gate may be obstructed, which would at least buy some time. Shinhai inquires if he has lost his mind, questioning whether he is suggesting that they should all perish here. He apologizes to Shinhai, expressing that he did not anticipate her involvement, but insists that if he does not proceed, an even greater disaster will occur. Sejin responds that this is sufficient and instructs everyone to go downstairs and prepare for the clearing attempt. A soldier acknowledges the order. Sejin added that he would join them after a brief discussion with the CEO. Shinhai then begins to run away from the scene. Meanwhile, Lee states that the individuals who were with her father until the end are Lee Sejin and Park Shinhai. Since this is a testimony from someone who was present at the time, it should be accurate. She reflects on some memories and concludes that she now understands why he kept all of this from her until she met the Dragon Slayer in person. She clarifies that she is not blaming him. Rather, she is simply satisfied to have found the answer regarding what she should do moving forward. At the same time, Alex Hayton observes the spreading fire and realizes that she lacks sufficient mana. The system window informs her that the skill mana boost, cast by the caretaker of the Fountain of Knowledge, has greatly increased her mana recovery speed. At that moment, Carrie Rona arrives and sees her recovering. Carrie thinks that with their master, who specializes in various support skills, at present, Isaac is no match for them. She uses her power to attack the monster approaching her. Meanwhile, Jackson strikes the monster with his hammer, killing it. The system window then notifies that the casting has been completed. A fire explosion occurs at that location. On the other side, Spasiba observes from a distance and tells Isaac that he sees him. He questions whether Isaac is playing a game to raise a pet or something similar. Isaac asks what Spasiba means by that sudden comment. Spasiba explains that their hunt is being delayed because Isaac has been giving the final blow to that one skeleton for quite some time. He points out that, according to the stats, they are the only ones falling behind, despite the grand statements Isaac made about his guild being able to handle the rest of the guilds on their own. He warns that they are in serious trouble, on the brink of losing all their legendary items, and questions why he is treating the situation as if he is raising a pet by feeding it to the skeleton monster at such a critical moment. He expresses regret for having trusted this fool, feeling extremely frustrated. The system window notifies him that he has acquired the skill of Death Knight from the Emissary of the Underworld. It specifies that the Death Knight skill requires the Emissary of the Underworld, and the user must be above level 200. The effect of the skill is that he can transform a Skeleton Knight, after having hunted 444 monsters, into a Death Knight. Isaac places his hand on the monster's head, and the system window reports that the number of monsters killed so far is 44,457. The system window then prompts him to confirm whether he will summon the Death Knight. Isaac clicks yes. At that moment, thunder crashes nearby. Isaac laughs as the Death Knight materializes in front of them. Spasiba, surprised by the appearance, remarks that Isaac must have had a plan all along. The Death Knight sits down before Isaac, holding a sword. Spasiba comments that Isaac intends to use this entity to cause devastation. The system window notifies that the Book of the Dead has been summoned. Isaac then sends the Death Knight back into the Book of Death. Spasiba questions what Isaac is doing, expressing frustration about the effort invested only to confine the Death Knight in a book. He asks how Isaac plans to catch up with the other guilds without that powerful entity. Isaac explains that summoning the Death Knight was merely step one in reaching the top floor. He emphasizes the need to focus on their objectives on the first floor, stating that the outcome of the bet will not be determined by the Death Knight, but by Jinnah himself. Spasiba asks if he is referring to him and points at himself. Meanwhile, goblins charge to attack. Jackson remarks that it seems they have been frightened away by Jay Jackson's might, asserting that they should try to escape. Alex Hayton questions whether something feels off and wonders about the current number. Jackson acknowledges that they can sense it as well, understanding that no matter how hard they try, they cannot compete with his strength. She thinks that while some monsters are highly intelligent and flee before being defeated, that is not the case here. Meanwhile, Spasiba senses power and holds the Death Echo Box in his hand, feeling frustrated at being deceived once more. The scene shifts back to a few months earlier, in the A+ Tier 6 Sphinx dungeon in Egypt. Spasiba comments that taking down that entity required considerable effort and inquires if it dropped anything valuable. Isaac responds that he is not sure. Spasiba then questions what kind of stats are present. The system window notifies that the Death Echo Box, with legendary item rarity and no level limit, consumes the user's life force to cause death echoes to reverberate over a wide area. The effect is that all monsters in the dungeon recognize the user as their primary attack target, and this effect applies only to the floor the user is currently on. He remarks that he does not need such an item, and can do whatever he wants with it, describing its use as akin to a game of chicken, where the objective is to see who dies first by using their own life force. He concludes that anyone who uses such an item is a complete and utter fool. The scene shifts back to the present, where Spasiba, enraged, unleashes his power. Yongwan comments that he is once again making things difficult with unnecessary wagers. He notes that, despite his abilities, he will not be able to catch up now and expresses uncertainty about his intentions. Yongwan adds that he will not be involved in this situation, advising not to include him in any futile plans. He also warns that if things go wrong and his reputation suffers, the alliance, or whatever it is, will collapse. Isaac responds that if that is the case, he should proceed and do as he wishes. He thinks that Yongwan Park, regardless of what he wants, will have to fight for it. Yongwan accuses Isaac of bluffing. At that moment, numerous goblins approach them. He wonders what is happening, noting that the number of goblins is absurd. Meanwhile, Kyle asks Jo Sungwoo why it is so quiet, noting that it is making him nervous. Jo Sung-woo suspects something is amiss, as it seems most of the monsters have disappeared. At that moment, a soldier points out the remaining monsters and says they are over there. Jo Sung-woo wonders why the monsters are heading in that direction, ignores them, and quickly moves in pursuit, instructing his team to follow. He is surprised to see the monsters running toward a particular side and questions what is happening. Carrie Rona arrives and identifies the situation, explaining that it involves the Death Echo Box. She recounts having seen it floating around on the black market before, initially considering it useless. However, she had not anticipated that someone would be reckless enough to use it in such a manner. Meanwhile, Spazzaber reflects that, according to rumors, Isaac is stubborn and single-minded, and none of his party members follow him wholeheartedly. He never imagined that someone would be dedicated enough to sacrifice their own life. Spazzaber concludes that all these individuals must be out of their minds. He considers it incredibly reckless to use a widespread taunt skill in an A+ Tier 7 dungeon merely for a survival quest, believing that only an absolutely insane person would undertake such an action. Yang Wan thinks Isaac is a psycho and cannot believe he has been dragged into this situation. They were on the brink of death. Spazzaber laughs and inquires about the value of all this. He guesses that nearly dying could be worth it and feels happy to see the treasure in front of him. Isaac presents a ranking list and comments that it is unfortunate. Comparing their score to his combined scores, it was a close contest. Sung-woo thinks of Isaac as a complete fool, realizing that he is merely playing with them. Isaac apologizes, explaining that he suggested the bet to boost morale, and that, although he unintentionally ended up winning, a bet is a bet. He assures that he will make good use of all the rewards. He observes Galahad's cursed shield and is surprised to have acquired an item from the Knights of the Round Table, considering it quite fortunate. The item functions more like an offensive weapon than armor. The system window notifies him that Galahad's shield is of legendary rarity. It is the Shield of Galahad, a Knight of the Round Table, known as the Cursed Shield because a curse is placed upon all who covet the items of the Round Table, condemning them to a miserable death. The curse affects enemies within 10 feet of the user, causing sustained damage equal to 5% of their current physical strength per second. The user is also cursed and endures the same continuous damage. He concludes that the shield is burdensome for the user, as the curse affects them as well, and he holds the shield. The Kunlun Guild arrives and states that the bet is invalid. Isaac inquires if there is a problem. He explains that the monsters they were battling suddenly rushed toward the Savior Guild, the Messiah Guild, the Great One Frontier, and even the Victoria Guild. He claims to have interfered in all of their hunts, rendering the bet unfair. Isaac questions whether attracting monsters to their tank constitutes interference or if there is an issue with using an aggro effect. He then acknowledges that since it is an item affecting the entire map, it might have interfered with their hunt score. He proceeds to ask one thing, whether the effect of the item, which created a wave of monsters across all the guilds present, could be handled by any one of them. Everyone becomes infuriated. He claps and says that he is sorry. It appears he has made things difficult for them without realizing it, and there is no need for everyone to feel so threatened. The status windows appear in front of everyone, notifying each individual separately that all guardians have been defeated. The remaining 4 days of the 10-day survival quest are disregarded. The quest is concluded, and the door to the next floor opens. A soldier inquires about the situation. The other soldier asks if the survival quest is ending, expressing that he has never witnessed anything like this in his life. He acknowledges that completing it is a significant achievement, noting that they succeeded because of Isaac. Without him, it would have been impossible. The door to the next floor opens with a boom. Isaac passes near Kunlun and states that he assumes no one disagrees with the bet's outcome anymore. He stands near the door and suggests they proceed to the next floor. On the other side, Hunter Young picks up some soil from the ground and reflects that just a few years ago, this was the world's largest vineyard, and now it is this desolate. A man with a red tie asks how long he will be waiting there. Young replies that he is unsure. All he can do about the gate in front of him is stand and keep watch over it. He remarks on how awful the situation is. He reassures him not to worry too much, stating that he has done everything he could. The fact that top-level players of the Messiah Guild entered the dungeon is due to his efforts, and one day, the public will know. Yang says it is not that. Now, he does not even know what he wants. He reflects on a Korean man who wanted to meet with him years ago, regretting that he did not drop everything to go to Korea. He believes that if he had, it would have been him, not Sejun Lee, who went into that dungeon. He speculates that he is now showing off his greatness. Young admits that this terrible thought keeps recurring, making him feel like he is no different from the others. He questions if he is not a hopeless hypocrite. The man with the red tie reassures him, saying he is absolutely not a hypocrite. He has worked closely with Yang for years and knows he is different from the rest. He expresses confidence that the choices Yang will make will prove his true character to the world. The scene shifts to a UK Tier 7A+ ranked dungeon where Sungwoo attacks the monster on the second floor. Similar battles occur on the third, fourth, and fifth floors, with people fighting monsters. The system window notifies them that the door to the next floor is opening, and they all move toward it. Sungwoo looks back at Isaac. The scene then shifts to a flashback where Kunlun says they should finish the assault on the fifth floor by tomorrow. He implies that everyone understands the significance of this, stating that the next floor is the last one they need to attack while pretending to cooperate with Isaac. He asks what they all plan to do if they reach the seventh floor as intended, questioning if they will turn around and join Isaac. They all contemplate this. He asks why no one is responding, thinking to himself that he knew it would turn out like this, labeling them as cowardly idiots. Rona says that, given the current combat power of the Savior Guild, it will not be easy for them to take down Isaac on their own. Sungwoo agrees, stating that even if they succeed in killing Isaac, the losses to their forces would be too great in the process. Additionally, they are still uncertain about the type of dragon that may be on the seventh floor. He says he is not suggesting they all die here just to take out Isaac. He thinks the best solution would be to deal with Isaac now, or at least find his weakness. The important thing is to stay alive and get out of here. He pushes the door to open it. Meanwhile, the system window notifies them to defeat the boss and proceed to the next floor. Everyone looks up at the window. They all run from there. Sungwoo says this is ridiculous. Rona wonders why and then sees a large dragon monster in front of them. Alex Hayton thinks that the dragon should be on the seventh floor, so he wonders why it is here. Kunlun thinks to himself that he does not need to worry about what to do with Isaac or any related matters. They are only on the sixth floor, and the boss is a red dragon. He then considers that this might be advantageous, as a red dragon should be more than capable of reducing his power. Isaac inquires if there is something he wishes to say. He responds that there is not, and that he can proceed with the attack immediately. Isaac then asks about his involvement. He assures him that they will join in, inviting Isaac to lead the way. Isaac finds it almost too easy to discern everyone's thoughts, as each person here harbors their own agendas. However, he understands that if he wants to survive, he cannot act solely on his whims, for even more terrifying monsters await them beyond the sixth floor. The system window notifies that the Book of the Dead is being summoned. Isaac holds the book. Spazaba comments that it is finally time to unveil the new weapon. He confirms this. The system window then notifies that the Death Knight is being resurrected from the Book of the Dead, followed by the resurrection of a skeleton soldier. The Death Knight declares that he awaits Isaac's commands. Spazaba wonders if the Death Knight's ability to speak indicates sentience. Isaac addresses the Death Knight, stating that his first command is to demonstrate his prowess against the lizard and then return. A skeleton soldier is summoned behind him and inquires about what he should do. Isaac instructs him to watch for now, as he must handle it himself, indicating the Death Knight. The Death Knight responds, calling Isaac an impudent wizard and questioning his authority to defy the Lord. The skeleton soldier asks what the Death Knight said and dares to prevent him from speaking, referring to him as a featherweight knight before attacking. Spazaba wonders what they are doing. Isaac reflects that he had suspected it, but even though he possesses a lick, it appears that the Death Knight's power is not doubled, which he finds somewhat disappointing. He speculates that one of the skeleton knights must have been the Death Knight's original form. Spazaba asks Isaac how long he intends to stand there, noting that all the other guilds are already fighting. The dragon monster roars. Rona instructs to restrain the creature before it can fly away and to keep attacking. They attempt to capture it with magic, causing an explosion. Jackson tells Alex not to let his guard down. She looks toward the struggling dragon monster. Later, she hides him in a hole and asks what happened. He replies that it was a close call. She looks outside and sees many people lying lifelessly on the ground. Rona thinks that this is not going to be easy. The system window notifies him that recovery has been cast and that nearby allies' HP is being restored. The soldiers move to attack the dragon monster with swords once again, but the creature effortlessly throws them aside. Sungwoo remarks that this would normally be a fatal blow to the heart. Yongwan sees him and asks if he is alright. Sungwoo responds affirmatively. At that moment, an explosion occurs, shocking him. Kunlun suggests that the Messiah Guild needs to retreat for now. Sungwoo questions how he can suggest retreating in such a situation. He explains that they have no chance of winning this way. After regrouping, they need to engage in guerrilla warfare to discover the dragon's weakness. Sungwoo instructs them to stop uttering nonsense and focus on attacking the dragon while it is still on the ground, emphasizing that if it becomes airborne, half of their forces will be rendered useless. He begins to protest, but Sungwoo interrupts, warning that if he does not join the battle, he will kill him. He stresses that their first concern is surviving this ordeal, regardless of any plans involving him. Kunlun acknowledges this, asking him to put his weapon away while internally thinking that this fool completely fails to understand. On the other side, the Death Knight attacks the skeleton monster. The system window notifies that the Death Knight equips the Chain of Death. The Death Knight swings the chain and throws it toward the dragon monster's neck to capture it. He wraps it around the dragon's neck and applies pressure to kill it. Kunlun sees this and thinks, what the hell, what is that? He thinks what on earth that is, as the red dragon is being held down all by itself, which seems impossible. Rona inquires why they are all standing around and instructs those who have recovered to begin attacking immediately. All the knights use their power to attack the dragon monster. Sungwoo states they must join the fray as well. Kunlun insists they wait, expressing frustration. The dragon monster breathes fire upon them. Kunlun moves aside, thinking it is a futile strategy to continue attacking in this manner. Some fire catches his shirt, causing him to scream in pain. The Death Knight leaps onto the dragon monster and points a sword near its eye, then stabs it. Isaac observes that, as he anticipated, after injuring its eye to narrow its field of vision, the Death Knight uses the blind spot to evade and attack the dragon's wing, demonstrating a level of viciousness comparable to his own. The skeleton soldier addresses him as a summoner and inquires how long they must simply stand by and watch. He states that his army of the dead desires battle. Isaac remarks that he was just about to conclude this performance test. It was time to finish off this lizard. The skeleton soldier screams and summons his army. After a while, a soldier kneels down and states that it is finally dead. Spazaba comments that it was a tough opponent. Isaac pats the dragon monster's dead body and reflects that an adult dragon certainly does not compare to a simple hatchling. Despite 5 different guilds participating in an all-out attack, the damage it caused is considerable. At that moment, Sungwoo calls Isaac. Spazaba observes him and thinks whether these individuals have come all this way. He states they have a problem. Isaac inquires about the nature of the problem. He explains that the next floor is the 7th level, where an even tougher monster awaits them. However, they have sustained too much damage. Isaac asks what the implication is. He suggests taking some of Savior's players and incorporating them into other guilds for support, noting that he can summon another skeleton soldier to compensate for the loss. Isaac reflects on his desire to disperse the power of the Savior Guild on the 7th floor, wondering why Messiah is suddenly acting this way, and finds it intriguing. He then agrees to send some of his players. He considers what he means and clarifies that the players must be of sufficiently high level. Isaac responds that he also has a condition and suggests they split their camp into 2 groups. He proposes that he, Spazaba, and the Messiah Guild form one team. Sungwoo, surprised, asks for confirmation. Isaac reiterates that everyone else will comprise the other team. Sungwoo reflects on the audacity of his willingness to enter the lion's den alone and realizes he must adjust his plans accordingly. Isaac extends his hand and asks if this arrangement works for him. Sungwoo shakes his hand and confirms his acceptance of the condition. Park Yong-won looks at Shakira while she asks him to speak if he has something to say. He asks if she has any idea what Isaac is up to. She questions the relevance, stating that it does not matter what Isaac is planning when they do not even know what will appear on the next floor. He retorts, questioning who cares, and asks if she would throw herself to her death if Isaac ordered it. She becomes angry. He explains that Isaac's reason for splitting the group into 2 is that he is likely to use them as expendable assets if something goes wrong. She thinks to herself, Isaac, don't tell her that idiot is up to something. At the same time, Isaac looks back and sees soldiers moving together to enter the next floor. Sungwoo smirks at him and follows them. After a while, Spazaba notes that everyone has gone up and that they are the last ones remaining, suggesting they should get going. Isaac responds that they still have something to do. He inquires about this task. Isaac places his hand on the dragon monster's dead body. Spazaba, smiling, remarks that, as expected, he plans to do that. The scene shifts to a flashback. Isaac uses his power to burn the dragon's body, reflecting on how he failed with the needle snake due to his low skill rank at that time, and had to retreat to obtain weapon materials from the hatchling. Now, he finally gets to use his power effectively. The scene shifts back to the present, where the system window notifies that the skilled skeleton soldier X has been cast. The dragon monster's body melts and transforms into a skeleton. The system window then notifies the summoning of a bone dragon. Isaac observes the bone dragon and remarks that he likes its appearance. Spasiba thinks to himself that it actually worked. The scene shifts to the land of dragons on the top floor. Alex announces that they have finally reached the top floor and instructs everyone to be prepared, as they never know what will appear. She sees dust and realizes that something is approaching. She is surprised to see a shadow and notices that it is not a dragon. A monster appears. She moves to attack it, remarking that while it is unexpected, there is no reason to be afraid if it is not a dragon, and she attempts to burn it with fire. She urges the others to pull themselves together and asks why they are just standing around. The system window notifies him that the owner of Excalibur has confirmed his hostility. She thinks to herself, "Excalibur," he says. The system window then notifies that the owner of Excalibur has begun a duel with her, reducing all her stats by 25%. She wonders what this is and is shocked to see the monster about to attack her. She closes her eyes, thinking, is this the end? When she opens her eyes, she sees Isaac blocking the attack with his shield. He attacks with his sword and throws him away. The system window notifies that the owner of Excalibur has confirmed his hostility, causing all beings hostile to Excalibur to have their stats reduced by 25%. He notices the ring on his thumb beginning to disappear and wonders where it has gone. The system window then notifies that King Arthur's ring is resonating with Excalibur, canceling the stat reductions. Isaac thinks about Excalibur, recalling memories of his past life. If he remembers correctly, this item originally appeared much later in the future. The Dragon Slayer, who was using Balmung at the time, survived several near-death experiences at the hands of the Dragon Knight, the wielder of Excalibur, before he was able to clear the dungeon and obtain Excalibur. He realizes that, for some reason, it was known that he could not use Excalibur. Now he understands why. King Arthur's ring is the key to determining the sword's rightful owner. The monster, enraged, leaps to attack him, but Isaac blocks the attack and counters with his sword, throwing the monster away. His subordinates also move to attack the monster, but it blocks them with its sword and throws them away with immense power. Sungwoo observes this and remarks that it is indeed a tough opponent. The system window notifies him that the owner of Excalibur has confirmed his hostility. The monster attacks and kills several soldiers, then breaks Sungwoo's sword as he attempts to strike it and proceeds to counterattack him. Isaac steps in again, blocking the attack with his protective shield and throwing the monster away. He tells him that he will defend, so he should attack. Sungwoo rebuilds his sword. Spasiba, watching from a distance, asks Isaac what they are doing over here. Isaac explains that while he and Sungwoo hold the monster down, Spasiba should lead the rest and take care of the situation above. Rona asks what he means by the above. Spasiba questions if there is something in the sky. They see a fireball in the sky. Rona urges everyone to stop spacing out and cast the barriers. They create a protective shield with their magical staff. Alex exclaims to wait and realizes that it is a fireball. A huge explosion occurs, throwing everyone back. Alex sees smoke all around, and as it clears, she sees a dragon. The system window notifies that the master of the dungeon, the Black Dragon, has appeared. It further informs that the Black Dragon's poison erodes the field, causing HP to be slowly reduced. Sungwoo realizes that, as he suspected, there is a true master of the dungeon. Now, he understands that the Dragon Knight was not even the primary target, and the main threat was the Black Dragon. He thinks that if this is the case, while Isaac and he buy some time, the rest should launch an all-out offensive. He looks at Isaac from behind and notices that his back is wide open, pondering if it is a vulnerability. He thinks to himself to wait just a little longer. Isaac. Once they clear this, he is dead and then attacks the monster. Isaac also moves to attack. The bone dragon breathes fire, shocking everyone and causing them to flee. The monster attempts to attack Isaac again, but Isaac blocks the attack with his shield and strikes back. Sungwoo also attacks the monster with his sword. After a while, the bone dragon falls, and the system window notifies them that the master of the dungeon has been defeated. Jackson exclaims that they did it. Rona instructs everyone to take care of the injured before leaving the dungeon. Park Yang-won observes them and notes that only about half survived. He remarks that they will probably determine how to split the rewards after a short break. Shakira agrees, noting that in a 7-floor-plus dungeon, there are bound to be some great items. He thinks that once the dungeon is cleared, the fewer people left alive, the better, as the value of the materials from a dragon's corpse is astronomical. He is certain the reward distribution will be centered around Isaac, but wonders where that idiot went. On the other side, Isaac and Sungwoo continue fighting the monster, which begins to transform into black smoke. Isaac, holding his sword, remarks that it was a tough but worthy fight. The system window notifies that King Arthur's ring is resonating with Excalibur, and Isaac's ring reappears on his thumb. The system window congratulates him, announcing that he has become the new owner of Excalibur. He looks at the sword and thinks it is fitting for the finale of a false messiah. The system window further notifies him that he is the first to complete the hidden condition of the Arthurian legend. As a result, Master of Camelot is activated. Gawain's necklace's skill, Blessing of the Sun, no longer has a cooldown. Party members now share the skill effect of Lancelot's ring, and Merlin's staff grants double the amount of mana recovery. The system notifies that Percival's spear has its penetration bonus doubled, and Galahad's shield's curse damage over time is now doubled. Isaac moves toward the gate, and the system window notifies him that he has leveled up. Just then, Sungwoo stabs him from behind and laughs, calling him a foolish idiot and asking how he could not know that his worst enemy is always behind him. At that moment, someone else attacks Sungwoo, injuring him. He kneels down, confused, and says he was certain it was just the two of them, asking what the hell is going on. The disappearing monster speaks, asking what he means by what the hell is going on, revealing that Sungwoo has been tricked. The monster removes its cap and transforms into Johan. He calls Sungwoo a dumbass and asks if he really thinks someone like him could kill the great Isaac. Sungwoo, shocked, asks how Johan is alive and realizes that if Johan is alive, Isaac must be too. He looks at the person he stabbed earlier and sees a skeleton lying on the floor. The system window notifies that the deception skill, with a rare rating, has been cast on a corpse, creating a clone of the caster. It explains that the caster can swap locations with the clone at any time, with the skill effect allowing for one summon and lasting 2 hours. Sungwoo, realizing he has been deceived and toyed with, demands to know where Isaac is hiding. Johan replies that he has been here for some time now. Sungwoo, confused, asks what he means. Isaac appears behind Sungwoo and remarks that people like him are predictable, adding that now he has an excuse. Sungwoo asks what excuse he means. Johan interjects, saying it is obvious they have an excuse to get rid of him. He insults him and moves to attack, but then kneels down in pain. Johan asks if the cut is too shallow and comments that he still seems full of energy. A gate appears behind him, and the system window notifies them of the Hell Gate, explaining that the required condition is being an emissary of the underworld and the required level is above 180. The skill effect summons the Gate of Hell, binding the enemy with its chains and dealing additional damage while binding. The gate behind him opens, and chains emerge, grabbing Sungwoo. Johan says now, let's have some fun. The gate begins dragging Sungwoo inside. Isaac watches and thinks it is not even worth delving into Cho Sungwoo's memory. He already knows everything about his relationship with Lee Sejin and Park Shin-hye, so further information warfare is pointless. He concludes that their next confrontation will be an all-out war. After a while, the news reports that Isaac has earned an astronomical income from the dragon carcass and clear rewards. They question whether the Savior Guild has gained the upper hand on Messiah. Both the Savior Guild and Messiah have begun an 8-floor dungeon, seemingly racing each other. The news highlights the World Players Association's joint statement, urging the cessation of pointless competition between large guilds and emphasizing the era of clearing 8-floor dungeons. They ask who will be the first to clear the 8-floor-plus dungeon. Sichin sits in his office and thinks that they have finally made it this far. He stands up, goes to the window, and thinks that once the 8-floor dungeon is cleared, all that remains is the 9-floor dungeon, the only one of its kind in the world. The system window notifies him to defeat the final boss and save the world. He reflects that once it is cleared, the game will be over, and he asks his big brother to wait just a little longer. Just then, Secretary Lee arrives and calls him Mr. President. She says she is leaving and moves to exit. He calls her back and tells her to take care. He adds that once this is all done, they should definitely get together with everyone for dinner. She responds affirmatively. The scene shifts to the 8th-floor B dungeon. The system window notifies Isaac that he has slain all 222 monsters. Isaac uses his power, and the system notifies him that a Death Knight is being summoned. Spashiba thinks that Isaac had his skeleton knights kill 220,000 monsters, and each death knight requires around 40,000 kills, so that's roughly 5 more units. A light descends from the sky, and a death knight kneels before Isaac. Isaac says it is not bad. Spashiba wonders what Isaac means by not being bad, thinking he could actually take over the world with this power. Isaac says it is still not enough and takes a weapon from his inventory, throwing it aside. He points and instructs the Death Knight to line up in the back once it has its weapon. The Death Knight picks up the weapon. Isaac says it is now time to greet Messiah. After a while, Sejin sees the news reporting that Cha Sung-woo from Messiah has passed away. He recalls memories of people attending the funeral and thinks that weak, useless, and inferior idiots can only find peace and redemption under his dominion, as it should have been. He remembers Jinsu pressing the device button to explode himself and thinks about Isaac. Just then, Shinhai enters the room, calling him master, and says they are all set. Sejin thanked her for coming. Noda Hidero also arrives and says he does not want to do this anymore, but must bring it to an end. Sejin agrees, saying that by the end of this, the world's power structure will be completely reorganized. Shinhai points to Sakura and says that one of the Sword Master's disciples has decided to lend them a hand. Sejin says he is glad she is with them and suggests they go to the 8th floor dungeon. After a while, the news reports that the Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild have formed an alliance, deciding to be the first in the world to attempt to clear the 8th floor A+ dungeon. The Dragon Slayer has also decided to join the team. The public pleads for success in front of the news projection. The news reports that the heroes who will save the world are finally coming together in one place today. On the other side, at the dungeon gate, a news reporter announces that he is currently in front of the 8th floor A+ dungeon's gate, where citizens have gathered outside the restricted area to wish the heroes a safe return. Another reporter adds that the parade of candle-bearing citizens seems endless. Just then, Isaac arrives with his team, exiting a car. Hunter Yong stands outside the dungeon gate alongside Shakira and Park Yong-won. At that moment, another car arrives, and Lee Sejin and his team emerge. Lee Sejin approaches Isaac and extends his hand. Isaac shakes hands with him. Meanwhile, people watching the live news broadcast are surprised to see this. The scene shifts inside the 8th floor A+ dungeon. Jordan sees Isaac and Sejin and thinks, finally, of the 8th floor A+ dungeon. Once this is cleared, all that remains is the 9th floor dungeon. He marvels at joining Master Lee Sejin in such a meaningful place. Michelle asks if he is not a little too nervous. Jordan, feeling honored for his family, starts crying. She asks why he is crying. On the other side, Spashiba stands with the skeleton army and wonders if Kim Woojin, that idiot, is alright. Hunter Yang places a hand on his shoulder from behind. Spashiba turns back in anger. Hunter Yang tells him to loosen up, saying he looks like he has come to die. Spashiba recognizes him as the Dragon Slayer and asks if he knows him. Hunter Yang replies that he knows him very well and, in fact, is counting on him, whispering to Jinna. On the other side, Shakira calls Yong-won and asks where the person who claimed Isaac was using them as a throwaway card went. She mentions that she thought he was some kind of natural-born strategist. She adds that it seems Isaac somewhat trusts them, as he ordered her and him to side with the Messiah Guild and brought them to an important meeting like this. Yong-won replies with a maybe and thinks that perhaps he needed whatever help he could get, even from low-tier people like them. At the same time, Sejin says that, as they have discussed, the Messiah Guild will clear the 1st floor. Isaac tells him to do as he wishes and moves forward. Sejin then says that he forgot to mention something. He does not think it is necessary for each guild to alternately clear the floors. Sejin turns back and stabs Isaac with a spear. The system window notifies that Isaac has been pierced by the Lance of Longinus. He declares that, as of today, the Savior Guild will be forever erased from this world. The system notifies that the Lance of Longinus effect has been activated, rendering items and skills unusable. Spashiba calls out to Isaac. Shakira and Yong-won stand shocked, along with the others. Sejin swings his sword to attack Isaac again, but a skeleton soldier intervenes to block the attack. Sejin remarks that he will not accept an easy death. Spashiba also moves to attack, causing him to step back. Spashiba asks Isaac if he is okay while Isaac contemplates the Lance of Longinus. Sejin swings his sword, throwing Spashiba and the skeleton soldier aside. Spashiba thinks about the sheer power behind Sejin's attacks, wondering what kind of monstrous opponent he is. Shinhai calls out to her master as Sejin advances toward Isaac, who stands within a magical star. She attempts to attack, resulting in an explosion. Spashiba recalls Kim Woojin and sees Isaac creating a protective shield. The system window notifies that barrier magic, Bifrost, has been cast. The Bifrost item rating is legendary, with a required level of 150 or higher. It creates a passage of light that connects the realm of humans and the realm of the gods. Unholy beings cannot cross this passage. The effect is that as long as the skill is active, no one can enter the barrier, and no one can leave the barrier. The maximum duration is 6 days. Shinhai attacks with fire on his protection shield, thinking it worked. An explosion occurs, and smoke spreads all around. She thinks that just now, that was successful. As the smoke dissipates, she is shocked to see many people lying on the floor and a sword stuck in the ground. A yellow-haired man asks her if she is alright. Hunter Yang removes the sword from the floor and says he arrived with the expectation of this happening. But they really crossed the line. They better be prepared. She sees him and thinks the Dragon Slayer has sided with Isaac. She asks about being prepared, stating that he is not in a position to say something like that. After all, he turned the Messiah Guild into his enemy. Her teammates move forward to attack. She thinks this still lies within his expectations. Hunter Yang also moves to attack them. Her 2 soldiers move to attack him from behind, and she also grabs his legs with magic and smirks. They attack him, wishing for his death. An explosion occurs, throwing the soldiers away. Shinhai is shocked to see it. The system window notifies that the Undying Fighter's skill, Dragon Scale, has been cast. Hunter Yang empowers himself, holding his sword and shield. He attacks and throws her soldiers away. People are shocked to see it. Michelle asks Jordan what is happening all of a sudden. He says he is not quite sure either and wonders why the master betrayed Isaac. The yellow-haired man calls his soldiers dumb idiots and asks what they are spacing out for, questioning if they cannot see that their guild is being attacked right now. Jordan thinks about whether they are indeed being attacked. He instructs them to join the main troops and fight back, declaring that from now on, they will eliminate every last player bearing hostility towards Messiah. Michelle whispers to Jordan, asking what they should do. A gray-haired man questions if they can really do this without knowing why. The brown-haired man says it has already happened, so they have no choice but to follow. They all ready themselves to attack. On the other hand, Yongwon asks what the meaning of this sudden turn of events is. Shakira says it appears they are planning to kill them all. They are surrounded by soldiers from all sides. A soldier asks if they truly believed they would never be betrayed like this and states that this is what scumbags like him do to others all the time. After a while, Park Yong-won kills many soldiers and falls to the ground. Shakira lies on the ground, unconscious. The yellow-haired man sees them and thinks they lasted so long against so many people, persistent idiots. He swings his sword to attack and thinks he will have to ask them to leave now. Just then, Spashiba punches him and throws him away, saying how dare he attempt to kill his men. He notices they are weak and do not follow orders at all. He wonders what the yellow-haired man means by weak. Spashiba acknowledges they are clearly uglier than him, but they are still their guild members. A soldier calls him an arrogant idiot and tells him to finish Spashiba. After a while, he lies on the ground unconscious, and Spashiba knocks out the other soldiers, saying they are not even enough for a warm-up and urging them to finish quickly. A brown-haired man asks what kind of monster Spashiba is. He realizes they do not have much time and sees Isaac inside a protection circle. They all surround Isaac while he thinks about when they manage to crowd in. He comments that the likes of them need to gather in numbers to make it worthwhile for him and moves to attack them. He attacks them one by one, but suddenly, an arrow hits him in the chest, causing him to fall. The soldiers surround him, shocked to see him. Noda Hidero orders them to step back. He approaches Spashiba and tells him to wake up, knowing he will not die from that. Spashiba sits up and tries to punch him, but Noda moves aside and remarks that it is him. He quickly moves and shoots 2 arrows from behind. He says it looks like he will have fun hunting. The system window notifies that the Silent Hunter's skill, Exploding Arrow, has been cast. The arrows hit Spashiba, explode, and injure him. Noda says he is not done yet and throws a fireball toward him. Spashiba quickly moves aside and acknowledges that the attack was a bit dangerous. He admits he did not think he would dodge it so easily from this distance, adding that the idiot would still be alive if such an attack had been enough to end him. He orders the soldiers to kill him. The soldiers move to attack from all sides, holding swords. Spashiba thinks there are too many of them and grabs a soldier to use as a shield against the arrows. He reflects that he has been through much worse than this during his time with that idiot, Kim Woojin. Lee Sejun inquires about the situation. and another warrior reports that it should be resolved soon. He mentions that the Vice Master is handling the Dragon Slayer, while Nato Hidero is engaged with Isaac's comrade. The warriors are actively attacking the monsters. He adds that all of Isaac's skeleton soldiers have been dealt with, and they just need to wait for the Vice Master's barrier to dissipate to confirm Isaac's death. He concludes that once that happens, everything will be finished. Even if Isaac has survived, there is nothing more they can do about it now. Lee Sejin finds the situation dull. Another warrior addresses him as Master and advises him to go help the Vice Master or Nato Hidero. Lee Sejin agrees and reflects on Isaac, feeling disappointed. He had hoped Isaac would be different, but if this is truly the end of his story, so be it. Meanwhile, Spasiba is overwhelmed by a barrage of arrows, shouting for them to stop. He angrily throws the arrows away, declaring that such toothpicks cannot kill a man among men. Nato Hidero observes that Spasiba is still standing despite the numerous attacks and realizes that none of the strikes have been fatal. He notes Spasiba's confidence and finds it interesting that he is now drawing his weapon. Spasiba, losing too much blood and nearing his limit, pulls out an item from the dungeon and begins to eat it. He reflects that he has been underestimated and acknowledges that the situation is not entirely hopeless. As Nato Hidero prepares to shoot another arrow, Spasiba recognizes that the only time Nato Hidero becomes vulnerable is when the arrow is released. He hastily consumes the food, readying himself for the next challenge. Nato Hidero thinks that Spasiba is not trying to dodge the arrows but is instead taking them head-on. Spasiba responds that if he cannot dodge the arrows, he must face them directly and charge forward to counterattack, even as an arrow strikes him. The system window announces that the Silent Hunter's skill, Exploding Arrow, has been activated, resulting in a blast. Despite this, Spasiba narrowly escapes the explosion and runs toward Nato Hidero to deliver a punch. The system window then notifies that the Silent Hunter's skill, Stealth, has been activated. Spasiba, puzzled, wonders what kind of trick Nato Hidero is using. Kim Yi-hoon arrives at the scene and launches an attack. The system window reports that the Silent Hunter's skill, Shadow Strike, has been activated. Details about Shadow Strike reveal that it is a unique rated skill. Its effects can be triggered after using stealth, with the next attack delivering a devastating blow with 1000% damage on the first strike following the use of stealth. The effect lasts for 1 minute. Kim Yi-hoon attacks Spasiba and asks if he is alright, offering to deliver the final blow to him. Nato Hidero, astonished, reflects on how Spasiba endured the explosion and continued his assault. Kim Yi-hoon, impressed by his insane strength, notes that a single blow was enough to break his arm, but he believes this will be the end and laughs. Suddenly, Johan stabs Nato Hidero from behind. Spasiba, relieved, thinks that everything is going according to plan and notes that he wants to deliver a dramatic line as well. Johan removes his helmet and says peekaboo. Nato Hidero, looking at Johan, realizes he must be wearing the helmet of Hades. He reflects on his own age and thinks he should have anticipated something like this. As he falls, Kim Yi-hoon throws his sword and rushes to grab Nato Hidero. Spasiba, despite being enemies, feels a sense of discomfort in the situation. He watches as Johan also stabs Nato Hidero and curses Johan, questioning why he would kill him. Johan responds by telling Spasiba to get a grip and asserts that she would have used any chance to betray them. He dismisses Spasiba's pity as useless. Spasiba, bewildered by Johan's attitude, contemplates the nature of pity and the purpose of the war. He reflects on the game that promotes murder for the sake of acquiring items or skills, recognizing that this is all part of a larger, brutal conflict. Both Spasiba and Johan walk away from the scene. Meanwhile, Hunter Young reflects on Isaac and thinks that Isaac certainly lives up to his reputation. However, he is impeded by having to defend someone. Young considers it foolish to be so affected by Isaac, someone with no direct connection to him, and realizes Isaac is clearly past his limits. He decides it's time to finish this and signals for the attack to begin. Returning to the present, Hunter Young asks Miss Lee if the dungeon they are facing is the 7th floor a plus. Miss Lee confirms this, and Young replies that if what she says is true, it's impressive, especially since she has only just cleared the 6th floor. He admits he feels embarrassed, noting that even he, the so-called hero of France, had delayed tackling the 7th floor to avoid the effort. He wonders just how remarkable Isaac must be. Lee Jina interrupts, addressing him as Mr., and mentions that, in the end, Isaac's goals align with their own. He urges Young to decide whether he will continue to run in shame or be a true hero. He asserts that a real man, even in the face of death, would choose to be a hero. After a while, Hunter Yang enters the dungeon, resolved to face death head-on. He channels all his power for an attack, and the system window notifies him that the Undying Fighter's skill warrior cry has been activated. He charges forward, intent on his strike. Another warrior observes, scoffing at the shout from what he perceives as a dying old man, and questions where Yang is aiming. As Hunter Yang attacks, another warrior engages him, dismissing his final struggle as ineffective. Hunter Yang, despite the opposition, reflects that his effort has yielded some results. Simultaneously, Shinhai, who is injured and struggling, thinks that the situation makes no sense. She recalls casting a barrier and creating a magical circle, only to collapse. The system window informs that the barrier magic Bifrost is being lifted. Hunter Yang notices this and realizes that his attack was directed at the Vice Master. Another warrior, enraged, demands to know how Hunter Yang dares to attack and orders him to die. However, chains materialize, capturing the warrior and halting his attack. Johan arrives, swiftly subduing and throwing the remaining warriors aside. Spasiba assists Isaac, helping him to walk despite his injuries. A warrior engages in a fierce battle with another, landing a blow that causes his opponent to fall. As the other warrior nearly stabs him, Michelle arrives just in time to block the attack and throws the attacker aside. She then turns to Jordan, asking if he is alright, and proceeds to heal him. Michelle instructs Jordan to help with the injured person, but as she does so, the fallen warrior gets back up and charges at Michelle. Jordan intervenes, killing the warrior and asking Michelle if she is okay, noting that it was a close call. Kyle appears and reproaches Michelle, saying he had warned her not to let her guard down. He tells her that if she continues to pull her punches, she will end up hurt. Michelle tries to respond, but an injured warrior interrupts, pleading for help and saying he does not want to die. Michelle demands an answer from Jordan, questioning why they are pointing weapons at each other instead of working together. She expresses frustration at the situation, wondering why everyone is so desperate to kill one another instead of collaborating. Jordan looks at Shinhai and realizes that if she is Vice Master Park Shinhai, the barrier must be down. Isaac and Spasiba arrive at the scene as well. Isaac reflects on a past meeting in a parking lot, where they had discussed their strategy. During the meeting, Isaac criticized Kim Woojin, and Spasiba inquired about the Lance of Longinus. Isaac had confirmed its potency, stating that one spear is more dangerous than any of Lee Sejun's most powerful skills. He had expressed that facing Lee Sejun while wielding the Lance of Longinus would be equivalent to suicide. Johan had proposed a simple plan to use the Helm of Hades to sneak up on Lee Sejun and quickly decapitate him. Johan had also suggested that if anything went wrong, he could escape using deception. Spasiba had considered this plan favorably, believing that following Johan's advice might give them a chance of winning. However, Isaac disagreed, stating that such cheap tricks would not work on Lee Sejun, who likely possessed an ability akin to the Eye of Anubis. The system window notifies them about the Eye of Isis, a legendary skill that embodies the Mother of all, overseeing heaven and earth and governing all principles. It possesses the ability to see through all filth and falsehood, providing immunity to illusion skills and recognizing deception. Isaac concludes that the only way to proceed is for him to act as bait. He explains to Spasiba and Johan that since Lee Sejun is an extreme perfectionist, he will likely prioritize neutralizing the Lance of Longinus if Isaac exposes himself to an attack. Once they confirm that Lee Sejun has been neutralized, Park Shinhai will use barrier magic to trap him. Isaac plans to then focus on eliminating the leaderless Savior Guild and the Dragon Slayer, emphasizing the importance of Lee Jinna's role in the operation. He returns to the present moment and praises Lee Jinna as an exceptional comrade, someone he can trust with his life. He expresses his gratitude and places a hand on Jinna's shoulder, apologizing and then biting him. Spasiba questions whether such a gesture was necessary, feeling embarrassed and stating that it's only natural for comrades. The system window notifies that the emissary of the underworld's skill, Vampire, and the skill, Blood Absorption, have been activated, fully restoring him. When Isaac comments on feeling much better, Spasiba pushes him away, visibly upset. Isaac walks off, reminding him that he is counting on him. He then approaches Hunter Yang, offers a hand to help him up, and thanks him for his assistance. Hunter Yang downplays his help, and Isaac suggests it's time to get serious. Lee Sejun agrees, acknowledging that this is how it should be, and reflects on Isaac being his long-awaited adversary, eager for the challenge. The system window announces the summoning of the Book of the Dead. Isaac decides there's no reason to hold back any longer and prepares to give his all in this battle. using this opportunity to unleash his full power for the first and last time since regressing. He summons a dragon and an army of skeletons, drawing the attention of his comrades. Hunter Yang observes and realizes the stark difference in their forces, noting the addition of a bone dragon as particularly absurd. Spasiba instructs everyone to advance, and they rush forward to attack. Meanwhile, the master assesses the situation and doubts their chances of victory upon seeing the dragons. Another warrior asks for orders, prompting Master to charge at a giant monster, injuring his hand in the process. The warrior confirms that with Master Lee Sejun, the Messiah is unbeatable. Lee Sejun orders his forces to cut down as many enemies as possible. The other warrior takes charge, and they all move to engage the skeleton warriors. Isaac and Lee Sejun face each other, calling out each other's names. The Death Knight intervenes, forbidding Isaac from approaching the master. Lee Sejun reacts by attacking the Death Knight fiercely, attempting to break his weapon while blocking the attack. Isaac orders his other monsters to join the fray, and they converge from all sides. Isaac considers that while attacking a powerful monster like Lee Sejun with combined forces might seem advantageous, it is not very efficient. He realizes that areas without the Death Knight won't hold out for long. A comrade asks where Isaac is going, and he replies that he must finish this himself. The system window announces that Isaac is the first to complete the hidden conditions of the legend of King Arthur, and the Ring of Lancelot protects him against debuffs, while Merlin's staff enhances his mana. Another notification reveals that the cooldown for the necklace of Gawain's skill, Blessing of the Sun, has been removed, and Excalibur's skill, Winner's Blessing, has been activated. Additionally, Percival's spear penetration bonus is doubled, damage over time from Galahad's shield curse is now doubled. King Arthur's ring amplifies the strength of the Round Table, and the Master of Camelot effect has been activated. The Knights of the Round Table set item effect is now in play. Isaac activates all his skills, preparing for the fight, and challenges the Death Knight to come at him. He then attacks Lee Sejun with his hammer, which blocks his attack. He stabs his sword into the ground and looks at him. Isaac thinks as expected of Lee Sejun, and he still looks composed against 4 Death Knights. Death Knight asks what his orders are, and then he commands his allies to split up and assist. The Death Knight follows Isaac's orders. Lee Sejun responds by questioning whether Isaac intends to confront him directly, finding the challenge interesting. He notes that even if Isaac equips all the legendary items and receives the blessings of every halo, it will not be enough. The system window announces that the Executioner of the Holy Light has a vested interest in this battle. Isaac counters Lee Sejun's arrogance, warning that it will ultimately lead to his downfall. The system window then notifies that the Emissary of the Underworld also has a vested interest in the battle. Both Isaac and Lee Sejun engage each other, attempting to block each other's attacks. Another system notification reveals that Excalibur challenges an opponent who has shown hostility, causing all hostile opponents' stats to be halved. They resume their clash as the system window announces that the Executioner of the Holy Light's skill, Savior's Touch, has been activated, making him immune to all stat reduction effects. Another notification reveals that the stats reduced by Excalibur's challenge have been restored, and the Executioner of the Holy Light's skill, Savior's Blessing, has been cast. This increases all resistance and armor by 1000%. The system window then notifies that the Executioner of the Holy Light's skill, Last Judgment, has been activated, increasing his damage to the opponent by 10,000% for the skill's duration. The system window further announces that the damage taken has exceeded the limit of the armor's durability, triggering absolute defense, which ensures that the item cannot be destroyed. As Lee Sejun attacks Isaac, Isaac manages to evade and block the attack. The system window notifies that the skill Vampire has been activated, with bats emerging from Isaac's sword to attack Lee Sejun and throw him away. Spasiba observes the battle and wonders if Kim Woojin will be okay. He reflects on how Woojin claimed he would face Lee Sejun alone, questioning how that would play out given the formidable opponent. Lee Sejun remarks that Isaac's tactics are dirty and expresses a wish for him to stop. Isaac apologizes for the unclean methods, but explains that he feels compelled to use every trick he can think of to defeat him. The system window then notifies that Isaac has been poisoned by blood poison. Lee Sejun laughs, dismissing it as a mere blood poison. However, the system window soon informs that the Executioner of the Holy Light's skill has been activated, with the increased resistance from the Savior's Blessing maximizing his resistance to blood poison. Lee Sejun questions what's wrong, taunting Isaac to see if this is all he has. Isaac responds that he is not finished yet. The system window notifies that Emissary of the Underworld's skill, Blood Mist, has been cast, and Isaac has been affected by blood poison. but the increased resistance from the Savior's blessing continues to maximize his resistance. Lee Se-jin dismisses the poison as pointless and charges to attack Isaac. Isaac uses Solomon's ring to block the attack, and Lee Se-jin comments on Isaac's use of trivial tricks. The system window then announces that the executioner of the Holy Light's skill, Exterminating Slash, has been cast, targeting some of the monsters. Isaac reflects on Lee Se-jin's prowess as Lee Se-jin declares that if this is all Isaac can offer, he should die already. They continue to clash. The system window notifies that the emissary of the underworld's skill, Corpse Explosion, has been activated, striking Isaac and causing him to be thrown backward. Isaac wonders if the difference in stats between classes is too absolute. Lee Se-jin expresses disappointment, noting that Isaac's confidence seems to amount to very little. Johan arrives and attempts to capture Lee Se-jin with his chains, but Lee Se-jin escapes. He nearly kicks Isaac, but a skeleton warrior intervenes and attacks Lee Se-jin, who blocks the assault. Lee Se-jin realizes he cannot defeat Isaac with just the power of a mere skeleton soldier. Isaac then rises and stabs Lee Se-jin from behind. Lee Se-jin is surprised and asks what is happening. The system window notifies that he has been pierced by the Lance of Longinus, lifting all effects from items and skills. Another notification reveals that Savior's touch immunity to stat reduction effects has been removed, and Savior's blessing has been lifted, causing his resistance and armor to return to their original states. Another notification informs him that the Last Judgment has been lifted, and the damage multiplier has returned to normal. Excalibur challenges an opponent who has shown hostility, causing all hostile opponents' stats to be halved. The system window also notifies him that blood poison is spreading through his body, and that the Lance of Longinus needs to be pulled out as quickly as possible. He thinks that if he can remove it, he can suppress the blood poison, and nothing in this world can kill him. The system window displays his armor as 1684-842 and resistance at 1320-660, health regeneration per second of 1402-701. He reflects that, despite the significant reduction in his stats due to the challenge, there is still no weapon that can pierce his armor in a single hit. He regrets that this must be one of his final cards and questions if this is still insufficient to defeat him. Isaac removes his mask and says he had already anticipated this, which is why he prepared this particular strategy. Lee Se-jin then gets up again and charges forward to attack. He breaks his sword with that attack when he thinks don't tell him, and this is Balmung's curse. The system window notifies that he has been cursed by Balmung's curse. All resistances are reduced by 90%, and all armor is reduced by 90%. The system window notifies that the emissary of the underworld is pleased with the outcome of the battle. All the warriors turn their attention to Lee Se-jin, and one of them asks if Lee Se-jin is dead. Isaac uses a shout to command everyone to drop their weapons. He declares that hostility between players, including those from the Savior and Messiah guilds, will no longer be tolerated. He states that, despite the numerous sacrifices, they now have a clear direction. Isaac instructs them to get the wounded treated, to organize everyone as quickly as possible, and to advance to the 8th floor. Johan begins to heal Shinhai while Isaac emphasizes that the only enemies they need to confront now are the monsters in the dungeon above. Jordan says he will also cease fighting, noting that they did not enter this dungeon only to face a purposeless death. Michelle agrees, expressing her confusion over the necessity of internal conflict, and they all drop their weapons. The scene shifts to the 8th floor, a plus-rank dungeon, where Spazaba asks Isaac if he truly believes they can continue in this manner with the Messiah Guild members. Isaac responds that Park Shinhai is still alive, and Lee Se-jin's bodyguards are notably loyal to him. Isaac questions whether this loyalty is genuine, suggesting that if they were truly loyal, they would still be fighting. He points out that since they have willingly laid down their arms, their loyalty must have had limits. Spazaba acknowledges this, but raises concerns about whether they can fully trust and fight alongside the Messiah Guild members. Isaac dismisses these concerns, stating that it does not matter because they have a reliable comrade and ally who will never betray them. He places his hand on the head of a skeleton warrior and says all right, let's go, signaling that they should move forward. The scene shifts to about 2 months later, where Isaac announces that the dungeon has been cleared. Media gather in front of the dungeon gate and inquire about Lee Se-jin's whereabouts, questioning if he is not present. Isaac reveals that the great hero Lee Se-jin met his end within the dungeon and left behind a will with his last breath. He says that Lee Se-jin expressed his regrets for not being able to end the game. The news of Lee Se-jin's death upsets many people. Isaac recounts that, before dying, Lee Sejin entrusted him and the Messiah Guild with the responsibility of slaying the final boss in the 9th floor dungeon and bringing an end to the game. Sichin, watching the news, reflects that the day has finally come. Isaac declares that they will save the world and that Lee Sejin's noble will be remembered forever. He believes that Lee Sejin will be remembered as a hero who aspires to save the world, and he resolves to correct the wrongs that have occurred. Shinhai stands there as Jisoo approaches from behind and calls her. Jisoo asks if she can tell her the truth now and then suggests that maybe they can be friends. Shinhai sits on the floor but doesn't say anything. The scene shifts to the other side, where a news broadcast announces that Isaac plans to attempt the 9th floor dungeon in a week. Lee Jina asks if they have an important event ahead, and what he means by black bean noodles, suggesting they should at least have some Korean beef. Kim Woojin tells her to pick up his order. He asks again if it's on him, thinking that if he tries to gloss this over, he will eat so much that he will scream. He then says they'd like to order, pointing at the menu and asking for everything from here to here. Sichin arrives and asks if they've finished ordering yet. Kim Woojin looks at him and says it's him. Sichin remarks that his staring is quite unpleasant. Lee Jina comments that humans are bound to be interested in shiny objects. Sichin asks if he has ever thought about what happens when the game ends. At that moment, the waiter serves their order and says here's their order. Sichin speculates about a future where players lose all of their abilities just as the waiter arrives with his stir-fried seafood and vegetables. Sichin continues, noting that guilds will become dysfunctional. The waiter places his seafood and vegetables, with mustard sauce and chili shrimp, in front of him. Sichin emphasizes that this is a serious matter, and Kim Woojin mentions he heard about the creation of a company called Pandora to prepare for the chaos that will ensue when the game ends. Sichin confirms this, explaining that when the game ends, players will all become unemployed. Pandora aims to develop new technologies and create jobs to prevent people from going down the wrong path, thus contributing to world peace. Lee Jina, while starting to eat his noodles, remarks that he thought Pandora was just a scheme to raise funds and run away with them. Sichin reassures him that preparations are almost done, and all that remains is to clear the 9th floor dungeon in peace and return safely. Kim Woojin reflects that the ending of this drawn-out game is finally in sight. Sichin agrees and adds that something has been on his mind recently. Surely, all of this must have been orchestrated by a transcendent being beyond their comprehension. Sichin speculates that the transcendent beings are probably still watching them, thinking they'd never see the ending at this rate. He wonders what he would do if he were the one playing the game and his character didn't listen or make it to the end. Kim Woojin replies that he would reboot the game or delete the characters and start over. Sichin laughs, agreeing with him, while Lee Jina wonders what they are talking about. Suddenly, Sichin looks at his phone and says he needs to make an urgent call. He walks away to make the call. Kim Woojin says he needs to use the toilet and gets up. They exchange glances before heading in opposite directions. Lee Jina, watching them leave, exclaims wait, don't tell him they ran away, and mutters an abuse under his breath. The narrator explains that Nimbuses are transcendent beings who emerged alongside dungeons and monsters. They bestowed powers upon individuals, awakening them as players. People have come to believe that Nimbuses are either omniscient gods who granted humans the ability to combat dungeons and monsters or catastrophic forces intent on destroying the world. Some who have deeply considered their sudden appearance have speculated that perhaps everything is merely a game to these transcendents. Among the 6 known Nimbuses, 4 are particularly well known. The Listener of all creation, a Nimbus who assists in contracting various spirits. The Caretaker of the Fountain, a Nimbus who enables the casting of destructive magic through chants and gestures. The Undying Fighter, a Nimbus who provides immense strength and tenacity. And the Silent Hunter, a Nimbus who sharpens senses to their peak and enhances agility. These 4 are the most commonly recognized Nimbuses. The narrator explains that the last 2 Nimbuses are the Executioner of the Holy Light, who grants formidable powers in both offense and defense, and the Emissary of the Underworld, who bestows control over dark magic, deadly poisons, and curses. Shinhai reflects on whether she can ever forgive herself and concludes that forgiveness seems impossible for now. Secretary Lee tells her that if she is truly remorseful, she should demonstrate it through her actions and hand her a card. Shinhai examines the card and sees it is a visiting card for Executive Officer Jai Suli. The card invites her to visit Pandora, a company founded by Jai Suli and her father, to prepare for the aftermath of the game. She tells Shinhai that if she still cares about the people she once did, she should help secure their future with her own hands. She suggests that if they manage to do that, it might be possible to restore their past relationships. Secretary Lee advises Shinhai to consider this carefully and to give her a call if she decides to proceed before walking away. Shinhai becomes emotional and sits down as Secretary Lee announces on the news that the heroes have assembled to tackle the final dungeon. The broadcast mentions that heroes from around the world have gathered at the dungeon's gate, and in tribute to Lee Sejun, who recently passed away in the 8th floor dungeon, they are wishing all participants the best of luck for the raid. Later, Johan sits in his car and asks his senior if he is nervous. Spasiba replies that he is not nervous, as he has never been nervous in his life. Johan, however, thinks to himself that Spasiba is clearly quite nervous, and he himself is feeling anxious. After all, anyone would be facing the final floor of the final dungeon. Even though Johan had faced death at its doors, the situation still evoked a sense of dread. Isaac, standing in front of the door to the dungeon, wonders what lies beyond it. As they open the door and step into the dungeon, Hunter Yang greets them with a wave. Isaac confirms that they are ready and asks if everyone is prepared. Spasiba reflects on how the difficulty of the 8th floor dungeon confirms what he had been told. He feels a sense of dread, thinking he might die of a heart attack from the stress, especially with the appearance of a giant monster behind him. Isaac acknowledges Spasiba's efforts, and Spasiba responds, suggesting that Isaac has done well too. He expresses concern about the 9th floor dungeon, wondering just how challenging it will be and whether Isaac knows anything about it. Isaac admits that he doesn't know much about the next dungeon. Spasiba finds this odd, as he had expected Isaac to have more information. Isaac ponders the dungeon's structure, imagining a limitless cavern extending from the 1st floor through the 8th, leading to a massive door. He is uncertain about what lies beyond this door. Spasiba, confused, asks what Isaac means by a cavern and a door, seeking clarification on his cryptic description. Isaac explains that his description is merely a guess. Spasiba is puzzled and asks for clarification on what Isaac means. He questions where he is going, and if he knows something specific. Isaac acknowledges that the situation is consistent with what they have experienced before and decides to proceed with the briefing for the 1st floor. Suddenly, a system error message appears, indicating that the clear condition for the 1st floor has been forcefully accomplished. Isaac is surprised by this system error. The system window then shows that the clear conditions for the 2nd through 8th floors have also been forcefully accomplished. Everyone watches as the system window updates to notify them that the entry condition for the 9th floor has been met. Yongwon asks what is happening, and Johan inquires about the situation. Spasiba leans in and whispers to Wu Jin, seeking an explanation for the unexpected events. Isaac admits he is just as confused, and when Spasiba questions him further, Isaac suggests that they should proceed to the 9th floor. They all gather in front of the gate to the 9th floor. Isaac reflects on how he has never encountered a system error before and wonders what could be awaiting them. Spasiba places a hand on his shoulder and notes that Isaac appears nervous, trying to reassure him with a boastful claim of being the manliest of all men and promising to keep him safe. Isaac decides it is time to end this and opens the door. The system window notifies that the final battle is starting. As Spasiba enters, he remarks that he can't see anything. Johan agrees, and they all proceed into the dungeon. Jordan spots some dead warriors and asks what has happened. Yongwon questions the identity of a figure sitting calmly there, and they recognize the executioner of the Holy Light, who comments on how long it has taken them to arrive. The system window notifies the appearance of an unknown entity. Yongwon contemplates the situation, questioning who this new adversary is. The executioner of the Holy Light attacks, shattering the figure's sword with a single strike. He had anticipated that one blow would suffice to annihilate them, but now he stands and asks who they are, finding the situation intriguing. A bright flash erupts, and they all attempt to escape its brilliance. Isaac reflects that everyone must have been affected, signaling the end. The executioner of the Holy Light dismisses Isaac as a mere insect pretending to be greater, lamenting that Isaac's arrogance spoiled his amusement. He claims that Isaac does not deserve a swift death and questions whether Isaac agrees, addressing him as Kim Woojin. Isaac, injured, wonders how the executioner knows him. Isaac demands to know the entity's nature, but the executioner responds disdainfully, stating that he has no obligation to answer an insignificant insect. He hopes Isaac will be more entertaining next time. Isaac, confused, asks what the executioner means next time before collapsing, contemplating his imminent death. The system window announces player Kim Woojin's death and the restart of the game. Isaac awakens, examining his surroundings. The executioner of the Holy Light taunts him, questioning how it feels to be alive again and suggesting that Isaac should be familiar with this experience, as he has encountered it before. Isaac realizes that this situation involves time reversal, which triggers a memory. He recognizes the executioner's overwhelming power capable of effortlessly defeating even the most elite players and notes the unfamiliar system errors he is encountering. Isaac suspects the executioner's hostility is aimed directly at him and deduces the identity of this malevolent entity. Isaac comments that the executioner is far from his expectations of a Nimbus and asks if the executioner is troubled because he killed Lee Sejin. The executioner dismisses Isaac's concerns, stating that a mere mortal believing they could challenge him is sheer arrogance. He expresses that Isaac's actions only serve to aggravate him and that he is merely venting his frustration by attacking Isaac. The executioner reiterates that, to beings like him, humans are nothing more than insects to be crushed for their amusement, reducing the conflict to a mere game for them. Isaac rises after dying multiple times and reflects on the number of deaths he has endured. He considers that he had no idea a Nimbus would intervene, but at least this suggests that the individual is probably also a monster. The executioner of the Holy Light observes that Isaac seems preoccupied and questions whether he believes that those lowly bone soldiers, who crumble at his touch, could be of any assistance. He declares that the only way Isaac will escape is by begging, lowering his head, and pleading for his life while causing the floor to explode with his powers. Isaac bows down, channeling his full magical power, and notices that the figure of the executioner appears momentarily blurred. He speculates that if this is not his true form, he will need to provoke him further. He questions whether he is laughing and wonders if he has finally lost his mind. Isaac responds that he finds something amusing and asks how it is possible that an all-powerful being is throwing a tantrum over being unable to control a mere mortal like himself. He remarks that this reaction seems quite human-like. The executioner of the Holy Light calls him an idiot, stands up, and declares that mere begging will no longer suffice. He announces that Isaac will now endure an infinite loop of deaths for eternity. He then attacks him and throws him aside. He transforms into his true form as Kim Woojin, floating in an unconscious world, and observes a system window before him notifying that player Kim Woojin has died and a system error has occurred. He notices a shining star in front of him and moves toward it. The system announces that the emissary of the underworld is descending. He sees a smoky figure appear and remarks that he has arrived later than expected, addressing him as the emissary of the underworld. The emissary of the underworld inquires if he is suggesting that his arrival was anticipated and notes that he appears quite relaxed despite his situation. Woojin comments that he had expected his Nimbus would not remain idle while that reckless individual went on a rampage. He expresses fascination, noting that it is just as he had anticipated from the one he was observing. Woojin then inquires what he can do for him. Pointing to his heart, he admits that he fears this might be the end. Woojin responds that this is more than sufficient. He suggests that while he probably has many questions, they should first address the most pressing issue before engaging in conversation. Woojin agrees. Later, the executioner of the Holy Light remarks on the worthless nature of the provocation of sunken air. He snaps and questions what it is and why it is being invoked. He considers that it might be gradually losing strength and curses. Kim Woojin transforms back into Isaac, rises, and reasserts his power. Observing him, he wonders if there has been any interference. Isaac questions whether he is surprised by the unexpected turn of events, laughs, and mentions receiving some assistance from his agent. He notes that although it has been a long time, the situation is different now and that he does not have one. Isaac acknowledges this, summons his sword, and launches a fire attack. However, Isaac blocks the attack and moves aside. He declares that it is now worth a try and moves to engage him. Isaac counters the attack. The executioner of the Holy Light reflects that he did not misinterpret the situation. The cycle is becoming shorter and shorter. He expresses disdain, calling him a rat and asserting that it is over now. He then attacks with an explosion. Later, he reflects on whether he has already expended so much energy. Isaac approaches from behind and comments that it is as he expected, noting that he is overdoing it. Isaac attacks his arm with the intention of cutting. However, he heals himself and realizes that if he loses any more energy, he will die. He questions whether Isaac is suggesting that he is overdoing it. Isaac observes him and considers the energy that has just escaped from the wound, the reaction of the individual, and the body that has dispersed after repeatedly turning back time. He concludes that there is a limit to the power he can utilize, and now the true extent of his depletion is beginning to show. He considers this to be the answer and remarks that, regardless of how formidable the halo may be, it would be unusual to manipulate time and space at will. He acknowledges that if there is a limit to the available power, it is to be expected. A door appears behind him, and chains emerge from it, wrapping around and covering his entire body. Isaac thinks of holding on until the power is exhausted. The executioner of the Holy Light utilizes his power to summon his god. He causes the chains to explode, freeing himself, and admits that while he will concede Isaac's sharp insight, he had intended to kill him for disrupting his game due to the severe constraints imposed. He remarks that it was best to enter with only this much spirit, as he had planned to take his time to play and ultimately kill him. Isaac responds that this is enough. He declares that he will kill Isaac and witness the end before expending all his strength. Isaac perceives that the momentum is different from before. He moves to attack and attempts to stab him, aiming for the heart, but acknowledges that he is fortunate. Isaac feels puzzled. The system window notifies that the tough fighter of life welcomes him and transfers some of his power to him. He holds the spear and withdraws it from his chest while empowering himself with aura. The executioner of the Holy Light questions the origin of the aura from what he perceives as an ignorant fool. Isaac observes that his side seems to have grown stronger. He asks what is happening as Isaac drags him with the spear and punches him away. He reflects that he has likely been living however he pleased all this time. The executioner of the Holy Light inquires about the meaning of Isaac's statement. The system window notifies that the Silent Hunter regards the Holy Light Guardian with indifferent eyes. Isaac utilizes his power, stating that this is the only way, and he questions how else he could be so despised by the other auras. He leaps high to attack with a dagger, but the executioner of the Holy Light thrusts his sword forward. Isaac slashes both the sword and his shoulder. The system window notifies that the one who hears the sound of all things glares at the Holy Light Guardian and transfers some of his power to him. Isaac remarks that if the other auras were to align with him, it would be beneficial and summons tentacles to attack the executioner. The tentacles capture him. He questions why this is happening and manages to free himself from their grasp. The system window notifies that the Guardian of the Well of Knowledge despises the Holy Light Guardian and transfers some of his power to Isaac. Isaac asserts that he still has a long way to go, then creates a magical circle to burn his opponent, which subsequently explodes. After a while, as the dust from the explosion settles, the executioner of the Holy Light kneels on the floor, while Isaac approaches him, grabs his hair, and demands that he come to his senses, stating that this approach will not work. Isaac swings his sword to attack and questions whether he is writhing so much for such a minor issue. The executioner of the Holy Light admits to being at a loss for words. Isaac inquires about the experience of facing death and suggests that this must be a new feeling for him. He asks for a brief moment, pleading that if things continue as they are, it will indeed be the end. He requests mercy, promising that he will never return to this place again. Isaac expresses that he is losing interest and asks the auras what they think now. An aura man responds that they should handle the punishment of the individual themselves and notes that it has been a long time. Kim Woojin. Isaac reacts with disbelief, asking if he is indeed the tough fighter of life. He begins to transform and confirms that he recognized him immediately. He reflects that his previous life was a disappointment, but he has succeeded this time and expresses gratitude for the enjoyable experience. Isaac acknowledges this, noting that he, too, has received help. He laughs and remarks that he is still the same. If he is alright with it, they will handle the foolish individual on their side. He expresses dissatisfaction with the person, noting that there are multiple grievances. He asserts that, due to the absurd actions taken, the individual will receive a very harsh punishment and prepare to attack. Isaac questions whether this is the case and suggests that they do as they please. He captures him with a rope and indicates that he will have to hear the details from the individual while pointing behind him. A long-haired girl appears and calls out to Kim Woojin. She acknowledges that he likely has many questions and contemplates where to begin. The aura man gestures toward him, suggesting that he should take his time as they excuse themselves for now. She proposes starting from the point where he was killed by Lee Sejun and explains that, as he might know, the world fell under Lee Sejun's control, monopolizing strength, dungeons, items, and even people. She describes how Lee Sejun behaved as if he were a king, or rather, a god, and notes that they were not pleased with his conduct, except for the executioner of the Holy Light. She continues by saying that, after extensive discussion, they decided on 2 courses of action: to restart the game from scratch and select one player to confront Lee Sejun in order to determine the outcome. Isaac inquires about why he was chosen. She explains that he was selected because he was the player with the greatest grievance against Lee Sejin and was skilled enough to see the ending. She adds that it was quite challenging at that time. Despite being Nimbuses, it was difficult to rewind the world's time and space while preserving a human's memory. Isaac then asks how that extraordinary Nimbus managed to do it continuously. She clarifies that the Nimbus was only controlling time and space within the dungeon, which had no impact on the outside world, making the scale somewhat different. This situation was unprecedented for them, as not only did a Nimbus descend and make a contract with the player, but he also manipulated space and time on a personal level. She explains that thanks to that situation, a slight gap was created, which allowed them to offer some support. Even if it had not been the case, they would have intervened to stop the individual, as he was anticipating their intervention. Isaac acknowledges that it was merely a hypothesis and thinks he was fortunate. He then inquires about the fate of the executioner of the Holy Light. She states that they will strip him of his remaining power, revoke his title as a Nimbus, and leave him at the bottom of the deep pit. She snaps her fingers, causing a hole to appear on the floor. She asks for his opinion on this. Isaac responds that it is satisfactory and asks how she plans to resolve matters with the world now that the game is over. She responds that they have not really considered how to settle the matter and wonders if things will not just proceed as usual. She explains that it will be as it was before their interference and asks if that is not sufficient. Isaac remarks that it seems she is determined to inconvenience them until the end. She laughs and explains that Nimbuses are like that. They never think about tidying up after themselves. However, she reassures him not to worry too much, as humans will find the answers, as they always do. Isaac asks if that is indeed the case. She suggests asking him just in case, but warns that if he is disappointed, he will soon lose his abilities. He responds that there is no way he would be disappointed, as he has already achieved his goal and gained some truly trustworthy allies this time. She agrees that it sounds like him, indicates that she should probably leave, and asks if he has anything else to say. He expresses his gratitude for everything, and she acknowledges that it has all been for her own entertainment. However, she notes that without her help, revenge would not have been so easy. She adds that if he has nothing else to say, he should tell her to leave. He confirms that he has nothing more to add and tells her to go if she has finished her business. She agrees, uses her power to disappear, and says this is his final present. Isaac returns to the ground and observes his subordinates beginning to heal and rise. He is surprised by the sight. Park Yong-won inquires about what is happening. Spashiba runs toward Isaac, calling him Hyungnim, and asks if he is alright and where that fool is. He is shocked to see a system window appear in front of him and everyone else present. Yong-won notices it and realizes that the game has ended. The system window notifies that the game has ended. He looks at Isaac and wonders if he has actually defeated that monstrous individual. The system window further notifies that all items are disappearing and all equipped items are being unequipped. Isaac transforms back into Kim Woojin. Yong-won is astonished and realizes that Isaac was Kim Woojin all along. Everyone returns to their normal clothes and real state. Spashiba, surprised, asks what happened and calls out to Woojin. Woojin approaches Hunter Yang and says he has a favor to ask. After a while, Hunter Yang responds that he understands what Woojin means. Someone announces that the 9th floor dungeon has been cleared, calling out for the Dragon Slayer and asking where Isaac is. Hunter Yang stands before the media microphones and says it has been a long journey. He explains that after the sacrifices and efforts of many people, the final boss of the 9th floor was killed, and the game is over. He adds that the new savior, Isaac, who led them, and his companion Spashiba died during the dungeon clear. The news telecast live as he says he left a message before he took his last breath. He said that the world would be in chaos when the game ended, so a countermeasure would be needed, and he had someone in mind for that. Following him, Sichin stands before the microphones and introduces himself as O Sichin, the CEO of Pandora Corporation, explaining that they were founded to prepare for the chaos that would come to the world after the game's end. Woojin and Johan secretly observe them. The news continues to broadcast live as Sichin says that Pandora Corporation was established to continue the legacy of Isaac, the savior, Lee Jin-soo, the director of Hansung Group who died in an accident, and Park Young-ho, the chairman of Hansung Group. He firmly promises that they will contribute to world peace. Woojin smiles and quietly leaves the scene. The scene shifts to 6 months later at Pandora headquarters. A man, sweating profusely, waits at the counter where a lady sits. She tells him he has been waiting a long time, and his player employment support fund pre-application has been confirmed. Pointing toward a card, he takes it and asks if it is true, expressing his relief that the dungeons and abilities are all gone. He explained that he had been struggling to find a decent job for the past 6 months and thanked her profusely. She responds that it is customers like him who are working hard for Pandora and others, and asks him to please maintain his precious daily life. At the table next to her, a big man punches the table and asks why it is not possible. He accuses them of ignoring him because he is unemployed and asks if he came here to receive support money. He continues, saying that if he hands over his items, he will also get something called recovery money. The man at the counter explains that it is not that simple and mentions that the procedure is complicated if he has a criminal record. The big man shouts for him to shut up and demands the money. Just then, Jinna approaches, taps him on the back, and suggests that they talk elsewhere since there are many people around. He asks what this is and how dare Jinna lay a hand on him before moving to hit him. Jinna knocks him to the floor and asks if it is okay to treat a customer like that. Jinna then says that it would have been better if the man had behaved like a proper customer. After a while, in the president's office, Jinna enters and asks Jisoo if she is eating and working. He notices the paperwork and tells her to take it easy. She asked if it was shift time and if there was anything unusual at the support team window. Jinna mentions that there was one troublemaker, but he dealt with it right away, adding that he does not know who else would protect this world if not him. He describes how the man was quite large, but when he grabbed his arm and flicked it, the man fell right away. He notes that although his abilities are gone, the senses he has honed are still there, and he misses the days when he swept through dungeons. She places her pen back and comments, "What, just that?" He replies that it is because she did not see it directly. She asks if she should inform that person that Lee Jinna will join the mission. He quickly responds, saying no, that's not it, and then asks where that guy is now. She replies that, at the very least, he is working hard in a more difficult place than Lee Jinna. He adds that he is also having a hard time. Meanwhile, Johan knocks out several punks, calls Woojin, and says they are done here. He opens a box and notes that these guys have quite a lot of items, remarking on the stupidity of those who sell or buy items that have lost their abilities. He says it seems to be over, so they should leave slowly, mentioning that the disposal team has been called. Woojin agrees and says, "Okay, let's go back." After a while, Sichin sits in a meeting with others and thanks them for their investigation. He points to a picture and notes that these guys had more items this time, but he wonders where they keep getting these things from. Jinna mentions a rumor that some items are still effective. Jisoo adds that some organizations are collecting items to gather the recovery funds provided by Pandora. Sichin laments that these troublesome guys are already a lot to worry about, and the company's expenditure costs are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Woojin asks how much money they need. Sichin responds that the more, the better. Woojin stands up and declares that he will get it for him. After a while, Park Yongwon was sitting in his office when he heard Kim ask if he should go in like that. Woojin enters Yongwon's office and says it's been a while. Shocked to see him, Yongwon asks why he is here. Kim follows and apologizes, saying these people just barged in. Yongwon says no, it's okay, get out. Kim hesitates but then agrees and leaves. Woojin says he needs some money. Yongwon, incredulous, asks if he just barged in to start talking about money. He picks up a photo frame and says that the Phoenix Foundation, established by leveraging the name of Park Yong-won, one of the core members of the 9th floor dungeon clear, is receiving generous support from various organizations for such a hero. However, he questions what would happen if it were revealed that this hero is satisfying his own greed through embezzlement of support funds and manipulation of records. Yong-won asks what this nonsense is and whether there is any evidence. He questions if evidence exists. Yong-won thinks that the kid disappeared and then suddenly reappeared. He wonders what this is about, as Kim Woo-jin could not have known about the existence of his safe, and surmises that he is probably just bluffing. He remarks that this idiot never seems to run out of words and acknowledges that while Kim Woo-jin is indeed impressive, now that their abilities are gone, they are all just ordinary people. He secretly presses a button under the table and questions whether Woo-jin thinks he will be intimidated simply because he brought two unimpressive individuals with him. Suddenly, many guards enter the room and surround them. Woo-jin comments that nothing has changed. He instructs them to apprehend him. After a while, the guards lie unconscious on the floor. Woo-jin examines some papers. Johan points out the location of the safe. Jinna inquires about the amount stolen and presents a book. indicating that they have found the ledger. Wu Jin commends their efforts, instructs them to take the safe, and to photograph all the documents. Yang Wan protests, insisting that the money belongs to him. After a while, Wu Jin views the news on his phone, which reports that Park Young-won, CEO of the Phoenix Foundation, has donated money to Pandora. The report includes a picture of Sechin and Park Young-won shaking hands, with a statement about their intention to foster positive influence together. Johan approaches him and informs him that the next mission location has been determined, with a departure time set for midnight, though it might be moved up. Wu Jin acknowledges that he will be occupied again for a while and has other matters to attend to. He states that he will meet Johan at the departure location later and prepare to leave. In conclusion, he congratulates him on rejoining Pandora. After a while, Jinna contacts Kim Wu Jin and inquires about the reason for his visit. Wu Jin asks if Jinna has finished his work and suggests they go out to eat. Jinna questions whether Wu Jin is attempting to make him pay again, as he did previously. Wu Jin responds that if he does not believe him, he should forget it. Jinna agrees to go and follows him, asking what he will be buying him. Later, Jinna sits in a restaurant and questions whether the meal is too extravagant. Wu Jin assures him that the price is not an issue and instructs him to order whatever he wants. He confirms this and begins eating. Wu Jin then stands up, stating that he will be right back as he needs to make a phone call. Jinna stands up and exclaims that the man with the mean-looking face has just left, while claiming he needed to make a phone call. He inquires if a man with a mean-looking face had indeed departed a moment ago. The counter-attendant confirmed that the man had left while talking on the phone. Jinna expresses frustration, realizing that he has been left with the bill once again. He then presents a note that the man had left. Jinna opens it and reads that he had an emergency and had to leave early. The note states that all the meat in the store had been paid for, so Jinna could either take home the leftovers or do as he pleased. Jinna feels touched by the gesture. Later, Jisoo sits in her office with the door open and asks who is there. Shinhai enters and greets her, noting that it has been a while and asking how she has been. She apologizes for arriving without prior notice despite her likely busy schedule. She acknowledges the kindness of the offer, but expresses concern that even if she undertakes this action, she will not be able to forgive herself for past mistakes. She observes that admitting one's faults, sincerely regretting them, and striving to amend them is a very challenging endeavor. She has merely taken the first step in this arduous process and affirms that from now on, she will continue to support her, regardless of how long it takes. She believes that if she helps others and demonstrates genuine remorse, eventually, that sentiment will be communicated to others, just as it has been conveyed to him as she holds her hands. Shinhai expresses gratitude to her. After a while, Jisoo enters Sechin's room while he inquires about the purpose of her visit. She introduces Shinhai to him. Shinhai greets him, stating her name is Park Shinhai and that she will do her best. He responds with an acknowledgement. Jisoo then presents the paperwork for the month's approval, placing some documents on the table. He quietly comments that he presumes Director Lee has completed it satisfactorily. She requests that he review and approve it by this afternoon, although he disregards her. He contemplates her disregard. Jisoo departs with Shinhai while he instructs her to wait. He remarks to her about the individual, noting that he remains distant. He presses a button on the phone and instructs Lee Jinena to summon that person immediately. After a while, Jinna arrives, eating meat, and inquires about the issue. Sechin throws a file at him and questions why some individuals work diligently to earn money while he indulges excessively in food expenses, suggesting he is a glutton. He demands to know how it is possible to spend 20 million won per month on food. Jinna responds negatively and asks why such a trivial matter as food is being blown out of proportion. He retrieves the paper from the floor and remarks that people get hungry when they work hard. Sechin asks whether he still possesses any sense of restraint, expressing frustration over his increasing consumption over time. Jinna acknowledges the concern and agrees to attempt to reduce the expenses by half. He inquires about reducing the amount by half and instructs him to leave. Just then, his phone rings. He answers the call and greets Relly, noting that it has been some time. He asks if he has been busy recently. He laughs and responds that, in comparison, he is merely relaxing. Sechin asks about the situation there. He explains that France has become much more stable due to the manpower and capital provided by Pandora, and that the information supplied by Wu Jingun was also extremely helpful. He adds that thanks to this, they have recovered all the items that were being smuggled near the border and will send them soon, noting that the accuracy of this information was crucial. Sichin laughs and mentions that they are also receiving substantial assistance from Kim Woo-jin, though he admits to feeling a bit curious at times. He inquires if there is a problem. Sichin responds that the information provided by this friend is exceptionally accurate, almost as if he has been observing the situation continuously. He questions whether this precision is actually a positive aspect. Sichin acknowledges that while he is not overly concerned because Woo-jin is not inherently a bad person, it does seem as though something might be concealed. Yang suggests that Sichin may have become overly worried as he has aged and proposes letting Woo-jin handle the matter while they plan to have dinner together next time. Sichin confirms that he will cover the cost, and Yang agrees to pay, calling him a cheapskate. He requests that he inform Woo-jin about the provider site later. Sichin agrees, indicating that he trusts everything will be fine. After a while, Johan inquired about the actions of these individuals that warranted a request for support. Woo-jin explains that they were involved in trafficking items, kidnapping people, holding them captive, torturing them, and conducting illegal experiments. He asserts that they are a group of truly dangerous individuals, and that, this time, he intends to eliminate them completely. Soon after, they discreetly observe a house hidden behind a tree. Woo-jin instructs Johan to protect him, to which Johan agrees. Woo-jin then swiftly moves forward while Johan begins firing at the criminals standing outside the house. The assailants also opened fire. Woo-jin systematically incapacitates them one by one. Later, he enters the house and witnesses some criminals torturing people. He quickly takes out a dagger and states that he cannot handle them gently. He eliminates them one by one. Johan arrives and notes that there are many more of them. He makes a call, identifying himself as Johan, and reports that the situation is under control, but requests urgent medical support. Woo-jin, after injuring the man with yellow hair, observes dark energy emanating from him and throws him to the floor. He informs Johan that he will be occupied for a while, as he has located their headquarters, and asks if everything is prepared. Johan confirms that it is. Woo-jin expresses satisfaction and instructs to proceed, his eyes turning dark. He reflects that following him was indeed a wise decision. He orders to hunt down the remaining criminals.